In a world plunged into chaos by the outbreak of a zombie virus, after the Blood Moon, everyone awakens to extraordinary abilities, yet Ji Chuan finds himself unchanged. Betrayed by his girlfriend's family, he is cast out, and, as he is besieged by zombies, despair overtakes him, leading him to collapse. Upon awakening, Ji Chuan discovers he is transformed into a zombie while retaining his consciousness. It becomes apparent that his unique ability is that of the Zombie King, which can only manifest in his undead form. The world around him begins to morph into an unrecognizable landscape, filled with unknown creatures and strange phenomena. Chapter 1. Not Quite Dead. A gentle reminder from a novice author. Some character backstories may be intense, so please prepare yourself emotionally. This is not a conventional villain narrative. Those who enjoy the thrill of surprises may find delight here, though the surprises may be more alarming than delightful. The initial rating of 6.6 has risen to 9. I acknowledge that the early writing may not be polished, and I hope that patient readers will grant me the opportunity. Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by wandering zombies. Startled, he let out a scream, hiss, hiss, hiss. Gazing at his own bluish, mottled arm, he recalled the truth was dead. Yet his girlfriend, Su Wan Swan, had called him, her voice trembling with fear as she described her parents. Home in a densely populated residential area, overwhelmed by zombies and lacking food and water. Her tears tugged at his heart. He offered her a few words of comfort and resolved to drive over to bring her family to safety. He was accustomed to being reclusive, having stocked up on provisions in his villa, which, being relatively secure with fewer zombies and tall walls, provided a safer haven. Arriving at his girlfriend's home, he found not only Su Wanwan's parents but also a stranger named Lu Hao. After a few tranquil days, Ji Chuan sensed an unsettling closeness between Su Wanwan and her cousin. She reassured him not to overthink, explaining that they had grown up together, fostering a naturally strong bond. That night, the moon turned crimson, and a transformation swept over everyone except Ji Chuan. The internet remained functional, broadcasting news of humanity awakening to various levels of supernatural abilities, igniting hope in the fight against the undead. Su Wanwan awakened her water-based abilities. Lu Hao's powers doubled in strength, and even Su Wanwan's parents exhibited some modest abilities, while Ji Chuan found himself devoid of any. The following day, upon confirming Ji Chuan's lack of abilities, Lu Hao seized him, intending to expel him from the villa. Despite Ji Chuan's desperate pleas to Su Wanwan's family, his fate remained unchanged. How could you possibly be worthy of our Wanwan? Her water abilities will surely make her a leader in the future. Indeed, you are nothing but a worthless waste of resources, lacking any capabilities. Wanwan, please reason with your parents. I am the one who saved your family. In despair, Ji Chuan gazed at Su Wanwan. Empowered by Lu Hao's strength, he found himself utterly defenseless. Ji Chuan, given the current circumstances, even without your so-called powerful abilities, I can survive. Why have considered you if it weren't for your wealth and lack of parents? To be frank, Lu Hao and I have been together for quite some time. He far surpasses you. As Lu Hao listened to Su Wanshan's words, a disdainful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Without further hesitation, he forcefully flung Ji Chuan over the high walls of the villa. Ji Chuan landed with a muffled grunt, pain radiating through his entire body, yet he knew this was not the time to linger on the ground. Summoning all his strength, he stood upright, aware that the distant zombies were now drawn towards him, shuffling closer with each moment. He stumbled away, his legs feeling as though they had sustained serious injury from Lu Hao's violent throw. Every step he took was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet the fierce instinct for survival propelled Ji Chuan onward as several zombies closed in on him. His ankle swelled, resembling a bruised plum. Damn it! Ji Chuan muttered to himself as he made his way toward the gym within the villa complex, the nearest sanctuary he could find. Just as the undead were about to catch up with him, he slammed the gym's door shut with all his might. The relentless sounds of pounding and growling echoed behind him as Ji Chuan leaned against the door, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and the agony in his ankle intensified, causing him to grimace in pain. Desperation washed over him as he attempted to reach for a mop in the corner, hoping to use it as a makeshift barricade against the door. It was just out of reach, and moving any closer risked having the zombies break through the entrance. In that moment of despair, Ji Chuan slowly shifted his body to brace against one door while pushing against the other with all his strength. Finally, he managed to hook his left foot around the broom, swiftly grasping it and exerting every ounce of energy to position it as a makeshift beam across the door. It was merely that he did not notice. In the fleeting moment he bent down to grasp the broom, the door creaked ajar, allowing the claws of Zombie to slither through the gap and UND's ARMAS, the searing pain radiated from the gash on his arm. Ji Chuan succumbed to despair, envisioning his own demise. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he grappled with the overwhelming agony coursing through him. Heat, pain, chaos. Gradually, Ji Chuan lost consciousness. Time passed in an indeterminate haze, and upon awakening, he discovered to his astonishment that he had transformed into a zombie, yet, remarkably, he retained his consciousness, All the surrounding undead seemed indifferent to his presence. However, as he attempted to rise and take a few steps, the moment he exerted himself, he collapsed onto the ground once more. What the hell? Which wretched soul devoured my left leg? Cursing inwardly, Ji Chuan beheld his left leg, now reduced to a mere stump. He was uncertain whether to deem himself fortunate or unfortunate. The retention of his consciousness offered a glimmer of hope for vengeance. Yet, as a zombie with a severed limb, how could he exact revenge? At this moment, he surmised that he could hardly catch up to Su Wanshan's mother. What is that? In the distance, he spotted a zombie whose head appeared to emit a luminous glow, standing in stark contrast to the others. Driven by curiosity, Ji Chuan laboriously propelled himself towards the glowing-headed zombie. Upon realizing that the other zombies showed no interest in him, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him, and he found this new reality somewhat acceptable. As he drew nearer to the glowing zombie, he discerned that the source of the illumination was not the zombie's head itself, but rather a crystalline object nestled within its skull. Radiating a verdant light, that it was as if the crystal possessed an innate allure towards Ji Chuan, causing a surge of exhilaration within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to shatter the zombie's skull to procure the crystal core. Ji Chuan scoured the ground for a tool, acutely aware that his combat prowess had diminished significantly with the loss of a leg, leaving him uncertain about his ability to confront the zombie unarmed. He discovered a barbell rod from the gym and leaped behind the zombie, exerting all his strength as he swung the rod towards the creature's head. The zombie collapsed without a hint of resistance, and Ji Chuan continued to strike with the barbell until the skull was reduced to a mushy pulp, akin to a rotten watermelon. Perhaps due to the transformation into a zombie, Ji Chuan found that the psychological burden of killing the creature was surprisingly light. He squatted down and extracted the green crystal core from the zombie's shattered head. Battling his nausea, he instinctively swallowed the core whole. To his astonishment, he felt the core merging with his body, endowing him with formidable power. It finally dawned on Ji Chuan that everyone had acquired different supernatural abilities, and the reason he had not sensed any power was that his own could only manifest upon becoming a zombie king, able to see the crystal core within and consume it to transform it into one's own strength. Chapter 2. Carjacking. The moment he realized his newfound ability, Ji Chuan felt as though he had been reborn, finally possessing a trump card for revenge. From this point onward, he simply needed to seek out zombies with crystal cores to continue his growth. He sensed the power bestowed upon him by the crystal core he had just consumed. This was a primary healing crystal core, known as regeneration, capable of enhancing his regenerative abilities. Ji Chuan attentively perceived the transformations occurring within his body. His flesh resembled tender bamboo shoots after a rain, and the fractured area of his leg was visibly mending, growing slowly yet surely. Slow and steady, it is at least I'll have legs again, he murmured as he ventured towards the area teeming with zombies. In his current state, he was no match for Su Wanshan and Lu Hao. He was merely a zombie with a sluggish regenerative capacity, lacking any advantage in combat. After wandering for quite some time without encountering a zombie possessing a crystal core, he realized just how precious these cores truly were. His sluggish movements prompted Ji Chuan to consider searching for a vehicle, intending to drive to a location abundant with zombies. While ordinary individuals might attract zombies when driving, he felt assured when he discovered that the undead showed no interest in him, solidifying his resolve to travel by car. During the early days of the apocalypse, people had sufficient supplies at home and were reluctant to venture out into danger, resulting in sparse activity on the streets. Thus, he began his search through the villas, knowing that any residents would likely possess a vehicle, although the occupancy rate in this suburban area was notably low. Ji Chuan scrutinized the exterior of each villa, easily distinguishing between those that were vacant and those that were inhabited, often by the presence of curtains. Noticing a villa with curtains drawn yet not lowered, he resolved to investigate further. Typically, occupied villas would have their curtains drawn, suggesting a high probability that the one before him was uninhabited. He opened the gate to the backyard, the usual entry point for vehicles, which was typically left unlocked. As he just entered, he noticed a girl preparing to get into a car, her face etched with terror as she glanced at Ji Chuan, her legs trembling uncontrollably. To Ji Chuan's astonishment, he discerned a crystal core within her mind, emanating a faint golden glow. Yet, his humanity remained intact. He felt no hunger and had no desire to harm an innocent soul, especially one as beautiful as the girl before him. "Fear not, fair maiden, I shall not bring you harm." This was what Ji Chuan intended to convey. But as he opened his mouth, only a series of hissing sounds emerged, which must have appeared quite terrifying from her perspective. This was her first encounter with a zombie at such close quarters. The provisions at home were woefully insufficient, and she had ventured out today in search of sustenance, only to be confronted by a zombie that had opened the back door she had just unlocked. "Don't come any closer," the girl's legs quivered. Realizing she could not comprehend his speech, Ji Chuan resorted to gestures. He pointed at her, then at his own mouth, shaking his head to indicate that he had no intention of consuming her. The girl began to perceive that this zombie was attempting to communicate something. "Are you saying to enter your mouth without resistance?" With tears streamed down her cheeks. Ji Chuan was at a loss for words. Surely, the attributes of this beautiful girl were solely enhanced by her looks. In frustration, he altered his sequence of actions, first pointing to his mouth, then shaking his head, and finally gesturing towards her. "Do you not understand that I do not wish to eat you?" The girl interpreted Ji Chuan's movements piece by piece. "You do not like me. I know you do not like me. Please, do not eat me." Ji Chuan's head throbbed painfully, and he even contemplated changing his mind and offering her the crystal core he had just retrieved. Under the terrified gaze of the girl, he hopped over to her side, but as he reached out his hand, she fainted in sheer fright. He then entered the girl's pink car and set off towards the city center. When Gu Yunqi slowly regained consciousness, she jolted awake with a startled gasp. Only to realize she was still in her own home. "I'm not dead." Cautiously, she peered out the door, noticing her car was gone, along with the keys. It seemed she finally understood what had transpired. That zombie didn't eat me, it merely stole my car? Can a zombie actually drive? That zombie felt oddly reminiscent of a neighbor from this community. My car is gone, and I have no food left. What am I going to do? How can I get out of here? Sitting on the floor, Gu Yunqi buried her head in her knees like an ostrich and began to weep. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan drove deeper into the city, eventually discovering a densely populated area teeming with zombies in the city center. Among them, one zombie emitted a faint glow. He casually picked up a stone, and with the experience from his previous encounter, he swiftly dispatched the zombie before him. Extracting the crystal core, he swallowed it. Ji Chuan felt a surge of energy coursing through his body surprisingly. It was a basic speed crystal core, which would enhance his SP. Although he would have to wait for his legs to grow before fully experiencing it. Determined, Ji Chuan decided to check out the shopping mall, for such enclosed spaces were likely to harbor a greater number of zombies with crystal cores. Before him lay an array of goods, readily accessible, yet rendered futile by the overwhelming presence of the undead, which deterred anyone from venturing forth to explore. Contemplating his predicament, Ji Chuan entered the supermarket and casually seized a suitcase, filling it with provisions and water, dragging it along as he continued his shopping. Midst the horde of corpses, however, he found no zombies possessing crystal cores, leaving him perplexed about the conditions necessary for their formation. Given the scarcity of zombies with crystal cores, how is it that that girl possesses one as every living person have one? With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan resolved to search for other survivors. Yet, In this early stage of the apocalypse, many individuals had stockpiled supplies and were reluctant to venture out, rendering the streets nearly deserted. Nevertheless, he feared that daring to enter a densely populated apartment building might lead him to encounter formidable individuals with extraordinary abilities, a risk he was unwilling to take. I should check if Su Wanshan and the others have any crystal cores. Intimately familiar with the layout of his villa, he knew from which vantage point he could observe the interior, confident that a glance at Su Wanshan and the others would suffice. That was the most reliable information he possessed, as there were 4 of them in total. Gu Yunxi seemed to hear the sound of the door opening. She hurried to the window, peering out to observe the commotion in the courtyard. To her astonishment, she saw her pink car driving in, and a zombie from earlier emerged from the vehicle, astonishingly retrieving a suitcase from the trunk. What could this mean? Did the undead possess luggage? Wasn't he limping on one leg just hours ago, yet now he stood on 2? Noticing Gu Yunxi's head peeking out, Ji Chuan pointed toward the door. Is this to prompt me to open the door? Gu Yunxi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her body trembling anew. Yet, driven by an inexplicable force, she approached the entrance, contemplating that if this zombie truly intended to devour her, it would have already done so while she was unconscious. During the day. After a moment of inner turmoil, she decided to open the door, reasoning that death from starvation was inevitable. It was better to ascertain the intentions of this neighbor. Ji Chuan did not step inside, but instead slid a suitcase towards her, gesturing towards it. Are you indicating that I should open the suitcase? Ji Chuan nodded, relieved that this naive girl finally grasped the meaning of his words. With bated breath, Gu Yunxi unfastened the suitcase, only to be astonished by the sight of it filled to the brim with provisions. Ji Chuan pointed at the food, then at her, and finally at his mouth, signaling that the sustenance was intended for her consumption, urging her to eat. Food for me to eat, and then you'll consume me? It dawned on her that his reluctance to feast upon her was due to her emaciated state. Was he planning to fatten her up before indulging? Frustrated, Ji Chuan felt an urge to curse. Chapter 3. A fleeting partnership. Ji Chuan angrily turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Gu Yunxi, lost in thought, watched Ji Chuan leave. Was this zombie truly angry? After all, he had brought me food. He had indeed chased away the other zombies without harboring any ill intent. Could it be that he was a benevolent undead? Her stomach grumbled in protest, prompting Gu Yunxi to ravenously devour the food before her. This was the only satisfying meal she had enjoyed in days, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes once more. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan made his way toward his villa. Driving there would surely attract attention, which would be perilous. He was still no match for the 4 of them. He was uncertain of the full extent of Su Wanshan's water abilities, aside from her capacity to create water columns. Lu Hao, with his doubled strength, was undoubtedly a formidable fighter. As for Su Wanshan's parents, their abilities seemed rather lackluster. One possessed a fire-starting skill akin to a mere matchstick, while the other could only summon a gentle breeze. Ji Chuan ascended to the rooftop of an adjacent vacant building. In the darkness of the night, with no lights illuminated, he found the perfect cover. He observed the situation within the house intently. A blue crystal core, a green crystal core. This was Ji Chuan's first encounter with a blue crystal core, likely belonging to Su Wanshan. It was possible that her water abilities were not merely rudimentary. Yet, why did Su Wanshan's parents lack any crystal cores? Ji Chuan speculated that only those with potent abilities would generate crystal cores. Perhaps the zombies possessing them had once been individuals endowed with formidable powers. With this realization, Ji Chuan understood that the outbreak of the virus had been so sudden that many had turned into zombies before the Red Moon could awaken their latent abilities. At present, we find ourselves in the early stages of a catastrophe. People are generally reluctant to venture outside, and those endowed with special abilities are formidable individuals, unlikely to succumb easily to death and transformation into the undead. However, it is anticipated that as time progresses, the situation will worsen. Everyone's supplies are finite, and soon, those who do not brave the outside world in search of resources may very well perish from starvation. Ji Chuan stifled his impulsive desires. He yearned to attract the zombies towards him, yet the sturdy door of his residence thwarted his efforts. Even if he were to set it ablaze, Su Wanshan, with her water-based powers, could extinguish the flames with ease. More importantly, he longed for personal retribution, believing that allowing them to perish at the hands of ordinary zombies would be a disservice to them. Gu Yunxi, relishing the happiness bestowed by her dessert, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the courtyard gate. Ji Chuan strode into the yard, opened the car door, and drove away, even locking the gate behind him. What an odd zombie! It seemed to regard her abode as a mere garage. Initially, the purpose of driving was to seek sustenance. But since this neighbor had procured food for her, she felt little objection to relinquishing her vehicle to him. Gu Yunxi began to feel less apprehensive in his presence. The reason Ji Chuan continued to use Gu Yunxi's car was that there were no other vehicles available. Cars were plentiful, yet the whereabouts of the keys remained a mystery. In the current streets, few dared to venture outside aside from the zombies. Anyone attempting to drive would likely attract the undead. Thus, his assistance in procuring food could be considered a rental fee, and Ji Chuan prided himself on his gentlemanly demeanor. The city at night was eerily tranquil. As Ji Chuan wondered aimlessly, how was it that he could drive without inciting the zombies? A passerby recorded a video capturing a pink vehicle gliding through the streets, seemingly unperturbed by the zombies nearby, who exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Beneath the video, a plethora of speculations abound. Could it be that zombies disdain the color pink? Yet, your intestines are pink, and the zombies have certainly feasted upon them. Do zombies not stir during the night? How naive. The zombies at night are far swifter than those in daylight. If you doubt this, I challenge you to test it. The pink vehicle undoubtedly belongs to a female driver. For zombies refrain from preying on mindless women at the wheel. Female drivers constitute only 1/7 of their male counterparts. Yet they account for merely 1/16 of traffic accidents for which they are primarily responsible. It is the male drivers who lack discernment. Why perpetuate the gender divide at such a time? Unbeknownst to Ji Chuan, a fervent discussion regarding his driving is unfolding online. He is merely traversing the city in search of the luminous cores, and at last, he spots two glimmering cores moving slowly in the distance. As he approaches the verdant trees, he realizes these two cores emanate from living beings, not zombies. Having transformed into a zombie, Ji Chuan possesses heightened auditory and olfactory senses, enabling him to overhear the conversation between the two individuals. Brother Nan, I am frightened. It seems there are zombies over there. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Furthermore, you possess fire abilities. You need not worry about zombies. Simply incinerate them. Brother Nan, what is your ability? I have never heard you mention it before. Well, my ability is to generate walls of air, which can serve a protective purpose. It pales in comparison to your prowess. So I did not bring it up. Is that so? Brother Nan, how much farther is it? Are you certain there is a shop beneath the opposite residential building? I am certain. I purchased cigarettes there before. We should set off early to take a look. If we delay, there may be nothing left. Ji Chuan initially intended to turn around and leave. He had no desire to harm innocent lives, and upon overhearing the conversation between the two individuals, he surmised that their supernatural abilities were rather formidable. Approaching them recklessly could very well result in his own demise. Just as he was about to depart, a piercing scream erupted from the girl nearby. Ah, Brother Nan is a zombie. Don't shout. The zombie was merely a few meters away from her, marking her first close encounter with the terrifying creature, its grotesque visage eliciting an involuntary gasp. Although she quickly covered her mouth, a horde of zombies was already sprinting towards them. Run. Brother Nan, wait for me. The girl's legs felt weak, yet she rushed towards the man, despite possessing fire-based abilities. She had never utilized them offensively. Moreover, if she paused to aim at the zombies, they would undoubtedly catch up to her. Zombies indeed moved faster at night, and their earlier screams had attracted the surrounding undead. Although they had not encountered any zombies on their way, the woods now teemed with them. Damn it! The man cursed as he observed their escape route blocked by zombies, desperately contemplating alternative solutions. Burn them! He shouted fiercely at the girl, having initially brought her along for her fire abilities, never anticipating that she would prove to be such a burden. Brother Nan, save me. I can't do it. If I stop to aim, they'll grab me. The girl cried out in despair, realizing that the brother she had trusted to protect her was now far ahead, leaving her vulnerable to certain death. I'm sorry, Brother Nan. Before the girl could react, the man raised his hand, and after a flash of light, she was plunged into a momentary blindness. She possessed no supernatural ability akin to an air wall. It was merely an exceedingly trivial bright light. The zombies primarily tracked their targets through smell and sound, rendering her dazzling light nearly ineffective. The girl cried out in anguish, acutely aware that she was destined to perish in that very spot. Chapter 4 Indeed, a horde of zombies, enticed by the sound of her wails akin to dogs scenting bones, surged towards her. It was not long before her screams ceased. Ji Chuan, his expression darkened, witnessed the entire ordeal unfold. He did not rush to confront the zombies that had consumed the crystal core. Instead, he picked up a stone, steeling himself, and activated his speed-related ability, pursuing the man. He could only blame his own ineptitude. With such formidable powers, he felt like a useless waste. Cursed be this fate. The man sprinted rapidly towards a direction devoid of zombies, but he sensed something pursuing him from behind. The heavy footfalls did not resemble those of a zombie. With blood streaming from his head, he died without comprehending why Ji Chuan chose to spare the girl while relentlessly chasing him, and why he wielded a stone as a weapon. This marked Ji Chuan's first act of murder, yet he remained eerily calm. A bitter smile crossed his face. He had become a monster. His motive for killing this man stemmed from the betrayal he had inflicted upon his companion, reminiscent of Su Swan. Such a person deserved death. Expressionless, he manually cracked open the man's skull, retrieving the green crystal within, and swallowed it whole. Regarding the corpses strewn across the ground, he felt no interest. After his transformation into a zombie, he did not experience hunger or fatigue. Instead, he was consumed by an insatiable desire to devour crystal cores, a craving he could master. Was this the power of the zombie king? Upon returning, he found a jubilant zombie indulging in its feast and swiftly extracted it from the horde, dragging it to a tree nearby. With a force akin to cracking a walnut, he smashed open the zombie's skull and uncovered the blue crystal core that had just been consumed. Ji Chuan swallowed the core, and to his astonishment, a golden light emanated from his body, enveloping him in a wave of comforting energy. He even perceived changes occurring within himself. He seemed to have grown taller, and his physique appeared more robust. As a reclusive individual, Ji Chuan had always possessed a merely proportional build, but now, he noticed the emergence of defined muscles in his arms. It seemed he had leveled up after devouring this crystal core. He felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. To his delight, Ji Chuan discovered that his voice no longer sounded as hoarse. Perhaps with the consumption of more crystal cores, he might regain the ability to speak. He still hoped to retain his humanity, especially since his fellow kind could no longer communicate. Experimenting with his newfound powers, he conjured a luminous sphere in his palm, which shone brilliantly for a brief moment. If an ordinary person were to wield this skill, it could effectively attract attention in times of distress or momentarily blind an adversary with an unexpected flash. Subsequently, he harnessed the fire-based abilities from the first blue crystal core. And to his amazement, the flames at his fingertips could shift in size according to his will. With a gentle wave, a fireball surged forth, a testament to the efficacy of the blue crystal core, which indeed endowed Ji Chuan with a formidable offensive ability. Yet, it appeared that his fire-related powers were still subdued by Su Swan, prompting Ji Chuan to furrow his brow in contemplation. Patience was required. He needed to feed that fool, the only one who had encountered the golden crystal core, as Ji Chuan yearned to comprehend her abilities. Meanwhile, the slumbering Gu Yunxi was abruptly startled awake by what seemed to be a knock at the door, sending a chill of sweat cascading down her spine. Cautiously, she approached the window and beheld her small pink companion resting in the backyard. Her gaze then fell upon Ji Chuan, who stood at the doorway. His eyes cast upwards towards her, as if contemplating a fool. Oddly, she sensed a change in him. He appeared more human, even more robust. Most strikingly, Gu Yunxi noticed that Ji Chuan was dragging along 2 suitcases. Her trepidation diminished significantly, and she descended the stairs to open the door for him, feeling that Ji Chuan bore no ill intent. This time, without hesitation, Ji Chuan stepped into the room, causing Gu Yunxi to instinctively retreat, startled by his advance. Clad in her pajamas, the moonlight sculpted her figure, prompting Ji Chuan to lower his gaze, his cheeks betraying no flush. Ah, he pointed toward the 2 suitcases. Gu Yunxi understood this as an invitation to open them, and indeed, they contained yet more provisions. She also noticed that Ji Chuan's voice now bore a more human quality. What exactly are you? A zombie? Ji Chuan nodded, then shook his head, wishing to convey that although he was a zombie, he retained human consciousness. You are a zombie. But your neck is quite painful now. Observing the serious expression on Gu Yunxi's face, Ji Chuan felt an urge to scold her. Subsequently, he raised his right hand, mimicking the gesture of holding a pen, swaying it side to side, attempting to inquire if she had a writing instrument. You desire red wine. Yet all that remains in my home is tap water. Where would I procure red wine? Gu Yunxi mistakenly interpreted Ji Chuan's gesture as that of holding a wine glass. No, can the golden crystal core be consumed? It won't render one foolish, will it? At last, she discovered an eyebrow pencil on the entrance cabinet. Oh, you wish to write. Gu Yunxi finally grasped Ji Chuan's intent and turned to fetch a pen and notebook from upstairs. What is your name? Upon receiving the notebook, Gu Yunxi was astonished to see that this zombie had indeed inscribed characters. She then took the paper and pen, writing her name, Gu Yunxi, in the notebook. Ji Chuan looked exasperated and firmly wrote, "You can speak directly. I can comprehend." Oh, right, I forgot. I am currently a zombie, yet I possess human consciousness. Heavens! Does that mean you do not consume humans? So far, I have not. Indeed, he had not feasted on humans. He merely extracted the crystal cores from the heads of the living, though currently, he felt no hunger. Whether he would crave to consume Ji Chuan in the future remained uncertain. This is wonderful. During the day, you terrified me. I always wondered how a zombie could drive. By the way, thank you immensely for the food. I have survived on a single bag of cookies for 3 days, and without more sustenance, I fear I might starve. What is your supernatural ability? I possess no extraordinary power. Gu Yunxi's expression fell, as she too had seen the news, yet she had not perceived any abilities within herself. Ji Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that she was wary of him? However, Gu Yunxi felt that her mind was incapable of such actions, and her expression did not seem feigned. Everyone possesses unique abilities. Perhaps you have yet to discover yours. Ji Chuan reflected on himself, realizing that his powers only manifested upon his transformation into a zombie. Such a peculiar ability had befallen him, suggesting that other strange powers might also exist. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ji Chuan approached the mirror on the first floor. Besides taking a closer look at his current appearance, he wished to examine his crystal core. The man in the mirror appeared pallid, with eyes that were an unsettling dark red. Compared to his former self, he appeared undeniably more robust. Yet it was evident that he was still a zombie. To his astonishment, he emitted a black aura. It was less of a light and more like a swirling mass of dark energy enveloping him. His crystal core was, indeed, black. Chapter 5. The meddlesome girl at the gas station. Ji Chuan, having finished writing, pointed at himself. Ah, so your name is Ji Chuan. I believe I've seen you around the neighborhood. Ji Chuan nodded and gestured upstairs. You should rest. I do not require sleep and can keep watch for you. Gu Yunxi's face revealed her unease. Having an additional zombie in her home frightened her, and even though Ji Chuan was an ordinary man, the presence of a stranger made her somewhat anxious. Ji Chuan moved to the center of the living room and conjured a massive fireball that nearly ignited the crystal chandelier on the second floor. He was taken aback himself, then made the fireball vanish. If I had wished to harm you, I would have done so long ago. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Gu Yunxi nodded, feeling a surge of emotion. Had it not been for the sustenance provided by Ji Chuan, she might have perished while foraging for food today. Thus, she ascended the stairs. The dawn still some time away, and she felt a lingering drowsiness. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan, recalling the fireball from earlier, pondered how he had unintentionally unleashed such formidable power. Had he grown stronger, or was it merely a sign of insufficient mastery over his abilities? Another reason for his presence at Gu Yunxi's abode was the vantage point it offered to view his own villa. Situated on elevated terrain, her residence afforded a clear sight of his home. This also explained why Gu Yunxi had caught a glimpse of him, while he had little recollection of her. Whenever he stepped outside, she could see him from her window. Yet, Ji Chuan recognized that the situation remained precarious. He merely needed to bide his time until conditions were more favorable. The provisions stored at his home could sustain one person for approximately 2 months. But if shared among 4, they would last only a fortnight. Even if he failed to discover effective countermeasures against their abilities by then, starvation would inevitably claim them. Ji Chuan sighed, resolving to venture out each day starting tomorrow. With each passing day, the number of those depleting their supplies would increase. As people ventured forth in search of sustenance, many would likely fall victim, thus creating an opportunity for him to acquire crystal cores. Engaging in indiscriminate killings posed significant risks. It might attract the attention of authorities who would seize him for experimentation, or he could become prey to formidable ability wielders. However, he reasoned that if he confined his actions to eliminating zombies, he would likely avoid human retaliation. Moreover, Ji Chuan believed that his humanity still prevailed, as a good person. He had no desire to harm others. The primary reason is that Ji Chuan is acutely aware of his current weakness. He cannot boldly present himself before others. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you, he offered. Ji Chuan, in silent exasperation, averted his gaze from Gu Yunxi and stormed out. Ah, of course, he has no need for sustenance, which leaves me to indulge, Hee hee. Gu Yunxi delightedly caressed the delectable treats nestled within her suitcase, as if they were precious treasures. To her surprise, Ji Chuan had demonstrated an impressive knack for selecting food, choosing only those delicacies favored by young women. Ji Chuan, naturally, was adept at this. Such choices were imparted to him by Su Wanwan. If he were to select improperly, Su Wanwan would become displeased, necessitating a lengthy period of appeasement. The most effective method being the presentation of a handbag. Although Ji Chuan recognized Su Wanwan's somewhat materialistic tendencies, he was acutely aware of his own desolation. Having lost his parents and lacking any kin, Su Wanwan had entered his life during his most vulnerable moments, providing him with the emotional support he desperately needed. Moreover, she would frequently profess her deep affection for him and her high regard for his existence. Reflecting on this now, Ji Chuan mused that he must indeed be unwell. She even suggested that she manage the finances. Ji Chuan had acquiesced to this arrangement post-marriage, believing he had done all he could for her. Why then should Su Wanwan treat him this way? As he recalled the intimate interactions between Su Wanwan and Lu Hao, it was evident that their entanglements were not recent. Su Wanwan, I shall make you regret this, Ji Chuan vowed, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he casually altered his course. He had observed a group cautiously exploring the street corner. Yet none of them radiated the luminous glow of crystal cores. It appeared that most individuals possessed the lackluster abilities akin to those of Su Wanwan's parents, which did not yield crystal cores within their bodies. Paying them no heed, he continued to drive forward. A video of a pink vehicle cruising down the street with utter disregard for its surroundings has once again surfaced online, igniting curiosity about its owner. The most popular speculation among viewers is that the driver possesses a unique ability that prevents the attention of zombies. Is this not an invincible advantage? The prospect of freely scavenging for supplies is tantalizing. The driver, a sister figure, seeks allies, proclaiming, I possess formidable powers and can safeguard you. She beckons, look at me. A striking figure with an impressive physique, I embody both gentleness and ferocity, and my extraordinary ability lies in my exceptional stamina. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan, upon glimpsing the license plate, accessed the insurance company's system. Being an insurance adjuster, he could trace the owner's information via the plate. Gu Yunxi, residing at 16 Lanshan Villa, Heshi District. Kai Kuan narrowed his eyes, realizing she was less than 3 kilometers away. If she could effortlessly procure supplies, intercepting her resources seemed a savvy choice. Moreover, if he could subdue her, her continued use of her powers would ensure a steady supply of materials. And if she happened to be a beauty. With this thought, Kai Kuan licked his lips, planning to act tonight. During the day, she would likely be busy gathering supplies, and if the villa were under surveillance, his plans would be thwarted. However, at night, while she slept, it would be a different story. Given her abilities, it was likely that her villa was well secured. Capturing her, exerting control, and seizing the villa appeared to be a foolproof venture. Kai Kuan was filled with exhilaration, perceiving the apocalypse not as a misfortune but as an opportunity. Free from the constraints of law, humanity would inevitably unleash its true nature. He even harbored aspirations of establishing a new dynasty through his formidable supernatural powers. A lewd smile crept across his face as he selected a black long-sleeve shirt from his wardrobe, suitable for nocturnal escapades. With a flick of his suspenders, he admired the flawless reflection of himself in the mirror. Ji Chuan arrived at a gas station, perplexed by the intricacies of refueling his vehicle. Hey, how is it that you can drive without being bitten by zombies? A voice emerged from behind him, cautious not to raise its volume for fear of attracting the undead. Lin Lulu had come to the gas station's convenience store in search of supplies, unexpectedly encountering the owner of a trendy pink vehicle, only to realize that the owner was, surprisingly, a man. Ji Chuan, not wishing to startle the individual behind him, feigned ignorance and continued towards his car, opening the door. Hey, Lin Lulu exclaimed, feeling quite displeased with his rudeness. There are plenty of supplies in the convenience store. Why aren't you taking any? However, Lin Lulu soon noticed that he had already started the car, deeming him an odd character for refusing to gather supplies. Yet, if he was indeed well-stocked, what was his purpose for venturing out? This thought puzzled her. Be careful. A zombie emerged from around the corner of a building, charging directly towards Ji Chuan's vehicle. Lin Lulu, believing the creature intended to attack him, swiftly fired a luminous arrow from behind. The arrow pierced the zombie's body, severely wounding it. Yet it continued to crawl towards her. Without hesitation, she shot another glowing arrow, which not only penetrated the zombie's skull but also struck the tire adjacent to its head. Damn it! The wretched woman. The zombie was clearly seeking her. I had just filled up with 98-octane fuel. After much deliberation, it was all in vain. Ji Chuan, fuming, exited the vehicle and unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lin Lulu. Yet, what escaped his lips were merely exclamations of frustration. Chapter 6. The dimly lit underground passage. Witnessing Ji Chuan's furious outburst, coupled with his pallid complexion and bloodshot eyes, a wave of terror surged within Lin Lulu. The figure before her was undeniably inhuman. She raised her hand, poised to strike Ji Chuan, only to realize he had swiftly evaded her, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. The proximity rendered her light arrows ineffective. Ji Chuan abruptly raised his hand, and to Lin Lulu's astonishment, a colossal fireball erupted beside her ear. This zombie could wield fire-based abilities. Was she truly destined to perish here? Yet, the anticipated searing sensation never came. Observing Ji Chuan's intense gaze directed behind her, Lin Lulu turned to find a zombie collapsing to the ground. She regarded Ji Chuan in disbelief. Why did you save me? Ji Chuan's act of salvation stemmed from her previous display of kindness. She had willingly shared resources and even defended him against the zombie, despite the creature not targeting her. I'm sorry. Upon witnessing Ji Chuan's actions, Lin Lulu comprehended that, given his prowess, he could have easily dealt with the zombie alone, and her good intentions had inadvertently caused trouble. By the way, I know of a nearby auto repair shop. They should have the necessary tools. Upon hearing Lin Lulu's words, Ji Chuan rose and gestured with his head for her to lead the way. What exactly are you? On the road, Lin Lulu was filled with curiosity. Although Ji Chuan's appearance differed somewhat from that of an ordinary zombie, the characteristics of the undead were still apparent. It was merely his behavior that resembled that of a human. Ji Chuan gestured to his throat, uttering sounds akin to you cannot speak. Lin Lulu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, while Ji Chuan ambled along as if on a leisurely stroll. Eventually, they caught sight of the sign for an auto shop. Yet the pedestrian street housing it was teeming with zombies. Just as Lin Lulu found herself in a quandary, a voice called out to them. Hey, going straight through all those zombies will surely get you spotted. Come this way. Turning her head, Lin Lulu spotted a red-haired woman peeking around a corner, offering a warning. Instantly, Lin Lulu beamed a grateful smile and moved towards the red-haired woman, with Ji Chuan following closely behind. Despite the red-haired woman noticing Ji Chuan's pallid complexion, the distance and his company with Lin Lulu rendered her indifferent. The red-haired woman led them into an underground passage. It's safer to go this way. The tiles in the underground passage were yet to be laid, and exposed pipes adorned the ceiling, casting an eerie dimness even in daylight. Thank you, sister. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know how to navigate past all those zombies. You're welcome. In times like these, we must assist one another. However, the red-haired woman revealed a barely perceptible smile in the shadows. Sister, is the path we are taking correct? I feel as though we are heading in the opposite direction since descending into the passage. We're almost there. I am familiar with this area, and I assure you the direction is indeed correct. Only when they reached the end did they realize there were no stairs leading to the ground. A strange male voice echoed, causing Lin Lulu to gasp in fright. Due to the dimness of the passage, she had not noticed the presence of others within. This young lady was exceedingly beautiful, and she possessed a backpack filled with supplies. I have seen it, and naturally, the benefits shall not elude you. Behind her, Ji Chuan had already discerned that there were more than one person at the tunnel's end. Despite the murky light, the glow of the crystal cores was unmistakable, one blue and two green. That one will be entrusted to you, along with another lad who will be your responsibility to handle. Lin Lulu finally grasped their predicament and hastily raised her hands to summon a light arrow. However, she felt as though her arms were laden with lead, unable to lift them at all. Oh, beautiful. What is your ability? Can you still use it? In the already dim environment where she could not discern the exact location of her adversaries, now even raising her hands was an impossible feat. Who are you? And what do you intend to do? Do not resist. Let us enjoy ourselves, and in return, we shall have you work for us. There will be no loss for you. The young lady, here, no one can defeat us. One with night vision abilities, one with gravitational powers, and another with healing abilities. Just submit to the torment. Even if you manage to inflict harm upon us, we can easily recover. After speaking, the burly man at the forefront drew a dagger, an ominous grin spreading across his face as he approached Ji Chuan. Before we proceed, let us take care of this lad. Ji Chuan had intended to ascertain the nature of the blue ability, but he did not expect the adversaries to be so generous as to reveal the abilities of all three. Thus, he decided to forego any reservations. A blinding flash erupted, akin to a nuclear explosion in the depths of darkness, causing all to shield their eyes in agony. What has transpired? The occurrence was so abrupt that the already dim surroundings rendered everyone blind under the brilliance of Ji Chuan. The towering man at the forefront writhed on the ground, engulfed in flames, pleading for salvation. "Boss, where are you?" Another individual crouched on the ground, desperately reaching towards the source of the voice, only to emit a muffled groan as blood gushed from his mouth, having been pierced in the throat by a dagger. He attempted to invoke his healing powers, but before the green light could flicker, consciousness slipped away, and he collapsed. Sensing the chaos unfolding around him, the last remaining figure frantically crawled backward. "Stay away! Stay away!" He unleashed his gravitational abilities in the direction of the approaching footsteps, yet he felt no cessation of the advance. Unbeknownst to him, his rudimentary gravitational power required the targeting of a portion of a living being's body. Being blinded, he could not establish a lock, and whether Ji Chuan even qualified as a living entity remained uncertain. In his despair, he wailed, only to be met with a dagger piercing his skull. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the odor of burning flesh filled the air, revealing the gruesome fates of the three before him, illuminated by the flames consuming Wang Ge. Meanwhile, the man before them continued his grim task, using the dagger to dissect the corpse's skull and consuming the brain. Lin Lulu could no longer contain herself and vomited. Zhang Yan's mind was engulfed by terror. She was utterly indifferent to the man's repulsive actions. Only upon closer inspection did she realize that his visage bore no resemblance to that of a normal human being. After consuming 3 crystal cores, Ji Chuan once more felt the transformations within his body. It was his first encounter with the crystal cores of his kind, and he discovered that his healing abilities had been significantly enhanced. Not only had his regenerative capacity improved, but he could now also wield healing powers. "Please don't kill me. I am also being forced." Ji Chuan finally comprehended the limitations of his healing capabilities. He could mend any wound, yet deep lacerations healed at a sluggish pace, severed limbs could not regenerate, and fatal injuries remained beyond his reach. Chapter 7. Speaking again, Ji Chuan felt the fortification of his body once more. It seemed that the higher-grade crystal cores had a more pronounced effect. The sensations following the consumption of green crystal cores were subtle, while the energy fluctuations after ingesting 2 blue ones were distinctly palpable. Should Lin Lulu launch an attack against him, Ji Chuan would not hesitate to eliminate her. His initial impression of the damaged Xiao Fan was already unfavorable, and the thought of her retaliating after he saved her reminded him of Su Wanwan, presenting a perfect opportunity to test the golden crystal core. However, Lin Lulu merely observed in silence as he paused his experiments. Even after she rose, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me twice." Ji Chuan glanced at Lin Lulu's somewhat bashful expression. He could now perceive the surrounding environment with remarkable clarity, and astonishingly, this ability could be shared with others. Why has everything around me become so vivid? Is it you who made me capable of this?" Ji Chuan spoke instinctively, only to realize that his voice, though hoarse and slow, had emerged. "You can speak," Lin Lulu exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that Ji Chuan appeared increasingly human. "Is this zombie evolving? It's somewhat slow." Lin Lulu's curiosity about Ji Chuan intensified. "What are you? A human or a zombie? In life, I was human. In death, I still possess consciousness." It makes sense now. Lin Lulu comprehended why Ji Chuan had the appearance of a zombie, yet exhibited behaviors akin to a human. "My name is Lin Lulu. What is yours?" "Ji Chuan. Perhaps following him would grant me the chance to survive." Who else could navigate the treacherous task of scavenging for supplies while ignoring zombies? Lin Lulu gazed absently at Ji Chuan's silhouette, pondering how this zombie had a certain charm. Having saved her on 2 occasions, shortly thereafter, a vehicle emerged from the repair shop. Ji Chuan, in addition to retrieving tools for repairs, discovered an array of keys for various vehicles, ultimately selecting the finest off-road vehicle. No longer would he be relegated to driving the small pink one. "Get in." Lin Lulu settled into the passenger seat. The sight of a zombie driving in a post-apocalyptic world was undeniably bizarre. Following this enhancement, Ji Chuan realized that not only had his physical form strengthened, but he also sensed a connection with other zombies. It appeared his ability as the zombie king had evolved to allow for minor control over his kind. "Can you Drive? Indeed. During my freshman year, I took the opportunity to obtain my driver's license, albeit my driving skills remain rather poor due to lack of practice. However, in a desolate city devoid of vehicles, I find it quite manageable to navigate, even with my limited proficiency, as the surrounding zombies pose no significant threat. Moreover, traffic regulations no longer bind me. Upon arriving at the previously mentioned gas station, I found Ji Chuan diligently changing a tire for Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Lin Lululu was fervently scavenging the convenience store within the gas station, her backpack brimming with supplies. With 2 vehicles at her disposal, she resembled a hamster that had discovered a bountiful food source, her face radiating joy as she envisioned a few days free from the worry of resources. Once everything was loaded, Ji Chuan led the way, with Lin Lululu trailing closely behind. The road conditions were far simpler than those encountered during driving tests. Maintaining speed was all that was required, free from the constraints of traffic laws. As they returned to Gu Yunqi's residence, dusk was settling in, and both vehicles came to a halt in her courtyard. Could it be that Ji Chuan's companion was Gu Yunqi? Was his daily venture merely to seek her out? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease stirred within Gu Yunqi. Ji Chuan knocked on the door, prompting Gu Yunqi to hastily descend and unlock it. Upon opening the door, Lin Lululu was struck by Gu Yunqi's exquisite features and alluring curves, involuntarily swallowing hard. This was the embodiment of a mature, sophisticated woman. It appeared that Ji Chuan had shared his life with her, and they had been cohabitating. Sister-in-law, greetings. Lin Lululu attempted to address her in a more affectionate manner, hoping to foster a closer connection, especially since she would be residing under someone else's roof. After all, this villa was a significant upgrade from her rented accommodation, where descending the stairs posed considerable danger. Are you unwell? Ji Chuan tilted his head, observing Lin Lulu, oblivious to the fact that Gu Yunqi's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. You can speak now. Isn't she your sister-in-law? I thought you two were a couple. No, absolutely not. Gu Yunqi's blush intensified. I am Lin Lulu, and I was saved by brother Ji Chuan twice today. How should I address you, sister? Lin Lulu batted her eyelashes, entwining her arm with Gu Yunqi's, expressing a desire to be close to such a beautiful woman. I am Gu Yunqi, Ji Chuan's neighbor. Thanks to him, I have not perished from hunger. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for her? Gu Yunqi felt as if her face could fry an egg. Sister Yunqi, are you all right? You look unwell with such a flushed face. No. Perhaps it's just a bit warm. Ji Chuan sighed, speaking slowly as he recounted the tale of his experiences with Su Wan to the two. How outrageous. Lin Lulu clenched her fists, appalled by the existence of such an ungrateful person. Gu Yunqi's expression turned frosty as her gaze shifted toward Ji Chuan's villa, her heart aching at the thought of the despair he must have endured. Brother Ji Chuan, allow me to assist you in seeking vengeance. I am quite formidable. After learning about Lin Lulu's light arrow abilities, Gu Yunqi felt a pang of inferiority. Ji Chuan had provided her with immense support, while she possessed no abilities of her own, fearing she would only be a hindrance. Ji Chuan shook his head. This is my affair. He desired to enact his revenge personally, wishing to make Su Wan's family experience a fate worse than death. Now, he possessed the strength to retaliate, and tonight, he yearned to confront the one who had caused him such anguish. In order to better harness his abilities, Ji Chuan patiently awaited the arrival of the deep night, a time when he could activate his night vision, enhancing his strength as a zombie, while commanding his minions to assist him. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, he heard the sound of the courtyard gate creaking open. Chapter 8. Breaking the cocoon. He had awakened an exceptionally powerful ability to manipulate metal, a discovery he made during his online interactions. Unlike the lackluster abilities described by other netizens, his metal control was versatile, capable of both offense and defense. He felt confident that none of the known abilities could rival his own. His journey had been remarkably smooth, even when encountering zombies. He could effortlessly control a fruit knife to pierce their heads from a distance, which further bolstered Kai Kuen's confidence. He envisioned the knife poised at Gu Yunqi's throat, compelling her to submit, and the thought exhilarated him, quickening his pace. This is the place, number 16. Using his powers, he gently unlocked the courtyard gate. The subtle sound unlikely to attract her attention. He employed the same method to open the villa door, and soon, Gu Yunqi would be within his grasp. As a zombie, Ji Chuan's hearing was remarkably acute. Upon the gate's opening, he signaled the other two to silence themselves. Someone had entered. Lin Lulu assumed a defensive stance, while Gu Yunqi, filled with trepidation, instinctively sought refuge behind her, wishing only to assist the two. yet feeling helpless in the face of danger. The lock emitted a faint sound as the door slowly creaked open. Kai Kuen's lewd smile lingered upon his face, casting an ominous aura in the darkness. With several steel forks and knives hovering ominously around him, stained with blood and exuding a foul stench. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found 3 individuals in the living room, staring intently at him. Just as he was about to launch an attack to eliminate the man in front of him, a beam of light surged towards him, blinding him in the night. It was Lin Lulu unleashing a light arrow. However, this arrow resembled a rocket launcher, no longer delicate and slender, but imbued with immense energy, hurtling towards Kai Kuen's chest. In the astonished gaze of Kai Kuen, a colossal hole appeared in his chest, and his body collapsed like a deflated sack, smoke billowing from the charred edges of the wound. Lin Lulu could hardly believe her eyes. Her light arrows had never exhibited such formidable power. Did I kill someone? She stared at her hands in a daze. If you don't kill him, he will kill us. Ji Chuan pointed to the bloodstained, foul-smelling array of weapons scattered across the floor, and Lin Lulu nodded numbly. Ji Chuan recalled the scene when he demonstrated the fireball to Gu Yunqi, and suddenly a hypothesis dawned upon him. He dragged Kai Kuen's corpse into the yard, controlling his fire-based abilities to a lesser intensity. Yet, the flames instantaneously engulfed the entire body, devouring it like a ravenous beast and reducing it to ashes, leaving only a purple crystal core behind. Ji Chuan's hypothesis had received preliminary validation. However, before disclosing the results to the others, he needed to consume Kai Kuen's crystal core, the sole purple core to have emerged thus far. He placed the crystal core into his mouth, and his body gradually ascended into the air, enveloped in a shroud of black energy. He felt his battered form being continuously repaired and refined. In a daze, he sensed himself slipping into slumber, caught in an interminable dream. In this dream, he stood atop a mountain formed from heaps of corpses, coldly gazing into the distance. Beneath him lay an army of countless zombies, and a few individuals stood by his side. In the far distance, elite human forces shimmered with the glow of various powers, reminiscent of a beautiful aurora, yet brimming with murderous intent towards him. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi exchanged astonished glances at Ji Chuan, for in their eyes, he appeared as a colossal cocoon, enveloped in black energy. The cocoon descended to the ground, resembling a figure wrapped in thick, black satin, the satin-like energy rippling outward like waves. Sister, what is happening? Have you ever seen anything like this? Gu Yunqi asked, bewildered, shaking her head. Should we let him stay in the yard? Should we drag him inside? I doubt I can manage it alone. Let's attempt it together, Lin Lulu suggested. She approached Ji Chuan cautiously, gently touching him. As her hand made contact with the satin-like black energy, it swirled around her hand like gas. When she reached his arm, it felt somewhat cold, yet remarkably solid. Observing Lin Lulu's actions, Gu Yunqi moved to the other side, grasping his opposite arm. Together, they dragged Ji Chuan's body into the living room on the first floor. Gu Yunqi, slightly breathless, remarked, Lulu, you and Ji Chuan must have gathered supplies all day, right? Above, there is a bed where you may rest. I shall keep watch. I have slept abundantly over these past few days and am not weary. Sister Yunqi, what is your extraordinary ability? Gu Yunqi lowered her head and shook it. I possess no extraordinary ability. How could that be? Everyone has an ability. All those I have encountered do. Perhaps yours is simply not easily discernible. Gu Yunqi managed a bitter smile. Considering her pride, Lin Lul refrained from boasting about the prowess of her own ability in the context of keeping watch. Sister, I am not tired and can stand guard. Brother Ji Chuan saved me twice during the day. It is my turn to protect him, as I owe him that much. She then recounted the events of the day to Gu Yunqi. It had been quite a while since she had engaged in such a conversation with a girl. Gu Yunqi found Lin Lul's stories captivating. Initially, upon entering, she had assumed Lin Lul was Ji Chuan's girlfriend. If only I had an extraordinary ability. Then I could join you in the search for supplies. You surely have one. It will reveal itself in due time. Ji Chuan's ability is quite unique. Who would have thought a zombie could retain human consciousness and even evolve? Ji Chuan did not fully disclose the nature of the Zombie King's ability to the two women, as it seemed to represent the antithesis of humanity. He merely informed them that the ability allowed for the preservation of one's consciousness. When Ji Chuan awakened, he noticed Lin Lul and Gu Yunqi nestled together under a blanket, evidently having kept watch over him throughout the night. Ji Chuan chose not to rouse them, but instead approached the mirror quietly, feeling that his transformation this time was remarkably profound. The reflection in the mirror reveals a self that bears no distinction from an ordinary person, yet appears more robust and taller than the former self. However, Ji Chuan's eyes shine like rubies, imbued with a scarlet gleam that seems capable of penetrating the very soul. His skin is remarkably pale, devoid of any color. "Is that you, Ji Chuan?" Gu Yunxi exclaimed in astonishment upon awakening to the sound of footsteps, her gaze fixed on the man before her. Lin Lulu, roused from her slumber, wiped the drool from her mouth, thinking to herself, "Am I still dreaming? How has brother Ji Chuan become so handsome? I truly am lacking in ambition." To her surprise, Lin Lulu approached Ji Chuan, reaching out to touch his arm. "What are you doing?" Ji Chuan realized he could speak normally now, no longer stuttering. Lin Lulu, startled by his voice, gasped, "Wait, this isn't a dream." Chapter 9. The offensive. The transformation of Ji Chuan into a handsome figure is undeniable, making it challenging to associate him with the undead. Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu exchanged peculiar glances, reminiscent of a neighborhood boy who had overnight transformed into a celebrity. "Why is it that when I become handsome, you choose to remain silent?" Ji Chuan mused. "In truth, I am not much different from before, merely more robust. Boys often possess an inexplicable confidence about their appearance." And indeed, Ji Chuan had not only grown stronger, but his facial features had undergone a remarkable refinement, shedding the roundness of a typical otaku for a more chiseled and pristine visage. "Your speech has become much more articulate." Gu Yunxi intended to compliment his appealing voice, yet was taken aback by the husky quality of Ji Chuan's tone, which unexpectedly resonated with a magnetic allure. The youthful countenance of a gentle pup belied a voice that boomed like a bass. Ji Chuan nodded thoughtfully, recalling his previous speculation, and decided to conduct an experiment. "Gu Yunxi, I have a hypothesis regarding your extraordinary ability. Lin Lulu, please step into the courtyard and unleash the weakest possible light arrow." Although Lin Lulu found the request somewhat perplexing, she complied with Ji Chuan's instructions, gently raising her hand. Typically, such a meager application of one's powers would yield insufficient energy, resulting in a feeble projectile that could scarcely travel far. To her astonishment, however, the arrow in her hand shot forth like a brilliant laser, piercing through the distance. Memories of her powerful light arrow, reminiscent of a rocket launcher when she had vanquished Kai Kun, flooded her mind. Could this be attributed to Sister Yunxi's ability? Do I possess extraordinary powers? Is my ability to thicken the arrows? She then ventured into the courtyard, channeling a minuscule amount of energy to activate her fire-related powers. Ji Chuan gently lifted a finger, and flames erupted skyward, enveloping them in an overwhelming wave of heat. "I surmise that your power is enhancement, capable of significantly amplifying others' abilities." Gu Yunxi gasped in astonishment, realizing that she was not the talentless individual she had believed herself to be. "Try to sever the connection between us, refraining from activating your enhancement." Following Ji Chuan's guidance, Gu Yunxi focused on withdrawing her support from both of them. The flames dancing on Ji Chuan's fingertip resembled a lighter's flickering flame. Observing the transformation in Ji Chuan's hand, Lin Lulu unleashed her light arrow with the same force as before, sending it forth as if propelled by a finely crafted needle. Gu Yunxi sensed that as she intensified her focus, the flames in Ji Chuan's hand could expand and contract according to her will. It became evident that her perceived lack of supernatural ability stemmed from the fact that her powers could only influence others' abilities. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow as he contemplated another possibility. He summoned greater strength, causing the flames to enlarge. Gu Yunxi now envisioned diminishing this flame. As Gu Yunxi concentrated, she realized that to shrink it, she must not emit energy, but rather absorb it. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on her forehead as she endeavored to redirect the energy. Remarkably, the flames in Ji Chuan's hand began to gradually diminish. "Sister Yunxi, how extraordinary you are! What an impressive ability!" Gu Yunxi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. "I am not worthless. I can assist everyone." Ji Chuan grasped the formidable nature of the golden crystal nucleus. If harnessed adeptly, this ability could indeed sway the outcome of a battlefield. "Your ability is on par with hers. I can perceive the level of your powers." Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Lin Lulu's eyes widened with surprise. "Really? My powers can be as formidable as Sister Yunxi's?" While her light arrows were convenient for long-range attacks, they paled in comparison to Yunxi's capabilities. Sister Yunxi's powers were nothing short of versatile, compatible with any partner, and in the face of danger, she could effortlessly neutralize an opponent's ability with minimal force. "You can continuously sense it. You both indeed possess abilities of the same caliber." Perhaps your powers hold additional effects, but you have yet to master them fully. Lin Lulu nodded with delight, her anticipation for the development of her extraordinary abilities growing. It was time for vengeance. Ji Chuan's expression turned icy. He was now fully confident in his capacity to torment Su Wanwan and her family. He had long awaited this day. Ji Chuan, allow me to support you. Gu Yunqi offered, eager to assist him. And I, Ji Chuan brother, let me experiment with the other effects of the light arrows. I can be of help too. Ji Chuan shook his head, determined to deal with them personally, not wishing for the two girls to witness such brutality. I will handle this myself. Seeing Ji Chuan's resolute demeanor, Gu Yunqi nodded in agreement, urging him to be cautious. Ji Chuan opened the door and made his way toward his villa, each step imbued with profound hatred. The very thought of Su Wanwan's family stirred a tempest within him. He gathered all the surrounding zombies, encircling his villa. How good? Why do I sense an overwhelming chorus of zombie growls around us? Did you hear that? Su Wanwan asked, a note of anxiety creeping into her voice. Typically, the daytime was serene. Zombies tended to move sluggishly and scattered around. Yet now, she heard their low moans from every direction. Lu Hao seemed to sense the anomaly as well. No way, there aren't many zombies around here. They hardly move during the day. Don't worry, Wanwan. I will fend them off for you. How good. You are truly wonderful. Being with you is the clearest decision I've ever made, especially compared to that useless Ji Chuan. Lu Hao affectionately brushed Su Wanwan's nose before approaching the window, lifting the curtain to gaze out at the entrance. To Lu Hao's astonishment, despite the high walls surrounding the villa, he could see through the gaps in the gate's bars that the area outside was teeming with zombies. The sheer number was beyond imagination. What is happening? Wanwan, we are surrounded. Upon hearing Lu Hao's exclamation, Su Wanwan hurried over to investigate. The sight of the zombies sending shivers down her spine. Her parents emerged from their room. They had been on watch the previous night and had just fallen asleep that morning, yet in these times, one could hardly dare to sleep too soundly. Hearing the commotion, they came to see what was amiss. How could this be? Why are these zombies only surrounding our family? Su Wanwan's parents checked from various angles, only to find that not a single zombie was present around the other villas. Only their own was besieged by the undead. The gate. It has been opened. Who did that? Lu Hao, already on edge, felt his hair stand on end at the thought. At a time like this, who would dare to open the gate? Dad. Mom. Was it you? Hurry. Did you accidentally step on the remote? Su Wanwan, seeing the zombies pouring in, frantically searched for the remote control. It wasn't us. Su Wanwan's parents had kept the remote on the prominently placed coffee table during their watch last night. So how could it have been accidentally pressed? Little did they know, the reason the gate had swung open was due to the metallic control crystal core absorbed by Ji Chuan. Su Wanwan repeatedly pressed the remote. Yet the gate remained wide open and unresponsive, as zombies rushed toward the villa like senior citizens on a sale day, with some already banging on the windows, attempting to break in. Lu Hao, think of something. Su Wanwan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, rushing towards the second floor. Chapter 10, Revenge. Lu Hao and Su Wanwan's parents were equally terrified. Amidst their confusion, the villa's door unexpectedly swung open on its own. Su Wanwan's parents, armed with a mop and a spatula, cautiously observed the zombies that had broken in through the window, their abilities proving to be utterly useless in combat. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the zombies poured through the windows, encircling the three individuals on the first floor. Son-in-law, please protect us. Wanwan cannot be without her parents. The elderly couple, still clad in their nightwear and barefoot, felt their hearts race at the sight of the nearby zombies. You two old fools, your powers are utterly worthless. Living is merely a waste of resources. Lu Hao's eyes were filled with madness as a desperate idea struck him. A glimmer of hope for survival. What did you say? The elderly couple cried out in despair, realizing Lu Hao had seized them, his formidable strength rendering them powerless to escape. He forcefully propelled them towards the door. He was using Su Wanwan's parents as a shield against the zombies attacking from both sides, all in a bid to break free. Lu Hao, you heartless wretch. I will never allow Wanwan to marry you. Su Wanwan's mother continued to utter trivialities, which Lu Hao found almost laughable. In such dire circumstances, who would contemplate marriage? Even Su Wanwan had grown weary of the situation. With her own strength, there were countless women she could choose from if she survived. The surrounding zombies appeared to be genuinely intimidated by his imposing presence, refraining from launching any significant attacks, even gradually parting to create a path leading out of the villa. Lu Hao was elated. It seemed that fate had spared him, granting him a chance at survival. The elderly couple flailed their arms in a frantic manner, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Yet they were merely too close to the zombies and had not suffered any tangible assaults. As Lu Hao seized the two and charged forward, he found himself face to face with Ji Chuan. Before him stood Ji Chuan, pallid and with bloodshot eyes, observing the trio with keen interest. The surrounding zombies slowly encircled them, some even lying on the ground, stacked like a macabre chair, upon which Ji Chuan settled, resembling a reaper from the depths of hell. "Is that you, Ji Chuan?" The mother of Su Wan'an recognized him first. Despite the evident differences in stature, his features bore little change. Witnessing the zombies' demeanor towards Ji Chuan, the trio quickly grasped the gravity of their situation. "Chuan, you must intercede for Uncle and Auntie." Lu Hao, with his treacherous heart, audaciously sought to use us as shields, hoping we would absorb the zombies' onslaught and meet our demise. Indeed, Chuan, Uncle and Auntie have always held you in high regard. All due to Lu Hao. Our prior conversations were forced upon us by him. The aunt remarked, "I still believe that Wan'an is most suited for you. I did not grant you permission to stand and converse with me." Ji Chuan's voice was frigid as he spoke, exerting his gravitational abilities upon the knees of the three, causing them to collapse to the ground in an instant. The abrupt application of pressure rendered Su Wan'an's parents grimacing in pain, their knees at their age resembling little more than fragile structures. The three individuals were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of oppression. Despite Lu Hao's extraordinary strength, he found himself unable to rise, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Ji Chuan, brother, it's all that wretched Su Wan'an's doing. She seduced me and devised the plan for you to bring us here. It was her who urged me to cast you aside. This is not my fault." "Lu Hao, you madman! How could our kind-hearted Wan'an ever commit such an act? It is you who has manipulated her into assisting you. You ungrateful wretch. We have concealed the truth for you, even taking you in during the initial outbreak of the virus, and this is how you repay us." Meanwhile, Su Wan'an huddled beneath the bed on the second floor, trembling with fear. She seemed to hear the quarrel outside. Unable to comprehend the conflict between Lu Hao and her parents, nor the circumstances unfolding below, she distinctly caught mention of Ji Chuan. Was he not supposed to be dead? Shouldn't that useless person have been devoured by the zombies after being thrown against the wall? How could he still be alive? Terrifying zombies were in pursuit of her, their ragged breathing mingling with the stench of decay, filling her nostrils. She pressed her mouth tightly shut, praying that such an act would render her invisible to them. Yet in her despair, she realized that a half-dismembered zombie had emerged at the staircase's corner, laboriously crawling towards the second floor. One eyeball had already fallen from its socket, while the other roamed about searching for something. As it finally reached the second floor, its gaze seemed to fixate upon her, a grotesque smile tearing across its decaying face as it crawled swiftly towards her, emitting a low growl that was both menacing and mocking. "Ah, please, do not kill me." Tears streamed down Su Wan'an's cheeks, large droplets splattering onto the floor as her trembling fingers clawed at the ground. Yet, several zombies had already seized her legs, violently tearing at her clothing, dragging her out from beneath the bed with brutal force. The zombies pulled Su Wan'an toward Ji Chuan, who stood before her, and then retreated back into the horde. Momentarily stunned upon seeing Ji Chuan, Su Wan'an quickly managed to muster her gentlest smile. Kneeling before him, she wrapped her arms around his calves, pressing her chest against his knees. "Brother Chuan, I am so frightened. You have come to rescue me, haven to you? Every day, I think of you." But before she could finish her sentence, Ji Chuan kicked her away, causing her to collapse to the ground with a muffled groan. "Do not touch me, filthy creature." Hearing Ji Chuan's words, Su Wan'an burst into tears. In the past, her tears would leave him flustered, and all her desires would be fulfilled. Yet, despite this, she crawled back toward him, displaying her curves and fragility. "You wretched girl, had you not thrown yourself at me, I would never have looked your way. Brother Chuan, from now on, I shall be your loyal dog. I will not betray you." Lu Hao lay prostrate on the ground, respectfully cradling Ji Chuan's foot in his hands. As the star attraction of the nightclub, he possessed many tricks to please wealthy women, even having entertained male patrons for monetary gain. In that moment, he sought to curry favor with Ji Chuan with all his might to ensure his survival. However, Ji Chuan regarded Lu Hao with a cold stare, causing Lu Hao to break into a cold sweat, yet he dared not cease his flattering words. "I know you will not betray me. From now on, you belong to me." Lu Hao was overwhelmed with joy, realizing that his professional skills were indeed valuable. He thought he might just survive this ordeal. However, just as he was about to express his loyalty, he discovered he could no longer utter a sound. Ji Chuan's hand had pierced through his neck. The swiftness of Ji Chuan's actions astonished the onlookers. who barely grasped what had transpired. Ah! Su Wanshan watched in horror as Lu Hao collapsed in a pool of blood, falling to the ground and retreating, his legs trembling uncontrollably. In the midst of the three shock, Lu Hao, now devoid of consciousness, rose once more, knelt before Ji Chuan, and stood behind him like the other zombies. Chapter 11. The rescue. Observing the vacant eyes of Lu Hao, now transformed into a zombie, Su Wanshan was taken aback, while her parents had already begun to bow their heads in supplication. Chuan, our family of three has had such a hard time. When you were with Wanshan, we regarded you as our own son. Please spare our lives. We have shared so much over the years. Brother Chuan, I swear from this moment on, I will harbor no ulterior motives. I will heed your every word, and do as you wish. Su Wanshan even removed her outer garment, which had been tainted by the zombies, fearing that her disheveled attire would mar her beauty. Revealing her curves, she hoped Ji Chuan would remember their past affection. Ji Chuan snorted coldly, "You'll do whatever I say?" Upon witnessing Ji Chuan's reaction, Su Wanshan excitedly stepped forward, nodding vigorously, her eyes brightening considerably. With a mix of flattery and shyness, she proclaimed, "Brother Chuan, anything you desire. I miss you dearly." Ji Chuan merely tossed a dagger before Su Wanshan, ending the lives of both her parents. His words plunged them into an abyss of despair, causing them to bow their heads fervently, drawing blood from their foreheads. Ji Chuan, you cannot do this. I know you lack parents, but I can be like a mother to you. Indeed, Ji Chuan, Wanshan cannot be left without her parents. From now on, we shall recognize you alone as our son-in-law. Upon hearing Su Wanshan's parents' pleas, Ji Chuan felt a fleeting amusement. During his time with Su Wanshan, these two elderly figures had incessantly criticized him. Every visit to his home, they would scowl if he offered less than before, taking every gesture of care for granted. Now, however, they sought to evoke old sentiments. What kind of people are you to presume to claim a place as my parents? Su Wanshan, if you do not act now, you shall meet your demise alongside them. At Ji Chuan's words, Su Wanshan swallowed hard, grasping the dagger from the ground, and shockingly turned toward her parents. Wanshan, what are you doing? This is utterly inhumane. Wanshan, if you take action, can you ever find peace in this life again? Aren't you a powerful water elemental? Can't you fight back? As Su Wanshan approached, fear etched across her parents' faces, yet their knees felt as if they were glued to the ground, paralyzed. After uttering her final words, she summoned all her strength, driving the dagger into her father's chest. He struggled desperately to resist, but after several strikes, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Mother Su widened her eyes, unable to fathom her daughter's resolute determination. She pressed her hands forcefully against the ground, striving to liberate herself from the grip of gravity, yet all was in vain. Wanshan, are you out of your mind? Do you truly intend to kill your mother with your own hands? Mother Su shouted, her piercing voice echoing. Su Wanshan had heard such sharp cries throughout her life. Her current state was a reflection of Mother Su's upbringing. She had always regarded herself as a mere commodity, existing solely to generate value for her mother. Mother, rest assured, your daughter will burn paper offerings for you every year. Under the resentful and despairing gaze of Mother Su, Su Wanshan's expression twisted into that of a ravenous specter, as she relentlessly wielded the dagger. Amidst the anguished screams, Mother Su's eyes widened in shock before she collapsed. The dagger clattered to the ground. Su Wanshan immediately forced a morbid smile. Chuan Ge, let us return to our former ways. No one will stand in our way now. Ji Chuan observed the unfolding scene with keen interest, having envisioned this moment in his mind since the day he was cast over the villa's high walls. Today, his desires were finally fulfilled. I hope that brat Ji Chuan is all right. It's been days without a word. Song Hui stared anxiously at his phone. He was particularly worried about Ji Chuan, who normally resided in the villa and had a penchant for stockpiling food. Until a few days ago, when Ji Chuan had mentioned bringing the Su family over. Truly a foolish, love-stricken fool. Song Hui had advised Ji Chuan against such a move. But Ji Chuan had always indulged Su Wanshan unconditionally, leaving Song Hui feeling as though Ji Chuan had fallen under a spell. Su Wanshan was immediately perceived as an undesirable character. After Ji Chuan's parents passed away and he inherited their fortune, she ingratiated herself with him, engaging in incessant gossip and leading a rather disordered personal life. She even covertly added him under a pseudonym, posting revealing photos without showing her face, seemingly attempting to entice him. However, these actions remained unspoken, as there was a fear that Ji Chuan, who had become infatuated with Su Wanshan, might no longer recognize their childhood bond, jeopardizing their relationship. Ji Chuan, what new ability have you awakened? He pondered. Thus, He cautiously made his way to the ability users base in Jianghua City, an organization officially established post-Blood Moon, gathering numerous capable individuals. Song Hui hoped to leverage collective strength to rescue Ji Chuan. However, entry to the base required an assessment of one's abilities. Those deemed ineffective would not be accepted, leading many to hesitate venturing out to the base while resources were still available, adopting a watchful stance. Was it truly worth the risk for so many to save just one person? The base leader regarded Song Hui with evident displeasure. If you do not assist me in the rescue, I shall not join the base. Are you threatening me? I am not. This is simply my condition for joining. No one can compel me to act against my will. Upon witnessing Song Hui's resolute gaze, Li Jingru sighed. Very well, he conceded. Chief, who is so significant? What abilities does this newcomer possess? Execute the mission. Do not inquire further. Understood. Wu Qian, leading the second squad, set off with Song Hui towards Lanchan Villa. His expression somewhat displeased. Cui Zixuan observed Song Hui with keen interest. What is your background, young man? How is it that the leader is willing to assist you in your rescue? Are your abilities particularly formidable? In the apocalyptic world, Song Hui's extraordinary abilities are indeed formidable. Yet they are not employed for combat. This circumstance is precisely why he ventured to the base of the ability users for assistance. Even with his powers, he would be incapable of rescuing Ji Chuan in peril. Zixian, do not inquire further. The leader has forbidden it. Wu Qian, standing nearby, spoke in a daze. Oh, how mysterious. Since we are not discussing business, may I ask if our young gentleman has a girlfriend? Zixian playfully removed her lollipop from her mouth and nonchalantly pointed it toward the vicinity of Song Hui's lips, suggesting, it's quite sweet. Would you care for a taste? Zixian, how could you be like this? Have you not considered me? I risked my life to procure that candy for you. Sun Tao, who was operating the armored vehicle, expressed his irritation at Zixian's flirtation. You are far too forward. I prefer the aloofness of young Master Song. As Zixian reached out to touch Song Hui's face, he furrowed his brows and evaded her advance. Oh, so you excel at the art of allure and retreat. Young sir? I find that rather appealing, she teased. Internally cursing, Song Hui noted that among this team, only the elderly man in the back seemed somewhat normal. As he sat quietly with his eyes closed, not uttering a word. Why are there no zombies around here? Is the feng shui of Lanchan Villa truly that exceptional? Sun Tao remarked as they arrived at the entrance of the community, feeling the spaciousness surrounding them. They had grown accustomed to crushing zombies along the way. Yet not a single one was in sight now. Wait, what is that situation? Upon hearing Sun Tao's words, the group turned their gazes toward the distance, only to discover a dense cluster of zombies encircling an area within the community. Chapter 12. Confrontation. Although Su Wanwan had followed Ji Chuan's orders to eliminate her parents, Ji Chuan had no intention of letting her off the hook. To perish simply is far too merciful. He could choose not to take Su Wanwan's life, instead preferring to let her endure a prolonged agony. Time and again, he would torment her, only to heal her with his supernatural abilities, forcing her to relive the despair she once felt. Yet, just as he was about to act, Ji Chuan heard a sound emanating from the distance. This was no ordinary vehicle. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. Sister Yunqi, what is that? An armored vehicle? Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi had been watching the unfolding battle from a distance at the window, but the sheer number of zombies obscured their view. To their astonishment, an armored vehicle had entered the community's entrance. Gu Yunqi felt a wave of unease wash over her as she stared at the armored vehicle. An ominous premonition gripped her heart. She feared for Ji Chuan's safety, knowing that those who commanded such vehicles were likely affiliated with the authorities, who deemed Ji Chuan's existence a threat that needed to be eradicated. Lulu, I feel uneasy. I fear something may happen to Ji Chuan. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yunqi resolved to act. You stay here. I shall go and investigate. Yunqi Jia, Brother Chuan asked us to wait for him here. It's dangerous outside. Despite Lin Lulu's admonitions, Gu Yunqi stepped outside. With a sigh, Lin Lulu followed suit, knowing her abilities would be of little use at close range. She moved cautiously, maintaining a high vantage point to conceal her presence. As the armored vehicle drew nearer, Su Wanswan also heard the commotion and curiously glanced in that direction. There's a water-based ability. The elderly man in the vehicle suddenly opened his eyes, and the others present displayed expressions of exhilaration upon hearing his words. It appeared that this rescue mission held unexpected surprises. The fact that Elder Wang could sense the presence of this ability user indicated that they were still alive. Surviving amid such a multitude of zombies suggested that this individual was formidable. Moreover, water-based abilities often provide a stable source of fresh water, a precious commodity in this apocalyptic world. The members of the team readied themselves for combat, and the playful demeanor on Ji Chuan's face faded, replaced by an air of composure and confidence. They had reached the perimeter of the zombies, and after instructing Song Hui to remain in the vehicle, Wu Qian was the first to ascend to the roof. He observed Su Wanshan at the center of the zombie circle, undoubtedly the water ability user. However, what was that entity directly opposite her? It resembled a human, yet its skin was ghastly pale as it sat upon a makeshift chair formed by the zombies. Its eyes a chilling shade of red. Locking eyes with Ji Chuan, Wu Qian felt an uncharacteristic chill rise from within. This presence exuded a sense of danger he had never before encountered. In an instant, he realized that the creature before him posed an extraordinary threat. "We will rescue you. Water ability user." "Hold on," Wu Qian shouted, placing his hands in front of his chest. Miraculously, he conjured a submachine gun from thin air and began to spray the horde of zombies before him, each shot causing them to collapse. Noticing the commotion, other zombies surged toward their direction. Su Wanshan felt a surge of triumph. The display of her ability was indeed formidable, possibly offering her a chance to escape. She cautiously observed Ji Chuan's movements while keeping a vigilant eye on the battlefield dynamics. Her strategy, simple yet effective. To survive, she would refrain from reckless actions. Should the armored vehicle prove formidable, she would flee from Ji Chuan. Conversely, if Ji Chuan were to exhibit strength, she would remain. A miscalculation would undoubtedly lead to death. Inside the vehicle, Song Hui felt a surge of anxiety. He was unable to perceive the external scene and could only pray that this water-based ability user was indeed Ji Chuan. Observing the current situation, Sun Tao assessed the advantage and chose to wait inside the vehicle, feeling no sense of urgency. At 1 o'clock, a water-based ability user was detected. At 11 o'clock, the level of the approaching zombies remained unknown, yet they had not taken any action. Listening to Wu Qian's remarks, Ji Chuan furrowed her brow. Mutated beings? Such rarity to encounter one. This was unlike any mutated entities they had previously encountered. Caution was warranted. Ji Chuan nodded, and her figure inexplicably vanished. Old Wang reopened his eyes, sensing a new ability user approaching, one whose power was formidable, seemingly of the type control. The distance made his perception somewhat imprecise. "What?" Sun Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Was this place truly teeming with hidden talents? Could legendary abilities truly be present? With a controller among them. The captain was assured of their stability. Even if the zombies had mutated, they would still meet their demise. An end was imminent. Ji Chuan stood and raised his hand, causing all the zombies that had been charging forward to retreat and cease their assault. "What?" Wu Qian could hardly believe his eyes. Sun Tao sensed the anomaly as well. The zombies had halted their attack, but from his vantage point, he could not see Ji Chuan. "What is happening, Captain? Did you frighten the zombies away? This is my personal vendetta. I kindly ask that you do not interfere." The deep voice of Ji Chuan resonated, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wu Qian nearly dropped the firearm he held, having never encountered a zombie capable of speech before. "Old Wang, is there any sign of life at 11 o'clock? Wu Qian found himself questioning whether the source of this oppressive atmosphere was truly human, merely distinguished by different skin tone and eyes. He hoped it was so. Without signs of life, it must be a zombie. Upon hearing Old Wang's words, Wu Qian swallowed hard, sensing that this mission was fraught with unprecedented peril. Su Wanshan cast an expectant glance towards Wu Qian, hoping that this individual might rescue her. For falling into Ji Chuan's hands would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable touch, yet no one was visible around her. "I have stated that this is my personal grudge. I kindly ask everyone to refrain from interference." A wave of immense pressure surged, causing Ji Chuan to kneel before Su Wanshan, revealing her form. Ji Chuan. Wu Qian tensed instantly, the scenario before him exceeding his comprehension. What was he to do? Abandon the rescue? Negotiate with a zombie? What exactly was this entity, and how had it discovered Ji Chuan? Ji Chuan did not see Ji Chuan. Rather, his keen sense of smell had detected the scent of an unfamiliar human from such close proximity, along with the unmistakable aroma of candy. Sun Tao was now sweating profusely. Upon hearing of Ji Chuan's predicament, he could no longer remain still and climbed atop the vehicle. "Sun Tao, what are you doing out there?" "Oh, we apologize for the disturbance. Please forgive our transgressions, grant us the mercy to release our companion, and we shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, Su Wanswan felt a profound disappointment but dared not voice her thoughts. She had not anticipated Ji Chuan possessed such formidable abilities. Fortunately, she had refrained from following her foolish mother's advice to confront him directly, for she would have been the first to perish. Ji Chuan, exhibiting magnanimity, raised a hand, causing Cui Zixuan to immediately feel the pressure on her legs dissipate. Gasping for breath, she stood up, observing Ji Chuan before her. Cui Zixuan wore a grave expression and cast a glance towards Sun Tao, silently conveying her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sir. We shall depart at once." However, in the blink of an eye, the previously smiling Sun Tao erupted with an overwhelming aura. His arms crackled with electricity, and a series of thunderous lightning bolts surged toward Ji Chuan at astonishing speed. "Ji Chuan, be cautious." Gu Yunxi, having approached the scene, quickly perceived the unfolding drama. She instinctively reversed the flow of energy, causing Sun Tao to feel his lightning diminish in potency until it eventually faded away. Yet, his original intent was not to annihilate the creature before him. He lacked the confidence for such an endeavor. He merely sought to gain a fleeting moment. Chapter 13. Breaking free. While Ji Chuan was momentarily distracted by Sun Tao, Cui Zixuan had already grasped Su Wanswan's hand, and in an instant, they were atop the vehicle. Old Wang had long been waiting at the entrance with Song Huai. Cui Zixuan hastily reached out to the others, preparing for the next phase of their escape. However, just before they could move, a flash of white light erupted. Su Wanswan coughed up blood. Throughout the standoff, Song Huai had wanted to approach and assess the situation but was repeatedly deterred by Old Wang, who seemed to have heard a woman's voice calling Ji Chuan's name. As Song Huai eagerly opened his eyes, believing that Ji Chuan had been saved, he was met instead with the pale visage of Su Wanwan. "Emily, hurry and save her," Wu Qian shouted, prompting a woman in white to rush forward. She placed her hands on Su Wanwan's abdomen. A steady stream of energy flowing from her palms into the wounded girl, visibly mending her injuries. As Su Wanwan's expression gradually shifted to tranquility, the onlookers released a collective sigh of relief. Although they had lost an armored vehicle this time, the value of a survivor possessing water-based abilities far outweighed that loss. "Is there no one else outside? Did you not see a boy?" Approximately 175 centimeters tall, with a refined appearance, Song Huai anxiously inquired of Wu Qian. Wu Qian shook his head, questioning, "Does that monster qualify as refined?" "He is indeed handsome, but a more fitting description would be stern given his sharply defined features. Moreover, he appears to stand around 182 centimeters." Feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, Song Huai suddenly recalled something, moving towards Su Wanwan and shaking her shoulder. "What about Ji Chuan? Where is Ji Chuan? What have you done to him?" The nearby individuals quickly pulled Song Huai away, admonishing him. "Have you lost your mind? She has just sustained severe injuries. Do not disturb her rest." The injured Su Wanwan bore a pained expression in her earlier decision to remove her outer clothing, leaving her clad only in her undergarments, had already garnered the attention of many men within the base. Cui Zixuan's complexion was pallid. The recent long-distance transfer with 5 individuals had nearly depleted her remaining energy. "Are you still going to let me live, little brother? Ji Chuan isn't your wife, is he? If you happen to be gay, just let me know, and we can be best friends." Sun Tao swiftly pulled Song Huai away, exclaiming that Zixuan had nearly perished on this mission. "Do not come any closer to her," he admonished. Their team could no longer afford to ignore this situation. The combat strength of the second squad was already considered exceptional, boasting 2 offensive abilities, 1 exploratory ability, and 1 evasive ability. Yet they found themselves in such disarray. Given that the current zombies were relatively weak, what on earth had they encountered? Li Jingru summoned Wu Qian to the office. "Are you saying a communicative zombie has appeared? And that other zombies heed its commands? Is this zombie aggressive?" "Uncertain," Wu Qian replied. "The situation on site is far too complex. Perhaps only the hydrokinesis user who has faced it for an extended period knows the full story." "Let me in. Do not obstruct me." Song Huai insisted at Li Jingru's door, but he was intercepted. "Allow him entry," Li Jingru instructed, casting a puzzled glance at Wu Qian. Wu Qian's attention was entirely focused on Ji Chuan and Su Wanswan, oblivious to the presence of others. However, when Sun Tao unleashed his lightning strike, a female voice had indeed cautioned, "Be careful." After grasping the general situation, Li Jingru summoned Wang Lao. "Are there others present at the scene?" Wang Lao nodded, stating, "I seem to sense the proximity of control, but it's at some distance, so I cannot be 100% certain." Li Jingru discovered the reason behind Sun Tao's inexplicable weakening. If the controller were indeed present, such an effect could be achieved. However, he pondered, why would the possessor of the controller assist a mere zombie? The situation was perilous. He could not gamble with the lives of the base members. For many matters remained unclear. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Li Jingru observed the despair in Song Huai's demeanor. Given the existence of such a formidable creature, the opportunity to save his friend was fleeting. What if his friend was indeed the so-called controller they had mentioned? Failing to rescue him would result in significant loss. If your friend is the controller, the situation becomes even more complicated, for the controller has aided that monster, suggesting an alliance between your friend and the zombie. Upon hearing Li Jingru's analysis, Wu Qian gasped in realization. Indeed, the controller could diminish Sun Talei's power, but wouldn't that be tantamount to assisting the zombie? Song Hui, momentarily lost in thought, refused to believe it. No, Ji Chuan could never be allied with zombies. He was far too naive and terrified of supernatural entities. Surely, he would scream and flee at the mere sight of a zombie. Unwavering in his conviction, Song Hui resolved to search for him himself. If necessary, he would drive at full speed to reach Ji Chuan. Time was of the essence. Just as he was about to charge forward, two individuals restrained him, rendering him immobile. Let me go. Let me go. He protested vehemently. Nonsense. My friend is right there. Even if you confine me, I will not use my abilities. Why do you speak so disingenuously, young friend? I have always been able to act forcefully. I merely wish to show you respect. The base is indeed a united family. Lorna, a coolly aloof girl, entered, her lips adorned with a deep shade of purple, an appearance that was somewhat unsettling. This newcomer wishes to join our family. Yet her emotions are rather agitated. Hearing this, Lorna approached Song Hui, raising her hand to hover before his forehead. What are you doing? Let me go. Release me. Esteemed leader, I pledge my strength to the base. Thank you for accepting me. Song Hui's gaze became unfocused as Lorna nodded to Li Jingru and then led Song Hui outside. Chapter 14. The Miss Chuan Hui Gu Yunqi hurriedly approached Ji Chuan, exclaiming, Ji Chuan, are you all right? Ji Chuan shook his head. Thank you. Your ability has improved significantly. Gu Yunqi, blushing, lowered her gaze and noticed two corpses on the ground, instinctively diverting her eyes. Do you think I am heartless? Gu Yunqi shook her head. They were cruel to you as well. This is a matter between you two, and I have no right to judge. Brother Ji Chuan, Sister Yunqi, what secrets are you whispering without me? Lin Lulu interjected, prompting Ji Chuan to smile slightly. Thank you as well. Otherwise, Su Wanshan would have been saved without suffering any injuries. It is regrettable, however, that a squad emerged unexpectedly along the way. Ji Chuan remained polite, discerning that the armored vehicle belonged to the official forces, and he preferred to avoid antagonizing them so soon. On the vehicle, he observed 4 purple crystal cores and 1 red crystal core. He was uncertain of the red core's level and doubted his ability to triumph over the individuals present. At this moment, he felt excessively weak. The colors of the crystal cores indicated that there were undoubtedly experts within the official organization, and he knew he must hasten his strength enhancement. Ji Chuan cleared the surrounding zombies, leaving Lu Hao behind. Lu Hao knelt on the ground, bowing his head toward Ji Chuan's hand. A bit gruesome. Do you both wish to witness this? Gu Yunqi turned away, while Lin Dulu merely shifted to one side. Having encountered similar scenes before, she felt a curious desire to observe the process closely this time. Ji Chuan plunged his hand into Lu Hao's head, extracting a green crystal core. What is this? Is this what you consume to evolve? Lin Dulu inquired, having witnessed him consume this stone several times. Indeed. My talent hints that I can absorb such crystal cores to enhance myself. I am also curious if humans would experience a similar effect. Would either of you care to try? Gu Yunqi, gazing at the blood-dripping crystal core, vigorously shook her head. Upon seeing Gu Yunqi's reaction, Ji Chuan seized Lin Dulu, and while she was momentarily distracted, he pushed the crystal core into her mouth. The green crystal core was the smallest, slightly larger than an almond, but exceedingly hard, causing Lin Dulu to feel as though her throat was being pierced painfully. Cough, cough. Ji Chuan, you are too wicked. Lin Dulu pounded her small fists against Ji Chuan's arm, but he paid her no heed. So how does it feel? Lin Dulu shook her head, engulfed by fear. She dreaded what torment awaited her should she be unable to digest it. Indeed, only I can endure this. The pain of your release may be intense. But fret not, for I possess healing abilities that can aid your recovery. Lin Lulu, her head adorned with disheveled hair, emitted a sharp cry from the restroom that evening. The survivors of the entire community trembled in fear, believing that the one screaming was enduring unspeakable torment. Ji Chuan, having obtained the crystal core, felt a tumult of emotions. Though his heart resisted the thought of swallowing it, the powers of his ability remained unmastered, and not consuming it would be a dreadful waste. Lin Lulu lay feebly on the couch, resolutely refusing to allow Ji Chuan to place his hand above her injury for treatment. Her lips devoid of color, she implored, "Brother Ji Chuan, please eat." "Why won't you eat?" Gu Yunxi, with a heart full of concern, wiped the sweat from Lin Lulu's forehead with a towel, while Ji Chuan washed his hands at the sink for the 13th time. Although he could consume the crystal core mixed with brain matter and blood, the thought of one tainted with excrement was rather distasteful. Regret flooded Ji Chuan's mind. Had he known, he would have refrained from experimentation. Resolutely, he swallowed the power crystal core. At last, Lin Lulu fulfilled a long-held wish, turning her head away in annoyance. "Let Lulu rest tonight. I shall take care of her," he declared. Gu Yunxi moved aside to wash the towel, seizing the moment as Lin Lulu turned her head. Ji Chuan approached her, placing his hand above the site of her pain, releasing his healing energy. "Ah!" Lin Lulu felt a wave of warmth surging through her pelvis, recognizing Ji Chuan's assistance in her healing. Though deeply embarrassed, the sensation was undeniably pleasant. She could only bury her head beneath the pillow, akin to a timid ostrich. "You both did not sleep well last night. Today, make sure to rest adequately while I keep watch." Currently, Ji Chuan is incapable of remotely controlling the zombies. If there ever comes a day when he can, he would be able to assign his subordinates to guard while he ventures forth in search of crystal cores. Realizing that Ji Chuan indeed does not require sleep, Gu Yunxi nodded, assisting Lin Lulu as they ascended to the second floor, feeling quite fatigued. However, Ji Chuan dared not take any chances. Humanity's fear of the unknown often leads to destruction. Their location had been compromised, and it was no longer safe to remain there. Gu Yunxi had also made an appearance, and he was uncertain whether these individuals had noticed her presence. Remaining there would only expose them to peril, and it was imperative to leave by tomorrow, allowing the night for contemplation of their next destination. Ji Chuan stationed a group of subordinates at the entrance and made his way to the villa left by his parents. The villa had been utterly transformed, a chaotic mess left in the wake of the zombie horde's invasion. Ji Chuan searched for his phone, unaware of where Su Wanshan and the others had placed it. "Ji Chuan, what abilities have you awakened? Where are you? Don't scare me. Has something happened with Su Wanshan's family? Are you in danger? They are not good people. Wait for me. I will find someone to rescue you. The authorities have established a base for ability users. I will go there to seek assistance. My abilities should pass their assessment. Ji Chuan, wait for me." Upon suddenly reading this message, Ji Chuan pondered why an armored vehicle had appeared today. Was Song Hui at that base seeking help, and could he possibly be in that vehicle now? Indeed, there remains a red crystal core holder and a purple crystal core holder who have not yet made their appearance. Could one of them be Song Hui? He yearned to inquire whether it was indeed Song Hui today, yet no news from him had reached his phone. After several attempts to call, he was met with the same silence. What could be the cause of this? If Song Hui had gone to the base for superpowered individuals, he should be quite safe there. After all, nothing is more secure than the base, where, as time passes, most adept superpowered individuals will congregate. Could there have been some peril along the way? Ji Chuan felt a twinge of concern. He needed to ascertain Song Hui's whereabouts and his current safety. Chapter 15. Private Investigation. Good morning, Brother Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu yawned as she descended from upstairs, spotting Ji Chuan engrossed in a video. Don't let the zombies ruin your eyesight while playing on your phone. Have you seen yourself in the footage? You are quite the internet celebrity among car owners. Ji Chuan had indeed come across videos, primarily focused on the exchange of information regarding the apocalypse, in contrast to others who were besieged by hordes of zombies while driving. His little fan enjoyed a smooth journey, which had become a hot topic in society, unless one had an armored vehicle like yesterday's that could simply crush through. Even the slightest misstep would lead to encirclement and a grim fate. We must relocate to another area today. This place is no longer safe. Those officials may seek trouble with me. If you two have a better escape route, it might be wise to part ways, as remaining with me could be perilous. Lin Lulu did not cease her activities but instead poured herself a glass of water. After taking a sip, she gazed at Ji Chuan. Where could it be safer than beside you? You can fend off the zombies even in this apocalypse. With you by my side, what is there to fear? I shall not leave. I, too, stand with you. Upon overhearing the dialogue between the two, Gu Yunxi descended with her hair cascading down, her unadorned visage radiating the innate gentleness of femininity. In this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying entities are not the zombies, but rather humanity itself. Memories of the treacherous Nangu in the woods, the trio of thugs in the underground passage, the Su family, and that individual manipulating flying knives and suspenders flood her mind. In comparison to these humans, zombies seem trivial. If one is unafraid of zombies, what is there to fear in people? Brother Chuan, if you are afraid, I can protect you with my archery skills. Upon finishing her words, Lin Lulu playfully mimicked shooting a gun with both hands towards Ji Chuan. Very well, since you both have made your decision. Let us gather essential belongings today and prepare to seek a new abode. Let us refrain from using the little pink car. It's too conspicuous. Let us take the off-road vehicle instead. Gu Yunxi had no objections. In this end of days, survival takes precedence, and possessions like houses and cars are of little consequence. Heeding Ji Chuan's reminder, Gu Yunxi pondered for a moment and decided to pack additional clothing. For the items obtained from the mall may not compare to the comfort of her own. Lin Lulu had essentially cleared out all the food supplies, a consequence of her nearly week-long starvation in the rental. Where shall we go? Do you have any ideas? Perhaps to Starlight Villa or Ziyu Bay. These two developments boast better locations and accommodations. In this apocalypse, it is prudent to reside in a decent place, especially with you adept at lockpicking. Ji Chuan nodded, surprised at Gu Yunxi's knowledge of high-end properties. By the way, what did you do before the apocalypse? Ji Chuan inquired with curiosity. I was a private equity fund manager. This took Ji Chuan by surprise. Gu Yunxi's demeanor resembled that of a model or an internet celebrity. How remarkably professional. Are you studying finance? No, not at all. Initially, I was merely in administration at the company, but upon seeing me, my uncle and aunt insisted on attributing their performance to me. Consequently, my boss had me take a qualification exam, after which I was promptly reassigned. The clients purchasing private placements are far more knowledgeable than I am. Perhaps they simply enjoy conversing with me. Who says beauty cannot be a means of sustenance? Gu Yunxi's allure has afforded her a villa. Brother Ji Chuan, why aren't you asking me anything? Do you even need to ask? Just look at you. All exuberant, clearly a university student. Blowing out the tire right off the bat, that's something else. Lin Lulu, in a fit of annoyance, turned her gaze toward the car window. The trio appeared as though they were close friends embarking on an outing, the atmosphere throughout their journey remarkably pleasant. You've awakened. Su Wanshan opened her eyes. Finding herself in a hospital room, a woman in white observing her intently. Where am I? In the base for those with abilities, you have been rescued. Su Wanshan recalled her previous ordeal, her fists clenching in indignation. Ji Chuan must pay for his transgressions. Wu Qian entered the room upon hearing the news. And upon seeing that familiar face, Su Wanshan's delicate tears began to flow, as if she had endured some profound sorrow. Thank you all. Otherwise, I would have perished there. No need for gratitude. The base for those with abilities exists to rescue survivors. That day, do you understand what the zombie you encountered was? We heard the growls of zombies around us, and astonishingly, they all converged toward us. The monstrous entity dragged us out of the villa, first ruthlessly slaying my boyfriend, and subsequently murdering my parents. Just as it was about to take my life, you appeared. Thank you. With that, Su Wanshu once again shed tears. Wu Qian, after listening to Su Wanshu's harrowing account, felt a sense of dread. According to her description, this was nothing short of a murderous beast, posing an immense threat to human existence. Why had he claimed that it was a personal vendetta? Did they know each other beforehand? Su Wanshu shook her head through her tears, exclaiming, who would be acquainted with such a monster? It is merely a lunatic who kills indiscriminately. I seek vengeance for my parents and my boyfriend. Observing Su Wanshu's agitated state, Wu Qian sought to console her, then briefly discussed other topics before taking his leave. He sensed something amiss. If, as Su Wanshu described, the zombie had indeed killed her parents and boyfriend, there should not be two corpses present at the scene, as those slain by zombies swiftly transform into one of their own. Yet, he had seen two bodies atop the car, presumably those of Su Wanshu's parents. But what of her boyfriend? Had he not perished there? Why had her parents not undergone the transformation into zombies? Furthermore, if, as Su Wanshu claimed, this was a sadistic maniac, how could he have commanded the zombies to retreat and engaged in conversation, asserting that it was a personal matter and wished to remain undisturbed? Su Wanshu was in a fragile state, and he did not wish for his conjectures to lead her to believe he was doubting her. Wu Qian refrained from hastily reporting to his superiors. There was no doubt that Ji Chuan was a terrifying presence, and confronting him would undoubtedly result in casualties. If the adversary was indeed capable of communication, avoiding conflict would be the most desirable outcome. Thus, Wu Qian arrived at the data center and accessed Su Wanswan's file through the database system. Su Wanswan, aged 25, unemployed, with parents who were ordinary workers, resided in Huanghe Street, Nanling District. Observing the information about Su Wanswan, Wu Qian furrowed his brow. How could someone from a working-class family afford to live in Lanshan Villa while being unemployed? Could it possibly belong to a boyfriend? He then retrieved Su Wanswan's banking transactions, discovering that the individual who transferred her the most money was someone named Ji Chuan. He must be her boyfriend. However, Wu Qian was perplexed by the numerous transaction records with various men, which led him to form a tentative hypothesis about Su Wanswan. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Wu Qian searched for Ji Chuan's profile. Ji Chuan, aged 24, unemployed, with parents who were renowned investors in the country, had tragically perished in a traffic accident. Residing at Lanshan Villa No. 8. Was he at the very villa surrounded by zombies the other day? Wu Qian clicked on Ji Chuan's ID photo in the system. This was. Although Ji Chuan appeared youthful in the system's photograph, his features unmistakably matched the monster he had encountered that day. Chapter 16. The wandering golden crystal core zombie. Wu Qian began to formulate a significant hypothesis, since Ji Chuan was indeed a monster. His earlier pretense of not knowing Su Wanswan, while both resided in Ji Chuan's house, suggested that there might be a personal vendetta between them. Perhaps he would not attack others. Brother Ji Chuan, this spacious flat is quite nice, and it even has a sea view. Lin Lulu joyfully rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Thanks to Ji Chuan, they could choose any unoccupied house, and such a flat would be beyond her means to rent even for a single day. If you wish, you may rest here for a while. I shall venture out in search of the crystal core. Gu Yunqi nodded. She believed that Ji Chuan would encounter no peril in this apocalyptic world. The house before them, cloaked in dust, required a modest tidying up, and thus she acquiesced. Ji Chuan, put this on. Gu Yunqi retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her suitcase, selecting a neutral style. With these sunglasses, you will appear more human, which should afford you greater safety. Ji Chuan acknowledged her words and donned the sunglasses before setting off. Even in the dim light, his night vision enabled him to see clearly. Through their small team, Ji Chuan discovered that numerous individuals possessed formidable abilities, urging caution. Meanwhile, Gu Yunqi and Lin Lulu busied themselves cleaning the room. Transitioning to a spacious apartment by the sea, the expansive view elevated their spirits considerably. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door startled Gu Yunqi. Lin Lulu cautiously approached the entrance and peered through the peephole. Outside stood a woman, visibly distressed, glancing about anxiously as if fearing the appearance of zombies in the corridor. Lin Lulu swiftly opened the door, yanked the woman inside, and promptly secured the door. Wary of attracting the attention of the undead in Ji Chuan's absence, I will fetch you some supplies. Our resources are dwindling, and there may not be another opportunity. Thank you, the woman exclaimed, her gratitude palpable. Gu Yunqi deliberately presented a suitcase that was nearly organized, containing only a few cans, some biscuits, and a couple of bottles of water. Sister Yunqi says we should refrain from assistance, for we cannot afford to give more than this. The woman mentioned she had a child, and Gu Yunqi's heart softened. Memories of her mother's sacrifices during her childhood flooded back to her, reminding her of the hardships endured for her sake. Lin Lulu stepped forward and gently patted Gu Yunqi, reassuring her, "It's all right, Sister Yunqi. You are simply too kind." The woman anxiously offered the girl on the bed a sip of water, alleviating the dryness of her lips. "Mom, I'm not thirsty anymore." "You drink," the girl insisted. "I'm not thirsty either. Save this for Xiaoxian to drink tonight," the mother replied. The woman then opened a packet of biscuits, carefully catching the crumbs that fell, and brought a biscuit to the girl's lips. She nodded, yet tears streamed down her face as she turned away. "Sister Zhang, be cautious. The group at 705 is going door to door, looting supplies." The woman's heart raced upon hearing news from the neighbors. The only one who could protect Xiaoxian now was herself, and she had to take action. The number of people venturing out in search of supplies was steadily increasing. Ji Chuan noticed many moving crystal cores on the road while driving, most of which were humans, as the zombies now seemed relatively easy to handle. Encountering zombies with crystal cores had become quite manageable. By controlling them to approach, one could effortlessly extract the cores. Yet, why did this particular zombie not heed his command? Ji Chuan halted his vehicle to investigate. Not far ahead, a zombie was slowly moving forward, a pack slung over its shoulder, its head prominently featuring a golden crystal core. Ji Chuan sensed a connection with the zombie, yet it showed no response to his commands. Oddly, this was his first encounter with such a situation. Could it be that he was unable to control a zombie of golden crystal core caliber? He had indeed never faced a zombie of such a level before. Just as Ji Chuan contemplated further on this peculiar circumstance, a figure emerged behind him. Have you lost your mind? Why are you so close to the zombies? A tattooed man brandished a makeshift weapon, a wooden stick affixed with a sharp blade, while a reminder echoed behind him. Yet, his gaze was fixated on the zombie before him, and an understanding dawned upon him. The backpack of the creature likely contained a wealth of supplies, as food packaging was already visible through its seams. Instantly invigorated, the man advanced a couple of paces, raising his weapon to pierce the zombie's skull. However, as he drew nearer, the backpack zombie became aware of his impending assault, and a wall of stones surged up before him. Caught unawares, the man collided painfully against it. What was happening? This zombie possessed supernatural abilities. Cradling his wounded forehead, the man swiftly altered his approach, determined to continue his offensive against the undead foe. This time, the advancing zombie seemed enraged, as multiple rock spikes erupted from the ground. Observing this, the man promptly activated his own powers. The spikes inexplicably deflected away as if encountering an impenetrable barrier. Die. Just as he was poised to strike the zombie, he swung his weapon with all his might, hurling the blade towards the creature's head. The anticipated fatal blow never materialized. Instead, a series of rock walls enveloped him and his weapon, resembling a flower of stone blooming in an instant, before the walls began to constrict inward. The man, trapped within the rocky confines, could scarcely believe his predicament. He struggled to resist with his powers, yet the relentless pressure ultimately reduced him to a mere puddle of flesh. With the man now lifeless, the zombie continued its march towards its previous destination, as if compelled by an unwavering purpose. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow. Is this the power of the golden crystal core? Although it disregards his very existence, it remains beyond his control, leaving him uncertain whether the zombie might retaliate after he strikes. Ji Chuan first retrieved the crystal core from the deceased man. It was a blue core. Upon swallowing it, he felt a surge of power, granting him a defensive ability. His body hardened. With his mind prepared, Ji Chuan resolved to initiate an attack. With his body now fortified, he was no longer fearful of the rock spike's assault. As long as he could leverage his speed to evade the encroaching rock walls, he would be fine. With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan unleashed a massive fireball towards the zombie's head. The fireball soared forth, but as it exploded, the flames vanished, and the rock wall before the zombie crumbled, revealing the creature's furious gaze directed at Ji Chuan. Chapter 17. Acquiring the golden crystal core. Feeling the rock spikes forming beneath him, Ji Chuan swiftly maneuvered to the side, evading the zombie's strike. He seized control of the weapon belonging to the man, launching the dagger towards the zombie's head, only for a rock wall to rise and intercept it just as it neared. The speed at which this formidable maneuver was executed took Ji Chuan by surprise, igniting an even greater desire within him to obtain the crystal core. Regrettably, the metal available for Ji Chuan's manipulation on the current street was exceedingly limited, preventing him from fully exploiting his metallic control. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, prompting Ji Chuan to change his position as several rock walls erupted from the earth behind him. This zombie was indeed ruthless in its attacks. As he evaded, Ji Chuan contemplated strategies to overcome the zombie before him. The zombies seemed to grasp Ji Chuan's intentions as several rock walls rose abruptly before him. Although he evaded the initial barriers, the final wall propelled him into the air. Almost immediately, stone spikes lunged towards his body, producing a series of sharp sounds before being deflected away by his hardened form, shattering upon impact with the ground. The zombie emitted a furious roar, seemingly enraged by Ji Chuan's tenacity, and attempted to create distance in order to unleash its lethal strike. However, Ji Chuan, endowed with extraordinary speed, denied it this opportunity. Like an unyielding adhesive, he closed in relentlessly, maneuvering his sharp blades to attack from behind. The zombie struggled to fend off assaults from both angles, appearing somewhat beleaguered. Fireballs erupted continuously before the creature, while Ji Chuan's blades pierced its neck. Yet, the zombie felt no pain, as long as its head remained intact. It could still move with alarming swiftness. It altered its method of attack. The rock walls no longer merely collided or defended, but instead, they struck towards Ji Chuan with the swiftness of a fly swatter, effortlessly severing nearby streetlights and trees in half. Under the tremendous force, everything struck by the walls shattered instantaneously. The barrage of flying stones and walls escalated, and despite Ji Chuan's remarkable speed, he still bore injuries amidst the relentless onslaught. What was happening over there? In the distance, Du Ling observed the fierce battle, incredulous that a zombie could wield such powers. This was far more terrifying than the mutated species previously encountered, as its diverse and formidable techniques possessed immense lethality. Yet, this young man donned in sunglasses was equally formidable, exhibiting speed, reflexes, resilience, and the ability to wield fire-based powers. How is this even possible? Having never heard of a multi-powered individual, Du Ling believed that it was impossible to achieve such prowess solely through personal physical attributes. He perceived this person as extraordinarily formidable and felt compelled to recommend him to the ability user base. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and began recording the intense battle before him, eager to negotiate with his captain for Ji Chuan's inclusion in his team. Despite the fervent skirmish, he noted with intrigue that the surrounding zombies remained unperturbed by Ji Chuan's presence. Could he be the owner of that small pink vehicle? Did he possess an ability to evade the undead? Du Ling's excitement surged. The base had long sought this vehicle's owner, whose presence could facilitate the acquisition of numerous resources without harm. Setting his phone aside, he resolved to assist Ji Chuan, determined that he would not perish here. As a barrage of rock fragments battered Ji Chuan's right arm, he found that, despite his hardened physique, it was no match for the golden crystal core, exposing the stark white of his bones. Fortunately, Ji Chuan felt no pain. He rolled to his left and unleashed a fireball while directing flying knives towards the zombie's head. Yet his efforts were thwarted by the earthen barrier erected by the undead. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar human scent, prompting him to glance warily in its direction, only to find the individual merely observing the zombies, raising 2 fingers in a gesture. To his astonishment, twin vines erupted from the ground beneath the zombie, progressively ensnaring its legs and visibly climbing towards its torso until they enveloped its face. Seizing the moment, Ji Chuan launched a fireball at the zombie, igniting the vines that had wrapped around it, which served as fuel for the flames. Amidst the cacophony of shrieks, the zombie collapsed. "Thank you." Ji Chuan glanced at the man beside him, brushing off the dust from his clothes. To his astonishment, the wounds on his arms began to heal gradually, as flesh and blood reformed over his exposed bones. Du Ling stared in disbelief at the transformation occurring within Ji Chuan. "Hello. Come to the ability user base. You are exceptionally strong and will surely pass the assessment. Individuals of your caliber are never short of resources at the base." The person before him was undeniably formidable, with speed and strength that surpassed that of ordinary humans. From his earlier observations, Du Ling noted fire manipulation, metal control, and self-healing among Ji Chuan's abilities, leaving him perplexed. It was evident that Ji Chuan's powers could evolve and grow, potentially representing a mythical level of ability yet to be witnessed. Du Ling refrained from accepting this offer. Rather, he harbored a desire for Ji Chuan to join the base and his own team. Their respective powers, plant manipulation and fire abilities, would harmonize splendidly, enhancing their combat effectiveness. As Ji Chuan drove away, Du Ling felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he was the owner of that vehicle. Strangely, the other zombies did not approach as he traversed the road. Du Ling hoped that his sincere intentions would resonate with Ji Chuan. I forgot to mention my name," he thought, realizing he had not even specified his squad number. Would Ji Chuan be able to find him if he truly joined? Frustration washed over Du Ling for his carelessness, yet he remained optimistic about encountering Ji Chuan again. Next time, he would ensure to share this vital information in advance. Thanks to Gu Yunqi's sunglasses, he managed to present himself as a human, inadvertently gaining the assistance of the ability user-based personnel. A robust bald man wielding a massive iron hammer was relentlessly pounding on the door of the eastern house, shouting, "Open the door, you wretched woman. If you don't let us in, negotiations will not be so amiable." As the hammer broke a hole in the door, the woman steadied her emotions, preparing to open it. "I apologize, my health is quite poor, and I am late in opening the door." She spoke the truth. She had not eaten for several days, was running a fever under the immense pressure, and had scarcely consumed any water. Her appearance was visibly haggard. "Hurry and bring out all the food." Trembling, she extended a half-empty bag of biscuits. "This is the last of my family's provisions. Dare to deceive me, sixth master? Search her." The bald man slapped her, and she felt stars before her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. Ji Chuan frowned and followed. Gu Yunqi and the others should have tidied up by now. He did not want the freshly organized home to be violated by intruders. Chapter 18. Absorbing the first golden crystal core, the sixth master and his gang subdued all the zombies in the stairwell and secured the door to the staircase. They intended to seize the supplies from every resident. Given that Ziyu Bay was a newly developed high-end community with a low occupancy rate and limited surrounding amenities, the risk of searching for resources in distant locations was too great. Robbing the residents would be the most efficient choice. They were merely renovation workers for Unit 705, armed with construction tools, which made them the most formidable force in the building. Compared to these well-educated homeowners, they appeared to be a band of demons. While ordinary people require significant psychological preparation to take a life, individuals like the sixth master bore no such burdens. We truly have no food left. The door is broken. Please, have mercy. Silence. The bald man kicked the woman in the chest, and she felt darkness encroaching upon her vision. Yet, she resolved to protect little Xian, summoning all her strength to stave off unconsciousness. The fridge was empty, the kitchen devoid of sustenance. There was nothing in the bedroom either, not even in the study. The guest room. Oh, there was a little girl. Little Xian. The sound of the girl's cries filled the air, and the woman, frantic, pleaded, "Please, let little Xian go. I will cooperate with anything." The bald man's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the child his subordinates had captured. The little girl was quite charming, so tender and delicate. "Take her away," he commanded, lewdly licking his lips. "No, little Xian, little Xian." Just as the bald man prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the sickly woman before him, he found that his hammer was inexplicably suspended in midair, as if it were caught in an unseen force. The steel saw, wrench, and electric drill in his subordinates' hands were similarly frozen, unable to be grasped, and even floated upwards against their will. What was happening? As the bald man curiously observed the suspended tools, they suddenly launched an attack. The hammer smashed into the bald man's skull, his screams stifled as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The others, attempting to flee, were pierced from behind by the tools, limbs severed, as the room swiftly filled with the stench of blood. In the midst of the woman's astonishment, Ji Chuan entered, administering a brief healing to restore her condition. "Thank you." The woman's pupils dilated as she caught sight of the charred backpack in Ji Chuan's hand. The trinket adorning the bag was a cartoon figurine that Xiao Xian cherished dearly, one she had hung up just before her husband departed. "Where did you acquire this backpack? Have you seen its owner?" Observing the woman's anxious demeanor, Ji Chuan understood. It appeared that the final yearning of that zombie was to reunite with his wife and daughter. "He has passed away and entrusted me with delivering this supply bag to you." Ji Chuan fabricated a lie, treating the act as a token of gratitude for providing the golden crystal core from the woman's zombified husband. Tears streamed down the woman's face as her last flicker of hope was extinguished. Ji Chuan merely wished to alleviate her suffering. They were not in dire need of the supplies within that bag. "This house has become tainted. I can assist you in finding another. The rest is up to you." With that, he turned and exited the room. The woman, trembling from fright, grasped her terrified daughter's hand and hurriedly followed Ji Chuan out. Upon seeing Ji Chuan open the door, Lin Lulu let out a sigh of relief, lowering her hand that was poised to unleash a light arrow. "Ji Chuan, are you all right?" "Your clothes," Gu Yunqi remarked, noticing the dirt and the numerous holes in one sleeve, while Ji Chuan's arm bore wounds that seemed mostly healed. "I'm fine. I will be absorbing a golden crystal core shortly. I cannot guarantee that I want to fall into a deep slumber, so I would appreciate your assistance." Gu Yunqi nodded in agreement, while Lin Lulu interjected, "You should absorb it on the master bed. You're quite heavy, and it will be difficult for us to move you." Ji Chuan's physique is now composed entirely of sinewy muscle. He appears slender yet is, in fact, quite heavy. The last time he was pulled into the living room, it required considerable effort from two individuals. Upon entering the bedroom, Ji Chuan consumed the golden crystal core. The dark energy enveloped him once more, igniting a searing heat within his body. Patterns resembling the crystal core began to manifest upon his skin, casting a cerulean glow amidst the black energy, reminiscent of a koi adorned with luminous blue scales. The energy from the golden crystal core continuously integrated into Ji Chuan's being. If the previous crystal had been akin to a cup of water poured into him, this one cascaded forth like a waterfall, flooding every corner of his body with vitality. Gu Yunqi attempted to approach Ji Chuan to assess his condition, but as she drew near, she felt her own energy being siphoned away by the surrounding dark force, rendering Ji Chuan comparable to an energy black hole. "Sister Yunqi, are you all right?" Lin Lulu, noticing Gu Yunqi's distress, quickly pulled her back. Gu Yunqi, gasping for breath, shook her head. "I'm fine, but Ji Chuan." She looked anxiously at Ji Chuan, who lay on the bed with an agonized expression. Ji Chuan was ensnared in a dreadful nightmare, one where humanity waged an all-out war against him. Su Wanswan regarded him with disdain, while countless human ability users advanced menacingly, including Song Huai. Huai! Ji Chuan shouted with fervor. Yet Song Huai remained oblivious, as if he had not heard a word. The zombies crumbled under the onslaught of powerful human ability users, and Ji Chuan found himself reluctant to harm these humans, especially not Song Huai. It seemed that no matter how he tried to communicate, they were incapable of hearing his voice. In the eyes of humanity lies a profound hatred, and Su Wanswan wears a smug expression. As Ji Chuan observes the imminent threat of the superhumans descending upon him, Gu Yunxi swiftly positions herself before him, only to be pierced through the body by a sharp blade. Lin Lulul, exhausted, releases a luminous arrow. Yet her arms are severed by a flying weapon. The two fall like kites with severed strings. Song Huai stands coldly before him, showing no hesitation as he drives a knife into his own chest, only to have his head severed by a human from behind. No, no, Ji Chuan cries out, awakening with a violent heave in his chest. Before him lies the familiar sight of his bedroom, where Lin Lulul and Gu Yunxi gaze at him in astonishment. Alongside the woman he saved and her daughter. Ji Chuan, you have finally awakened. Gu Yunxi rushes forward to assess his condition. Everything appears normal, even more handsome. A transformation Gu Yunxi has grown accustomed to. Yet, Ji Chuan senses an impending surge of power. A premonition that the next absorption of the golden crystal core will unlock something extraordinary. Brother Chuan, thanks to Sister Zhang Yun, you were in quite a dire state before. You frightened us both. His ability, soothing, serves to calm others, usable only when Xiao Xian is frightened. Strangely, after its application, Ji Chuan's condition on the bed seemed significantly improved. Big brother, thank you for saving my mother and me. Xiao Xian, initially frozen in fear, later feels a pang of regret for not expressing her gratitude earlier. Timidly, she places a small cartoon pendant into Ji Chuan's hand, saying, "This is my good friend bouncing. It will protect you." Chapter 19. Journey to the new stronghold. Ji Chuan was reminded of a previous dream, and an overwhelming sense of emptiness washed over him. A profound sadness enveloped him. He had thought himself a monster, impervious to sorrow, yet the recent dream had plunged him into despair. Upon consulting Gu Yunxi, he learned that a whole day and night had passed, and Ji Chuan's transformation was markedly more pronounced this time. He could now sense the life forms within the entire community and pinpoint the locations of the zombies, even exerting direct control over them. This newfound ability made the search for crystal cores exceedingly efficient. After absorbing several more crystal cores, he resolved to visit the ability user's base. Convinced that Song Huai was there and in peril, Ji Chuan descended to the first floor, commanding the zombies infused with crystal cores to approach him. The number of these empowered zombies had noticeably increased, leading to a growing number of ability users meeting their demise at their hands. He, too, required a secure base to maximize resource utilization and ensure the survival of his comrades. While awaiting the absorption of crystal cores, Ji Chuan contemplated several potential stronghold locations, upscale hotels, boarding schools, hospitals, and prisons. Each of these sites, aside from providing accommodation, boasted comprehensive facilities that could be swiftly transformed into an ideal fortress. Thus, Ji Chuan convened a discussion with a few individuals, including Zhang Yun and her daughter. "I wish to establish an ideal stronghold. Would you be willing to join me?" he inquired. "This residential area remains perilous and resources are not easily gathered." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yun acquiesced. Having witnessed Ji Chuan's formidable prowess, she felt a sense of security under his protection. Furthermore, the abilities that she and her daughter possessed were not combat-oriented. Once their supplies were depleted, death would inevitably follow. "I am willing. If we remain here, my daughter and I will eventually perish. Our powers cannot be integrated into the base for superhumans. Living in your stronghold represents the best choice for us." Ji Chuan removed his glasses. "Are you truly willing?" he inquired. "I am, in fact, akin to a zombie." His crimson irises unmistakably revealed his non-human identity. Zhang Yun had noticed Ji Chuan's appearance upon his awakening. His eyes and skin tone did not resemble that of humanity. Little Xian is not afraid of the big brother. He is a good person, she reassured herself. Zhang Yun gently patted Xiao Xian's head, glancing at Ji Chuan, and nodded. "You saved my life. I am willing." Consequently, Ji Chuan shared his thoughts on several potential strongholds with the group. Gu Yunxi suggested a luxury hotel. noting that it offered superior facilities and a more comfortable living environment compared to the other options. Lin Lulu naturally favored the hotel as well, finding the prospect of residing in a hospital or prison to be an unbearable ordeal. Suddenly, Zhang Yun recalled something. My neighbor's brother manages the Oligar Hotel. Perhaps I can inquire about the situation there. The neighbor she referred to was Su Qi, a kind individual who often assisted in caring for Xiao Xian during Zhang Yun's busier moments. It was Su Qi who had alerted her to the construction workers looting homes in the area. Xiao Qi, does your brother work at the Oligar Hotel? What is the situation like there? Sister Zhang, I am relieved to hear you are safe. The situation is dire over here, with a multitude of zombies. And my brother has become trapped. Is the facility well equipped? How does it stand as a stronghold? The amenities are indeed comprehensive. However, the area is currently infested with zombies. In the absence of such threats, it would serve as an excellent stronghold, featuring high walls, complete facilities, and an independent water purification and power generation system. Yet, there is no one to eliminate the zombies lurking there. Would you be willing to accompany us? We have encountered a formidable individual capable of handling this. Really? I am willing. Please save my brother. Come downstairs. There are no zombies left in the building. Suki stared in disbelief at the message from Zhang Yun. How could there be no zombies? Xiaoqi, look downstairs. Suki approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze below. Zhang Yun was waving at her from the ground with Xiao Xian, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar figures. Strangely, the zombies nearby exhibited no aggression towards them. Suki covered her mouth in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before her. It seemed as though the zombies had received some sort of command, remaining completely still, while the others busied themselves loading their belongings into an off-road vehicle. All right, Sister Zhang. I am coming down. Suki recalled the online video of a driver who could navigate without attracting zombies. Perhaps one of those 3 possessed the extraordinary ability to evade their attention. This could very well lead to a successful journey to the Oligar Hotel to rescue her brother. With the remaining supplies hastily packed, they swiftly descended the stairs. As Zhang Yun had mentioned, the entire corridor of the building appeared deserted. Not a single shadow of a zombie in sight. Sister Zhang, Su Qi exclaimed, embracing Zhang Yun with fervor. It had been far too long since she had encountered a familiar face in person. Zhang Yun briefly introduced Ji Chuan and the others, and the group proceeded towards the Origier Hotel. Brother, we are coming to rescue you. Which room are you in? Chi, don't come. It's too perilous. The entire hotel is infested with zombies. Brother, hang in there. I have met someone with remarkable abilities. He has the power to save you. Upon receiving Su Qi's message, a flicker of hope ignited within Su Shan. Leaning against the door of his hotel room, he had gone several days without food, surviving solely on a few bottles of water and instant coffee, and he could scarcely believe that he might still have a chance at life. As they drove without encountering any zombies, Su Qi began to trust Ji Chuan's strength. Su Qi, what powers do you possess? Lin Lulu inquired, breaking the awkward silence in the vehicle. Cleaning. I can clean objects without using water, Su Qi replied, her voice lacking conviction, feeling that her ability was of little utility. However, Lin Lulu grasped her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That's wonderful. You're amazing. I despise doing laundry, and cleaning rooms is quite time-consuming. Water resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Your power is incredibly practical. Hearing Lin Lulu's praise brought a smile to Su Qi's face. It felt good to contribute to their protection. By the way, Su Qi, does your cleaning ability extend to people as well? I have not attempted it, but perhaps it is worth a try. Su Qi endeavored to unleash her abilities upon Lin Lulu, and a refreshing sensation enveloped Lin Lulu's entire being. She discovered that not only did she feel remarkably invigorated, but her unwashed hair also became instantly smooth. Sister Yunxi, you should give it a try too. No more need for hair washing in the future. Little Chi is truly impressive, ha ha ha. Subsequently, the group took turns experiencing an instantaneous shower within the car. Ji Chuan believed that having such a member in their ranks would be exceedingly beneficial. Chapter 20. The rescue of Su Shan. Noticing that Su Wanwan's condition had improved, as she engaged in cheerful conversation with others, Wu Qian resolved to clarify the inquiries that lingered in his mind. Su Wanwan, may we have a word? Captain Wu. That's rather inconsiderate of you. Wanwan just agreed to join me for lunch. A man beside him expressed with slight irritation. Having finally managed to cheer Su Wanwan up and secure some time alone with her, was Wu Qian intent on interrupting? Chuizhan, cease your jesting. This is a matter of business. Observing Wu Qian's demeanor, Cui Zhan stowed away his smile. Then, Wan, let us dine together in the evening. Su Wan smiled and nodded at Cui Zhan, turning to Wu Qian with curiosity. Captain Wu, what is it you wish to discuss? Do you know Ji Chuan? A flutter of anxiety coursed through Su Wan, yet she steadied herself. After all, she had crafted a tragic persona, claiming her entire family had been slaughtered by monsters. She had never disclosed that the monster was Ji Chuan. If the organization were to discover that Ji Chuan only harbored animosity towards her, would they still assist in the hunt? I do not know him. Oh, uncertain of why she had accepted Ji Chuan's transfers for 2 years, which had covered all her daily expenses, Wu Qian felt there was more to the story. Su Wan was clearly not being truthful, with tears streaming down her face. Su Wan shook her head, as if burdened by an immense grievance. Wu Qian furrowed his brow, questioning if the monster she faced was indeed Ji Chuan, and whether her parents had truly been murdered by him. As Su Wan's heart raced in response to Wu Qian's inquiries, she found herself at a loss for words, her mind in turmoil, resorting to tears as her only means of justification. Captain Wu, things are not as you perceive. Let's discuss this tonight. I need to calm my emotions. The loss of my parents still weighs heavily upon me. Seeing Su Wan's tear-streaked face, Wu Qian felt a twinge of guilt. Had his interrogation been too harsh? She was merely a young woman grieving her parents, not a criminal. Despite his lingering doubts, he nodded in agreement. As Wu Qian's figure receded, Su Wan's expression transformed from one of vulnerability to one tinged with resentment. How was it that he knew of Ji Chuan and could access the transfer records? Could they really retrieve her files and bank statements here? With a sigh, Su Wan recognized that this official base was indeed capable of accessing such information with ease. She had to devise a strategy to navigate this situation. She could not allow the authorities and Ji Chuan to coexist peacefully. She must mold Ji Chuan into a figure of pure malevolence, compelling them to eliminate him swiftly. Her own image of fragility and pity must be preserved, for in this dystopian world, she could not afford to lose her sanctuary. Su Wan conceived a method to resolve the predicament at hand. Everyone praised Sister Qi, yet overlooked Xiao Xian, whose extraordinary abilities were equally impressive. The atmosphere in the vehicle was relaxed, all due to Su Qi's cleansing powers, which left everyone feeling rejuvenated. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's words, Gu Yunqi turned to her with a beaming smile. Oh, what powers does Xiao Xian possess? With utmost seriousness, Xiao Xian closed her eyes and placed her hands in front of her chest. To everyone's astonishment, a luminous orb materialized in her grasp, and gradually, a figure began to emerge at its center. As the light flickered, an adorable cartoon figurine took form. Sister Yunqi, this is for you. Wow, how delightful. Xiao Xian, you are truly remarkable. You possess the ability to create figurines. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi expressed their amazement, while Zhang Yun felt a touch of awkwardness, recognizing that both her and her daughter's abilities seemed somewhat lacking. Within the new base, they would merely be receiving protection, and she understood that she must exert greater effort to compensate for this shortcoming. However, Ji Chuan appeared somewhat surprised, sensing that Xiao Xian's powers were likely more profound than they seemed, as he noticed the purple hue of her crystal core. Perhaps her youth had hindered her from fully developing her abilities. The group arrived at the entrance of the Aeligier Hotel, where the yard and doorway were teeming with various zombies. Ji Chuan retained those with crystal cores, while he commanded the remaining zombies to exit through the gate, positioning them as sentinels around the hotel. Su Qi could hardly believe her eyes. She had initially thought Ji Chuan was merely avoiding drawing the zombies' attention. Yet, the zombies before her moved like a well-trained army, filing out of the building and advancing directly toward the hotel's perimeter. What extraordinary ability is this? It seems as though Ji Chuan is the master of these zombies. Upon witnessing the desolate courtyard, Su Qi was filled with exhilaration. This meant her brother could be saved. My brother is in room 1702, and he has access to the hotel's facilities and security system. We must go find him. Ji Chuan nodded, instructing them to ascend while he remained below to ensure safety. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunqi understood that Ji Chuan needed to absorb the crystal cores, and not wishing for others to witness the gruesome scene, they urged Xiao Xian and the others to head upstairs. Brother, it's me, open the door. It's safe now. Su Shun, upon hearing the voice from outside, experienced a surge of joy akin to surviving a calamity. He hurriedly opened the door, and to his astonishment, his sister, whom he had been yearning for day and night, stood right before him. Su Shin embraced Su Qi, tears streaming down his face. Brother, it's all right. There are no zombies inside the building. Lin Lu offered food and water, and Su Shun devoured it ravenously. He was famished. Had it not been for Su Qi's assurance that help was on the way, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. Ji Chuan slowly emerged from the elevator, declaring, "I'm aware of the whereabouts of the survivors. With the zombies eradicated." He felt the presence of the remaining life forms in the vicinity and led everyone to gather the survivors in the hall. The survivors in the hall exchanged anxious glances, exhibiting a palpable fear typical of apocalyptic scenarios. Only after confirming that they were indeed surrounded by fellow humans did they dare to speak. Once assured that no other life forms were present, the hall assembled a total of 35 individuals. Most had ventured outside in search of supplies when food became scarce in their rooms, only to meet their demise. Moreover, it was not the tourist season, and the occupancy rate of the expensive Eligia Hotel was notably low. There is no need for apprehension. The hotel is free of zombies now. I possess the ability to temporarily fend them off. Ji Chuan's deep voice carries a formidable authority, even in the absence of demonstrable prowess. It is evident that he is a force to be reckoned with. I intend to establish this hotel as a bastion of survival, given its comprehensive facilities. I shall venture out periodically to procure supplies and ensure the safety of all. However, I implore everyone to honestly disclose their abilities and refrain from any acts of treachery against our refuge. Those who accept these terms may remain. Those who do not can be assured of a safe departure from the hotel. As Ji Chuan fell silent, a voice from the crowd inquired, "Is that true? Can you really guarantee my safe exit?" "Indeed, I can assure everyone of a secure exit, yet I cannot promise that re-entry will be equally safe." Ji Chuan clapped his hands and gestured toward the hotel entrance. Just moments ago, the area was thronged with zombies. Astonishingly, they now retreated to either side, clearing a wide passage. Chapter 21. Becoming the leader of the stronghold. Upon witnessing the first individual exit unscathed from the zombies, others soon followed suit. Some were uncertain of what lay beyond. Others wished to escape the confines that had ensnared them for so long, and many were anxious about loved ones outside. Their distrust lingered towards Ji Chuan, the peculiar stranger clad in sunglasses, prompting them to join the larger group as they stepped outside. Out of 35 individuals, only 11 remained. Have you all made your decisions? Once you step out, returning will not be so simple. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, the 11 individuals in the hall nodded in agreement. A few were acutely aware of the dire circumstances outside, recognizing that their abilities were feeble and insufficient for survival. Others, originally employees of the hotel, were inclined to remain. Having been treated well by Su Shun in the past, Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, revealing his crimson eyes, causing the onlookers to realize that he appeared rather inhuman. "I will not harm you, and will exert every effort to protect you. I hope we can establish mutual trust. Should betrayal occur, I will show no mercy." A few among them were startled by Ji Chuan's appearance and anxiously inquired whether it was still possible to leave. The ability to erase memories was one of the powers Ji Chuan had acquired through the absorption of crystal cores from 2 zombie-infested zones. Following the absorption, his abilities had significantly enhanced, with the consumption of similar crystal cores fortifying corresponding powers. Ji Chuan extended his hand towards one individual, initiating a memory purge that would allow the person to forget the events that transpired after Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses. Instinctively, that individual fled the scene, and Ji Chuan made no attempt to stop him. Gradually, only 6 remained. Noticing that no one else wished to depart, Ji Chuan nodded to the group and assessed his current abilities. Green Crystal Core, Speed Amplification, Intermediate, Strength Doubling, Intermediate, Bright Light, Gravity, Intermediate, Healing, Intermediate, Windblade, Poison Mist. Fragrance, Memory, Erasure. Blue Crystal Core, Regeneration, Advanced, Range Night Vision, Body Hardening, Intermediate, Metal Generation, Malicious Perception. Purple Crystal Core, Metal Manipulation. Firepower, Golden Crystal Core, Essence of Rock. Ji Chuan found it somewhat peculiar that the Fireball ability was absent from the Blue Crystal Core, despite it being expected there. Instead, the Firepower ability was associated with the Purple Crystal Core. Could this be attributed to the recent absorption of multiple Fire-type cores? He decided not to dwell on it and would investigate further at a later time. Yunxi, please register the new abilities of the newcomers. Su Shun, you are familiar with this place, so kindly arrange everyone's accommodations and tasks. I will venture out to search for supplies. Brother Chuan, I wish to accompany you in the quest for supplies, Lin Lu said, trailing behind Ji Chuan. You possess an offensive ability. It would be wiser for you to remain and safeguard everyone. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's decision, Lin Lulu pouted in disappointment. Leader, I shall accompany you. My ability is a pouch, allowing me to store items in my mouth, but it remains impeccably clean, as if there is some extra space within, devoid of any saliva. A plump girl spoke up, recalling how this ability had enabled her to survive in a secluded room during the blood moon. Ji Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. This indeed constituted a rudimentary spatial ability. He yearned to discover a spatial ability crystal core, though he had yet to encounter one. What is your name, and what prompted your decision to stay behind? In the vehicle, Ji Chuan casually engaged in conversation with a plump girl. My name is Zhu Zhu. I possess a timid nature and lack the courage to live independently. My abilities are of little use, and even if I ventured out, I would be at a loss regarding whom to seek. My appetite is substantial, and the food at home scarcely sustains me for a few days. Ji Chuan discerned that although this girl was timid, she exhibited a rational mindset, understanding how to navigate her existence and seizing opportunities to showcase her value. Another reason Zhu Zhu chose to stay was her admiration for Ji Chuan's striking appearance. She had always been fond of idol dramas, and when Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, he resembled a dashing vampire in her eyes. Whenever they passed by a supermarket or convenience store, Ji Chuan would alight to investigate. Numerous survivors were scavenging, and many convenience stores bore the marks of plunder. They discovered a convenience store with an intact entrance. Ji Chuan and Zhu Zhu exited the vehicle, and with a mere flick of his ability to manipulate metal, he effortlessly unlatched the door. Zhu Zhu was not overly surprised by the zombies that instinctively retreated. She had encountered them previously at the hotel. Inside the convenience store, her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of such an abundance of supplies. Zhu Zhu resembled a hamster, stuffing her cheeks with provisions from the shelves. Remarkably, her cheeks did not bulge significantly, as if the supplies vanished into thin air upon entering her mouth. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan diligently packed useful items into their luggage, albeit at a considerably slower pace than Zhu Zhu. How much can your ability hold? She inquired. I have yet to test its limits, but I feel that the supplies from this modest convenience store should suffice. Upon hearing Zhu Zhu's words, Ji Chuan halted his actions and proceeded to elevate other shelves. With the augmentation of his extraordinary strength, he tipped the contents of the shelves directly into Zhu Zhu's mouth. As the items approached her lips, they were seamlessly absorbed by her own abilities. I feel the right side is full now. I shall begin to store items on the left, she remarked. Observing the number of empty shelves, Ji Chuan estimated that Zhu Zhu's storage capacity was approximately 20 cubic meters. Although her primary spatial powers appeared somewhat limited, they proved exceptionally effective for gathering supplies. This was the most efficient and abundant collection Ji Chuan had experienced. Do the items deteriorate within the space? He pondered. I believe they do. Their condition mirrors that of normal preservation. Previously, I collected a substantial amount of food in the kitchen. Yet some bread I retrieved days later had already spoiled. Su Xin succinctly introduced the hotel's circumstances and layout, subsequently proposing a division of labor that reflected a commendable managerial acumen. Chi-Chi, as you possess cleaning abilities, please attend to the presidential suite on the top floor, as it shall be reserved for the leader. Following that, clean the executive suites downstairs. We may reside there temporarily. The cleaning task for the entire building is rather overwhelming, so let us not overexert ourselves. Brother Zhao, it's fortunate you stayed. Your culinary skills are exceptional, and you can oversee our meals. Given your abilities also provide restorative effects. They align perfectly, he continued. Sister Zhang, could you assist Brother Zhao with the meal preparations? Upon hearing Su Xin's arrangements, Zhang Yun felt a surge of satisfaction, relieved that her abilities could contribute to the group. Certainly, I relished the opportunity to cook. The other 3 young men were assigned to the surveillance room, taking turns monitoring the security situation of the hotel, while the 2 young women accompanied Su Xun to familiarize themselves with the layout of various areas, inputting fingerprint passwords as part of the base's internal operations. By the way, Su Xin, what is your special ability? After recording the abilities of the new members, Gu Yunqi turned to Su Xin with a final inquiry. Su Xin leaned closer to Gu Yunqi's ear and whispered an introduction, causing Gu Yunqi's eyes to widen in surprise. Chapter 22. The ruthless Su Wanwan. Some of the readers felt it necessary to inform everyone in advance that Wu Qian was not dead, hoping it might provide some comfort. Wu Qian observed the time as he ventured outside the base, where Su Wanwan had arranged to meet him in the woods. Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he sensed that Su Wanwan had her reasons for wanting to keep this meeting discreet, understanding that the young girl was likely sensitive about her reputation. Thus, He arrived at the designated spot in the woods at the appointed time. However, Su Wanwan had yet to arrive, and Wu Qian lit a cigarette to pass the time. "Wu Captain," came Su Wanwan's voice. Wu Qian dropped his cigarette and extinguished it with his foot, just as he was about to inquire why Su Wanwan had summoned him. He heard her say, "What business does Wu Captain have with me?" Wu Qian felt a twinge of confusion, assuming Su Wanwan merely wanted him to repeat his question. "Why did you say you do not know Ji Chuan?" "Wu Captain, please conduct yourself with dignity." Su Wanwan's voice trembled as she activated her phone's recording function. Wu Qian felt utterly bewildered. "What did you say?" "Wu Captain, please have some self-respect. I have no interest in you." "No, let go of me." Su Wanwan raised her voice, seemingly overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. Su Wanwan raised her hand, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes as she manipulated water to invade Wu Qian's nostrils and trachea. A wave of suffocation washed over him, and it was only then that Wu Qian realized something was amiss. "You, what are you?" Yet, Wu Qian could no longer utter a sound. Reacting swiftly, he seized Su Wanwan's wrist to prevent her from unleashing her powers further, while his other hand conjured a knife. "Captain Wu, what are you doing? Please, don't." Su Wanwan began to scream. Wanwan, Cui Zhan, witnessing Wu Qian's apparent intent to attack Su Wanwan, rushed in from behind. Earlier that afternoon, he had encountered Su Wanwan and had suggested they dine together that evening, but she had hesitated, mentioning that Captain Wu had arranged to meet her outside the base, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Recalling how Wu Qian had interrupted him during lunch and now seemed poised to disturb her again, Cui Zhan felt a surge of anger and confusion. From the moment Su Wanwan had arrived at the base, Cui Zhan had perceived her as delicate yet enchanting, igniting his protective instincts. Moreover, her figure was striking, and such captivating women were a rarity within the base. Thus, he resolved to follow her that evening to discern Wu Qian's true intentions. He could not allow another to lay claim to her. Wu Qian, a seasoned bachelor, possessed a certain masculine charm and was the captain of the second team. He must not steal Su Wanwan away. Yet, from afar, he heard her piercing scream. What was Wu Qian up to? Cui Zhan could hardly believe his eyes. Not only had Wu Qian grasped Su Wanwan, but he wielded a knife in his other hand. Witnessing the terror etched on Su Wanwan's face, Cui Zhan's fury ignited. How dare that scoundrel resort to force? Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forth, driving the knife straight through Wu Qian's side. Wu Qian widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Cui Zhan would dare to strike him. Yet, words eluded him, as blood and Su Wanwan's manipulation of water completely filled his mouth. Thus, Wu Qian stared wide-eyed, gradually losing consciousness. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Su Wanwan's eyes. Yet she, like a frightened bird, dove into Cui Zhan's embrace. "Brother Cui, thank goodness you came. Captain Wu, I never expected him to do something like this." Tears streamed down Su Wanwan's cheeks, eliciting profound sympathy from Cui Zhan. It's all right, Wanwan, do not be afraid." A smile crept upon Su Wanwan's face as she nestled behind Cui Zhan. Earlier that afternoon, Su Wanwan had discreetly inquired and discovered that Wu Qian had not disclosed his investigative findings to anyone else. "I am sorry, Wu Qian. Why must you oppose me?" That night, the news of Wu Qian's demise spread throughout the base. Under scrutiny from the investigative team, Su Wanwan presented the recording to the members, showcasing Su Wanwan's genuine demeanor. She recounted how Wu Qian had been speaking to her alone since the day he rescued her, exhibiting signs of pursuit. Although some had noticed Wu Qian's private conversations with Su Wanwan, the nature of their discussions remained unclear. Moreover, Cui Zhan had witnessed Wu Qian's inappropriate intentions, providing a witness for Cui Zhan, making everything seem quite evident. Impossible. The captain would never do such a thing. Sun Tao shouted vehemently from the sidelines, his gaze burning with intensity as he fixed it on Su Wanwan. "You vile couple. You must have caused the captain's death." Sun Tao's fingers turned pale, as if he were on the verge of unleashing his lightning abilities. "Sun Tao, do not act recklessly. Speaking requires substantiation." With a commanding tone, the leader of the investigation team halted Sun Tao, who unwillingly glared at Su Wanwan. He refused to believe that Captain Wu Qian harbored affections for Su Wanwan. For Captain Wu had a wife who had passed away many years ago, a woman he had cherished deeply. Even amidst the apocalyptic chaos, the captain braved peril to pay homage at his wife's grave. To resort to violence for someone he had barely met? Sun Tao was incredulous. Yet, few truly knew Wu Qian. He was a man of few words, and the organization had only recently been established. leaving the various departments and teams with little opportunity for thorough understanding. People tended to trust only the so-called evidence, believing only what was visible to all. This matter ends here. I shall report the findings of the investigation truthfully. Everyone must abide by the order of the base. Now disperse for the night. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Tonight's events would become a topic of conversation. The captain of the second team attempted to assault a newcomer. Thankfully, the newcomer was rescued. The captain of the second team? Wu Qian. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. What newcomer? So strikingly beautiful that it incites crime? Indeed, she was stunning. On her first day, she was barely clothed when she fainted. Such a figure. Sun Tao clenched his fists. This matter could not simply be as it appeared. Gu Yunxi, aware that the supply collection had concluded, stepped forward to assist, only to find the trunk empty. Ji Chuan, what transpired? Did you fail to locate the supplies? We found them. Sushin, lead us to the warehouse. Where is the freezer? Sushin took the lead, while Lin Lulu circled Ji Chuan several times. Where are the supplies? Do you need assistance? Zhu Zhu, feeling a bit embarrassed, pointed to her mouth, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, expelled a tray of yogurt. This unexpected act prompted everyone to each take a can. Wow, are you a hamster? Lin Lulu exclaimed, startled. The group then proceeded to the hotel's storage room, where Zhu Zhu opened her mouth wide in astonishment. The supplies from the convenience store had formed a small mountain before them. Although the total volume was only about 20 cubic meters, the sight was still quite impressive. Zhu Zhu sheepishly scratched her head, reflecting on her low sense of presence in daily life. Throughout her school years, she had been bullied, and even after joining the company, she remained a peripheral figure, often tasked with menial chores like fetching coffee. Yet, in this new collective, everyone appeared to be kind, and her unique abilities found their worth. She found joy in this place. Chapter 23. The synergy of abilities. Jia Ziran sprinted forward, urging himself to stay away from the hotel, dismissing the notion as a jest. With the walls towering so high, should a zombie outbreak occur, there would be only one exit, a recipe for disaster. That pale, young man wearing sunglasses was merely posturing as a big shot. Jia Ziran had no inclination to indulge in his childish games. Outside, it didn't seem dangerous. The zombies hadn't attacked him upon sight. Could it be that the zombie virus had weakened? How could that be attributed to the young man in sunglasses? Was he truly a savior? The more Jia Ziran pondered, the more convinced he became that leaving was the right decision. However, a few days of heightened tension without adequate rest had left him physically drained, and he soon found himself gasping for breath on the roadside. In the distance, the zombies began to take notice of him and started to approach. His extraordinary ability allows plants to flourish at an accelerated pace, and he is headed towards the base for those with supernatural powers. Such a talent is ideally suited for agricultural cultivation, serving as a crucial pillar for logistical support. This way, he can avoid the need to venture out on perilous missions, making him quite the coveted asset. He certainly does not wish to linger in such a small base, as it could be overrun at any moment. However, what to do in the present situation? Unwilling to dwell on it, Jiren Cha continued to run forward, only to attract an increasing horde of zombies. Realizing that his stamina was waning, he hastily entered a nearby warehouse, oblivious to the activities within. Panting heavily against the door behind him, he was struck by the overwhelming stench of blood. The floor was littered with the corpses of the undead. A group of individuals regarded him with menacing glares, wielding knives and clubs, while one among them was extracting a blade from the head of a fallen zombie. As he noticed the throng of zombies approaching from outside, a man spat in frustration, cursing the situation. Damn it, the boss wants me to take care of him. Just as they had finished clearing the area to establish a base, they found themselves besieged once more. The others also regarded Jiren with displeasure. They had searched long and hard for an ideal stronghold. The geographical location of this warehouse appeared promising, with abundant resources nearby. However, after exerting considerable effort to clear it, they discovered it was merely a cable depot, of little use to them. Frustrated and seeking an outlet for their anger, they turned their ire towards Jiren. Please, don't kill me, he pleaded, gazing at the fierce group before him, whose demeanor was more terrifying than that of the zombies. What value do you hold if we spare your life? Given your physique, you'd make a fine roast. I am aware of the location of resources. I possess knowledge of a superior ideal stronghold. Upon overhearing this group's critical information regarding the search for a stronghold, Jiren Cha conceived a plan to ensure his survival. He must swiftly procure valuable crystal cores to enhance his abilities, enabling him to infiltrate the base of the superhumans in search of Song Hui's whereabouts. He remains uncertain about Song Hui's current circumstances, yet senses imminent danger. Following their last negotiation, the superhuman base undoubtedly regards Ji Chuan as a perilous target and is unlikely to extend a cordial welcome. To ensure the safety of the vicinity surrounding the stronghold, Ji Chuan ventured into the area adjacent to the hotel. Thanks to the development of his abilities, he sensed the presence of zombies imbued with crystal cores in the vicinity, compelling them to converge around him. He merely selected a concealed location to obscure his form, evading detection. After consuming 3 speed-enhancing crystal cores, Ji Chuan discovered his speed ability had advanced from intermediate to advanced, transcending the green classification to attain a blue status. However, certain abilities appeared unable to upgrade. No matter how many he absorbed, some, like the fragrant skill that emitted pleasant aromas, proved to be rather inconsequential, and Ji Chuan paid them little heed. Ji Chuan remained unaware of the intricacies of absorbing and advancing with crystal cores. Upon encountering those he could not absorb, he simply released the zombies, retaining some subordinates with abilities. Alas, primarily green crystal cores were still in abundance. Under Ji Chuan's command, a throng of zombies formed an orderly line. While he deftly extracted the cores by cracking open their skulls like seeds, he acquired some rudimentary skills, with the sole blue crystal core yielding the ability of freezing, allowing the transformation of water into ice, which proved to hold some utility. As Ji Chuan observed in the distance, a solitary zombie was slowly advancing towards him, its brain housing a purple crystal core. "Hurry up, big brother. I'm waiting for you." At present, Ji Chuan found that consuming the purple crystal core did not significantly enhance his abilities. He sensed a new power, diffusion, which expands the range of abilities. Undoubtedly, it served as a formidable support skill. No wonder the purple crystal core had transformed into a zombie. It was no different from an ordinary person when alone. However, for Ji Chuan, who possessed numerous powers, this skill was transformative, amplifying the range of all his abilities to a level comparable to that of the golden cores. What was this? Ji Chuan discovered that diffusion could actually merge with other abilities. When combined with the poisonous mist, it transformed into the purple ability, Toxic Rain. When fused with fire, it became the purple skill Firewall. Ji Chuan refrained from making hasty decisions. Instead, he chose to explore this ability independently, keen to understand its influence on his other powers. The range of offensive abilities such as rock spikes, wind blades, and fireballs had indeed widened, and the poisonous mist could now be released over a more extensive area. It seemed that not merging the abilities might yield greater benefits for his current self. What about the impact on my Zombie King capabilities? Ji Chuan attempted to gauge the effect. He experienced an expanded perception of life and zombies over a broader area, enabling him to issue commands to zombies from a greater distance. Suddenly, he sensed a massive loss of life among the zombies at the base. A swarm of living beings was gathered at the entrance. Ji Chuan dared not delay and hastily drove towards the base. "This is it, boss. There are no zombies inside. The living conditions are excellent. There are plenty of facilities, and there are even several lovely ladies here." Jia Ziren led the group from the warehouse to the front of the Oligier Hotel, recognizing it as the most advantageous stronghold in the vicinity. The audacity of the young man claiming to protect everyone struck him as laughable. It presented a perfect opportunity to test the mettle of the man in sunglasses. Should they fail to conquer, he would simply be coerced into submission, conveniently aligning himself with them. Should they succeed, however, he would emerge as the celebrated architect of their newfound stronghold, living under their protection henceforth. The outside world was undoubtedly perilous, and perhaps there would be future opportunities to venture to the base of the supernatural beings. Jia Ziren's thoughts were exceedingly optimistic. "Brother, this is indeed far superior to the warehouse. I have not encountered any zombies inside, and such an establishment must possess ample supplies," he remarked. "You've done well. How many people are inside?" "Fewer than 20, I believe. Most have fled. There's a young man aspiring to be the leader, but he lacks your suitability." "You are my leader. No one else compares." Flattered by Jia Ziren's praise, the leader of the group displayed a smile. Together with his subordinates, they began to eliminate the zombies at the hotel's entrance. Chapter 24. Stealing home. This squad consisted of 12 members, and Qian, who had specifically chosen individuals with offensive abilities when assembling his team. This strategy was essential for eliminating zombies and adversaries alike. He disregarded other types of powers. His judgment proved sound. as he had already commenced scouring the streets for strongholds while others hesitated on the stairs. The current zombies posed no threat to them, and they had yet to encounter the mutated types spoken of online. The team unleashed their extraordinary abilities, hurling weapons, discharging electric shocks, summoning air cannons, and erecting walls of fire. A multitude of these powers struck the horde, causing numerous zombies to collapse. Jia Ziran was astonished by the combat prowess of the group. He had not anticipated that each individual would possess such formidable strength. It appeared he had truly found a reliable support system. Pei Wendong, formerly the captain of the security team at Aeligier, had been working alone in Jianghua City, where Su Shun had always been considerate towards him. Upon seeing that Su Shun was staying, he too unhesitatingly decided to remain, taking charge of the monitoring room alongside two other newcomers to oversee the hotel's security situation. A tremendous commotion at the entrance caught his attention, prompting him to swiftly check the surveillance footage. A team of over a dozen individuals was fiercely battling the zombies, and they seemed to harbor ill intentions. Mr. Su, there is a group of over a dozen individuals at the hotel entrance, seemingly intent on entering. Pei Wendong's voice crackled through the intercom, casting a serious pall over those organizing supplies in the warehouse. Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, accompanied by members adept in combat-oriented abilities, hurried to the lobby, where they could clearly discern the situation outside. What do you intend to do? This stronghold does not permit the entry of outsiders. Pei Wendong had already arrived at the entrance ahead of them, facing a multitude of zombie corpses. Qian Hu and his group were glaring inside with hostile expressions. What do you mean, your stronghold? This is our domain. Open the door willingly. I would rather not damage the gate of your stronghold. Qian Hu sneered at Pei Wendong. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the individuals rushing from the hotel. Ah, there really are some beautiful ladies inside. They appear quite well-groomed. The living conditions here seem rather pleasant. A group of subordinates gazed at Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi with lewd grins. In the desolation of the apocalypse, one could scarcely find not just beautiful women, but even those who appeared clean. The women encountered on the streets were often smeared in blood, their hair unkempt, which dampened their spirits. Yet before them stood two captivating figures. One exuded an alluring, mature charm, while the other radiated the fresh vitality of a neighborly girl. Their minds were already preoccupied with thoughts of indulgence. I warn you, advance any further, and I shall retaliate. Lin Lulu declared fiercely, yet the assailants outside remained unfazed, even chuckling in response. This girl has quite the spice. Brothers, how long has it been since we've savored Sichuan cuisine? It's about time we change our palate. Before the laughter of the subordinates had subsided, Lin Lulu drew back her hand and released a light arrow, which shot through the crack of the door. Qian Hu effortlessly evaded the projectile, but it struck one of the subordinates, leaving him injured. You seek death, Qian Hu bellowed, and in an instant, the blade in his hand expanded dramatically, resembling a small fishing boat as it descended from above, cleaving the door in two. The subordinates surged in, launching an assault on Lin Lulu and her companions. Lin Lulu swiftly fired light arrows, while Pei Wendong shielded her, utilizing his protective abilities to conjure an energy barrier for defense. Gu Yunxi bolstered Lin Lulu's attacks, but with so many adversaries, she struggled to concentrate on weakening them all. Their abilities appeared evenly matched, and with her lack of combat experience, Gu Yunxi deemed it prudent to enhance Lin Lulu instead. Weapons flew through the air relentlessly, yet fortunately, they were all deflected by Pei Wendong's protective shield. Lin Lulu's arrows grew robust, yet paradoxically, she appeared more adept at evasion. Even after unleashing a barrage of 4 arrows, she merely grazed the skin of a few adversaries. Aware of the formidable nature of her abilities, Lin Lulu and her team were nonetheless lacking in combat experience, while their opponents had battled their way through hordes of zombies. Originally, the squad comprised over 20 members, but due to injuries inflicted by zombies, many had been executed on the spot, leaving only 12 survivors who could be deemed seasoned fighters. A wall of flames surged beneath Lin Lulu's feet as she shouted, "Disperse." The others hastily retreated from the fire's lethal reach. Pei Wendong's shield had limited coverage, just as he prepared to deflect the flames. A dart whizzed past the top of his head, blood oozing from the wound, rendering his left eye nearly shut from the crimson flow. "Step back and ensure your safety," Lin Lulu exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the injured Pei Wendong. "Hey, little girl, what a fine figure you have." Gu Yunxi, retreating, seemed oblivious to the danger lurking behind her, perhaps intending to provoke. A lackey seized Gu Yunxi from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist without any hostile intentions. "Sister Yunxi," Xiao Xian shouted from a distance, while Zhang Yun hurriedly embraced Xiao Xian, signaling her to remain silent. However, Xiao Xian's hands began to emit a radiant glow. "Bobo, hurry and assist Sister Yunxi and the others." A doll materialized, larger than any she had crafted before, a small bear carrying a bomb, advancing step by step towards the battlefield under the watchful gaze of the onlookers. "Xiao Xian, what are you doing?" Zhang Yun questioned, bewildered by the unfolding scene. For Xiao Xian had never before animated a doll. "I must help Sister Yunxi and the others. They are in peril." Zhang Yun was acutely aware of the peril they faced. Yet, amidst the perilous clash of abilities, what could these ordinary individuals do? Lin Lulu aimed 2 arrows at the figures behind Gu Yunxi, but in her trepidation of harming Gu Yunxi, her shots veered off course. A young man dashed to Gu Yunxi's side, utilizing his rudimentary leaf blade skill to launch an assault on the thugs. Although the assailants relinquished their hold on Gu Yunxi, one retaliated with an electric shock that rendered the young man unconscious. The thugs laughed with increasing arrogance, only forced to retreat slightly under Lin Lulu's onslaught. A transparent air cannon surged from behind, knocking Pei Wendong to the ground. His back was entirely shredded, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, making it exceedingly difficult for him to rise. "Pei Wendong." Lin Lulu yearned to assess his injuries, yet she found herself devoid of strength. If she ceased her attack, they would surely be dispatched in mere moments. "Little sister, do not interfere with my buddy's pursuit. Otherwise, you might as well surrender and choose a brother to take care of business first. The others can wait." Observing the 3 individuals still standing, the thugs wore scornful smiles and slowed their attacks. Qian refrained from intervening, believing that any action on his part would leave the opposing side in tatters. 2 living, beautiful girls held greater value. What was this? Qian squinted as he beheld a small bear plush toy advancing step by step into the throng, its cheerful smile rendering it seemingly adorable. Chapter 25, Annihilation. Qian fixed his gaze on the bear before him, yet he could not shake the sensation of gunpowder in the air. Was the fuse on the toy's explosive device actually ignited? A sense of foreboding arose, prompting an urgent warning from Qian to his subordinates to take cover. Confused, they wondered what they should evade. Before they could comprehend the situation, the seemingly innocent smile of the little bear morphed into a menacing snarl, its form expanding grotesquely, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. With a resounding boom, the bomb behind the bear detonated, claiming the lives of 5 gangsters instantly, while 3 others, positioned further away, sustained injuries. Zhang Yun could hardly believe her eyes. Her daughter's powers possessed such destructive potential. She had merely thought her daughter's affinity for dolls had awakened a talent for crafting them, never realizing that these dolls could animate and even explode. "Xiao Xian, can you still do it?" Zhang Yun gazed at her daughter with hopeful anticipation, unaware of the beads of sweat forming on Xiao Xian's forehead. Xiao Xian nodded affirmatively. "Xiao Yaisha, assist her." In a flash of brilliance, a doll with golden hair and a blue dress materialized, only the size of a cup, bouncing eagerly towards the battlefield. It moved swiftly, propelled by an icy path that formed beneath its tiny feet. The onlookers, having just regained their composure, were no longer in a stupor at the sight of another doll approaching. They immediately launched their counterattack. Several darts were hurled at the doll, but it appeared to be stuffed with nothing more than ordinary cotton, as the darts merely punctured its surface. Xiao Aisha waved her magic wand, sending a flurry of ice spikes hurtling towards the gangsters nearby. "Damn it! What is this?" Faced with the icy projectiles, the thugs abandoned their assault on Lin Lulu and began to evade. Such widespread attacks needed to be prioritized for resolution. He unleashed a vast fiery wall, and this time the puppet ignited in the flames, seemingly in excruciating agony, before soon turning to ash. "Little Aisha, jump, you go." Xiao Xian's hands glowed once more, but the radiance was faint and quickly extinguished, causing her to collapse, her forehead drenched in perspiration. "Xiao Xian." Zhang Yun anxiously cradled Xiao Xian, only to feel her frailty. The others in the room were equally distressed, their abilities proving futile. Su Shun turned to seize the hotel's fire axe, only to be intercepted by Su Qi. "Brother, you are no match for them. Are you just going to watch them perish?" Su Shun was overwhelmed by urgency. As a man, he felt compelled to act. The sound of an off-road vehicle echoed strangely in the deserted streets, for no one dared to drive in the apocalypse, save for Ji Chuan. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Chuan descended from the vehicle with deliberate slowness. "Kid, this is our territory. Step forward at your own peril." A thug shouted at Ji Chuan. Yet, before he could react, a rock spike erupted from below, piercing through him, resulting in his immediate demise. The others were taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. "You bastard." An air cannon struck Ji Chuan with a resounding clang, akin to hitting iron. With a mere gesture, he conjured a massive rock wall, effortlessly crushing the assailant into a pulp. While the others were momentarily stunned, rock spikes similarly pierced through them, resulting in a gruesome fate. With a snap of his fingers, the rock spikes vanished. Amazingly, the thugs who had collapsed began to rise once more. Qian, who gazed in terror at the scene before him. "It must be an illusion. I knew my comrades would not perish. You are still alive, aren't you?" Yet, the once familiar figures of his teammates approached him, blood seeping from their lips, their eyes vacant, moving with an uncanny resemblance to the undead. Stay away, stay away." As if finally grasping the dire situation, Qian Hu raised the blade in his hand, which swelled to an immense size. He intended to cleave through the corpses of his fallen allies to halt their advance. Yet, the blade merely hovered in midair, unyielding despite his desperate strength. Under Qian Hu's watchful gaze, the weapon slipped from his grasp, soaring towards Ji Chuan. To his astonishment, the giant sword shrank once more in Ji Chuan's hands, easily snapping in two, all without the latter having touched it. Qian Hu collapsed onto the ground, stripped of his powers. Weaponless, how could an ordinary man contend with a horde of zombies? No. His former subordinates encircled him, preparing to feast. In the corner, Cha Ziren trembled, realizing that this man in sunglasses was not merely boasting. He possessed such formidable abilities. He steeled his resolve, intending to slip away through the shattered doorway. However, upon reaching the entrance, he collided directly with Ji Chuan's form. When did he arrive? Can he teleport? Why is his body so cold? Unbeknownst to Cha Ziren, Ji Chuan merely moved with astonishing speed, his superior agility rendering him seemingly capable of instantaneous travel. "You look quite familiar." Ji Chuan gazed at himself with a radiant smile, causing a chill to run down Cha Ziren's spine, though his expression mirrored that of when he invited everyone to stay. Cha Ziren now perceived an unmistakable sense of danger emanating from him. "Leader, I have thought it over, and I believe our base is the best choice. I came here to join our base." Cha Ziren genuinely believed this. If Qian Hu lost, it would indicate that their base possessed considerable strength, making his decision to join worthwhile. "Oh, I recall stating that I could ensure your safe departure at the time. However, I do not guarantee your safe entry." Ji Chuan's smile was dazzling as he removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of crimson eyes that radiated a perilous aura against his handsome visage. Cha Ziren understood why Ji Chuan had always worn sunglasses. He was far from human. Under Cha Ziren's astonished gaze, Ji Chuan grasped his own neck with one hand, the immense force rendering Cha Ziren's attempts to pry his fingers loose futile. Simultaneously, Ji Chuan's other hand reached towards his own head. A wave of icy dread washed over Cha Ziren, who struggled desperately, flailing his limbs in an attempt to scream but was rendered voiceless. The sound of cracking skull echoed in the air, and Cha Ziren fell limp, akin to a marionette with severed strings. Ji Chuan savored a blue crystal core, relishing the delightful flavor of fresh essence. He resolved to show no mercy towards such humans in the future. The fresh ones were the most delectable. Ji Chuan first assessed the injuries of those on the battlefield, providing healing to his comrades, relieved that none sustained fatal wounds. "Ji Chuan." Gu Yunxi rushed into Ji Chuan's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Moments ago, she was engulfed in fear, contemplating a desperate fate alongside her assailant. Yet she found herself incapable of such a resolve. Lin Dulu, witnessing the embrace, remained silent, her head bowed. However, Ji Chuan offered Lin Dulu a warm smile, expressing gratitude for her protection of everyone. Lin Dulu, in her usual proud manner, turned her head, asserting that she hadn't contributed much. It was a collective effort. As they assisted the awakening Pei Wendong, they made their way towards the hall. Chapter 26. The terrifying loyalty. Realizing her earlier indiscretion, Gu Yunxi released Ji Chuan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Simultaneously, she aided Geng Mao, who had bravely used his leaf blade to rescue her. Gu Yunxi expressed her gratitude, while Geng Mao, a freshman who had never encountered such a beautiful sister, felt his face flush, shaking his head in modesty, too nervous to articulate a response. Zhang Yun, observing the battlefield was now safe, hurriedly approached with Xiao Xian, seeking Ji Chuan's assistance. Su Shun, possessing greater strength, helped Zhang Yun carry Xiao Xian, sprinting towards them. What has happened to Xiao Xian? Ji Chuan pondered, perplexed. It seemed that the assailants had yet to breach the hotel, and he sensed no injuries on Xiao Xian. Why had she fainted? Zhang Yun recounted the earlier events, and Ji Chuan began to comprehend. He had long suspected that Xiao Xian's abilities could not merely manifest as a plaything. Such powers could not be of a violet hue. It was likely an overexertion of her abilities. She was still too young. Ji Chuan raised his hand to heal Xiao Xian, and soon her complexion visibly brightened. Zhang Yun repeatedly expressed her thanks. By the way, Su Shen, what are your abilities? This is also a purple ability, and Ji Chuan felt a twinge of curiosity. However, given that Su Shen did not participate in the recent battle, it seemed unlikely that it was a combative power. Lowering his voice, Su Shen said, Leader, my ability is loyalty. I can designate a target and assess the loyalty levels of others towards that target. If they are not averse, I can alter their state through my power, effectively rendering them loyal. Ji Chuan gazed at Su Shun in astonishment, realizing that such an ability existed. Su Shun was undoubtedly a capable steward, capable of preventing the emergence of traitors. How is the loyalty level among our base members? Initially, the loyalty levels were relatively high for Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu, around 75, while the newcomers averaged about 20. However, following the conclusion of the battle, the overall loyalty has risen to approximately 70, with Gu Yunxi and Lin Lulu exhibiting even higher levels. Remarkable, the deterrent effect of strength proves to be far more effective. Witnessing one's own formidable power serves as a reassurance to the members of the base, allowing them to understand that following me entails little danger. Ji Chuan nodded in agreement, but Su Shun then grasped one of Ji Chuan's hands. With his eyes closed, a stream of violet light flowed from Su Shun's hand into Ji Chuan's. Leader, this is the effect of my loyalty. I can choose a target to pledge allegiance to, and my loyalty towards you will be unwavering at 100. Additionally, you will be able to see the loyalty levels of others in the territory towards you. In truth, Su Shen had not initially intended to disclose this, nor had he elaborated on his ability in detail to Gu Yunxi. He was simply grateful to Ji Chuan for saving his sister and for rescuing him as well. However, through Ji Chuan's demeanor, Su Shun recognized his formidable strength. His declaration of unwavering commitment to protect the members of the base was not mere rhetoric. He would indeed act upon it. One of the initial reasons for Su Shun's hesitance in employing his abilities was the realization that once he pledged allegiance, he would be bound to obey any command, akin to a gamble. As Su Shun released Ji Chuan's hand, he was surprised to find that he felt no chill from the touch. Rather, he experienced a fleeting sense of reluctance. Loyalty was indeed formidable. A complete devotion of 100 made him perceive contact with the Lord as a privilege. Ji Chuan surveyed his surroundings and, astonishingly, discerned the loyalty indices of those present. Gu Yunxi at 87, Lin Lulu at 80, this wretched girl. Zhang Yun at 75, Zhu Zhu at 86, how could she be so high? Su Qi at 74, Pei Wendong at 72, Geng Mao at 71. Ji Chuan found this index quite intriguing. It provided a direct insight into how much trust each individual placed in him. Some, despite a brief acquaintance, exhibited considerable trust, while others might feign confidence despite a lack of it. With the assistance of this index, his approach to managing people would be significantly more intuitive. The higher the loyalty, the more challenging it became to enhance it. A 100 loyalty rating enabled one to compel the other to undertake any task. Anything. Ji Chuan was taken aback. The Su Shen before him indeed embodied that 100 loyalty. With a playful tilt of his backside, he noted that straightforward men were particularly averse to such antics. He and Song Hui often joked about it, instinctively guarding themselves against such provocations while ascending stairs. Yes, my leader. Su Shen replied, his face flushed, as he turned away and lifted his alluring form. This was peculiar. Something was amiss. All right, I believe you. Ji Chuan's actions caused Su Shen to feel a touch of shyness. Despite currently being a cold-blooded being, he sensed a warmth rising in his cheeks. Very well, Chief. You are also my master, and as my master, you may command Su Shen as you wish. No, the concept of loyalty was rather daunting. With the enhancement of Su Shen's extraordinary ability, he felt akin to a human puppet, a testament to the sheer power of Su Shen's gifts. Yet, this also brought Ji Chuan a sense of solace, for it assured him that his companion would not betray him. This certainty was enough. Brother? Su Chi gazed at her brother's flushed face, feeling as though the sky were collapsing around her. Could it be that her brother harbored feelings for the chief? Was the sister he once mentioned merely a fleeting dalliance? What was happening? Was this the reason for her brother's prolonged singlehood? What was she to do? Having always been her brother's most loyal aide, should she finally intervene? How was she to navigate the conflict between ethics and familial bonds? It's not what you think. Ji Chuan hurriedly attempted to clarify for Su Shan. It's all right, Ji Chuan Ji, you are incredibly handsome and exceptionally talented. My brother often speaks of you, declaring you the finest young man he has ever encountered. Please, grant my brother a chance. Brother, I have chosen family. I can assist you no further. Su Chi resolved after much inner turmoil. As a modern young woman of the new century, she felt capable of embracing all that was novel. The thought of the two together sparked a flicker of excitement within her, as if some latent aspect of her being had awakened. Su Shan, too, was taken aback. What was his sister saying? Had he ever uttered such words? Nevertheless, he was willing to accept anything that might draw him closer to Ji Chuan. Loyalty plays its sinister role, and Su Shan remains utterly unaware of the implications of choosing a target for his allegiance. Yes, master. Do not call me master. Just use my name. Brother, aren't you still in Imu? Su Chi felt as though her world had collapsed. The towering Su Shan, standing at 186 centimeters, had received numerous confessions from girls, each more stunning than the last. Even if he were inclined towards boys, one would expect him to assume the role of the suitor. How could he refer to Ji Chuan as master? Su Shan was acutely aware of his words, yet his unwavering loyalty induced a peculiar delusion that receiving Ji Chuan's approval constituted the highest form of reward. Like a scavenger, he mechanically extracted the cores from the thugs, his expression resembling that of someone engaged in a distasteful task. Must one further amplify their loyalty? Surely, reaching 100 would be dreadful. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Chapter 27. The Iron Fortress under scrutiny. Ji Chuan consumed the cores of the thugs, all of which were of the offensive ability type, with the lowest tier being blue. Among them, the firewall was a skill only attainable through the spreading of fireballs. He had not anticipated acquiring it so directly. These seemingly useless skills can actually be combined. The blue core air cannon and the green core aroma surprisingly transformed into a purple core, range sleep. The elevation in core color represented a significant qualitative leap, revealing that the fusion of two cores could indeed give rise to advanced cores. Ji Chuan was filled with delight and promptly chose to proceed with the fusion. With the disappearance of the last two crystal cores, a new purple crystal core known as Range Slumber has been mastered. This skill proves to be quite advantageous for infiltrating the base of the supernatural beings. Although there are other crystal core combinations hinted at, their utility appears minimal. Given that the original crystal cores vanish upon combination, Ji Chuan intends to only merge those that can elevate the crystal core's rank, as combinations of the same level yield little significance. Utilizing both metal creation and manipulation, Ji Chuan is repairing the gate, restoring it to its former glory after it was severed by Qianhu. Qianhu's crystal core is purple metal scaling, allowing the user to ignore the weight of the metal while enlarging or reducing it, a truly miraculous skill for an ordinary person. However, Ji Chuan possesses considerable strength and metal manipulation skills himself, making this ability useful primarily for structural repairs. The recent ambush on their stronghold left Ji Chuan feeling apprehensive, prompting him to reinforce the gate and walls further, enveloping the hotel in metal and elevating its defenses, resembling a fortress of steel. Moreover, the combat capabilities of the members remain inadequate. Although Lin Lulu boasts a golden attack type ability, her combat experience is severely lacking. While the other two possess green abilities, one defensive, that hardly influence the battlefield. Gu Yunxi wields formidable powers, yet she tends to panic in combat, making it challenging for her to fully unleash her potential. Xiao Xian is powerful as well, but her youth limits her endurance in prolonged battles. Ji Chuan finds himself in a quandary. He must seek out stronger members to protect this place during his absence, or train them to enhance their combat prowess. Otherwise, the stronghold will remain perilous in his absence. Ji Chuan entered the room to assess everyone's condition and contemplated convening a brief meeting to share his thoughts, seeking suggestions from the group. Nearby survivors from the high-rise had observed the transformation of the Orijar Hotel. Its metallic walls rendered the establishment a striking artifact amidst the apocalypse. Had the Orijar Hotel been officially sanctioned, there wasn't a single zombie in sight. This was splendid news, as the base for abilities was perilously distant, making travel to it quite hazardous. This hotel was significantly closer. Was there anyone interested in forming a team to venture there? I find myself somewhat apprehensive. Are you all certain? What are the criteria for entry into this stronghold? Surely, they do not require ability assessments, for any ordinary ability user would be wasting their time. Indeed, if we embark on this adventure and they refuse to accept us, the risk would be too great. Discussions online regarding the changes at Orijar have surged in intensity, as people cling to hope for survival and increasingly lean towards collective reliance. Du Ling, tasked with exploration and monitoring anomalies, was compelled by this news to investigate further. As an official, he noted that the Orijar Hotel was not a product of the authorities. Although numerous small organizations had emerged, merely companions navigating the apocalypse together. The capacity to clear the Orijar and fortify its perimeter demonstrated considerable strength. He needed to meet with the leader of this stronghold to ascertain the situation before reporting back to the authorities. Is everyone doing well? Ji Chuan observed the injuries of the wounded, relieved to find that, under his healing, they had nearly recovered. Most were in good condition now. I have reinforced the outer walls of the stronghold, making it quite challenging for ordinary ability users to infiltrate. However, I will still venture out in search of supplies and crystals, which renders the stronghold somewhat perilous during my absence. Thus, should we seek out more formidable ability users? Or focus on honing your combat skills? What are your thoughts? I cannot always be present at the stronghold. A palpable silence enveloped the group, as they recognized their own frailty could become a burden to Ji Chuan, relishing the resources and protection he provided without being able to contribute meaningfully. I wish to undertake combat training, Lin Lulu proclaimed, stepping forward. Facing that group in battle had revealed her own helplessness. She yearned for growth. I too, Gu Yunxi resolutely declared. In fact, we can pursue both paths simultaneously, as you can see. Zhu Zhu produced her phone. The online transformation of Aeligier had already sparked curiosity among many, with some expressing interest in joining. The stronghold had garnered considerable attention, and it was likely that capable ability users would come forth. Ji Chuan nodded in agreement. Gathering more ability users would undoubtedly strengthen the stronghold. Furthermore, through Su Shin's loyalty ability, we could monitor the status of our members. Survivors who could safely reach us must possess some degree of strength, and the stronghold currently lacks personnel for various essential tasks, such as operating the surveillance room, patrolling, organizing supplies, maintenance, and cleaning. Even those with lesser abilities could contribute to these fundamental duties. Most individuals tend to remain passive observers, and few are willing to take concrete action. Ji Chuan resolved to commence training for everyone. He had already devised a training method. A few individuals endowed with combat abilities arrived in the courtyard, where Ji Chuan permitted the zombies to enter as sparring partners. Gung Mao wielded the green leaf blade ability, while Jiang Yi possessed the green stone bullet ability. Both faced an onslaught from two zombies simultaneously. Pei Wendong, endowed with the blue protective ability, was challenged by 4 zombies attacking him at once, requiring him to maintain a comprehensive defense. Lin Lulu confronted 8 zombies at the same time, with the threat of additional foes continuously emerging. Ji Chuan tasked Gu Yunxi with ensuring a steady enhancement of the abilities for the 4 individuals. He had no time to engage in prolonged training. Every encounter was a matter of survival. Being touched by a zombie could lead to death. Yet their demise could serve the stronghold as additional zombies. Although he spoke in this manner, he had not issued a bloody command against the zombies, as his true intent was to foster their rapid growth. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, the group felt an increase in psychological pressure. However, these ordinary zombies were insignificant compared to the abilities they possessed. The zombies began to move, roaring as they charged towards their targets. Lin Lulu swiftly launched her attack. Previously, facing multiple adversaries had been quite arduous, and this time she was eager to continue accumulating experience against numerous targets. She quickly gathered a luminous arrow in her hand and aimed it at the nearest foe. Almost simultaneously, the other zombies lunged toward her, prompting Lin Lulu to retreat continuously. In her earlier encounter with several thugs, she had realized that standing still to shoot arrows would only make her a target. She could not afford to remain stationary. Darting backward, she evaded the oncoming zombie assaults, recognizing that Ji Chuan was indeed serious this time. Lin Lulu muttered to herself, acknowledging that she was still too slow. Her arrow concentration speed was insufficient to sustain a continuous barrage, which severely impacted her attack frequency. Was there truly no way to accelerate the process? Lin Luoyulu felt the light arrows condensing, yet despite her significant enhancement in willpower, her speed of condensation remained unchanged. If speed could not be altered, what about quantity? With this thought, Lin Luoyulu began to envision the two nearest zombies as her targets and commenced gathering light arrows. Although the second arrow appeared somewhat ethereal, she discovered that it was indeed feasible to produce more than one light arrow. It turned out that her light arrows were not limited to a single shot. Ji Chuan's lips curled into a smile. Truly, the golden crystal core offered substantial potential for enhancement. Move. Focus. Otherwise, it could be fatal. To further stimulate the latent potential within the group, Ji Chuan spoke while turning aside to rest, instilling a sense of vulnerability among them, which made everyone feel a shiver of caution. Chapter 28. Enhancing the use of abilities. Su Wanchuan had previously been the primary subject under Wu Qian's supervision. Yet Wu Qian had not provided any updates on the project's progress. Thus, how much did you truly know about the first subject? Su Wanchuan cast a furtive glance at Li Jingru, feeling somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of this middle-aged man's seemingly penetrating gaze. The first subject was a designation for Ji Chuan, the only zombie known to possess the ability to communicate, an exceedingly rare case. The leader, he was a murderous fiend. He killed my boyfriend, slaughtered my parents. Just as he was about to take my life, the base rescued me, yet he still wounded me grievously. Captain Wu had scarcely grasped the situation regarding the first subject, as he primarily sought opportunities to engage me in idle chatter. Su Wanchuan feigned a sense of grievance, harboring a belief that Wu Qian had always eyed her with ill intentions. According to reports from the on-site members, this zombie is capable of communication. Did he not convey anything to you? He also mentioned personal grievances. Does that pertain to the matter between you and him? Li Jingru's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, revealing no discernible emotion. Su Wanshan had long since prepared her explanation for the afternoon, even if her plan faltered. She could articulate her thoughts as intended. That zombie had been wandering near my home, initially presenting himself as quite ordinary, until my boyfriend discovered him intruding and promptly expelled him. I never anticipated he would transform into such a creature. Perhaps the personal grievances he spoke of stem from my family casting him out. Yet, we acted out of self-preservation. To think he would commit such atrocities against my family for this trivial matter. He is nothing but a bloodthirsty monster. This situation mirrors the reality quite closely. A powerless individual devoid of abilities has morphed into something so terrifying. Su Wanshan truly did not comprehend how Ji Chuan managed it. The rhythmic tapping of Li Jingru's fingers ceased, as if he were contemplating something. You mentioned he was merely an ordinary zombie at first. Then, upon encountering him again, he could manipulate other zombies, unravel the invisibility of Cui Zixuan, and compel her to kneel, uttering words like a human. Were your injuries inflicted by him as well? A sense of dread washed over Li Jingru. If Su Wanshan's words held truth, this zombie was evolving at an alarming rate. If he harbored genuine malevolence towards humanity, the consequences upon his maturation would be dire. Understood. You may leave now. Henceforth, you shall work in the logistics department, providing water resources for the base. Once Su Wanshan departed, Li Jingru's expression grew solemn. How is it? A figure behind him bowed and spoke. The murder of the boyfriend is indeed true, while the killing of the parents is false. The interaction between Wu Qian and her is a fabrication. The initial demeanor of number one was ordinary, yet its subsequent development is genuine. Li Jingru furrowed his brow. He held no interest in the cause of the Su family's demise, for Wu Qian was already deceased. His feelings towards Su Wanshan were inconsequential, especially considering that her water-based abilities were essential to the base. He had no desire to delve into these trivial matters. What concerned him most was the potential growth of number one. He decided to appoint Old Wang as the captain of Team 2, as they possessed the most insight into number one's circumstances. Teams 2, 6, and 7 were to investigate the whereabouts of number 1 and promptly report any findings. The man nodded and exited the room. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Wu Qian is to be cremated today. Brother, light a cigarette for me. Our captain had a final wish to be buried alongside his wife. Zixian and I wish to assist him in this matter, to facilitate the arrangement. Sun Tao handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the man. Such resources were exceedingly scarce now, and each cigarette was precious. The man felt assured that with Cui Zixuan's assistance in the transfer, the base would remain oblivious, and they could dispose of the body as they saw fit. Conserving their powers in the process, Utilizing basic fire abilities to incinerate a body was quite taxing. Then make haste. If you're discovered, don't implicate me. Understood. We shall leave at once. Ji Chuan activated her abilities, and the three of them, along with the body, arrived at Wu Qian's wife's grave. Sun Tao meticulously examined Wu Qian's remains, as he had always suspected that there was something amiss regarding Wu Qian's death. Wu Qian was neither the type to be enamored with Su Wansuan, nor was he someone who could be easily killed by Cui Zhan. The wound on his waist was deep. It appeared to be a fatal injury. It was evident that much blood must have flowed upon the extraction of the knife. Yet, how could there be another wound on his neck? Sun Tao furrowed his brow. Have you ever been a forensic doctor, Sun Tao? Ji Chuan observed Sun Tao's actions with curiosity, initially believing he was merely assisting Wu Qian in fulfilling a wish. I have a lingering suspicion that the captain's death is not so straightforward. There is a profound gash on his waist, and look at the neck. A blade capable of inflicting such a substantial wound on the waist could hardly leave such a minor injury on the neck. Ji Chuan stepped forward to investigate as well. Perhaps the wound on the neck was merely a scrape from the captain evading an attack? Those two, Cui Zhan and Su Wanshan, are undoubtedly responsible for the captain's demise. But what good does knowledge do? The base will hardly treat the dead with any favor. Ji Chuan's expression fell. It must be said that Wu Qian was a commendable captain, often caring for the only girl in the team. We must hurry. If we delay, the zombies will discover the captain's remains. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's reminder, Sun Tao hastily resumed his task. Captain, this will allow you to reunite with your wife. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi was in a state of chaos on the battlefield, with everyone engaged in tense combat. However, Ji Chuan had not orchestrated any zombie attacks against himself. His singular focus was to enhance everyone's abilities. Yet she discovered that she could only designate a singular target. How unfortunate it was that the enhancement effect on the previous individual dissipated before she could select another. Why did she feel so ineffectual? Everyone around her was visibly progressing. While she remained stagnant, Gu Yunxi endeavored to harness her extraordinary ability, envisioning a verdant orb of light that signified the augmentation of her powers, which she could direct towards any individual. She yearned to bestow the orb's benefits upon multiple persons simultaneously, striving to exert control over it. Under the urgency of her thoughts, the green orb seemed to stretch, transforming into an oval shape as it hastily detached from the previous target and moved towards the next. Was this merely an illusion? In that fleeting moment, Gu Yunxi sensed the orb had flattened. If the orb could only exist singularly, might its form be subject to alteration? She ceased her attempts to shift the orb's position and instead concentrated on compressing it, endeavoring to modify its shape. The once rounded orb morphed into a flat disc, making contact with the figures of Lin Dulu and Gung Mao before her. The light arrows visibly thickened, and the leaf blades pierced through the zombies' skulls with the precision of steel. Was this true success? Gu Yunxi was overwhelmed with joy. With renewed determination, she furrowed her brow and urged her will to further compress the orb. The green disc expanded continuously until it enveloped the entire arena. Everyone felt the augmentation of their extraordinary abilities. Bored and listless, Ji Chuan was activating his life perception. With the aid of this spread, he began to sense any new targets within the territory, ones from which he could retrieve crystal cores after the training concluded. Suddenly, 3 purple crystal cores appeared. Was this merely a figment of my imagination? Once again, 2 have suddenly vanished. After expanding his range of perception, Ji Chuan discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Crystalline cores were appearing and then inexplicably disappearing, reminiscent of the cloaked individual he had encountered that day. It seemed that the other party possessed the ability of teleportation. Yet, how was it that a purple crystalline core remained, and it was not a zombie? Was it an official surveillance? A temporary hideout? Ji Chuan felt compelled to investigate. He approached the training ground and called for a halt, the others panting heavily. As combat training was the most exhausting, I will step out for a moment. You all take a break. With that, Ji Chuan turned and boarded the off-road vehicle, heading towards the location of the purple crystalline core. Chapter 29. The Rescue of Wu Qian. What is going on? Has someone been buried alive? Ji Chuan arrived at the designated spot of the crystalline core, only to find a solitary grave before him. His life perception could distinguish between humans and zombies, and it was evident that the life form of this purple crystalline core was not that of a zombie. With a simple gesture, he raised his hand, and the earth swiftly parted, revealing a slab of rock that lifted a person upward. This was The individual who had drawn a gun that day? Ji Chuan was taken aback. Before him lay Wu Qian, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse, yet Ji Chuan knew he was not dead. Observing the wounds on his body, Ji Chuan realized that he had merely succumbed to shock from excessive blood loss. The ghastly pallor was indeed a result of his severe bleeding. Was the base of the supernatural beings so careless? This dire situation arose chiefly because the incident had transpired suddenly amidst chaos that night. Those responsible for transporting Wu Qian's body, upon witnessing such a significant loss of blood and his ashen visage, must have concluded he was deceased. They had even listened for his heartbeat and breath. He was unaware that after experiencing severe hemorrhaging, a person's pulse becomes exceedingly weak, their extremities grow cold, their complexion turns ashen, and they fall into a state of unconsciousness. Consequently, it was only natural for everyone to assume that Wu Qian had perished. However, the purple crystal core seemed to have rendered him beyond the realm of an ordinary individual, as his physical constitution surpassed that of the vast majority. For the past couple of days, he clung to life, ultimately discovered by Ji Chuan. Had it not been for Sun Tao's desire to assist in the joint burial with his wife, Gu Yunxi's sudden epiphany during training, and Ji Chuan's idle sense of life's awareness, Wu Qian would surely have succumbed. Concerned about Wu Qian's body temperature dropping due to prolonged treatment in the wilderness, Ji Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that Wu Qian had been placed in the morgue by the ability user base for an entire night. The healing technique gradually mended Wu Qian's body, and his complexion visibly improved. Yet, Ji Chuan's healing remained within a limited green spectrum, with effects that were slow to manifest. As Ji Chuan's hand moved towards Wu Qian's chest, he coughed and gasped. Wu Qian abruptly awakened, breathing heavily. Where am I? Was I not killed by Cui Zhan? When Su Wansuan had obstructed his airway with water, Wu Qian had utilized his abilities to materialize a knife, which he used to cut through his own trachea to prevent asphyxiation. However, he had not anticipated that Cui Zhan would launch a sneak attack. You're awake. It was him. Upon seeing Ji Chuan's face, Wu Qian felt as though he had descended into hell. Sister Yin, please take care of him. Understood. Had he truly just departed? Was the woman beside him human? Was he the one who saved me? Wu Qian's mind was in disarray as he found himself in an opulent room that resembled a hotel, yet he was bewildered by the circumstances surrounding him. Feeling a gnawing thirst, he decided to quench it with some water. Zhang Yun gently supported Wu Qian, carefully bringing a bowl of honey water to his lips. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he sensed no malice from the woman before him. His throat felt parched, almost ablaze, and his body was exceedingly weak. Where was this place? Was the leader Ji Chuan? He had previously noted the striking resemblance between the first person and Ji Chuan during his research, and now he sought to confirm his suspicion. Do you know our leader? Wu Qian shook his head, at a loss for words. Why would a zombie be regarded as their leader? Zhang Yun appeared taken aback by his question, seemingly unprepared for such an inquiry. He saved both my daughter and me, as well as my neighbor and her brother. She gestured towards the window. He rescued the survivors of the hotel and reinforced its doors and walls, allowing the survivors to choose whether to stay or leave, even permitting those with lesser abilities to remain. Is what you say true? Wu Qian could hardly believe his ears. Ji Chuan's actions seemed far more humane than those of the base. In the pursuit of limited resources, the ability user base would not accept the weak, only those deemed useful. It is true, uncle. Without brother Ji Chuan's help, Xiao Xian and my mother would have perished. Brother Ji Chuan is a good person. Xiao Xian observed Wu Qian with curiosity from the side. Have something to eat. Your body is still quite weak. Zhang Yun gently held a bowl of porridge, feeding it to Wu Qian spoonful by spoonful. Wu Qian felt a bit embarrassed. I can manage myself. Noticing Wu Qian's discomfort, yet recognizing his ability to move, Zhang Yun placed the porridge into his hands. I will fetch you some more food. It's best to have something to eat when you're hungry. If you need anything, just call me. Xiao Xian and I are staying in the room opposite yours. Please rest well. As Zhang Yun departed, Wu Qian gazed blankly out of the window. The inhabitants of this stronghold seemed to live quite comfortably. Could it be that Ji Chuan posed no threat to humanity? Wu Qian sighed and lay back down. Knock, knock, knock. I brought you some food. It was Zhang Yun's voice. She cautiously entered, carrying a tray laden with various dishes, setting it down beside Wu Qian's bed. What's wrong? Zhang Yun observed Wu Qian's pale complexion, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was likely due to his excessive weakness and the exertion of his abilities. However, Zhang Yun assumed his condition had worsened. She hurriedly reached out to touch his forehead. relieved to find it cool and free of fever. I thought you had a fever. I'm glad to hear you're fine. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell? Aside from his weakness, Wu Qian was plagued by an indescribable unease. In this unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strangers, burdened with a mission and having uncovered certain truths, there were numerous tasks awaiting his attention, yet he felt utterly powerless. Wu Qian shook his head, unable to articulate his discomfort. Zhang Yun employed her soothing abilities on Wu Qian. Instantly, he felt significantly more at ease, his entire being relaxing. Was it the woman before him who had accomplished this? How should I address you? My name is Zhang Yun. Feel free to call me if you need anything. And you? Wu Qian. Zhang Yun nodded. You should eat these while they're still warm. I had Chef Zhao prepare them fresh. They won't taste as good once they cool down. And Chef Zhao is indeed a skilled chef from a reputable hotel. Let me help you up. Gazing at Zhang Yun's gentle visage, Wu Qian hesitated but eventually sat up. You must eat more to regain your strength. Chapter 30. The rising undead Du Ling arrived at Ji Chuan's stronghold, and the sight before her exceeded her expectations. The outer wall towered even higher than what she had seen online, a feat accomplished by Ji Chuan after acquiring metal scaling, which greatly facilitated the reinforcement efforts. Du Ling possessed abilities more inclined towards support. Rather than engaging in combat, she chose a location with fewer zombies and activated her powers. A robust vine gradually emerged from beneath her feet, lifting her upward, and upon reaching the outer wall, it began to climb. Thus, Du Ling successfully entered the stronghold. An unfamiliar human has entered from the southeast wall. A plant-based ability user, Zhang Yi communicated via the intercom. Lin Lu frowned, and the group hurried outside to investigate. Who are you? Step closer, and I will attack. Lin Lu assumed a defensive posture, having recently sent off Qian Hu and his companions. She knew that humanity posed a greater threat than the undead in this apocalyptic world. Du Ling raised her hands in a gesture of peace. I mean no harm. I'm a member of the ability user base, here to assess the situation and determine whether this newly established stronghold requires our assistance. That's unnecessary. Since you belong to another organization, I kindly ask you to leave promptly. Next time, if you enter without permission, we will not be so accommodating. Lin Lulu does not fully trust the other party. She would not take their word for being official at face value. Moreover, the last official had rescued that wicked woman. Su wants one. Who knows what their intentions truly are? May we meet your superior? We could explore a partnership. Upon entering the stronghold, Du Ling discovered that the security level of this base was exceptionally high, capable of withstanding the majority of zombies. If it were merely a small organization, they could even apply for incorporation directly to their superiors. Lin Lulu paused momentarily, aware of Ji Chuan's keen hearing. He could listen to the ongoing conversation, and if he wished, he would make his presence known. Yet, Ji Chuan remained absent. Understanding Ji Chuan's stance, Lin Lulu grew more resolute. The leader is not here. Please leave. Ji Chuan recognized Du Ling. He had assisted him when he obtained the golden crystal core, but he preferred to avoid premature entanglements with the officials, thus refraining from showing himself. A light arrow shot towards Du Ling's feet. Please leave. The next strike will be aimed at you. All right. I will leave at once. Do not act rashly. The door unexpectedly swung open, and Du Ling stepped outside. He prepared himself to confront the zombies, yet the surrounding undead seemed disinclined to attack. The door closed behind him, recalling a vehicle parked in the courtyard. Could it be him? Du Ling remembered that powerful individual, and connecting the dots with the zombies' passivity, he began to form a conjecture. Captain, it appears that the leader of the Aligier Hotel is the powerful individual I mentioned last time. Captain, what is this creature? Stronger than any existing variant. Captain Chi Feng of Team 7, hiding behind a building, was tasked with locating the whereabouts of Subject 1 and began to explore the area where the zombies congregated. Although Team 7 lacked formidable strength, their abilities were sufficient for self-preservation. Thus, they operated independently to enhance efficiency, sharing gathered information amongst themselves. From a vantage point, Chi Feng noticed the peculiar density of zombies in this region and suspected it might be the gathering place of Subject 1. He traversed through walls to enter the area, confident that even if discovered, ordinary zombies would be slower than him, allowing him to evade their attacks swiftly. The closer he approached the periphery, the more he realized the abnormal concentration of zombies, yet the center remained obscured from view. Therefore, Chi Feng chose to ascend to the rooftop nearby for a better observation. There, amidst the horde, he spotted an enormous, distinctive zombie he had never encountered before. Even from the rooftop, He could clearly see its broad back adorned with grotesque bone spurs. Just as he prepared to capture images for his report, the colossal zombie seemed to notice him, lifting its head to gaze in his direction. In his astonished stare, the creature leapt towards the building wall with the agility of an ape, rapidly closing the distance. Each bound reverberated through the structure, shattering windows with ease. Ji Chuan, realizing the urgency of the situation, activated his powers to descend through the floors and sprinted away, skillfully maneuvering through walls for cover. The thunderous footsteps of the giant zombie echoed behind him, a constant reminder of its relentless pursuit. Exhausted from the frequent use of his extraordinary abilities, Ji Chuan found himself breathless, his footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. Stealthily, he observed a distant zombie, its head raised as if it were sniffing the air. This was dire. It was tracking by scent. Realizing this, Ji Chuan dared not linger and swiftly fled in the opposite direction. A few zombies were drawn to him, yet upon his passage through the wall, they could only mindlessly pound against it in confusion. His mind turned to the nearby garbage station, and he hurried there without a moment's hesitation, driven by an ominous premonition. Should that enormous zombie capture him, it would undoubtedly spell his demise. His heart raced, but fortunately, his abilities allowed him to navigate a more efficient escape route. Ignoring the filth, he plunged into the refuse, the overpowering stench almost causing him to retch. Covered in sweat, he found it increasingly difficult to muster his powers. The ground trembled beneath him, signaling that the terrifying zombie had approached. As its footsteps faded, it seemed to be straining to discern its surroundings. Only when the sounds receded did Ji Chuan cautiously extricate himself from the refuse. Having narrowly escaped, he resolved never to venture near the garbage station again. Having encountered a zombie far more perilous than any mutated specimen, Ji Chuan promptly relayed this alarming information to his team, indifferent to Du Ling's remarks regarding the base leader. The recent escape had made him acutely aware of humanity's precarious position. "Wow, Captain Chi, did you fall into a cesspool?" A base guard remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose. "What? Are you saying that a zombie far exceeding mutated specimens was also discovered near the eastern garbage station? Larger than a brown bear?" Li Jingru could hardly believe his ears. Moments ago, the 6th Squad reported a zombie wielding a steel whip at the foot of Nanshan, exhibiting an extraordinary level of aggression, far surpassing that of ordinary mutated varieties. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. It appeared that zombies were undergoing continuous mutations, with those possessing formidable abilities rising in prominence. Meanwhile, humanity had yet to comprehend the conditions necessary for zombie evolution. Ji Chuan, while harvesting walnuts in a new area, had a rather fortunate discovery: a blue stasis crystal core, capable of momentarily pausing a target. This marked his first acquisition of a time-related ability. He soon realized that stasis could be combined with an ice crystal core to form a time freeze, purple crystal core, which would halt time within a small area. However, any living beings entering this zone would also be affected. This ability proved invaluable for preserving supplies, and Ji Chuan eagerly proceeded with the combination, alleviating concerns over potential spoilage. What was happening? While controlling the lineup of zombies with crystal cores approaching him, Ji Chuan noticed one zombie, which he had not summoned, deliberately advancing toward him. Sensing no crystal core emanating from this approaching creature, curiosity piqued within him. He wished to ascertain the nature of this unsolicited visitor. Chapter 31. The first wave of defectors. After dispatching the 8th zombie and consuming its crystal core, the approaching target finally came into Ji Chuan's view. This zombie appeared to be female, possessing the curvaceous form of a woman. However, her skin bore a grayish hue, and her limbs and chest were cloaked in what resembled black skeletal armor, exuding an aura of formidable toughness akin to a second skin. With a steel whip in hand and an expression that radiated an aura of menace, Ji Chuan exhibited no fear of the zombies before him. The creature in front displayed no signs of aggression, prompting Ji Chuan to observe its intentions. The steel-whipped zombie approached and slowly knelt before him. A hint of curiosity flickered within Ji Chuan. What was she doing? In homage to the mighty Zombie King came the raspy, deliberate voice that echoed, reminiscent of Ji Chuan's own transformation into a zombie. "Who are you?" "I am born of your will, existing to serve you." The zombie before Ji Chuan astonishingly possessed the ability to communicate and exhibited a semblance of intelligence, lacking a crystal core, unlike those transformed from humans. Ji Chuan pondered the implications of its strength without a core, momentarily halting his actions as another blue-bodied, enhanced zombie remained uneaten nearby. You shall be called Xiaomei. Let us assess your prowess. Defeat this zombie. Ji Chuan commanded both zombies. The enhanced zombie shimmered with a metallic sheen and let out a deafening roar as it charged at Xiaomei. With remarkable agility, Xiaomei's steel whip coiled around the zombie's neck, and with a powerful twist of her arm, she brought the creature crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Denying the zombie any chance to rise, Xiaomei's whip constricted like a serpent around its throat, and, embodying the grace of a queen, she pressed one foot upon the zombie's shoulder. With relentless force, she succeeded in decapitating the enhanced zombie, severing its head from its body with astonishing ease. With a sharp intake of breath, Ji Chuan was taken aback. He had initially believed that the physically enhanced zombies were the nemesis of such weaponry. Yet, he was astounded by the formidable strength of Xiaomei, whose prowess surpassed that of the blue-powered individuals. Well done. How did you come to exist in this place? He inquired. If her existence stemmed from his own creation, why was he completely unaware of it? And how had she manifested in this location? My subordinates possess consciousness, and when I found myself here, I could sense your presence. You are our king, Xiaomei responded. Ji Chuan felt as if his own abilities bore some passive effect, having inadvertently created such a subordinate without any prior knowledge. After all, he had never encountered anyone else possessing the black crystal core. It appeared that there remained much to explore regarding this power. Indeed, our stronghold is in need of combat strength, and Xiaomei is perfectly suited to safeguard it during my absences. But are there others like her? He pondered. Is anyone there? Let us in, Qiu Xian shouted, vigorously pounding on the towering metal gates. He and his roommate, who had been residing nearby while preparing for postgraduate examinations, had sought refuge in this newly established stronghold after the outbreak of zombies. Remaining in their previous location was no longer an option, as they risked being consumed by the undead or succumbing to starvation. Surely they can hear us. How could they not with such a high gate and wall? Fan Jiahao joined in, striking the door with fervor in hopes of attracting the attention of those within. Although the surrounding zombies inexplicably refrained from attacking, they could see the horde approaching ominously from a distance. As they contemplated whether to retreat, the door swung open, and two individuals swiftly rushed inside. Who are you? Jiang Yi, monitoring the situation through the surveillance, promptly alerted everyone, and Lin Lulu quickly made her way to the entrance. We VE discovered a new stronghold and wish to join. We are willing to undertake any arduous tasks. What abilities do you possess? Qiu Xinshi's expression revealed his apprehension, as both of their powers seemed rather trivial. Allow us to demonstrate. The two turned their gaze towards Lin Lulu's group, fixating on Jiang Yi, believing it would be more effective to use their abilities on him. Suddenly, Jiang Yi spun around and began doing a plank. Jiang Yi, what on earth are you doing? Lin Lulu asked, bewildered. I don't know. I suddenly lost control of my body. My ability allows me to make the target turn around. Mine compels the target, who is facing away, to perform a plank. What? Lin Lulu gasped in astonishment. Such an ability was indeed peculiar. Although their powers seemed inconsequential individually, they could be harmoniously combined. When we encounter zombies, if we cannot evade them, we simply make them do planks on the spot. That's how we VE managed to survive thus far. Though the duration is brief, it suffices for our escape. Qiu Xinshi sheepishly scratched his head. Just as they engaged in conversation, the door opened once more, and an off-road vehicle drove in. Ah, a zombie! Qiu Xinshi exclaimed, horrified by the fearsome appearance of Xiaomei, who looked far more dangerous than an ordinary zombie. Instinctively, he activated his ability against her. As Xiaomei turned her head, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in her eyes, and she directly fixed her gaze upon Qiu Xinshi. How could this be? Qiu Xinshi realized that her powers had inexplicably failed her. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. A steel whip lashed out, yet it remained suspended in midair. Xiaomei, these individuals are members of our base, whom you are meant to protect. Indeed. Wong. The members of the base stared at Xiaomei in astonishment, feeling the overwhelming aura she exuded. Yet, this zombie seemed to obey Ji Chuan's commands and was capable of speech. This was the first time they had encountered a talking zombie, and in their eyes, Ji Chuan appeared no different from an ordinary human. This is Xiaomei. She will assist in guarding the hotel courtyard, ensuring safety in my absence. The group nodded in a daze, still hesitant to approach. Who are these two? Ji Chuan inquired upon noticing the unfamiliar faces of Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao. They are survivors who have come to our side. Their abilities are rather intriguing. This is our leader, Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu gestured for the two to demonstrate their abilities for Ji Chuan. Jiang Yi once again performed a plank on the ground. Ji Chuan, intrigued by the duo's combination technique, had never encountered such powers and wished to experiment. Try it on me. Ji Chuan's deep voice instilled a sense of fear in Xiao Xinshi, and upon seeing his crimson eyes, she sensed that he was no ordinary human. As he was the leader, she felt compelled to obey his command and attempted to use her rotational ability on Ji Chuan. Did you use it? Ji Chuan inquired. And Xiao Xinshi swallowed hard and nodded in response. This is ineffective for me. The control ability of the green crystal core. Could it be that I am immune? Ji Chuan felt no unusual sensations within his body. Why not try using your ability on me? Ji Chuan took the initiative to turn around, and Fan Jiahao employed his powers, yet Ji Chuan exhibited no reaction. How could this be? The solid sphere? Have our abilities been rendered ineffective? Perhaps the leader is simply too formidable. Xiao Xin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Ji Chuan and Xiao Mei, requiring immense courage just to approach them. It seems that the green control ability can indeed be disregarded. Having consumed so many crystal cores, it is unreasonable to be affected by the green control powers. Chapter 32. Discovering Xiao Mei. Are you certain you saw the whip zombie here? In order to ascertain the strength of the whip zombie, Li Jingru dispatched several experts with targeted abilities to collaborate with Team 6. However, upon reaching their destination, they encountered only a horde of ordinary zombies. Though numerous, they exhibited no abnormalities. The captain of Team 6 surveyed the area and, after leading his team in several circles, confirmed that there was indeed nothing amiss. How could this be? Did that zombie simply wander off? Li Jingru initially designated the whip zombie as a target due to the presence of a powerful magnetic ability user at the base, capable of directly seizing its weapon. Furthermore, Qi Feng reported that the immense destructive power of the zombie posed a significant threat, with no obvious weaknesses in sight, leaving them bereft of effective strategies. The captain of Team 6 noticed a nearby bank, where multiple cameras were positioned at the entrance, and he signaled for his team to enter the bank for further investigation. Having effortlessly eliminated the zombies within the bank, Captain Han Yang of the 6th Squad entered the surveillance room to review the footage from the past few days. This zombie here, do you see it? The moment we approached, it launched an immediate assault, nearly costing us our lives. The team was taken aback by the ferocity displayed by the zombie on screen. Its agile movements and ruthless attacks were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary undead. As they fast-forwarded the footage manually, Han Yang suddenly inquired, "Wait, where is it heading?" The whip-wielding zombie abruptly moved towards the distance, where a vehicle seemed to be parked, albeit not clearly visible to the team. There was no intense battle to witness. Upon reaching the distant spot, the whip zombie appeared unusually calm, refraining from wielding its weapon. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle roared to life and drove out of the frame. It seemed the whip-wielding zombie had been taken away by the SUV. Han Yang copied the footage and sent it to the base. Was it subdued by a powerful ability user, or had it been dealt with by someone else? The group then proceeded to the location where the SUV had appeared, only to find the ground littered with a multitude of zombie corpses. Their skulls gruesomely shattered and lined up in a row. However, there was no sign of the whip-wielding zombie among the remains. Who could have done this? The members of the base gazed at the heap of bodies with a sense of awe, while they too possessed the capability to eliminate zombies en masse. The corpses before them bore only head wounds, as if the zombies had been swiftly dispatched by an adversary with unfathomable power. Relevant information was dispatched to the frontline teams and reconnaissance units via their mobile devices. The possibility exists that the steel whip zombie could be taken away by an off-road vehicle, provided that the vehicle remains unimpeded by the zombies. A formidable esper possesses the capability to vanquish a multitude of the undead. Du Ling pondered over the information on his phone, realizing that this could only be the man in sunglasses. "Captain, I know the whereabouts of the individual the base is seeking." "What did you say?" "The one who drove off in the off-road vehicle is the powerful individual I previously mentioned. He is the founder of the Aeligier stronghold." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I even spotted that very off-road vehicle in the courtyard of Aeligier." Meanwhile, Ji Chuan selected a storage room to place the perishable supplies. He then imposed a time-freezing state upon this storage space, ensuring that the supplies would not be subject to expiration concerns. However, only he could retrieve these supplies. Anyone else entering this space would also be frozen in time. After informing the others, Ji Chuan prepared to continue gathering supplies and crystal cores. Currently, Ji Chuan had accumulated a substantial number of crystal cores, and through their fusion, he had acquired numerous abilities. Many of the lower-tier abilities had been upgraded after consuming multiple similar crystal cores. Green crystal core, strong light, intermediate healing, intermediate wind blade, intermediate poison fog, water gun. Martial arts, cooling, material decomposition, water walking, blood sucking, intermediate defense enhancement. Purple crystal core, metal manipulation, fire power, firewall, metal scaling, advanced body hardening, diffusion, area sleep. Time freeze. Golden crystal core, essence of rock. Despite an intense desire to uncover news about Song Hui, Ji Chuan hesitated to rashly infiltrate the ability user base, fully aware of the presence of a red crystal core ability user among them. The uncertainty of how many more of such formidable ability users existed left Ji Chuan feeling vulnerable. He sensed a multitude of life forms approaching the base, many of which possessed advanced crystal cores. What could this mean? Ji Chuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that so many experts were seeking refuge at the base? He sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. This is the spot. Du Ling led the combat team of the ability user base to the vicinity of Oligar. Given the video evidence suggesting that the steel whip zombie might have been taken by an off-road vehicle, they needed to prepare for battle. Naturally, if the steel whip zombie had already been dealt with by the powerful individuals Du Ling mentioned, the base would certainly wish to recruit Ji Chuan, along with the Oligar Hotel, to establish a new stronghold. Thus, in addition to the combat personnel, senior members of the base were dispatched for negotiations. As Du Ling indicated that Ji Chuan was not easily swayed. Upon witnessing the imposing iron walls surrounding Oligar, the group marveled at the sheer strength of the metal ability user responsible for such extensive fortifications. Indeed, to construct such a formidable fortress amidst the apocalypse is a testament to the ingenuity of a remarkable group, perhaps even comrades in arms. A few individuals effortlessly vanquished the zombies at the entrance, while Xiaomei fixed her gaze towards the great door and began to advance in that direction. I decided to investigate the situation inside. One among them ascended slowly into the air, despite the towering height of the door and walls. As he soared above the fortifications, the courtyard of the Oligar became visible in its entirety. His expression shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. Steel whip zombie. He spotted Xiaomei behind the door, brandishing the steel whip with a grim countenance directed at him. His body swayed precariously in the air, nearly losing his balance. The steel whip zombie lurked just beyond the door. It was only then that the others grasped the gravity of the situation and readied themselves for battle. Suddenly, Xiaomei exerted herself. Despite the lofty door, through a combination of leaps and simple climbing maneuvers, she effortlessly reached the flying individual. Oh no! The flyer was taken aback by the zombie's astonishing speed, and facing it at such close range felt like a waking nightmare. The steel whip swung towards him. Although he tried desperately to retreat, he found his ankle ensnared by the whip. As Xiaomei descended, despite summoning all his strength, he plummeted alongside her. Chapter 33. The trial of the elite team. Witnessing a member in peril, the leader, Yin Gu, no longer hesitated. He immediately unleashed his abilities to assault the great door. With his hands tracing circles before him, the metallic gate was cleaved as if by a laser, revealing a passageway. As the crowd observed the steel whip zombie fixated on the individual on the ground, only he, endowed with the ability to fly, trembled uncontrollably, ensnared and rendered immobile by the whip's entanglement. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Guang launched an offensive towards Xiaomei, unleashing a barrage of lasers. Xiaomei effortlessly executed a backflip, evading the onslaught. The rapid jerking of the steel whip caused the person on the ground to spin dizzily. Yet rationality compelled him to swiftly harness his powers and soar towards the others. Seizing this opportunity, the ability users infiltrated the courtyard, while Xiaomei's steel whip inexplicably rose, pointing directly at one among them. This individual was none other than the base's powerful magnetist, who had joined the operation specifically to counter the steel whip zombie, ready to utilize his formidable magnetic force to disarm Xiaomei. However, in an unexpected maneuver, Xiaomei propelled herself forward using the whip's tension, aiming to strike the magnetist. To provide cover for the magnetist, Yin Gu seized the chance presented by Xiaomei's magnetically influenced trajectory, anticipating her movements and swiftly retaliating. A fierce laser pierced through Xiaomei's right arm, severing her hand along with the whip, which was then seized by the magnetist. Wait a moment, a deep voice resonated. And Ji Chuan had appeared before the group unbeknownst to them. Xiao Mei retreated behind Ji Chuan, halting her assault, as the crowd gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Only Cui Zixuan trembled in the background. Despite the individual before her donning sunglasses and appearing taller and more robust than before, she could not be mistaken. This was number one. The overwhelming aura he exuded was etched into her memory, and for the sake of the mission's safety, she had been specially included. Tasked with diverting the group in the face of peril. What brings you here? Upon witnessing Xiao Mei retreating and ceasing her actions, Yin Guang found himself perplexed by the current situation. The individual before him was undoubtedly the leader of the stronghold. However, how could such a formidable zombie be under his command? Should he eliminate the Steel Whip zombie first or attempt to recruit this powerful figure? Observing the Steel Whip zombie's inactivity, Yin Guang resolved to inquire about the man's identity. I am Yin Guang, the leader of the ability user base for this operation. May I ask, everyone withdraw. He is number one. He is a zombie. Upon hearing Cui Zixuan's urgent warning, the crowd was thrown into a state of alarm. They had long been aware of the exploits of number one, and Cui Zixuan, being the closest person to him that day, would not mistake his identity. What? Yin Guang could hardly fathom that a zombie could possess such a form. Faced with this revelation, he realized that there was but one option remaining: to eradicate the zombie. Cui Zixuan, you must be mistaken. He has previously defeated a particularly troublesome mutated variant. We fought together, and he even owed me supplies as a token of gratitude. Du Ling's expression was one of disbelief. Convinced that Cui Zixuan had been rendered senseless by the Steel Whip zombie, Yin Guang, swayed by Du Ling's words, kept a wary eye on Ji Chuan, fearing any sudden movement to command zombies. If the Steel Whip zombie obeyed his directives, then he was indeed number one. However, why had he not launched an immediate assault, but instead chose to engage in dialogue? A cold sweat trickled down Yin Guang's forehead, realizing that his decision could directly influence the lives of those present. I nearly perished before him. How could I be mistaken? Everyone retreat. Before Cui Zixuan could finish her words, she found herself kneeling on the ground, reminiscent of that fateful day. My dear lady, he said, that day I merely knelt briefly before you. I harbored no intention of causing you harm. Ji Chuan's deep voice instilled a profound fear within Cui Zixuan, rendering her unable to even lift her gaze towards his pallid visage. Moreover, you have taken my adversary from me. Given this, it seems I must indeed seek retribution against you. It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. We shall take our leave. Release her. Yin Guang, observing that Ji Chuan was open to dialogue, cautiously contemplated a retreat. The Steel Whip zombie before them, along with the formidable number one, was far beyond the capabilities of their elite 10-member squad, which could not afford to suffer losses here. You have taken my foe, breached the gates of my stronghold, and injured my subordinates. And now, you wish to depart unscathed? Ji Chuan removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that sent chills through the onlookers. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Yin Guang was about to unleash his powers to launch an attack when he realized his hands felt leaden, leaving him immobilized on the ground. You were too slow. Had I wished to end your lives, you would already be dead. I may allow you to leave, but how audacious. Release Brother Yin. Before Ji Chuan could complete his sentence, a passionate youth charged forward. Within the base, he was a remarkably potent offensive ability user, a key asset to their team. Brother Yin was an exemplary superior, and witnessing him being restrained filled the youth with urgency. It's merely a zombie. Can it truly be a match for someone with such formidable powers? Xiao Guang no. Yin Gu discerned the intentions of his subordinates, yet it was already too late to intervene. The maneuver was executed with such subtlety that even an ability user might fall victim before realizing the peril they faced. Just as the shadowy dagger crystallized, the furious Xiao Guang was reduced to a pool of blood amidst the rocky terrain. Xiao Guang. The onlookers were in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a formidable ability user could perish before their very eyes. Du Ling was rendered speechless, astonished by the revelation that this technique had been employed by the mutated creature from that day. How could Ji Chuan wield it now? I had just mentioned your release. Yet it appears you have no desire to depart. No. Everyone, stay still. Yin Guang, lying on the ground, felt the unfolding tragedy befalling Xiao Guang. He could no longer bear to witness further sacrifice. Cui Zixuan trembled uncontrollably, sensing death drawing ever closer. It was our overreach. We will retreat. You state your terms. I shall not initiate harm against humanity, nor do I relish being disturbed. Those who dare to attack me will not escape unscathed. Do you comprehend? A woman adorned with black lip gloss bore an undercurrent of excitement in her eyes. She was a powerful telepath within the base, convinced her abilities far surpassed those of her sister, Lorna. Yet, throughout her life, she had remained overshadowed by her sister, even in the realm of abilities post-apocalypse. However, the present Ji Chuan represented an opportunity. Controlling him could not only resolve the immediate crisis and secure her acclaim, but also establish her new standing through the formidable Ji Chuan. Her sister was merely a puppet controlling some bases, while a being like Ji Chuan truly possessed supreme combat prowess and authority. With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips. Lorna's control required close proximity, yet she was different. Chapter 34. Wu Qian joins the base. Loi gazed with excitement at Ji Chuan's devilish visage and robust physique. From a young age, she had been drawn to darker elements, her tastes and attire starkly contrasting those of her peers. Ji Chuan, a powerful and shadowy entity, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. She could hardly wait to dominate him and become his queen, while Lorna needed to place her hand upon the target's forehead to exert mental control. Loi merely required a gaze shared with her target. She slowly tilted her neck, subtly capturing Ji Chuan's attention, her eyes shimmering with a blue luminescence. Sister, my abilities are the most formidable. Just as Loi believed Ji Chuan was within her grasp, a rock spike pierced through her eyes. With a piercing scream, Loi collapsed, her struggles brief before succumbing to silence. Those aware of Loi's powers could deduce from Ji Chuan's attack position that she had attempted to exert her abilities upon him. However, this elite squad had been hastily assembled, and many members were unfamiliar with each other's techniques, merely perceiving Ji Chuan's actions as a brutal slaughter. I warned you that I would not spare those who dared to attack me. Yet, those yet to be dominated, witnessing Loi's tragic fate, could no longer remain composed and launched their assaults against Ji Chuan. No, Yin Guang was in a state of acute desperation on the ground, striving to rise and prevent the impulsive youth from acting recklessly. Yet he found himself powerless against the overwhelming force of gravity that rendered his breathing laborious. In the face of the looming specter of death, few could maintain absolute composure. The members responsible for the offensive, perceiving the adversary's intent, promptly resolved to cooperate. Zombies were, after all, the enemies of humanity. No matter what was said, exterminating them was the most prudent choice. Moreover, 2 of their comrades had already perished here, and avenging their fallen companions was the most honorable pursuit in this apocalyptic scenario. As each member poised to unleash their ultimate techniques, several walls of rock surged rapidly from the ground, resembling blooms of stone that methodically ensnared each defiant soul, from which crimson nectar flowed at their core. Yin Guang listened to the gruesome sounds of flesh and bone shattering, tears streaming down his face, a mixture of sorrow for his fallen comrades and terror in the face of death. He felt an overwhelming regret for his desire to resist, realizing that the adversaries had communicated a willingness to spare them. Yet, in their arrogance, they had convinced themselves of their potential for successful defiance. Ji Chuan, no. The sounds of battle from the courtyard drew Wu Qian's attention. He dragged his weakened body toward the battlefield, with Zhang Yun following closely, anxious for his safety. Leader, I couldn't stop him, Zhang Yun conveyed apologetically. Upon hearing her words, the flyer recognized that Zhang Yun was Ji Chuan's subordinate. It was Wu Qian's voice. Cui Zixuan strained to lift her head and, to her astonishment, beheld Wu Qian's figure in the distance. How could this be? Wu Qian was someone she had personally buried alongside Sun Tao. Captain, you're alive. Cui Zixuan wept, never expecting to have the chance to see Wu Qian again. Let us go. Otherwise, I shall take her life. Xiaoyan. Wu Qian found himself in a state of turmoil over the past few days. Zhang Yun's meticulous care had enveloped him in a warmth akin to that of family. Before him stood the members of the base. Ji Chuan let out a light chuckle, and before the aviator could react, the rock spike had already erupted from his mouth. The aviator collapsed lifelessly, akin to a tattered cloth. Only Yin Guang, Cui Zixuan, and Du Ling remained on the scene. Ji Chuan, please, release them. Wu Qian earnestly implored Ji Chuan, for Cui Zixuan was once his comrade, and he was determined to save her at all costs. She rescued my enemy. Do you believe I should spare her? Wu Qian understood that the enemy referred to Su Wansuan. He had already witnessed the terrifying nature of Su Wansuan and grasped Ji Chuan's animosity towards her. Perhaps they had indeed erred. From the outset, Ji Chuan had not initiated any attack against them. He had merely been settling his own grievances. If you can spare Ji Chuan, I am willing to join the base. Captain, Ji Chuan cried out in despair, feeling that Wu Qian was sacrificing himself for her sake. Ji Chuan. It was Ji Chuan who saved me. He has also rescued many others. Wu Qian recalled Zhang Yun's account of their experiences. The others in the base held a similar trust in Ji Chuan, their bonds being genuine. If saving Ji Chuan was possible, he could accept such a choice. And surely his reputation had already been tarnished within the base. Ji Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief at Wu Qian's words. Could a zombie truly save someone? Yet the captain indeed stood vividly before her. Ji Chuan contemplated for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Ji Chuan immediately felt the weight upon her dissipate, allowing her to rise. Without regard for Ji Chuan, she dashed straight towards Wu Qian and embraced him. Captain, I never expected to see you again. However, Wu Qian resisted Ji Chuan's extraordinary powers. Ji Chuan could hardly fathom Wu Qian's choice as he merely shook his head. She nodded, believing she still had a chance. Please do not disturb me any further. You may leave. Listening to Ji Chuan's words, Ji Chuan cast a reluctant glance at Wu Qian. Oh, bring him along. Ji Chuan pointed towards Du Ling, who had refrained from attacking Ji Chuan earlier and had even assisted him. This way we are even. Du Ling stared at Ji Chuan in astonishment, unable to believe that a zombie could possess human emotions. Mind your words and actions, otherwise you may meet your demise. Ji Chuan placed his hand upon Yan Guang's head, releasing a powerful memory erasure. Yan Guang rose, his expression blank. Who am I? Where am I? Ji Chuan and Du Ling were taken aback, astonished that Ji Chuan could achieve such a feat, yet he had not applied it to them. The one who damaged my gate was the first to consider attacking me. He shall bear the burden of atonement. With only the two of them remaining from the 10-member team, they needed to contemplate how to articulate their thoughts and how to conceal Ji Chuan's information. They harbored no doubt that a slip of the tongue could indeed result in death or transform them into mindless shells devoid of memory. You should go upstairs to rest. Sister Yun instructed Su Shun to assist Wu Qian with the membership process. Zhang Yun nodded, and then supported Wu Qian as they ascended the stairs. The ground was strewn with high-level crystal cores, akin to takeout. Yan Guang gazed in horror as Ji Chuan dissected the corpse on the floor, searching for something to consume. At that moment, he was merely an ordinary person, unaccustomed to such a ghastly scene. The golden crystal core, referred to as Xiao Guang, was remarkably an embodiment of the essence of darkness. Such a sophisticated ability was beyond his grasp. However, upon devouring the scattered crystal cores, Ji Chuan discovered that his consciousness was once again slipping into slumber. Dark energy relentlessly enveloped him. Observing Ji Chuan's transformation, Gu Yunxi and Lin Lilu, having gained experience, hurriedly summoned others to escort Ji Chuan to a room. Chapter 35. The Third Transformation. What on earth has transpired? Li Jingru, with a cigarette in hand, bore a grave expression. Out of a 10-member elite team, only 2 remained, including significant combat power and high-ranking officials from the base. Ji Chuan lowered her head, her face etched with concern. Upon discovering that the steel whip zombie was absent from its previous location, the group began to scour the vicinity for surveillance footage. Following the direction in which the steel whip zombie had departed, they encountered a formidable zombie capable of annihilating them in an instant. Li Jingru exchanged a subtle glance with a companion, who silently nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Chuan was aware that there was an interrogator beside the leader, rumored to possess the ability to discern lies. Consequently, she communicated with Du Ling, sharing only inconsequential truths to avoid raising suspicion. Du Ling, inform your captain that you are aware of who took away the steel whip zombie and that you voluntarily led them in the search this time, correct? Li Jingru's gaze was exceedingly terrifying, as if he were staring at a traitor. Indeed, although I couldn't be 100% certain, I felt I had seen the off-road vehicle that appeared in the surveillance footage, so I led the group towards its direction. Little did I expect to encounter such formidable zombies. The team launched an assault, only to be swiftly dispatched in an instant. Du Ling cautiously weighed his words, ensuring that the information he conveyed was truthful. What characteristics did these powerful zombies possess? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes, puzzled by the sudden appearance of such formidable undead beings. Recent events had been a source of great distress for him. They possessed the ability to manipulate rock elements, swiftly enveloping and crushing their victims with multiple slabs of stone, while their rocky spikes could pierce vital points with precision. Where had they encountered them? Du Ling cast a pleading glance at Ji Chuan, aware that revealing Ji Chuan's exact location would undoubtedly provoke his ire. It was the direction in which the off-road vehicle had departed in the surveillance footage. It should lead to the Xinghe district. Li Jingru gestured for them to descend, as he needed a new strategy to swiftly resolve the pressing dilemma before him. Ji Chuan's head felt heavy. This was the most distressing experience he had ever faced. Previous transformations had merely felt like nightmares. But now he was acutely aware of the harsh reality surrounding him. He remained the same reclusive individual, yet before him stood a grotesque zombie, its decaying visage rendering him paralyzed with fear. "Who are you?" Ji Chuan inched backward, overwhelmed by the sense of dread that the monstrous zombie instilled within him. "You utilize my power, and I inhabit your body. Are you the Zombie King?" "Indeed. What is your purpose?" "To create a realm of the undead and eradicate all of humanity." The grotesque zombie, though bereft of skin on its face, bore a smile that Ji Chuan could discern, and it advanced towards him. Ji Chuan fled in the opposite direction, exclaiming, "Stay away from me." It was the primal instinct of humanity in the face of terror. Yet, after running for an extended period, he glanced back only to find the zombie maintaining a disturbingly close proximity. Ji Chuan gasped for breath, realizing the futility of his escape. "You cannot flee," echoed the eerie voice. The zombie inexplicably materialized before Ji Chuan, obstructing his path. "I reside within you. Do not resist. You and I are one. I am nothing like you, you abomination." Ji Chuan attempted to unleash his powers in retaliation, but to no avail. At that moment, he was merely an ordinary man, engulfed in despair reminiscent of being cast out of the villa by Lu Hao. His eyes darted wildly across the bloodied visage, reflecting a predatory excitement. "You fear me." The decaying muscle fibers twisted into a grotesque arc, revealing 3 rows of exceptionally sharp teeth within its gaping maw. As it lowered its head to scrutinize Ji Chuan with keen interest, cold sweat trickled down Ji Chuan's forehead as he retreated, desperate to escape the monstrosity before him. However, a chilling sensation enveloped him from behind, accompanied by low growls, akin to those of a beast. Unbeknownst to him, the area had become swarmed with zombies, completely obstructing his escape. "You cannot evade your fate. We shall meet again." Ji Chuan was acutely aware of the foul stench emanating from the gaping maw as it extended its gnarled, sharp claws towards his head. This is the fear of impending death, and Ji Chuan harbors no doubt that this claw could shred him to pieces. "No, please." In a frenzy, Ji Chuan recoils. Yet the zombie behind him seizes his arm, immobilizing his torso and legs. The claw grazes the surface of Ji Chuan's head. "Ah!" Ji Chuan jolts awake, gasping for air. Before him stands Gu Yunxi, her face etched with concern, alongside Zhang Yun, whose forehead glistens with perspiration. "You have finally awakened. It felt like an eternity. How long has it been?" 3 days. Ji Chuan can scarcely believe that he has been unconscious for 3 days. The sight of the exhausted duo fills him with warmth. This must be the essence of companionship. It seems he has traversed a lengthy nightmare, wherein a crucial matter lingered. Yet upon awakening, all recollection eludes him. "Ji Chuan, your forehead." Gu Yunxi observes a deep gash on Ji Chuan's brow, resembling a closed eye. Ji Chuan raises his hand to touch his face, feeling the anomaly upon his forehead. However, there is no sensation, nor any connection to it, akin to a scar on the body. Yet, Ji Chuan suspects that it cannot be this simple. He has consumed 7 high-grade crystal cores, and he senses a monumental transformation within his being, even able to perceive the life forms within the entire administrative region. With mere thought, he can share the vision of zombies across every sector. He knows that Xiao Mei is kneeling towards him in the courtyard. Through the zombie's perspective, he can observe the surrounding humans. He endeavors to further strengthen his connection with the zombies within the region. While sharing a vision, he began to exert control over the bodies of the corresponding zombies. He succeeded. A profound excitement welled up within Ji Chuan as he realized that he could now command the zombies within the area to act from a first-person perspective. Attempting to activate his powers, he encountered failure. Recalling that the activation of his abilities relied on the crystal cores, he understood that the zombies outside, devoid of such cores, could not unleash their corresponding powers. Ji Chuan contemplated whether to leave some zombies with crystal cores for possession, rather than using them all to crack walnuts. "I am fine now. You may go and rest. You've worked hard." Ji Chuan smiled at Gu Yunxi and Zhang Yun. Gu Yunxi nodded. She and Lin Lu had endured an entire day, while Sister Yin had been on guard for 3 days with little sleep. She had always felt her abilities to be of little use and hoped to alleviate Ji Chuan's suffering during his unconsciousness as much as possible. Ji Chuan went downstairs to summon Zhu Zhu, for it was time to replenish their supplies. With his newfound abilities, he could effortlessly locate supermarkets that had yet to be looted. To avoid drawing attention, Ji Chuan decided against driving this time. Instead, he flew with Zhu Zhu to their destination under the cover of night, saving a considerable amount of time. Throughout the journey, Zhu Zhu appeared exceptionally excited and cheerful. Upon entering the supermarket, Ji Chuan easily lifted shelves and poured their contents into Zhu Zhu's mouth, discovering that this transformation had significantly enhanced his abilities. He even contemplated visiting the abilities base immediately. Chapter 36. Entering the abilities base. His strength had noticeably increased, and within him, a purple crystal core had emerged. Could the birth of Xiao may be related to my transformation? After this metamorphosis, he distinctly sensed that Xiao Mei had gained considerable enhancement. It was likely that the stronger he became, the stronger Xiao Mei would also grow. Leader, during your slumber, I took the liberty of bestowing a state of loyalty upon Yin Guang, as I was uncertain how to handle him. I hope for your understanding. Su Xin spoke respectfully from the side, yet Ji Chuan sensed a hint of eagerness in Su Xin's eyes. You have done well. He has lost his memory. So let him contribute to our stronghold. Thank you, leader. Upon receiving Ji Chuan's affirmation, Su Xin displayed a look of satisfaction, which made Ji Chuan feel slightly awkward. He cleared his throat a few times and then descended the stairs. Within the area, he possessed various types of zombie abilities with crystal cores, area protection, visual cloaking. These two are quite commendable. I'll keep them for breaking walnuts. Having individuals over 50 call themselves father. TSK, what purpose does that serve? Let them fend for themselves. Coagulating excrement into stone. Its destructive power is already substantial to the extent that I am reluctant to possess it. Mimicry, transforming into a designated target, lasting 3 hours. This is it. Ji Chuan finally discovered the ability he desired. Rather than risking his own presence, it would be wiser to possess a zombie and observe the situation firsthand. Moreover, he had an excellent target for mimicry, Yin Guang. Yin Guang was aware that his memories of Du Ling and Cui Zixuan had been erased, making it most fitting to infiltrate through his identity. With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan directly controlled the mimicked zombie to advance towards the ability user base. When transforming into Yin Guang, he intentionally soiled his face and clothing to create the appearance of having escaped. It's Team Yin. The guards could scarcely believe their eyes. It was rumored that Yin Guang had perished during a mission. The individual before them, though somewhat disheveled, undeniably resembled Yin Guang. Li Jingru received the shocking news with great astonishment. After confirming with Du Ling and Cui Zixuan, who assured him that the zombie had indeed caused Yin Guang's amnesia without killing him on the spot, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that Yin Guang might have already succumbed to the fate of a dead zombie, he felt reassured upon learning that Yin Guang had managed to escape. Thanks to his commendable skills, Cui Zixuan and Du Ling exchanged glances, uncertain about Ji Chuan's intentions. Perhaps, after erasing memories, releasing the individual was also a possibility. What on earth happened, Lao Yin? Ji Chuan feigned a headache, awkwardly mimicking the madness often portrayed by amnesiac characters in television dramas. How did you manage to escape? I just ran the whole way. The zombies were terrifying. They were all chasing after me. Don't come any closer. Ji Chuan interjected, stop asking. If we keep this up, we might burst into laughter. Observing Yin Guang's frantic demeanor, Li Jingru sighed and instructed Mo Li to escort him to the infirmary for some rest. Ji Chuan made a concerted effort to inspect the layout of the base. But unfortunately, his possession did not allow him to utilize his own supernatural abilities, leaving him in ignorance of the number of individuals present or the nature of their powers. He could only watch the passing supernatural beings, yearning to catch a glimpse of Song Huai's face. I'm fine. Don't touch me. As Mo Li prepared to draw blood for testing, Ji Chuan struggled desperately, uncertain whether his mimicry could fully replicate a living organism. Time was of the essence, and he was unwilling to squander it. Mo Li, interpreting his actions as a strong stress response resulting from injury, opted not to enforce a mandatory examination, instead providing him with some calming medication to soothe his agitation, preparing to let him leave. Team Yin, there's no need to be anxious. The base is safe, and no one will harm you. Have you not eaten in a while? Allow me to take you for a meal. Mo Li spoke gently, and upon seeing Yin Guang nod, she felt a sense of relief. Ji Chuan needed to explore the layout of the ability user base and did not wish to waste time confined to the treatment room. I remember nothing. I am unaware of the areas encompassed by the base or the number of its members. This is the largest survivor base within the city, originally a bomb shelter, boasting comprehensive facilities. It consists primarily of 11 underground levels, including security defense zones, office areas, living quarters, recreational spaces, supply storage areas, energy supply zones, medical and quarantine sections, as well as cultivation and research zones. Essentially, it resembles a small city. However, the outbreak of the virus was exceedingly abrupt, and the base's reserves could not accommodate all the citizens of the city. Initially, only capable ability users were selected, tasked with gathering supplies and eliminating nearby zombies. Once the resources were sufficient, they could welcome a larger number of survivors. Currently, the base houses approximately 2,000 individuals, with new survivors joining daily, yet some also perish, making the exact number uncertain. Hearing Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan felt a twinge of melancholy. In a city of 10 million, merely 2,000 had received the organization's protection, while the majority would inevitably become wandering zombies in this apocalyptic world. Each day, numerous individuals exhaust their supplies in search of exploration. Yet through the perception of life, it is evident that the number of zombies possessing crystal cores is steadily increasing. As the elevator descended to the third basement level, they arrived at the cafeteria, where this floor primarily served as the dining area, logistics, recreation, and exercise zone. Please take a look and see if anything appears familiar. Perhaps it will jog your memory. Guided by Mo Li's words, Ji Chuan began to explore each room, astonished by the vastness of the ability user base. Why had the authorities established such an expansive air defense shelter, yet released no information regarding it? It appeared that this base had been operational since the onset of the apocalypse. This was the logistics department, where numerous survivors with life-related abilities would work, serving as a crucial support for the base's living supplies. Suddenly, Ji Chuan's pupils constricted as he caught sight of the person he despised most, Su Wanshu. She was engaged in cheerful conversation with those nearby, and upon noticing Yin Guang's intense gaze at the entrance, she felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing the palpable animosity directed towards her. As the individual accompanying Mo Li departed, Su Wanshu inquired about the stranger. Who was that? Surely the base wouldn't allow zombies to infiltrate, right? Is it safe? A sense of unease enveloped her, as she couldn't shake the feeling that the gaze bore an unsettling resemblance to Ji Chuan's. Why would a stranger regard her with such hatred? Ha ha ha, Wanshu. You truly have a knack for humor. How could zombies possibly enter so blatantly? Even if they did manage to sneak in, old Wang would sense it within the base. A companion reassured her. Su Wanshu forced a smile and nodded, convincing herself that perhaps her worries were unfounded. Chapter 37. A pity for the mimicry team Yen. Why aren't you eating? Ji Chuan asked, staring at the food before him without the slightest appetite, as his interests lay solely in the crystal cores. The entity residing within the zombie was only drawn to flesh and blood. I'm not hungry. I seem to have recalled something. I need to explore further. You may continue with your tasks. I shall wander alone. Upon noticing the calming tone of team leader Yen, Mo Li felt a sense of relief. Perhaps with a little more time, he would recall the details. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, reminding herself that if team leader Yen were to lose his way or encounter any trouble, he should not hesitate to call for her assistance. Ji Chuan rose abruptly, intent on exploring the other floors, with his primary objective being to locate Song Hui. It was inconceivable that a mere mimic zombie could have killed Su Wanshan without additional powers. The base must possess healing abilities, and Su Wanshan's water manipulation powers could effortlessly resolve his current predicament. Descending to the fourth basement level, Ji Chuan encountered a dense array of rooms, undoubtedly the living quarters. His excitement surged as he began his search. If Song Hui resided here, he surely had his own room. However, the only identifiers visible were room numbers. How was he to find the right one? Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, Wang Lao, having just returned from a mission with Team 7, was resting. Although he served as the temporary captain of Team 2, the crew had been scattered, with many members borrowed by other teams. This arrangement had been sanctioned by higher-ups, as the absence of Wu Qian rendered Team 2's operations perilous. Wang Lao had sensed the presence of zombies not long ago, but being within the confines of the base, he dismissed the notion as improbable. Furthermore, having just completed a mission, he felt weakened from overexerting his abilities. The sensations he experienced were likely remnants from the earlier encounter with the zombies. However, As he rested and regained his strength, the stench of the undead grew increasingly potent. This was not a figment of his imagination. How could this be? How could zombies breach the base without any alarms being raised? Wang Lao swallowed hard, sitting upright, and summoned his powers with all his might. Suddenly awakening with wide eyes, I realized that the zombie was moving about on this floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lao pressed the alarm button in the room, and I sensed the invasion of the undead. The base was abruptly filled with the blaring sound of alarms, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. It was the first time we had encountered such a situation. Was this a drill? Had there been any prior notification? An announcement echoed through the facility, instructing everyone to quickly seek shelter and secure the doors of their respective rooms. As the broadcast resonated, chaos ensued around us. In a place like the logistics department, most of the ability users lacked the means for self-defense. Having managed to escape to the base only to confront zombies was unfathomable. Those around me swiftly locked the door and, after thoroughly inspecting the room for any suspicious presence, finally sighed in relief. With so many skilled individuals at the base, it was expected that the zombies would be dealt with promptly. The combat teams received the message, urging them to rapidly proceed to the 4th sublevel and secure its entrances. Ji Chuan was taken aback upon hearing the broadcast. Had he been discovered already? How had they managed to do so? In an instant, he noticed a significant number of armed troops guarding all exits. He had initially intended to blend into the crowd and escape, but an elderly man pointed directly at him. It was him. There was no trace of human essence emanating from Ji Chuan. He was a mutated zombie. The troops were somewhat skeptical, as the man before them was once their leader, Yin Guang. What are you saying? I merely have amnesia. Why do you accuse me of being a zombie? Ji Chuan still wished to put on an act, but the information he had gathered during this infiltration was far too limited. He hoped to collect more intelligence before withdrawing, and the mimicry ability was undeniably valuable. It seemed a pity to abandon it now. Indeed, it is a zombie. Launch the assault. Elder Wang was utterly convinced of his extraordinary ability. He could not be mistaken at such a close range. Moreover, the threat level posed by this zombie was not particularly high, as he did not perceive any formidable power emanating from it. Elder Wang, are you certain? This is Team Leader Yen. The soldiers hesitated to act. Should they harm Team Leader Yen, who would bear the responsibility? Furthermore, the fact that Team Leader Yen could still speak raised doubts. Can zombies converse? What a ludicrous notion. Perhaps Elder Wang, having undertaken numerous missions, had misjudged the situation. Who would shoulder the blame for inadvertently harming Team Leader Yen? This thought infuriated Elder Wang, who, despite possessing only exploratory abilities devoid of combat prowess, found himself disbelieved by those around him, with such a colossal zombie looming before them. Yet, why did this zombie bear such a resemblance to Team Leader Yin and possess the ability to communicate? Hurry, he is likely number one. Hearing the tremor in Elder Wang's voice, the others dared not delay. Number one was known to be immensely powerful, endowed with human intelligence capable of communication. Hence, if the speaking form of Team Leader Yin were indeed number one, that possibility became plausible. Regrettably, in its current state, the body could do nothing but mimic. Faint. With a thunderous shout, Ji Chuan felt his consciousness slip away, collapsing to the ground. Is this the end? He had merely glimpsed the 3rd and 4th levels. The rest remained a mystery. Su Wanchan was on the 3rd level, and the individual referred to as Elder Wang could sense the zombie. If this matter was not resolved, he would undoubtedly be discovered upon his next infiltration. As an ordinary zombie, he could not ascertain whether others posed a threat to him and had failed to gather any news regarding Songhua. Overall, a preliminary understanding of the supernatural being's base has been established. The interior is vast, and due to its subterranean construction, its concealment and security far surpass that of a Ligier. It resembles a refuge meticulously designed for a post-apocalyptic world. Ji Chuan harbors a subtle suspicion that some secrets lie hidden within. After all, which city would construct such an opulent air raid shelter? He realizes that he must personally venture into the depths of this place, while possessing another's body ensures safety. The information at his disposal remains painfully limited. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the fallen Yin Guang miraculously transformed into a zombie. This time, hesitation was cast aside, and an assault was launched without delay, swiftly shattering the zombie's skull. Several individuals clad in protective gear proceeded to disinfect the corpse, while the isolation unit's supernatural beings relocated the treated remains to the surface. Thank you, Wang Lao, the leader said, lowering his head in embarrassment. Had it not been for Wang Lao's insistence, the consequences could have been dire. Next time, act with more alacrity. I cannot be mistaken. Wang Lao was somewhat irate at the earlier performance of the combat team, which nearly led to disaster. It is imperative to ensure that any zombie incursions are detected at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, the city's most secure bastion would inevitably become a banquet hall for the undead. Chapter 38. The carrier of the red crystal core devouring the meticulously selected crystal cores in the vicinity. Ji Chuan employed area protection and visual cloaking for the stronghold. From above, the interior of Aligier became invisible, shrouded in darkness. Following this exploration, the supernatural being's base would undoubtedly become vigilant, possibly launching an attack on this location. Yet, Ji Chuan remains enchanted by the previous elite squad's performance. He has never collected high-level crystal cores so swiftly, and even if he returns, they shall serve as his personal bounty. Ji Chuan felt that it was improbable for the ability user base to concentrate all its combat power solely on him. The number of zombies possessing crystal cores was continuously increasing, making the large-scale deployment of forces from the base exceedingly perilous. Moreover, having left 2 survivors, Du Ling and Cui Zixuan, alive, he had already conveyed his unwillingness to initiate an attack on humanity. This was also the reason for not erasing their memories. With enhanced defenses in place, Ji Chuan resolved to explore other regions. Thanks to the base's aerial vehicles, he was endowed with the capacity for swift travel. His abilities seemed to be inexhaustible. After absorbing corresponding powers, he could unleash their maximum potential without experiencing the debilitating fatigue that often afflicted humans after frequent use. This time, Ji Chuan decided to set off towards the eastern sea city, Haichang District, an area he had yet to explore, and undoubtedly, it had accumulated quite a number of crystal cores. The city now bore a post-apocalyptic visage, with desperate individuals venturing outside in search of supplies, fully aware of the zombies that might encircle them. Still, some attempted to drive through the hordes, believing that traveling in a vehicle presented a greater chance of survival than fleeing on foot. Flames and thick smoke billowed from many areas of the ground. The city's roads had become extraordinarily congested, and abandoned vehicles collided chaotically, leaving no one certain of which paths remained passable. Everyone faced the looming specter of death except for Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu was comfortably enjoying hot pot in a safe house on the eastern outskirts. "Mom, bring out more vegetables. Don't let those perish." She took a selfie with the bountiful spread before her and sent the photo to her father. "Yeah, why aren't you and your mom at home? The house is empty." "Yeah, where are you? Yang and your aunt Yin are both starving. Would it be alright if Daddy came to take them over?" Yeah, your birthday is approaching, and Daddy has not forgotten. This year, may I accompany you on your special day?" Yeah, it is too perilous for you and your mother to be alone. Allow Daddy to come and protect you both." Sun Yin is nearby, vehemently berating Tang Hongqiang for his ineptitude, while Tang Yang cries out, lamenting his hunger. Tang Yu merely smiles as she observes the chaos unfolding before her, akin to watching a gripping television drama. In her previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, Tang Hongqiang had similarly used such reasoning to find his way to their home in the city center. Despite bringing along his remarried partner, Sun Yin, and their child, Tang Yang, the kind-hearted mother, accepted them, having shared over 20 years of affection. In her astonishment and despair, Tang Yang unexpectedly plunged a knife into his own body. "Mother, am I impressive? I've vanquished the vile spawn," Yang declared triumphantly. "Well done, Yang. You are remarkable." Sun Yin praised him, as though he had accomplished something extraordinary. Tang Hongqiang, indifferent to his own agony, feared staining their home with his blood and likewise threw himself from the balcony. "I have been reborn," Tang Yu exclaimed joyfully as she gazed upon the street below, free of zombies, and saw her mother bustling in the kitchen. She rushed to embrace her mother, tears streaming down her face. Yeah, what troubles you?" her mother inquired. Tang Yu tearfully recounted her experiences, expecting disbelief, yet to her surprise, her mother wept as she tenderly stroked her head. "It is all my fault. I have brought harm to you, yeah. The pain of the knife must have been excruciating." Yu, fully aware of her own nature, had always been exceptionally sensible since childhood and would never utter such a falsehood. Consequently, Tang Yu decided to sell the house at a bargain price and installed surveillance cameras within. She was acutely aware of Tang Hongqiang's ability to unlock doors, and even after selling the property, he would inevitably find his way back. Should the new residents move in, they would likely come into conflict with the Tang family. If not, She would monitor them through the cameras. She rented a villa in the eastern suburbs with a basement, fortifying the structure and equipping it with numerous freezers and ample supplies, as well as solar power generation facilities. Preparing diligently before the apocalypse, she was fortunate that her mother possessed water-based abilities, ensuring a steady supply of water. When the zombies inevitably emerged overnight, Tang Yu's mother felt a chill upon seeing the news, yet she was grateful for the opportunity to alter their fate in this lifetime. Observing the Tang Hongqiang family enter a house devoid of even a grain of rice, Tang Yu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, envisioning them trapped in their plight. However, just as she was savoring a hot pot meal, she felt the house tremble, as if a slight earthquake was occurring, a phenomenon that had never transpired at this hour in her previous life. The massive zombie now loomed nearly 4 meters tall, even larger than when Chi Feng had first encountered it, with bone spurs extending ominously from its back to its shoulders. With its acute sense of smell, it detected the strong scent of human food from afar, and driven by instinct, it followed the aroma to the suburban villa. In its territory, it sensed new prey. Ignoring the villa's high walls, the colossal zombie effortlessly leaped toward the entrance, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Tang Yu had spotted a green monstrosity outside the window, yet its colossal size obscured the view of its upper body. How could this be? She had never encountered such a zombie in her past life. Tang's mother shielded her daughter, trembling as the enormous zombie smashed a wall with a single blow. The creature leaned its head against the shattered section, peering into the room. Its murky eyeball, streaked with blood, resembled a wild beast spotting its prey, filled with madness and fervor. A sense of despair washed over Tang Yu. Why, despite her thorough preparations in this life, was she destined to perish before Tang Hongqiang? She had yet to witness the demise of her scoundrel father. As the gigantic hand of the zombie reached inside, she felt utterly powerless against such terror. Tang's mother desperately splashed water at the creature, but to the zombie, it was merely the playful splatter of a child. Just as mother and daughter were engulfed in despair, the immense zombie abruptly sprinted away, seemingly having detected something. Tang Yu's heart raced as she gazed at the wrecked villa, paralyzed with fear. Ji Chuan was hurtling towards them, having sensed a red crystal core in the eastern suburbs. This was his first opportunity to encounter such a core, and despite its human origin, curiosity compelled him to investigate. What could this be? From a distance, Ji Chuan noticed a colossal figure charging towards him, akin to a gorilla moving with all fours. Despite being in midair, he could clearly discern its trajectory. The nearly 4-meter-tall zombie halted at his feet and then leaped towards him with all its might. Chapter 39. The three newcomers of the Avengers base. Just as Ji Chuan was about to retaliate, he realized that the leaping zombie did not emanate any malice. Master, I have finally awaited your arrival. It bounded towards Ji Chuan's legs like an eager puppy. Ji Chuan understood. This creature was a subordinate akin to Little May. Perhaps each time he underwent transformation and grew stronger, a corresponding zombie would gain wisdom and evolve. Although this zombie appeared simple-minded, the formidable strength it unleashed was nothing short of monstrous, undoubtedly a potent force in combat. Ji Chuan nodded. Do you have a name? I possess no name. Please bestow one upon me, master. Then you shall be called De Zhuang. Splendid. I am now De Zhuang. Ji Chuan soared towards the red crystal core, with De Zhuang closely trailing behind. Such a creature, even if it hit underground, would be crushed into a pulp with a single punch. He pondered how many times he could be reborn. Tang Yu resigned herself, vowing to steer clear of the eastern suburbs in her next life. She embraced her mother, tears streaming down her face as she relished the warmth of the embrace. Hello. The colossal footsteps had ceased before the villa, and Tang Yu recognized that the monster from earlier stood at the door. But why had there been such a jarring hello? Tang Yu opened her eyes to find a striking visage staring back at her. The figure hovered in midair, pallid and with blood-red eyes, resembling a handsome vampire from a television series. Filled with terror, Tang Yu gazed at Ji Chuan, her eyes brimming with confusion. When she glanced towards the entrance, the monster remained motionless in the doorway. As the creature loomed, a startled sound escaped. Fear not, it shall not harm you any longer. Da Zhuang, sit. Good. Now turn in circles. Excellent, lie down. Before the astonished eyes of the mother and daughter, the once fearsome monster now lay motionless on the ground, resembling a docile canine. Realizing that the creature bore no intention of attack, Tang Yu finally summoned her courage. Who are you? I am Ji Chuan, the leader of the Avengers base in Xinghe district. This name was spontaneously conceived by Ji Chuan, as he felt it befitted his persona. The stronghold located in the transformed Oligier Hotel? Tang Yu had encountered this information online long before, though she had overlooked it in her previous life. She had recently stumbled upon it again. Ji Chuan nodded. I apologize for the damage my subordinate inflicted upon your home. It was only after he ventured out that I managed to locate him. Such incidents shall not recur. Currently, your villa is rather unsafe. As an apology, would you consider residing at our base? It is secure, and resources are plentiful. Tang Yu found herself momentarily bewildered by Ji Chuan's proposition. She had anticipated a confrontation, but instead, an unexpected opportunity arose. The Avengers base was a name she found quite appealing. Not yet having witnessed the tragic demise of Tang Hongqiang, she was reluctant to relive that ordeal. She glanced back at her mother and then nodded. Then hold on tightly to me. Ji Chuan cradled Tang Yu in one arm while embracing her mother with the other. Do not fear. I shall endeavor to fly slowly. Although Ji Chuan's body felt cold, the contact provided an unexpected sense of security. Da Zhuang trailed behind, carrying 2 coolers upon the ground. May I inquire about your abilities? Ji Chuan felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet he surmised that Da Zhuang's lack of resistance indicated he did not possess a combat-type ability. What, then, could a red ability signify? Tang Yu inhaled deeply, contemplating that revealing the truth was of little consequence. Should danger arise, she could simply restart. My ability is reincarnation. Ji Chuan staggered, nearly losing his balance. You possess such formidable power. Is there truly an ability of that nature? Upon hearing Ji Chuan's admiration, Tang Yu nodded and recounted the events of her previous life. Surprised by the unexpected occurrence of Da Zhuang in this one, Ji Chuan felt vindicated in his decision. A person with the ability to reincarnate was an exceptionally formidable entity, capable of infinitely influencing the trajectory of the future. His amicable approach was indeed prudent. Even if one were to covet the crystal core, the moment her mind was breached, the future could irrevocably alter. Here we are, and your ability is precious. Keep it a secret from others, Ji Chuan advised, to which Tang Yu assented. Beneath their feet lay a shroud of darkness, yet as Ji Chuan descended, Tang Yu realized they stood before a luxurious hotel. The courtyard was immaculately maintained, devoid of any traces of desolation typical of an apocalyptic landscape. In the courtyard knelt a zombie wielding a steel whip, evidently obedient to Ji Chuan's command. Much like Da Zhuang, as the grand door swung open, Da Zhuang entered, hoisting 2 iceboxes, while Xiao Mei glared at him with fierce intensity. With me by the king's side, you are sufficient. Who invited this pest? A steel whip lashed out at Da Zhuang, striking him with a resounding crack. Master, save me. This wretched woman is ferocious. Da Zhuang approached Ji Chuan, appearing as a pitiful child weighing 1,200 jin, seeking comfort from him. What is the situation? Do they know each other? Why is there such animosity? Ji Chuan found himself perplexed by the scene before him. Xiao Mei, this is Da Zhuang. We shall henceforth be guardians of the courtyard. Let us coexist harmoniously. Indeed, Wang. Despite her fierce demeanor, Xiao Mei knelt on one knee to express her acquiescence. Su Shun, this is our base's new member. Please arrange accommodations for her. Zhu Zhu, accompany me to retrieve some supplies. Certainly, leader. Zhu Zhu relished the tasks of scavenging for supplies alongside Ji Chuan. During their last outing, Ji Chuan had carried her all the way, and she had joyfully stayed awake the entire night. Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated Ji Chuan's stronghold to be so liberated. Undoubtedly superior to the ability space. Though she could be reborn, being no different from ordinary people, she likely could not pass the abilities base's scrutiny. This floor housed the gym and the swimming pool, while the dining hall was situated above and the storeroom lay underground. Su Shen guided Tang Yu and her daughter through the Oligar Hotel, astonished that amidst the apocalypse, these individuals lived lives akin to those of the ordinary. 3 meals a day were prepared by the hotel chef, whose ability allowed food to restore physical condition and taste exquisite. My sister, Su Qi, possesses cleaning abilities. If you wish to save time on bathing, you may seek her out. This is your room. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Tang Yu was deeply touched by Su Shun's patient introduction. This was a base imbued with warmth and humanity. She never imagined she could share her days with so many others during such dire times, alleviating her loneliness. Observing the luxurious suite, Tang Yu nodded in approval. The accommodation was indeed splendid, akin to a vacation. Miss Tang, are you and your mother willing to officially become members of our stronghold? If you agree, I shall bestow upon you both the status of loyalty, and the stronghold will safeguard your safety. Very well, we are willing. Tang Yu understood that while her abilities were formidable, achieving her desired outcomes remained exceedingly challenging. Relying on more powerful ability users was undoubtedly a wiser choice. In this life, without Ji Chuan, she might perish at the hands of De Zhuang, and in the next life, even if she were to change her surroundings, there might still be unforeseen dangers. She was uncertain whether she could continuously invoke her rebirth, nor could she predict the toll it might take on her psyche after multiple cycles of reincarnation. As two beams of light merged into their minds, Tang Yu felt no discernible change. Yet, her trust, respect, and dependence on Ji Chuan intensified remarkably. Chapter 40. Tang Hongxiang's decision. What is this? The incineration chamber of the ability user base was processing the corpses of intruding zombies, one of which was reported to have disguised itself as Yin Guang to infiltrate. This marked the first instance of a zombie breaching the base, and due to fears of viral transmission, the ability users promptly isolated and dispatched the corpse to the incineration chamber. Upon utilizing fire-based abilities for incineration, the team members discovered a blue crystal core left behind by the corpse, which they promptly reported. Soon, the crystal core was sent to the research center. Researchers found that this core could generate immense energy, even serving as a battery for ability users to harness their powers. Many potent abilities demand considerable energy from their users, and this crystal core surprisingly offered an energy replenishment. This revelation was exceedingly exhilarating. In the early days of the apocalypse, the base conducted studies on zombie corpses and found nothing resembling this phenomenon. Why does this particular zombie corpse possess such a crystalline core? Leader, I suspect that only mutated zombies produce these cores, and I wish to acquire more mutated zombie bodies for research. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's suggestion, Li Jingru nodded in agreement. If we could amass a significant quantity of such zombies, the combat capabilities of the ability users would be greatly enhanced, allowing for the sustained use of their formidable powers. Furthermore, the potential alternative applications of the energy within the crystalline cores warrant further investigation. The plan to swiftly eliminate the first target has been momentarily shelved, as preparing additional cores could significantly improve humanity's odds of survival. In the Haichang district, power outages have occurred and water shortages have emerged in certain areas. Without human maintenance, numerous systems are beginning to fail, heightening the sense of crisis and urgency amidst the apocalypse. Without access to water resources, humanity cannot survive for more than a few days, prompting individuals, regardless of their strength, to join the throngs seeking supplies. Concurrently, a significant increase in the zombie population has been observed. Tang Yu considers herself fortunate, as her stronghold has not faced such hardships. Aside from chatting with base members and observing their training, she spends the remaining time watching the Tank family, who appear increasingly frail. In the early days of the apocalypse, venturing outside was not as perilous, but now the streets are teeming with zombies. Without formidable abilities, the likelihood of survival while scavenging for supplies diminishes drastically. After realizing there was no opportunity for Tang Yu to venture outside, Tang Hongxiang abandoned his pretense, transitioning from feigned concern to constant curses. You deliberately brought me to this wretched place, didn't you? You are as despicable as your mother. Do not let me find you, you wretched cur. After experiencing the harrowing moment of being thrown from a building by my father in my previous life, Tang Yu believed she had become immune to pain. However, upon witnessing the vitriolic insults from her father on the screen, her entire body trembled. Do you need me to help you bring them here? Once they are captured, I can leave their fate in your hands. Ji Chuan had appeared by her side without her noticing, and Tang Yu found herself momentarily lost in the striking contours of his face. Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she worried that the ugly truths she harbored might lead Ji Chuan to perceive her as a vengeful person. Tang Yu recounted the story of her past life in detail. I can comprehend your experiences from the previous life, as I too have faced betrayal in this one. Yet, my enemies have taken refuge within the stronghold of superhumans, a place teeming with formidable individuals. At present, I lack the confidence to seek revenge and emerge unscathed. However, your adversaries, I possess the capability to bring before you. As Tang Yu gazed into the depths of Ji Chuan's crimson eyes, she felt herself being drawn in. Ever since her rebirth, she had been haunted by dreams of the moments leading up to her and her mother's demise, each time awakening in tears, gripped by convulsions. As an overwhelming hatred threatened to consume her, she had once thought that witnessing Tang Hongxiang's gradual descent into death would bring her solace. Yet throughout the ordeal, she felt neither joy nor satisfaction. She had long sought an answer. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Tang Yu nodded. Ji Chuan merely smiled and ascended into the sky. As they traveled, Ji Chuan noticed the unusual activity on the ground. The superhuman base seemed to have increased its missions. Some teams were even seen transporting the corpses of zombies into armored vehicles. Ji Chuan hovered in the air, squinting his eyes to observe their actions. The corpses of zombies littered the ground. What purpose did they serve in transporting these bodies? Hurry up, this is the Xinghe district, where it is rumored that Subject 1 is active. Move swiftly. I must ensure that all bodies are isolated before being transported. Do you wish to be infected? Fine. But what does the base require so many mutated zombie corpses for? For research, though I cannot specify what kind of research. I am merely a transporter. Listening to the conversation among the group, Ji Chuan initially thought it was mere coincidence that he selected zombies with crystal cores, considering that such specimens are now ubiquitous. It has now become evident that the ability user base is indeed in search of crystal cores. Ji Chuan had previously experimented and confirmed that humans cannot consume crystal cores as he does. Thus, what is their purpose for needing these cores? A sense of foreboding washed over him, yet he continued his flight towards the city center, where Tang Yu's former home lay. Tang Hongqiang appeared equally haggard. Possessing only the ability to unlock doors, encountering a zombie outside would spell certain doom. In recent days, he had attempted to intrude into the homes of others, but either found them abandoned or met with an alarmingly vigilant response. Upon seeing a knife brandished at him, he immediately recoiled in fear. He dared not venture to other floors, fearing a direct encounter with a zombie. The two wretched women, Tang Yu and her mother, had left him nothing. Tang Hongqiang too was nearing his limits. Watching his grandmother, Sun Yan, incessantly curse him, he swallowed hard. Without any weapons or formidable abilities, the gnawing hunger relentlessly eroded his will. The only food available before him was. With this thought, Tang Hongqiang approached Sun Yan directly. The world had shattered, lacking order. Many matters no longer warranted concern, and there was no need to continue the pretense after such an extensive charade. Sun Yan, upon meeting Tang Hongqiang's gaze, felt an ire rising within her. What are you staring at me for? Staring at me won't prevent our son from going hungry. Not a single day has been smooth since I married you. Tang Hongqiang, lacking both a distinguished background and remarkable abilities, possessed only a decent appearance. He had once enjoyed a relatively stable life with Chun Yiru, who hailed from a modestly affluent family. However, upon encountering Sun Yan at work, he found himself captivated by the charm of this extraordinary middle-aged woman, whose father held the position of director at their workplace. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose Sun Yan, and his career began to flourish. Yet, did he truly love either Chun Yiru or Sun Yan? He felt no such sentiment. A man emerging from the mire had no need for love. Sun Yan, frail and unprepared for such an assault, felt Tang Hongqiang's grip tighten around her throat. Ever since Ji Chuan had taken flight, Tang Yu had been fixated on the surveillance monitors, and what she witnessed was beyond her imagination. Was Tang Hongqiang truly attempting to kill Sun Yan? Initially, she believed her father's infidelity stemmed from a mere change of heart, but she was unprepared for the depths of his ruthlessness. Sun Yan, already weakened by hunger, now found herself unable to resist. Her bloodshot eyes locked onto Tang Hongqiang in desperation. Tang Yang, frightened, cowered in a corner and wept. As the world around her began to fade into darkness, Sun Yan clung desperately to Tang Hongqiang's hand, but her strength paled in comparison to that of the man. Despairing, Sun Yan shed tears, never anticipating that the man she had chosen would harbor intentions to take her life. Chapter 41. Chun Yiru's Moment of Bravery. As Ji Chuan entered through the window, he was confronted with a harrowing scene. Tang Yu's father was fiercely gripping the neck of his second wife on the bed. At the sound of Ji Chuan's footsteps, all three turned to face this unwelcome intruder. Thanks to the elite team of the ability users base, Ji Chuan utilized Roy's mental control upon making eye contact with the trio. Gradually, Sun Yan's purple-tinged face began to regain its pallor. The three remained frozen in place, while Ji Chuan instructed Tang Hongqiang to hold on to Tang Yang, and then he lifted the two adults, flying them back to the stronghold. Although he yearned to avenge his own grievances personally, the conditions were not yet favorable. However, the opportunity to avenge Tang Yu was right before him. A mere act of convenience. Such a simple endeavor to garner the goodwill of a reborn ability user was undeniably advantageous. Tang Yu, fixated on the surveillance, found herself at a loss. She had previously acquiesced to Ji Chuan's request, yet now she could not comprehend her father's motives. She confided in her mother about the events that had transpired, leaving Chun Yiru with a complex expression, frozen in place. Over the span of more than 20 years since she had met Tang Hongqiang, she realized that she scarcely knew the man. Despite his poverty during their time together, he had always demonstrated profound affection for her. He would traverse 10 streets on a bicycle in the snow, simply to procure a warm roasted sweet potato for her. He would grasp her hand tightly during her bouts of abdominal pain, tenderly rubbing her belly repeatedly until she fell asleep. In times of sorrow following the passing of one's parents, one may find solace in embracing oneself, assuring that one remains by their side and will forever care for their daughter. Thus, when faced with an unexpected proposal of divorce, Chen Yuru could only perceive herself as inadequate, believing that she had instigated Tang Hongqiang's disdain. It was also conceivable that he had genuinely fallen for another woman. Despite her profound sadness, should true love not wish for the beloved's happiness? Chen Yuru had always possessed a timid disposition, attributing all adversities to her own actions, her heart exceedingly tender. Therefore, upon hearing her daughter express pity for Tang Hongqiang's plight in a past life and welcoming his family, she felt this was indeed a course of action she could undertake. Regrettably, it culminated in the tragic demise of both herself and her daughter. Yet, upon learning from her daughter that Tang Hongqiang had sought to strangle Sun Yan, one could not help but wonder, what was the intention behind this? Initially, she had believed Tang Hongqiang departed due to his affection for Sun Yan. In a previous life, he had acted as an accomplice to prolong his existence for the sake of his current wife and child. What then was his motive in wanting to eliminate Sun Yan now? Did the warm, considerate man, who once wore a gentle smile, exist solely within the confines of her memory? Before long, Ji Chuan brought the 3 individuals before the mother and daughter. "You may dispose of them as you wish," he stated. "They are currently under control and can be compelled to do anything." Upon hearing Chen Yuru's inquiry, Ji Chuan nodded, affirming that those in a state of mental control do not lie. "Why have you come to me and my mother? I am aware that Yuru has a habit of stockpiling provisions and possesses a soft heart, making her unlikely to refuse me." Chen Yuru was taken aback by Tang Hongqiang's words. Was this truly the man she had shared her life with for over 20 years? "If resources are insufficient, would you kill me and my mother?" "Yes." "Hongqiang, have you ever loved me?" "No." "Then why marry me?" "Because you are simple-minded and come from a good family. You are my best choice." Chen Yuru's hands began to tremble. She realized how foolish she truly was. "Do you love Sun Yan?" "No. Her father is the director, which would afford me a better position." "So, who is the most important person in your life? Do you still care for Yaya? Do you care for your son?" Chen Yuru's voice quivered with tears as she comprehended that her youth had been sacrificed for such a person. Countless warm memories now turned bitterly ironic. "In my life, only I matter. I only care for myself." Tang Yu and Chen Yuru finally grasped the answers they sought. Tang Yu trembled as she raised a dagger, one that Ji Chuan had advised her to procure after bringing the 3 of them before her, each day of her rebirth. She fell asleep with hatred. Yet, Chen Yuru snatched the dagger from Tang Yu's grasp. "Mother?" Tang Yu believed her kind-hearted mother would still attempt to thwart her, filling her with anger and sorrow. "Yeah, in the previous life, it was mother who harmed you. I have lived in cowardice my entire life. Let me handle this. I cannot allow scum to taint my daughter's hands." Chen Yuru called out, seemingly to bolster her resolve, as she raised the dagger, aiming for the vital points of the 3, tears streaming down her face. As the excruciating pain struck, the 3 regained their senses, staring in disbelief at the wounds in their chests. Sun Yan and Tang Yang, already frail, collapsed shortly thereafter. Tang Hongqiang's physical condition was relatively good, yet he clutched a wound that throbbed with excruciating pain. Gazing into Chen Yuru's eyes, he uttered, "Yuru, I am sorry." After coughing up a pool of blood, he fell back limply. The sincerity of this apology remained an enigma to Chen Yuru, and with Tang Hongqiang's demise, it could no longer be verified. She collapsed to the ground, her face etched with sorrow, tears mingling with bloodstains, presenting a pitiful sight. Tang Yu embraced her mother, equally engulfed in tears. "Mom, it's all over." Chen Yuru nodded in Tang Yu's embrace, uncertain whether her grief stemmed from Tang Hongqiang's passing or the lost youth they once shared. Ji Chuan, wishing to grant the mother and daughter a moment of tranquility, prepared to turn away. However, through her tears, Tang Yu mouthed a silent thank you to Ji Chuan. His own parents had once showered him with similar affection. Despite graduating from a prestigious university, he found himself disenchanted with the cutthroat dynamics among colleagues and chose to resign, retreating into the life of a recluse. His parents had not expressed anger over his departure from a renowned company. Instead, They were concerned about any grievances he might have faced. Though they were often busy, they had always attended every significant moment in his life, joyfully capturing those memories on video. Tragically, a car accident had snatched them away. His father's body had tested positive for a high concentration of alcohol. But he was not known to be a drinker, nor would he ever drink and drive with his wife in the car. Nevertheless, reality remained unyielding, leaving Ji Chuan to weep through countless nights as he watched videos of his parents, their voices filled with joy and pride echoing in the background. In the most excruciating moments, I was fortunate to have Song Huai and Su Wanwan by my side, which is also the reason for my immense tolerance towards Su Wanwan. Why? Ji Chuan suddenly recalled something. Song Huai had clearly informed me that he had awakened a formidable supernatural ability, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of the ability user base. Yet, why had there been no news upon his entry? Coupled with the mental control skill he acquired from Luo Yi, a speculation emerged. It is highly likely that Song Huai has been subjected to mental control or imprisonment by the ability user base. Chapter 42. Low-level ability survivors. The electrical and water circulation systems are gradually collapsing, and the ability user base is engaged in a comprehensive extermination of zombies. Survivors may accompany the squads of the ability user base to the base. Look, the official base is currently conducting large-scale rescue operations, Zhu exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Her phone's volume turned up high, ensuring everyone could hear. The sun has risen in the west. It turns out they only accepted useful ability holders before, but now, with so many deceased, they have begun to indiscriminately absorb members. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes nonchalantly and forcefully bit into a small strawberry cake sitting on the table. Either the ability user base is not lacking in resources, or they are in dire need of a substantial labor force. Brother Sheng made a valid point. Yet why has no one come to our stronghold? Only the plank-holding duo has arrived. We came purely by chance. Mainly, there was no precise information about this stronghold online. Just speculation. If people had known how favorable this stronghold is, surely many would have flocked here. Chiu Xin felt fortunate about his decision. Having spent several delightful days at this stronghold, his only task involved monitoring the surveillance feeds in the control room, a role he shared with others, making it exceedingly comfortable. However, this was Wu Qian's first descent downstairs. Due to his previous severe injuries, a mere healing spell had only preserved his life. Under Zhang Yun's attentive care over the past few days, coupled with the nourishing meals prepared by Chef Zhao, he had just begun to regain his strength. Should any pertinent information be released online, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. The base for superhumans is populated with formidable abilities, and the public speculations regarding a Ligier would not prompt official scrutiny. However, the dissemination of concrete information would alter the situation considerably. The base boasts numerous skilled practitioners, while we possess only our leader as a true expert, which could lead to complications. Furthermore, their ongoing recruitment of new members will likely yield even more powerful individuals. In this apocalyptic world, there are numerous groups traveling together, and the authorities lack the resources to investigate every spontaneous civilian organization. Yet, if news were to spread that a new stronghold is actively recruiting members, the officials would surely come to investigate. Wu Ge, can the superhumans at their base surpass the prowess of our leader? Our leader is extraordinarily formidable. I am merely the captain of a frontline reconnaissance team, while the actual combat unit comprises highly skilled combat-oriented superhumans, many of whose advanced abilities remain classified, leaving me in the dark. Wu Qian recalled the young man who had accompanied him on the mission to Lanchan Villa. He seemed to possess an ability of a confidential nature. On that day, he journeyed to Lanchan Villa to meet a friend. Could it be Ji Chuan? With a delicate visage. Wu Qian recalled Song Huai's description of his friend and shook his head. Such a depiction bore no resemblance to Ji Chuan whatsoever. At the Supernatural Ability Registration Office. What sort of abilities? Each time he awakens, he possesses the uncanny ability to discern the exact time. Are there any relatives or friends at the base? No. My family consists solely of my daughter and me. The staff scrutinized the little girl beside the man. What is her ability? She can blow bubbles without soap. The base personnel could not conceal their frown. Please surrender your mobile phone and all electronic devices. Electronic signals interfere with the base's equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, the man produced an old, worn-out phone and placed it on the table. Level -9. The attendant nodded, then smiled at the father and daughter, saying, "Follow me." The girl clutched her father's hand, appearing somewhat anxious. "Do not fear, Nuan, we are safe now. The supernatural ability base has food and water. The little girl timidly nodded, stepping into the technologically advanced elevator, scarcely able to believe that such luxury existed amidst the desolation of the world. After struggling for several days, the father and daughter finally spotted a team of supernatural beings combating zombies nearby, and without hesitation, they followed them to the base, filled with the joy of survival. As the elevator doors opened, they beheld what resembled a vast laboratory. Through the windows of the room, numerous intricate devices were visible, with many researchers in white lab coats hurrying about. It appears that the space is predominantly occupied by staff members, all dressed in uniform attire, impeccably groomed. And there are no other survivors wandering the corridors akin to them. The reception personnel guided them to a spacious room, which was already filled with numerous individuals. The heavy door of the room was remarkably sturdy, devoid of any windows. Upon entering, the father and daughter made their way to a corner of the room, under the watchful gaze of others, where an elderly man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly in a state of repose. "Excuse me, sir?" The atmosphere in the room was peculiar. The man merely felt it was a waiting period prior to being assigned accommodations. He contemplated inquiring about the situation from those nearby. The old man opened his eyes to regard the man, one eye clouded to the point of apparent blindness. "When shall we be assigned to our living quarters? Do you possess any information?" the man asked cautiously. The elder chuckled softly. "We are all merely subjects. Accommodation is unnecessary." "What did you say?" The man could hardly believe his ears. "Old man, do not speak such nonsense. This is an official base. We are rescued survivors, not lab rats." A young man with bleached hair, upon overhearing the outburst, interjected, though he too was uncertain. He had already been waiting in this room for 10 hours. Each time he had banged on the door and inquired loudly, guards had issued warnings, leading everyone to refrain from further attempts. His ability was enhanced hearing. After the introduction, the registration staff at the base regarded him with disdain, suggesting that having one blind eye and acute hearing was of little consequence. Nevertheless, his auditory capacity allowed him to disregard barriers, enabling him to pinpoint all sounds within a 50-meter radius. He overheard the staff's discussions regarding experimental data reports, as well as the anguished cries of the test subjects. The survivors assigned to this level find their only refuge within the confines of experimentation. He harbored no desire to engage in debate, nor did he wish to provide further explanations. Let the people in this room cling to hope, for otherwise, they would be left to await death in despair. Observing the elderly man close his eyes, the man could only perceive that the elder was somewhat unhinged. How could the authorities so brazenly subject the populace to experiments? "Do not be afraid, my dear," he reassured his daughter. "Soon we shall have our own room, and you can sleep peacefully." The man affectionately caressed the girl's head, and she nodded, leaning against his chest. She was obedient, refraining from tears. Yet her gaze flitted anxiously among the unfamiliar faces in the room. From the laboratory, the terrified cries of the test subjects echoed, "Don't come near." "Let me go?" Yet, moments later, the screams abruptly ceased. The elderly man's expression remained unchanged, though his palms were slick with beads of sweat. Chapter 43. Advanced Teaching Materials at Present. Ji Chuan, who was venturing out in search of crystal cores, found himself in a quandary. The teams of ability users were delving ever deeper into the city. It had become increasingly difficult to manipulate a section of zombies to crack walnuts without attracting attention. Thus, Ji Chuan was compelled to select a relatively less populated area of ability users, opting to control only the advanced crystal core zombies in order to minimize notice. That one over there, the lad in green, how did he manage to pass the assessment with such a wild shot? "Oh dear. We are here to collect the mutated species. How do you expect to gather them if you cause them to burrow into the ground?" "I apologize, Captain Xia. The mutated specimen is about to unleash its ability, and I am afraid." "Yes. Move your feet. Are you trying to court disaster?" Xia Yiqing glared in frustration at the newcomer before him, as Song Xi had once again thrust a novice into his care. He had already assisted Song Xi with several newcomers, and each time it was his turn, Song Xi would resort to tricks, even resorting to charmingly pleading with him. Why did such a grown man exhibit such childish behavior? Yet, Xia Yiqing found himself utterly captivated by it. Guan Ling was quite troubled by the task of collecting the remains of the mutated species. Her ability, Earthquake, was akin to a powerful tremor in a fixed area, boasting considerable destructive force. However, when the corpses fell into the fissures of the earth, how could she possibly retrieve them? Now, she dared only to exert her abilities in small increments, merely to destabilize the mutated zombies. "What are you doing?" Unbeknownst to her, Xia Yiqing had already arrived at her side, effortlessly shattering a nearby zombie with a mere flick of his hand. Captain Xia, I fear that the zombies will fall into the fissures after the tremors. So you are merely shaking around here? Are you treating the zombies like a massage gun? Have you not observed the battlefield around you? Every time Xia Yiqing brought a newcomer, he felt as if he might explode with frustration. What should I do then? Guanling was on the verge of tears. Xia Yiqing shouted, completely unfazed by the prospect of attracting a horde of zombies nearby. If you find that your abilities cannot be used for offense, then employ them for defense, for support, for control. Now, envision encircling those mutated zombies. Instead of unleashing the earthquake directly beneath their feet, use it to entrap them. Your teammate possesses formidable abilities, yet their accuracy leaves much to be desired. By encircling the target, are you not merely providing your ally with a stationary target? Upon hearing Xia Yiqing's words, Guanling experienced a moment of clarity. A square fissure in the ground materialized, isolating the mutated creature in its midst, transforming it into an island. Unlike ordinary zombies, the mutated ones do not mindlessly stumble into the chasm. They will only launch their offensive from the current ground level. The man in green, witnessing the zombie's loss of movement area, aimed and unleashed a burst of green gas into that region. The gas coalesced into a monstrous visage, and upon contact with the mutated creature, it began to corrode its flesh. Before long, the mutated being visibly deteriorated into a heap of bones. The transport team members were visibly elated. They relished the prospect of undertaking missions with your squad, as it required minimal isolation. Merely collecting crystal cores sufficed. Look alive. Do not be distracted. Do you believe this is the only zombie? Xia Yiqing's admonition spurred the duo to resume their immediate skirmish. Team Xia is renowned for its strictness, yet it is undeniable that newcomers under his tutelage exhibit remarkable enhancements in their capabilities. Team Xia, I sense a high-level mutated zombie approaching. Should we consider retreating with these newcomers? A member of Xia Yiqing's team cautioned from behind, in a bid to cultivate the newcomers. The veteran members had only brought along those specializing in reconnaissance. Old Yuan, isn't this even better? A perfect teaching opportunity. It will undoubtedly elevate the newcomer skills. It has ceased its movements, seemingly located approximately 3 kilometers away in an abandoned factory. Xia Yiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it does not seek us out, we shall seek it. If we were to possess multiple abilities, we would undoubtedly be adorned with crystal cores. Finding it this month would ensure our team's KPI is achieved. Swiftly, we hastened our actions, for a significant undertaking awaited us. Upon hearing Captain Xia's reminder, the team redoubled their efforts in dispatching the zombies before them. Captain Xia's teaching prowess had markedly enhanced their skills, and their confidence soared rapidly. Everyone eagerly anticipated the major undertaking that Captain Xia had mentioned, with him by their side. The adversaries could only serve as a reservoir of practical experience for them. Surely, no one would discover us here? Ji Chuan noticed that this area was teeming with high-grade crystal core zombies, prompting him to select a nearby abandoned factory as a vantage point to await the opening of the walnut. The derelict factory offered neither adequate concealment nor the necessary supplies, rendering it an unlikely spot for human presence. Although he sensed the approach of several formidable teams in the vicinity, he did not believe they would venture here. To avoid drawing their attention, he dispersed all the zombies surrounding the factory. Come on, brothers, move faster. I'm eager to collect in the next area. Ji Chuan sensed the movements of the nearby high-grade crystal core zombies, but in the distance, a human team was also making its way toward him. What could this mean? Could they be searching for me? Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes, locking onto the target. 1 red crystal core and 6 golden crystal cores. This configuration represented the most luxurious team arrangement he had encountered thus far. He casually possessed a zombie lurking among the group, but suddenly, a man wearing goggles among them whipped his head around, fixating his gaze on Ji Chuan's location. Is someone watching me? Ji Chuan merely inhabits the body of an ordinary zombie, devoid of any innate abilities, and he does not believe he can be detected. Observing Yuan Sen's gaze, Xia Yiqing swiftly launched an attack against the zombie, which was instantly reduced to mere fragments. How peculiar despite being an ordinary zombie. Why do I sense the energy of a formidable being emanating from it? Yet, Xia Yiqing harbored no doubts, continuing forward with complete trust in his comrade's judgment. Ji Chuan, amidst the desolation of the abandoned factory, pondered the nature of his existence. How had they discovered him? By what means? Was the probing ability of the golden crystal core truly so extraordinary? Could possession be detected? Indeed, The human base is filled with numerous experts, fortunately. He had refrained from acting recklessly. Ji Chuan felt a twinge of uncertainty, having never confronted a wielder of the red crystal core. He was unaware of how his own strength would measure against such an opponent. Sensing their movement trajectory, it was evident they were approaching him. Their target was undoubtedly himself. And a smile crept onto Ji Chuan's lips. He still possessed abilities such as flight, time freeze, area slumber, and advanced speed enhancement. If he could not prevail, he could simply retreat. With this thought in mind, Ji Chuan exited the factory and ascended to the eaves, gazing in the direction of the approaching group, awaiting their arrival. Chapter 44. A Lesson in Failure. Yuan Sin's perception intensified. The adversaries exhibited slight movements, yet remained stationary. The energy of their abilities was a novel experience for him, and he initially assumed his inability to perceive it clearly was due to the distance. Other supernatural abilities, whether manifested in zombies or humans, are quite apparent. In Yuan Sin's mind, they merely resemble stars of different colors. However, upon sensing Ji Chuan, it was akin to encountering a swirling black mist, yet within that haze, myriad colors of light shimmered through. This was the basis for Yuan Sin's conclusion that the other possessed multiple abilities. Yet, as they drew ever closer, the black fog did not become clearer, resembling an abyss, obscuring all that lay beneath the surface. Captain Xiao, I have a foreboding feeling. We are nearly there. Yet I still cannot discern clearly. Oh, Lao Yuan, we are indeed fortunate, though it is a pity the other team members will not accumulate such invaluable experience. Xia Yiqing spoke with an air of nonchalance, a demeanor characteristic of the strong. From a distance, they beheld an unexpected figure. He sat upon the eaves of a factory, observing them. Despite the considerable distance, his ruby-like eyes remained strikingly vivid. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, his pallid skin suggested that Ji Chuan was merely a quiet, fragile youth, basking in the sun, exuding a unique beauty amidst the apocalypse. You have arrived. His voice, deep and resonant, contrasted sharply with his youthful appearance. Hey, young man. It's quite dangerous up there. Should I assist you in coming down? Xia Yiqing called out to Ji Chuan with enthusiasm. Captain, he is a zombie. A flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yiqing's eyes as he cast a doubtful glance towards Yuan Sin. It was the first time he questioned Yuan Sin's judgment. Such a beautiful youth. Was he truly a zombie? He felt as though he were gazing upon a work of art. Young man, are you a zombie? Xia Yiqing continued to call out to Ji Chuan with unwavering warmth. Indeed, I am a zombie. Everyone treats me as a formidable adversary, a talking zombie, the legendary #1. Except for Xia Yiqing, who possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. No undead creature in this apocalyptic world poses a threat to him. If you do not attack me, I shall not harm you. Ji Chuan smiled at Xia Yiqing, appearing remarkably at ease. This sparked a profound interest and excitement within Xia Yiqing. Oh, young man, you are quite formidable. It seems that inflicting harm upon us is merely your choice. Do you not need to seek our consent? Xia Yiqing waved his hand, and the newcomers swiftly dispersed, assuming a defensive formation. They sensed that this would be the most valuable practical exercise, integrating their training content. It appears that inflicting harm upon me is indeed necessary, is it not? Ji Chuan inquired, studying Xia Yiqing's eyes. The latter remained unaffected by mental control, which surprised Ji Chuan. It seemed that mastery over control-type abilities required further exploration. Thus, he attempted to exert his influence over a girl nearby. Can this abnormality be employed? This captain is rather intriguing. Alas, young man, you are a zombie. It is unavoidable. Let us demonstrate to these children how a true warrior engages in battle. As Xia Yiqing finished speaking, the eaves of the dilapidated factory shattered entirely. Ji Chuan soared into the air, gazing at the debris behind him. How could this happen so swiftly? What type of ability is this? Despite possessing an advanced speed augmentation, he had yet to discern Xia Yiqing's attacking motion. Meanwhile, the newcomers were also launching their assaults with remarkable speed. A swirling mass of green mist approached with a menacing grin, resembling a monstrous entity. However, its sluggish pace rendered it incapable of reaching Ji Chuan. The aura of malice rapidly coalesced around him, compelling Ji Chuan to evade instinctively. Suddenly, the air around him erupted with explosive sounds, despite the absence of any visible threat. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes, pondering the nature of this red crystal core and its peculiar abilities. Without the perception of ill intent, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade such an unseen trajectory of attack. A series of lethal auras emerged, swiftly manifesting into surrounding blades that slashed and detonated towards him. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed, akin to a sudden explosion. Are you a wind elementalist? Such swiftness and power from wind abilities? Summer I Ching was momentarily taken aback, before a smile broke across his face. You truly are a master, young man. Many advanced elementals fail to discern it. Several stone spikes erupted from the ground as Yuan Sun swiftly pulled his companions aside, utilizing his energy perception to sense the energy dynamics of the entire area. Summer I Ching summoned a fierce gust, propelling the other three into the air to evade the assault of the stone spikes. It was then that his true elemental nature became apparent. His usual attack style made it challenging to deduce his elemental type. However, while they were airborne, Guanling unleashed a widespread fissure, leaving the group stranded as if on an isolated island. Guanling, what on earth are you doing? Is this how you apply what you've learned? Summer I Ching fumed, feeling the urge to curse. Captain, Guanling has been mentally controlled. Summer I Ching clenched his jaw in frustration. Ji Chuan did not wish for them to fall into the abyss. How could they then crack walnuts? He gazed with keen interest at Xia Yiqing. Although his techniques were numerous and his movements swift, as long as he could perceive the trajectory of the attacks and evade them, he felt no threat to himself. The continuous explosions made Ji Chuan acutely aware of the acceleration in his opponent's assaults. The dense barrage became increasingly difficult to dodge, though several wounds appeared on his body. They were gradually healing due to his regenerative abilities. Upon realizing that his proud methods of attack posed no lethal danger to Ji Chuan, Xia Yiqing altered his strategy. Instead of targeting a fixed point, he unleashed a whirlwind, and Ji Chuan, mid-flight, sensed a violent current rapidly converging. The previously clear afternoon was suddenly engulfed in darkness, as if this area were ensconced within a black sphere of light. The newcomers were thrown into disarray, deprived of sight, and consumed by fear. The whirlwind continued to rage, yet Xia Yiqing had no notion of Ji Chuan's whereabouts. In jest, Ji Chuan stood amidst them. Captain, he is right beside us. Yuan Sun felt it, but could no longer vocalize. The shadowy blade had pierced through his body. Even in the darkness, he could discern his own position, making Yuan Sun his primary target for elimination. This was Xia Yiqing's first encounter with the specter of death, possessing such formidable power. He had never allowed an opponent to survive beyond 3 seconds. All adversaries had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. Though he was exceptionally seasoned in combat experience, it was merely the experience of overpowering his foes. He had never believed that he would encounter a zombie on par with his own strength. Yet today he realized how exceedingly arrogant he had been in the past. Chapter 45, The Price of Arrogance. You are quite amusing, Ji Chuan's voice echoed in his ears. In that fleeting moment, Xia Yiqing unleashed a blade of wind in the direction from which the voice emanated. Alas, the scream that followed was that of his own teammate. Xia Yiqing's attack had, to his horror, claimed the life of a rookie under his command. A wave of terror surged from his feet. For even with a clear line of sight, it was exceedingly difficult to strike Ji Chuan, let alone in his current state of blindness. The ruthless techniques he once wielded with confidence now threatened to become a death sentence for his comrades. Captain, save me. The cries of his team members rang out in succession. It was the first time he had lost a novice during his training sessions. Xia Yiqing, engulfed in confusion and helplessness, flailed in his attempts to attack yet hesitated to act rashly. They were marooned on an island formed by fissures in the ground, surrounded by his own teammates, making friendly fire in imminent danger. Do you inquire for your opinions before inflicting harm upon you? In the darkness, Ji Chuan's haunting whispers shattered Xia Yiqing's mental defenses. He recalled how naive he had been upon their first meeting, believing Ji Chuan to be merely an advanced teaching tool. Yet, he was unaware that even without night vision, Ji Chuan could perceive everything within his shadowy domain. He leisurely dealt with the foes around him, meticulously arranging the crystals he had collected. The abundance of golden cores could potentially lull him into slumber, rendering him reluctant to consume them hastily. The sound of flesh being torn echoed, but Xia Yiqing mustered his courage and directed another blade of wind toward that ominous direction. The crystal core was violently propelled along with his consciousness, and Ji Chuan hurriedly soared upwards to catch it in his grasp. You are disobedient. Xia Yiqing felt an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping his body. He struggled valiantly against it, his legs bulging with veins. He sensed that without a full-fledged resistance, he would be crushed by this force. In the darkness, he heard the sound of footsteps. A pair of crimson eyes ignited before him. An immense terror instantly engulfed him, as his body continued to resist the pull of gravity. Yet, his consciousness gradually began to fade. Do not resist. Ji Chuan's eyes resembled the very gates of hell, drawing Xia Yiqing's soul into their depths. Yes, master. Xia Yiqing knelt on one knee, resembling a soulless marionette. It was a success. It seems that to control high-level superpowers, one must first weaken them. Ji Chuan pondered the methods of mental domination. Just as he was about to seize the red crystal core of the day, he sensed malice emanating from a distance. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. Yet 4 cards disregarded his efforts and flew directly towards him. What is this? For tens? The 4 playing cards encircled him. The 10 of hearts, the 10 of clubs, the 10 of diamonds, and the 10 of spades, all suits represented. As the cards spun, they emitted a brilliant blue light that was somewhat blinding to Ji Chuan. The 4 cards formed a luminous barrier, entrapping him within. A slight figure sprinted from afar, gracefully leaping in front of Ji Chuan and bearing away the dazed Xia Yiqing. Ji Chuan realized that this individual was also a wielder of a red crystal core. Ji Chuan attempted to breach the luminous barrier before him, yet his efforts yielded no response. This barrier severed his connection to the outside world, as if he were ensnared in another dimension. The silhouette of Xia Yiqing, resembling a leaping wild hare, effortlessly vanished from Ji Chuan's sight. Shortly thereafter, the playing cards beside him became creased, and cracks appeared in the barrier. With renewed vigor, Ji Chuan shattered the barrier with ease. For tens fluttered to the ground, akin to the most mundane of playing cards. Song Xiai struck Xia Yiqing's face repeatedly. Contrary to his slender frame, each slap delivered considerable force. In mere moments, Xia Yiqing's face swelled. His gaze gradually sharpened, transforming from vacant to one of profound terror. No, I do not wish to die. He found himself lying in the infirmary of the base. You're awake, you big fool, Song Xiai remarked, only to observe tears streaming down Xia Yiqing's face. Heartbroken, he rested Xia Yiqing's head upon his shoulder, gently patting his back. It's all right now. Yet, Xia Yiqing was engulfed in an abyss of sorrow, plagued by guilt over his decisions, fear of facing Ji Chuan, and remorse for his fallen comrades. An overwhelming tide of negative emotions swept through him. Powerful though he was, he could only weep silently in that moment, wanting nothing more than to remain silent. Song Xiai too remained quiet, allowing him to lean against him. Have you heard? Captain Xia's team suffered total annihilation against number 1. What? Captain Xia couldn't even defeat number 1? Indeed. I heard that Captain Xia was rescued by Captain Song, but it cost him 4 cards. Really? I am unclear about Song's abilities. What kind of cards does he possess? It is said that Song's power consists of a deck of playing cards, which are rendered useless after their use. Goodness, with just 4 cards, has he eliminated the first one? It appears not. He merely confined the first one, thus allowing for an opportunity to escape. My heavens, I shall refrain from venturing into the Galaxy District. The tasks there are untenable, and I must inform my captain. Just keep this to yourself. Do not disclose that I told you. Understood. Many believe that Xia Yiqing wields explosive powers. Moreover, Xia Yiqing has never failed a mission and has mentored numerous newcomers, truly earning the title of the Battlefield King. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xia Yiqing faced defeat against the first one, causing widespread panic among those aware of the circumstances. Teams are declining to undertake missions in the Galaxy District for various reasons, as encountering the first one would surely spell their doom. No one thinks they could be as fortunate as Xia Yiqing, who had Song Xiai forfeit his 4 cards to save him. Observing the despondent Xia Yiqing, Li Jingru felt quite helpless. Are you saying you communicated with the first one? As long as you do not harm him, he will not harm you? Xia Yiqing nodded vacantly. The fault lies with me. I was too arrogant and made a grave misjudgment. Recalling Ji Chuan's warning and Yuan Sin's counsel, Xia Yiqing wished to slap himself. Yuan Sun is an exceptionally rare explorer-type ability user, whose energy perception can detect even the most subtle fluctuations in energy. Regardless of whether it pertains to those endowed with extraordinary abilities, the undead, or the abilities themselves, there exists a fluctuation of energy that can be sensed, enabling one to navigate potential dangers. Yet, the thought of a comrade, who has fought alongside him for so long, perishing due to his own folly, brought tears once again to Xia Yiqing's eyes. Memories of Yuan's son flooded back, striking his heart like a colossal hammer, each recollection resonating painfully. Li Jingru sighed. Having initially believed that with the acquisition of crystal cores and the deployment of skilled individuals, they could swiftly eliminate Subject 1. However, he was taken aback by the formidable strength of this entity. How many people should be dispatched? A single individual less could lead to total annihilation, while sending too many would hinder other operations. Since Subject 1 claimed he would not harm humanity, as had been echoed by Ji Chuan and Du Ling, perhaps it was indeed wise to adopt a more hands-off approach. Li Jingru waved his hand, signaling Xia Yiqing to depart. He felt a few more strands of hair turn gray. Chapter 46, Abundant Harvest. Ji Chuan, humming a cheerful tune, soared towards the base, clutching 6 golden crystal cores. Today had indeed been a day of plentiful rewards, and his spirits were high as he chose to spare the lowly walnuts. He bore no blame for himself. He had exercised considerable restraint, yet the adversaries had been overly aggressive, compelling him to act. Were he still human, he would have admired Xia Yiqing's character, which exuded a certain confidence inherent in the strong. However, the inevitable schism between their factions rendered future encounters perilous, where he might not show mercy. He had been overly anxious before the onset of conflict, yet this time he was aware of his significant acquisition in reconnaissance abilities. Even as he possessed a mere ordinary zombie, he could detect its presence, a testament to his formidable prowess. Upon returning to the base, he informed Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi that there was a possibility of once again entering a state of slumber. The two nodded, accustomed to this reality, and planned to summon Zhang Yun later, as each time during his unconsciousness, Ji Chuan exhibited signs of distress, and Zhang Yun's soothing abilities proved remarkably effective. However, after consuming 6 golden crystal cores, Ji Chuan felt no adverse effects. Although he sensed a resurgence of energy within his body, there were no indications of any transformative changes. It appeared that he would not succumb to unconsciousness this time, Ji Chuan remarked, casting an embarrassed glance at the two by the bedside. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes and suggested, "Come on, Sister Yunxi, let us play Do Di Zhu. The loser will forfeit a lipstick." Gu Yunxi cast a worried glance at Ji Chuan, and upon confirming that he was indeed fine, she was pulled away by Lin Lulu. "A lipstick seems rather excessive. How about a bottle of nail polish instead?" Zhu Zhu, who did not paint her nails, had none to spare. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. "This girl is becoming increasingly reckless," Ji Chuan muttered to himself. He discovered that after absorbing a substantial amount of advanced crystal cores, he received indications that many abilities could indeed be combined. Among them, speed enhancement, advanced, strength enhancement, advanced, mental fortitude enhancement, advanced, and defense enhancement, advanced, could merge into the golden crystal core, perfect body, significantly enhancing various physical attributes while granting immunity to all abnormal states. Metal manipulation, metal scaling, metal generation, and strong magnetism could unite to form the golden crystal core, essence of gold. Cooling, firepower, firewall, and fire control could converge into the golden crystal core, essence of fire. Other abilities lacking advanced levels were not pursued by Ji Chuan. He then proceeded to examine his current powers. Green crystal core, bright light, healing intermediate, wind blade intermediate, poison mist intermediate, water gun, martial arts, material decomposition, water walking, blood sucking. Defense enhancement intermediate, stench, taste elimination. Purple crystal core, body hardening, advanced, diffusion, area sleep, time freeze, mental control, flight, area protection, visual shielding, light power. Lizard, golden crystal core, essence of rock, essence of darkness, perfect body, essence of gold, essence of fire, corrupt malevolent spirit, earthquake, energy perception, heavenly thunder, starfall. Realm of illusions. The extensive repertoire of skills at my disposal instills a profound confidence in my ability to confront even the formidable practitioners of the red crystal core. Ji Chuan possesses the unique capacity to explore the very limits of all abilities, a feat unattainable by humanity. Although today's newcomers wield powerful golden crystal cores, their execution of abilities pales in comparison to the mutated zombies of the purple crystal core. Confronted by such formidable adversaries, they stood paralyzed, overly reliant on the strength of those around them. Contemplating this, Ji Chuan resumed training the group. Lin Lulu, having just secured a promising hand, exclaimed in frustration as she prepared to descend. Zhu Zhu, prioritizing the leader's words, hastily pulled Gu Yunxi away. Lin Lulu puffed her cheeks in indignation. Today, an elite team launched an assault against me, featuring a notably powerful captain. However, their excessive dependence on him rendered them largely ineffective in battle. Consequently, I easily triumphed over them, and you too must cultivate the courage to confront the strong with composure. despite the fact that some abilities may not be exceptionally powerful. An over-reliance on others will forever hinder one's own progress. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes from the sidelines, noticing that Ji Chuan was increasingly resembling an old bureaucrat. Lin Lulu, your opponent is Xiao Mei, while the other attackers will face De Zhuang. What? I'm up against Xiao Mei. Ji Chuan, have you lost your mind? Lin Lulu suspected that Ji Chuan was intentionally punishing her, as the thought of Xiao Mei, who appeared capable of inflicting severe damage with a single whip, filled her with dread. As a long-range attacker, what do you have to fear? Xiao Mei's whip cannot possibly match the length of your arrows. If you hit her 3 times, consider it a victory. Lin Lulu gazed at Xiao Mei in the courtyard, her muscular physique reminiscent of a champion bikini competitor from the West. To her astonishment, Xiao Mei's face radiated excitement as her whip cracked against the ground, producing sharp sounds. Lin Lulu swallowed hard, resolving to conceal her dissatisfaction with Ji Chuan more discreetly in the future. The others shared a look of helplessness. Even if they exerted their utmost efforts, they felt incapable of removing even a scrap of skin from De Zhuang. His already colossal frame was imbued with terrifying strength. Complemented by extraordinary speed, one punch from him could send a person flying. De Zhuang joyfully hopped in place, seemingly exhilarated, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Members lacking attacking abilities were, at that moment, quite relieved as they leaned against the windowsill, amused by the spectacle. With the addition of Wu Qian, the stronghold gained yet another formidable combatant. His ability, object duplication, allowed him to temporarily replicate lightweight items he had touched, which meant he had effectively handled all the weapons available at the base. The courtyard was divided into 2 arenas, one for Lin Lulu and Xiao Mei, and the other for Wu Qian, Gu Yunqi, Pei Wendong, Jiang Yi, Xiao Xian, Geng Mao, and De Zhuang. Qiu Xinshi and Fan Jiahao were placed among the spectators by Ji Chuan, who deemed their abilities suitable only for ornamental purposes. Zhang Yun observed Xiao Xian with a hint of concern, yet Xiao Xian displayed a reassuring expression. Xiao Mei and De Zhuang were instructed to avoid targeting vital areas and to temper their strength. Understood, Master. Lin Lulu's objective was to shoot 3 arrows at Xiao Mei, while the others aimed to obtain a single hair from De Zhuang. Is everyone clear on their tasks? The leader inquired. Chief, my ability can also be utilized in combat. I wish to participate. Ji Chuan glanced at the somewhat timid Chen Yuru. Are you certain, Aunt Chen? Chen Yuru nodded, encouraged by Xiao Xian's bravery and training. Realizing that as an adult, she needed to be stronger to protect Yu. Mom, can you manage? Tang Yu looked at Chen Yuru with concern, who merely nodded, steeling herself for the challenge ahead. Chapter 47. The members of the Avengers base spar to avoid any physical harm. Lin Lulu moved early in the opposite direction of Xiao Mei, who appeared unfazed, merely toying with her steel whip, seemingly dismissive of Lin Lulu's presence. Meanwhile, the group surrounding the imposing figure of De Zhuang swallowed nervously, Chen Yuru being no exception. The harrowing image of De Zhuang breaking into their villa replayed vividly in her mind. The moment when De Zhuang's gaze bore through the wall's crevice at the 2 of them left her breathless. Our objective is his hair. His speed and agility make it exceedingly difficult to reach the top of his head. Let us attempt to utilize our powers to dislodge his hair. No, do not strike De Zhuang's head. Upon hearing Wu Qian relay the plan to the crowd, De Zhuang hurriedly shielded his head with both hands, resembling a chubby child who feels wronged. De Zhuang's sense of grievance evoked no sympathy from the onlookers, standing before them like an imposing wall, emanating an undeniable aura of intimidation. Let us commence. Ji Chuan's cool, resonant voice echoed, instantly igniting the battlefield with fervor. Before Lin Lulu could conjure her first arrow, Xiao Mei suddenly propelled herself off the ground with great force, hurtling towards Lin Lulu like a bullet, leaving a crater in her wake. The sight nearly frightened Lin Lulu into retreat. Yet, seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a light arrow, striving to impede Xiao Mei's approach. De Zhuang, who had just felt wronged, was now exhilarated by Ji Chuan's command. He swung his robust arms toward Wu Qian, having just proposed the plan to the group. Wu Qian was presumably the leader of this impromptu team. Drawing on his extensive combat experience, he deftly evaded De Zhuang's assault. In a bid to capture De Zhuang's hair, he swiftly materialized a flying knife in his hand. However, to his astonishment, what should have been a single knife transformed into 5. He nearly dropped them to the ground. Gu Yunqi nodded toward Wu Qian, who marveled, could she be the one who controls? Without further hesitation, at the moment De Zhuang turned to withdraw his hands, he hurled the flying knife toward De Zhuang's hair. Gu Yunxi found herself in a state of disarray. She had neglected to bestow an enhancement upon Gung Mao in due time. Now, she endeavored to extend the range of her enhancement, continuously manipulating the green orb of light in her mind, striving to encompass the entirety of the arena. Da Zhuang nimbly evaded Wu Qian's flying daggers, a joyful smile adorning his face. Having served as a guard at the base for so long without encountering any adversaries, he found the experience rather dull. The other guard, Xiaomei, intimidated him with her whip whenever he approached, which deterred him from getting too close. However, the ongoing battle before him was quite captivating. Just as he intended to leap forward and strike Wu Qian, he realized his movements were akin to a phantom, leaving Wu Qian with no time to react. Without any defensive maneuvers, this blow could potentially annihilate Wu Qian on the spot. Both Da Zhuang and Wu Qian were taken aback, yet their momentum rendered it impossible to halt. Da Zhuang's body had transformed into a high-velocity projectile, hurtling towards Wu Qian's face. Boom! Da Zhuang collided with a rock wall, wincing in pain as he clutched his head. It was Ji Chuan who had intervened just in time to protect Wu Qian. Gu Yunxi, while you enhance your allies, you also seem to be empowering your opponents. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's rebuke, Gu Yunxi finally grasped the situation, although she had enveloped the entire arena with her light orb. Da Zhuang and Xiaomei were inadvertently included as beneficiaries of her enhancement. Sister Yunxi, it's you. Lin Lulialu, on the opposite side, felt utterly despondent. Having initially struggled to evade Xiaomei's pursuit, she found it increasingly challenging. Although her light arrows had widened in scope, Xiaomei's explosive power was akin to that of a superhero. Do not speak of hitting Xiaomei. Even aiming seems an insurmountable challenge. She feels that Xiaomei's movements surpass her own ability to shift her hands. Just moments ago, she suffered a lash from Xiaomei, and though she knows Xiaomei was not exerting her full strength, that strike still left her grimacing in pain. Gu Yunxi hastily ceased her enhanced abilities, redirecting her focus to weaken Da Zhuang. However, Da Zhuang's strength and speed are inherently formidable, not merely a product of abilities. Her attempts to diminish Da Zhuang's powers bore no fruit. Gu Yunxi fell into contemplation. If she could only bolster her allies while avoiding the opponent, she could not cover a large area with a circular shield. Thus, she began to experiment with reshaping the green orb of light, attempting to mold it into a crescent. By circumventing Da Zhuang in the center, the crescent's other areas could envelop the others on the field. Jiang Yi's stone projectiles were entirely disregarded by Da Zhuang, akin to grains of sand landing upon him. Suddenly, the stones swelled to the size of a soccer ball, catching Da Zhuang off guard and causing him some discomfort, prompting him to quickly raise his arms to block Jiang Yi's direction. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Qian replicated a grappling hook and hurled it towards Da Zhuang's back. Climb up his back. Cover me. As Wu Qian executed his plan, Da Zhuang shook his body vigorously, attempting to dislodge Wu Qian and reaching back to grasp him. Yet, his thick arms and broad back rendered him incapable of grasping Wu Qian, who was positioned in the middle of his back. The others swiftly intensified their assaults, leaving Da Zhuang momentarily blinded. Qin Yiru's water streams, enhanced by her abilities, surged forth like a high-pressure hose, aimed directly at Da Zhuang's head in a bid to obstruct his line of sight. Da Zhuang's overwhelming strength led him to shake and leap violently upon realizing he could not ensnare Wu Qian. Wu Qian felt as though he were atop a wild horse, jostled and slipping perilously, as if his very organs might be dislodged. After enduring 5 lashes, Lin Lulu was battered and bruised, while Xiaomei displayed a scornful smile, treating her like mere vermin. Lin Lulu had made discernible progress since their last encounter, increasing her light arrows to 3. Yet, in the face of absolute speed and agility, mere quantity proved futile. She could not strike her target. For her, numbers were ineffectual. Dragging her wounded form, Lin Lulu scurried about like a frightened fawn, her name a fitting epithet. She needed to unleash an arrow of substance, one that could find its mark, but with such rapid evasion, how could she possibly succeed? She endeavored to deepen her sensitivity to the light arrows, realizing that Sister Yunxi's abilities could indeed shift states according to her thoughts. Ji Chuan had once mentioned that his powers were on par with Sister Yunxi's. Could my light arrows also transform with my intentions? A whip ensnared Lin Lulu's left leg, and she lost her balance, tumbling to the ground. In a panic, she turned to see Xiaomei approaching her with a queenly smile. Desperate, she released an arrow. Yet Xiaomei merely tilted her head slightly, effortlessly evading the projectile, just as she raised her hand to deliver a blow that would render Lin Lulu unconscious. A light arrow unexpectedly pierced her abdomen from behind. Lin Lulu was astonished to discover that she could indeed alter the trajectory of the light arrows. Chapter 48. The awakening of Lin Lulu. The one-straight trajectory of the light arrows unexpectedly reversed after missing their mark, leaving Xiaomei with no choice but to continue evading. Seizing the moment, Lin Lulu rose to her feet, dragging her bloodied left leg as she retreated. She loosed another arrow toward Xiaomei. Realizing that her ability to control two light arrows simultaneously was already stretched to its limits, the exertion from managing the arrows began to cloud her thoughts. Yet she understood that if she could just land a hit, victory would be hers. Ji Chuan really isn't going to help me at all, she mused, glancing at her numerous wounds with concern over potential scarring. However, the thought of Ji Chuan's healing abilities brought a sigh of relief. Despite being struck by an arrow, Xiaomei's agility remained remarkably unhindered. As the undead's perception of pain was exceedingly low, her speed was akin to that of an uninjured individual. She moved like a gymnast, executing a series of complex maneuvers to evade the pursuit of the arrows. Yet, beads of sweat began to form on Lin Lulu's brow as her consciousness grew increasingly hazy. Should she fail to strike her target soon, the intensity of her abilities would surely lead to her own collapse. The speed of the light arrows began to wane, a fact not lost on Xiaomei, who wore a triumphant smile. Calmly, she continued to dodge the arrows, patiently waiting for Lin Lulu to exhaust her strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian observed the imposing figure of Dazhuang from a distance, feeling a sense of trepidation. The others were protective of the child, ensuring she remained at a safe distance. Pei Wendong endeavored to shield Xiao Xian, aware that a mere encounter with Dazhuang's massive arms could pose a grave threat to her life. Xiao Xian hesitated for a considerable time, her target being Dazhuang's hair. She rummaged through her mind for the ideal form of a doll that could effectively seize Dazhuang's locks. As Wu Qian was flung aside by Dazhuang, Chen Yuru employed the force of water to cushion Wu Qian's fall, preventing any injury. Enraged, Dazhuang pivoted and relentlessly pursued Wu Qian, striking the ground with fierce blows, leaving deep craters in his wake. While Wu Qian could only roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade, a flash of golden light flickered in Xiao Xian's hand. The doll, originally petite, stood up slowly under the enhancement of Gu Yunxi's supernatural abilities, now towering to the size of a person. Astonishingly, the doll bore a resemblance to Xiaomei. Albeit with haphazard features, its eyes were mere buttons, and its mouth was sewn shut with crisscross threads. The doll emitted a sound that was even sharper and more piercing than Xiaomei's voice. "You little pest. Why aren't you behaving?" Upon hearing this voice, a glimmer of fear crossed Zhuang's eyes as he realized that a second Xiaomei stood before him, despite the real Xiaomei still evading the light arrows in the distance. As he stared at the doll in bewilderment, it swiftly lashed a steel whip towards his neck. Zhuang had no choice but to struggle with both hands against the whip, desperately trying to prevent it from strangling him. The strength of the doll was surprisingly comparable to that of Xiaomei. Ji Chuan observed the unfolding situation with keen interest. The growth of each individual in real combat was remarkably rapid. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Qian once more ascended Zhuang's body using grappling hooks. However, this time, the doll held on to him firmly, rendering him immobile and unable to leap or twist. Meanwhile, the others exerted their supernatural abilities to attack Zhuang, providing Wu Qian with the necessary cover. Wu Qian stood upon Zhuang's shoulders, forcefully tugging at his hair. Meanwhile, Lin Lulu had collapsed from exhaustion. And just as Xiaomei was about to deliver a swift strike, Ji Chuan intervened. "It's over." Everyone performed admirably. Ji Chuan tended to the group, and Lin Lulu gradually regained consciousness. This training exercise demonstrated significant progress for all, yet it necessitates a reflection on the lessons learned. Xiaomei emerged victorious, while Zhuang faced defeat. Both he and Lin Lulu bowed their heads, feeling disheartened. "Zhuang, why did you focus solely on attacking Wu Qian?" Ji Chuan sought to gauge Zhuang's strategic acumen. "Because prior to the battle, I issued commands as the captain, aiming to dismantle the core of the team first. Your reasoning is sound. However, upon realizing the difficulty of overcoming the opponent, one should prioritize neutralizing other threats at hand. Every member is crucial and can assist the core members in seizing victory. Each member on Zhuang's team showcased their strengths. This exemplifies the essence of teamwork. Furthermore, when confronting adversaries in the future, refrain from disclosing your strategies to them." Ji Chuan then turned to Wu Qian, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Lin Lulu, why did you lose?" Ji Chuan inquired. "I was alone, thus I lost," Lin Lulu responded, turning away in frustration, feeling that Ji Chuan was unjustly targeting her. Your defeat stemmed from a lack of diligence, Ji Chuan remarked, lightly flicking her forehead. Your unique abilities are best suited for offense. Instead, you spend your time snacking and playing cards, lacking a sense of urgency. Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Lin Lulu lowered her head, offering no rebuttal. Well, today marks a significant improvement for you. From now on, everyone will train with Da Zhuang and Xiaomei. Otherwise, you will forever remain inexperienced newcomers. I do not wish for the events that transpired at the ability user base to befall you as well. You possess the strength to engage in battle. Yet due to a lack of experience and fortitude, you risk becoming an easy target. Look at Jiang Yi. After training, he immediately began doing planks, displaying a commendable attitude. Everyone, let us all strive harder. Dismissed. The audience, stirred by Ji Chuan's words, felt a surge of enthusiasm. Xiao Xin and Fan Jiahao also wished to contribute, unconsciously unleashing their abilities at Jiang Yi. Just wait until I stand up. You two will have quite the show. Receiving Ji Chuan's praise, Jiang Yi refrained from retorting, yet inwardly seethed with frustration, realizing that these two mascots only ever directed their powers at him. Gu Yunxi pulled Lin Lulu along as they headed toward the hall. Lulu, you performed remarkably just now. I saw your light arrow could actually track its target. However, Lin Lulu did not exhibit any signs of joy. I believe Ji Chuan is right. I have always relied on his protection. In truth, I have not been much help when danger arises. No, those previous times were thanks to you, Lulu. You are our mainstay. On Lin Lulu's face lingered a profound sense of desolation, yet it was undeniable that her abilities surpassed those of her peers. She had previously possessed the capacity to excel, only to discover today the myriad ways her powers could be utilized. Consumed by guilt, Lin Lulu recognized that Ji Chuan had always treated everyone with kindness, never imposing strict discipline upon them. However, she could no longer afford to remain complacent. Ji Chuan's recent experiences illuminated the harsh truth that passively waiting for protection could lead one into peril. Mastering the art of self-preservation was the safest course, and she realized she had been living far too comfortably. Everyone must be weary, the meal is ready, and once we dine, we shall all feel revitalized. Master Zhao warmly welcomed everyone to the dining hall, for preparing restorative dishes was the only assistance he could offer. He cherished this base immensely. Each member strived to contribute to the collective, and with a sigh, Lin Lulu resolved to engage in intensive training with Xiao Mei during the day henceforth. Chapter 49. The incomplete experiment. Huang Mao had been waiting in the level -9 waiting room for 12 hours, and at last, the staff arrived to escort him. Finally, it's my turn. Your efficiency is shockingly low. I'm so tired from waiting, Huang Mao grumbled, and unlike the enchanting woman who had previously guided him, this time he was flanked by 2 armed guards. The guards showed no reaction to his complaints, merely flanking him as they proceeded towards their destination. I'm exhausted. Where's my room? I just want to sleep right now. This level appears to be entirely composed of laboratories. Where's the living area? The young man with blonde hair felt a growing sense of unease as he surveyed the surroundings. Recalling the words of the blind old man who had claimed they were all experimental subjects and did not require accommodation. At the time, he had dismissed the old man's assertions as nonsense. However, as he traversed the corridor, it became increasingly apparent that this entire floor was dedicated to laboratories. The individuals from that room had never emerged. It was inconceivable that the old man could have perceived these laboratories. The young man fell silent, a flicker of anxiety igniting within him. Despite finding the old man's remarks utterly absurd, the scene before him did not resemble a place that offered lodging. This level resembled a research facility, akin to a hospital. Amidst his growing trepidation, he arrived at a room where the centerpiece was a bed. Rather than a traditional bed, it resembled a multifunctional chair one might encounter at a dentist's office, surrounded by various connected apparatuses. In truth, the entire room bore a striking resemblance to an operating theater. Several individuals clad in lab coats stood within, observing him. Have we taken a wrong turn? The young man thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he contemplated retreating through the door behind him, only to find a guard obstructing his escape. Come lie down. We will conduct a physical examination, said one of the lab-coated figures in a gentle tone, reminiscent of someone speaking to a frightened child at the dentist. It seemed reasonable to undergo a physical at the base, especially given the outbreak of the zombie virus outside. It was improbable that anyone would be permitted to reside here without precautions. Reassured by this rationale, the young man steeled himself, convincing himself that his fearful notions were merely products of his imagination. Moreover, The guards did not appear to be inclined to allow him to leave. With no other options, he reluctantly reclined on the bed. However, once he lay down, he discovered that his arms and legs had been secured by steel restraints affixed to the bed. "What do you intend to do?" The young man with yellow hair became alarmed. How could a physical examination so restrict his personal freedom? The doctor, clad in a white coat, picked up a mask without offering any explanation and placed it over the struggling youth's face. In mere moments, he fell into a deep slumber, akin to that of a child. The blue crystal core was embedded in experiment subject number 53, a 23-year-old male. Embedded core, electrical system. Type of ability, enhancement. The target location for this embedding, heart. The experiment commenced. After a brief disinfection, the scalpel sliced open the young man's chest. Just moments ago, he had boasted that it was finally his turn, claiming to be the strongest in the room. Zhou remained indifferent. As long as he and his daughter were safe, he could wait. He understood that it was entirely normal for the base to accommodate numerous survivors, arranging them into rooms one by one. He felt profoundly grateful to have been able to save them, and a little longer wait was inconsequential. Moreover, individuals were continuously called out of the room, while others entered, so waiting was simply part of the process. The door swung open once more, revealing with giant pain. The elderly man beside Zhou trembled, unlike the others who were impatient. He slowly rose to his feet, casting a glance at Zhou's daughter and sighing, leaning closer. The elder whispered in his ear, 30 meters to the southeast, there is a freight elevator. The code should be 1218. If you are capable, take the child and escape. Zhou felt a sense of confusion. Why should they flee? What was this elder speaking of? How did he know the location and code of the elevator? While inquiries about abilities were common, the staff had indeed shown disdain upon learning about the abilities of Zhou and his daughter. Was it only by venturing out on a mission that one could grasp their mobile phone? This waiting room, devoid of windows and doors, felt more akin to a confinement chamber than a relaxation area, with its heavy metal entrance. A sense of unease coursed through Zhou as he gazed at his daughter's serene sleeping visage, worry gnawing at his heart. If he were to step outside, he vowed to meticulously observe his surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, he would risk everything to rescue his daughter. The door swung open once more. Zhou Yuan. The man's demeanor was devoid of the joy he had exhibited upon entering the base. He cradled his daughter and trudged heavily outside. 2 guards flanked him, leading the way, while Zhou scrutinized his environment with keen eyes. "Excuse me, gentlemen, I find myself in need of a restroom," he said, the wait having stretched too long for his comfort. The guards exchanged a glance, then do so quickly. They altered their course, guiding him toward the lavatory. Indeed, they soon spotted an elevator positioned to the southeast, but the restroom lay at the far end, and the elevator was poised to slip past them. Zhou realized he had no opportunity to board. Even if he did, the guards would swiftly subdue him. He held his daughter tightly, each step feeling burdensome. "What are you dawdling for? Move faster." The guard's vigilance heightened in response to Zhou's demeanor. With no other recourse, he seized a trash bin from the corridor and hurled it at the guards with all his might, sprinting toward the freight elevator while clutching his daughter. Yet, in mere moments, he was easily overpowered by the guards. "Quite clever," one remarked. Despite having held his daughter, Zhou's futile attempt with the trash bin bore no fruit. The guards with binding abilities had already secured his wrists, while another guard snatched his daughter away. 1-1. The sudden movement caused Zhou to burst into tears. Yet the guards offered no respite, swiftly escorting him to the operating room. "Let me go. Return my daughter to me." Zhou found himself utterly powerless as the guards transported Zhou into another chamber. He caught sight of the surgical table before him. "How did you discover this?" The doctor in a white coat examined Zhou's registration details, awakening to the current time, possessing a rather useless ability, albeit a rare temporal one. "This sample is quite impressive." Zhou was now thoroughly convinced of the elder's words, yet it was too late. His daughter would also be subjected to their experiments. The thought ignited a fury within Zhou, his eyes reddening. The family he had fought desperately to protect in this apocalyptic world was reduced to just his daughter. And now he was the one who had placed her in peril. The strength of an ordinary person was utterly insignificant. As the guards effortlessly restrained Zhou upon the operating table, the doctor affixed a mask over Zhou's face, and he succumbed to slumber. Zhou believed that his ability was to awaken and perceive time because whenever he drifted into sleep, a time panel appeared before him, incessantly ticking away. It resembled the screen of an electronic clock, continuously repeating itself in his dreams. Regardless of the scenes he envisioned, that time-laden electronic display remained ever present. Moreover, upon awakening, he had verified it several times against the normal passage of time. In his torment, Zhomi wept in his dreams, acutely aware that both he and his daughter were destined to become subjects of experimentation, likely facing death. If granted another opportunity, he would never again place his hopes in seeking refuge at the base of the ability wielders. Despite the daunting challenges ahead, he remained resolute in his determination to nurture and protect his beloved daughter. The time panel within his dreams began to tremble violently, revealing a startling sight. The clock was regressing. Time froze at noon today, the very moment he and his daughter encountered the team of supernatural beings. A blinding light erupted within the dream, and Zhomi slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 50. A perfect day, what are you standing there for? Get in the car. After dispatching the nearby zombies, the members of the supernatural team regarded the man before them with a hint of perplexity. Just a moment ago, he had expressed heartfelt gratitude to them and told his daughter that they were finally safe, yet now he appeared dazed and stationary. What are you doing? Are you coming or not? Overwhelmed with emotion, he burst into tears, disregarding the team's urgent calls, and swiftly scooped up his daughter, fleeing into the distance. Captain, what's wrong with that guy? He asked, running away instead of getting in the car. Should we pursue him? Let him be. There are many more survivors awaiting our assistance. If he chooses not to join us, so be it. As he listened to the vehicle's doors close behind him and watched it drive away into the distance, Zhomi finally felt the tension in his body begin to ease, having escaped that ghastly den of horrors. Yet, the pressing question remained. Where should he take his daughter now? All right. He had set out to find crystal cores. However, the supernatural team had been too active lately, and he needed to steer clear of them. Ji Chuan soared through the sky, attuned to the presence of crystal cores throughout the vicinity. There were indeed a significant number of high-level cores nearby. But where should he go to crack open the walnuts? Ji Chuan fixed his gaze upon an abandoned factory, clearing the area of any lurking zombies, thus ensuring minimal attention from the supernatural team. Ji Chuan languidly awaited the approach of the walnuts, while simultaneously noticing a lavishly equipped entourage advancing toward him. An inexplicable sense of certainty washed over him that this group was indeed heading his way. Without understanding the source of his conviction, he soared to perch upon the factory's eaves, quietly biding his time. Should I lean in for a closer observation? After all, the Crimson Crystal Core has yet to engage in battle. However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, Ji Chuan promptly dismissed it. How peculiar today feels. His thoughts were in disarray, yet he sensed a peculiar confidence in his ability to make the right decisions. A team had now positioned themselves at his feet. Hey, it's quite perilous up there, don't move recklessly. Do you require assistance to descend? We meet again. Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated, startling him. Why had he said again? The leading man appeared puzzled. Had they encountered each other before? Captain, he is a zombie. Upon hearing Yuan Sin's warning, Xia Yiqing furrowed his brow. Astonished that the striking young man before him, resembling a work of art in this post-apocalyptic world, was a zombie. This time, you still have a chance to flee. I shall not harm you before you make your move. Will you cherish this opportunity? Ji Chuan's voice exuded a languid confidence, even more so than Xia Yiqing's. Young man, it seems you possess considerable strength. Confident in your ability to defeat us? Xia Yiqing waved his hand, signaling everyone to assume their battle formation. Ji Chuan effortlessly ascended, the eaves behind him shattering in his wake. Xia Yiqing launched a series of relentless assaults, only to find that Ji Chuan evaded each strike with an uncanny precision, as if endowed with the ability to foresee the future, effortlessly anticipating the trajectory of her attacks. Could this be possible? A flicker of unease stirred within Xia Yiqing. Yet she dared not cease her efforts. The newcomers, having heard of the infamous number one, stood frozen in place. Even their own attempts to attack amounted to mere feeble gestures, like scratching the air from a distance. If she could not vanquish Ji Chuan, they would all perish. Yet, before her tempest could unleash its fury, Ji Chuan had already made his move. The sky darkened instantaneously, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable blackness, rendering visibility utterly non-existent. Captain Xia, before Yuan's son could complete his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. The anguished cry of Yuan's son sent the newcomers into a frenzy, their screams echoing as they launched chaotic attacks, nearly injuring Xia Yiqing in the process. Calm down. Sense their positions. Yet, a weight akin to a mountain bore down upon Xia Yiqing, her body taut and her legs trembling with tension. She heard her comrades wailing in despair, accompanied by the grotesque sounds of flesh being torn apart. It was as if Ji Chuan were disemboweling them, a creeping terror gnawing at Xia Yiqing's heart. She had never encountered such a stark disparity in battle before. A pair of crimson eyes ignited before her, and Xia Yiqing nearly gasped in shock. "Kneel." "Yes, master." Xia Yiqing sank to her knees, resembling a soulless puppet. Ji Chuan made no further movements. He swiftly burst through the barrier, directing a luminous point towards a subconscious destination. The luminous points resembled bullets in flight, and upon reaching their destination, the area was gradually consumed by an encroaching grayness. Within this realm, time stood still, akin to an artistic space sculpted from plaster. A youthful figure, delicate of visage and slender of form, was poised to cast 4 playing cards forward, yet remained motionless in the ethereal expanse. Ji Chuan entered with a deliberate grace, cradling the boy's face in his hands, his crimson eyes locking onto the youth's gaze. "Release your cards," Ji Chuan murmured in a spectral tone as the colors of the boy's body began to bloom anew. He knelt quietly before Ji Chuan, the two becoming the protagonists of this grayish-white domain. "Yes, master." This time, he would rectify the regrets born from dreams. "Leader, these two are." The captain of the ability users-based combat team. The other is formidable as well. "I managed to regain control after they attempted to eliminate me," Ji Chuan stated nonchalantly. "Bestow upon them loyalty." Su Shen nodded, and the two, ensnared in a state of submission, offered no resistance, accepting the bond of loyalty. "Ah," Xia Yiqing gasped for breath, still gripped by the terror of impending demise. Yet, upon beholding Ji Chuan, fear dissipated, replaced by a profound respect and trust. "Leader," Xia Yiqing lowered his head. Ji Chuan acknowledged with a nod. "Leader," Song Xi also bowed his head. "Thanks to you." Song Xi rolled his eyes, lamenting the predicament brought upon him by the Na'vi youth. "What? In my attempt to save you, I drew the leader's attention and was subsequently captured. Our leader is exceptionally powerful. You were surprisingly discovered." Xia Yiqing swallowed hard, feeling speechless at his own arrogance. Song Xi sighed. The unfortunate news was that he had been captured. The fortunate news was that Xia Yiqing was also present, and he seemed quite fond of this new leader. His feelings toward the base of the ability users were rather shallow. Having important individuals by his side was sufficient. A loud crash echoed as a bowl fell to the ground. Wu Qian, gazing out the window while consuming the medicinal porridge prepared by Zhang Yun, caught sight of 2 figures in the courtyard. To his astonishment, they were the 2 principal captains of the combat team. Wu Qian felt an urge to slap himself. Both of these individuals were classified as powerful, secretive abilities, and yet they had chosen to surrender. Chapter 51. The in-demand Xiao Xian this time. Ji Chuan continued to combine those crystals capable of evolution. He summoned everyone for training, hoping they would grow rapidly. "Old Wu, you're not dead." Xia Yiqing and Song Xi exclaimed in astonishment at Wu Qian. "They say you're quite the charmer. I didn't expect you to latch onto the leader's leg." Wu Qian was utterly at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. "That's not true. I was framed by Su Wanswan, and I was nearly dead before the leader saved me. I always thought Wu Shu looked quite respectable. I never imagined he could engage in such antics," Song Xi remarked, flashing a sunny smile, resembling a child devoid of malice. However, upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing felt a pang of guilt. So many individuals around him had been saved by Ji Chuan, who had even offered them a chance to escape. Yet he had been stubbornly intent on killing Ji Chuan, the very person who had spared so many lives, ultimately endangering the lives of his teammates. The weight of guilt, compounded by the influence of loyalty, cast a profound gloom over Xia Yiqing. Fortunately, the presence of Song Xi made life in the stronghold seem less bleak. "What about you two? How did you get in?" Song Xi gestured towards Xia Yiqing. "The foolish Xia attempted to slay the leader, while I foolishly endeavored to rescue him from the leader's grasp. Upon awakening, we found ourselves part of the stronghold." Xia Yiqing lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. With the reminiscing concluded, we turned our attention to training. Ji Chuan utilized Xia Yiqing and his companions as a cautionary example, urging everyone to strive for continuous improvement. He proceeded to organize 2 training sessions. Xia Yiqing and Song Xi were separated from the group, as Ji Chuan deemed this particular training less meaningful for them. "Leader, I could take charge of the members' training in the future," Xia Yiqing proposed. Song Xi nodded in agreement. "Leader, indeed, Xia Yiqing possesses considerable expertise in teaching abilities. He is a renowned instructor within the base. I entrust my new recruits to him because I have observed that he instructs far better than I do. The better the newcomers learn, the greater their chances of survival." "Ah, Song Xi, so this is your reasoning. I had thought you were simply indolent," Xia Yiqing exclaimed. excitedly grasping Song Si's hand. He was taken aback by Song Si's kindness, realizing that the latter's decision to let others learn from him was rooted in genuine concern for their well-being. Song Si offered an awkward smile and nodded, though the truth was that his motivations were largely driven by his own laziness, impatience, and temper. Ji Chuan acknowledged this, initially intending to provide a reminder himself. But upon hearing Song Si's suggestion, he decided to allow Xiao Yiqing to take a shot at it. Xiao Yiqing was responsible for guiding the team led by De Zhuang. Song Si, why not try guiding Lin Lulu? Both nodded in agreement. Multi-person practical instruction was Xiao Yiqing's forte, although Song Si lacked the extensive experience of Xiao Yiqing. He was more than capable of assisting a novice like Lin Lulu. Thus, the training commenced. Without hesitation, Lin Lulu raised her hand and shot an arrow. Sister, is that how you shoot? Lin Lulu felt somewhat exasperated by the newcomer in the base. This young man did not seem to possess the most pleasant demeanor. Don't you aim? I did aim. As Xiao Mei's steel whip came crashing down, Lin Lulu found it challenging to engage with Song Si while simultaneously facing Xiao Mei, and her arm bore the brunt of the impact. I sense that your abilities are underdeveloped. Lin Lulu, incensed by Song Si's comment, resolved to demonstrate her prowess and unleashed 3 luminous arrows in an instant. Is that all you've got? What more can you do? Can you even hit anything? Lin Lulu now regarded Song Si as her prime target for retaliation. How could she shoot so quickly? Another strike landed on her leg, causing her to grimace in pain. Sister, who can outrun an arrow? If you cannot accurately hit a swiftly moving target, why not try letting the arrow pursue on its own? What? Let the arrow pursue on its own? Lin Lulu was taken aback. Did he expect her arrow to behave like a trained dog, seeking its own target? Could she truly communicate with the arrow? Lin Lulu attempted to sense the connection between herself and the arrow. Suddenly, her pupils dilated in astonishment. She genuinely felt the influence of her will upon the arrow. She attempted to alter the trajectory of the arrow, and astonishingly, it flew in the direction she envisioned. According to Song Si's interpretation, she established a mental connection and commanded her arrow. The arrow astonishingly began to pursue Xiao Mei, piercing her abdomen from behind with the first shot, followed closely by 2 more arrows in relentless pursuit. Sister, you're rather clever. If you remain oblivious, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Lin Lulu finally comprehended why Song Si seldom instructs newcomers. Her tongue is sharp, and her patience is scant. The key points are articulated with such ambiguity. To grasp it independently is a testament to her remarkable intellect. As she continued to unleash light arrows, Xiao Mei struggled to evade 2 arrows simultaneously. And when the number escalated to 5, she soon found herself overwhelmed. Ji Chuan was pleasantly surprised by Lin Lulu's performance. Indeed, having experienced individuals to guide one is invaluable for rapid growth. Why aren't you moving, little sister? What is your ability? My ability is to create enchanted dolls. I am pondering what kind of doll could turn the tide of battle. Enchanted dolls. Xiao Yiqing contemplated for a moment. Then a realization dawned upon her. A puppeteer. It is rather simple to win from this point. Old Wu, cease your attempts at climbing. Shift to offense. Intensify the firepower. Wu Qian understood Xiao Yiqing's vast experience and followed her instructions without hesitation. Little sister, being a puppeteer is a formidable ability. You can conjure powerful puppets through your imagination. Consider, what puppet have you encountered that was the most powerful? Xiao Yiqing gently guided Xiao Xian. Xiao Mei, De Zhuang is quite fearful of you. Contemplating further, she wondered if there existed a being more formidable than Xiao Mei. Initially convinced she had grasped the correct answer, Xiao Xian found herself lost in thought once more. Had she encountered a presence more powerful than Xiao Mei? Perhaps Superman? The Powerpuff Girls? Sailor Moon? Xiao Xian grasped her head as she observed the struggle of everyone in the arena. Da Zhuang was swinging his arms with ferocity, a stark contrast to his usual docile demeanor. Ah! An epiphany struck her. A radiant light emanated from her hands, and under the enhancement of Gu Yunqi's extraordinary abilities, a silhouette gradually materialized. It was a rudimentary version of Ji Chuan. Xiao Xian recalled how obedient Da Zhuang had been in the presence of Ji Chuan, who was the mightiest individual he had ever encountered. Yet, the overall features unmistakably resembled Ji Chuan. The doll of Ji Chuan gently floated onto Da Zhuang's head, and in that moment, time stood still, rendering Da Zhuang a shade of gray. Xiao Xian, you are truly remarkable. Lin Lulu dashed towards the Ji Chuan doll, playfully toying with it, while Ji Chuan's expression darkened. Ha ha ha, Ji Chuan, your doll is rather endearing, exclaimed Lin Lulu. Xiao Xian, how long can your doll endure? Might you gift it to me? Haha. Lin Lulu, significantly less injured than before, was now radiating joy. A doll of such magnitude would surely dissipate swiftly. Xiaoxian sensed this inevitability, and indeed, within moments, the Ji Chuan doll collapsed like a wisp of cotton. What about the smaller dolls? She pondered. The ones without extraordinary powers should remain indefinitely. Xiaoxian, could you craft a leader's doll for me? Zhu Zhu had unknowingly approached Xiaoxian. Her cheeks flushed. Still, I, Gu Yunxi, raised my hand with a flushed face. Ji Chuan wore an expression of exasperation, as if to say, do you all assume I am invisible? The crowd fell silent. However, Lin Lulu whispered to Xiaoxian, suggesting that they secretly prepare something for them, offering Xiaoxian some candy, to which Xiaoxian joyfully nodded. Ji Chuan pretended not to hear. Su Xin also planned to approach Xiaoxian to commission a Ji Chuan doll. From that day forth, Xiaoxian became a highly sought-after figure within the base. Chapter 52. A glimmer of hope. After the training concluded, Ji Chuan continued to expound on the significance of personal growth, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance over dependence on others. Xia Yiqing took the initiative to assume the role of training instructor, exhibiting a strict demeanor. Ji Chuan nodded in approval, satisfied with Xia Yiqing's training methods. Lin Lulu lowered her head, aware that Ji Chuan had always been lenient. As a primary combat force of the base, she recognized her responsibility to protect it and could no longer rely solely on Ji Chuan. She resolved to engage in more training with Xiao Mei. Seeking guidance from Song Ci, despite his sharp tongue, his keen insight could reveal her potential. As Ji Chuan prepared to further inquire with Xia Yiqing and Song Ci about the whereabouts of Song Huai, the leaders of the combat team, he sensed the approach of two life forms possessing golden crystal cores, accompanied by a multitude of zombies encircling them. With a sigh, he had initially intended to let them fend for themselves for the sake of acquiring the additional crystal cores. However, upon closer inspection, he witnessed a father, disheveled and desperate, shielding his daughter, which softened his heart. Ji Chuan swiftly flew over. Zhou Yuyan huddled in her father's embrace. The zombies had encircled them, and although the father wielded a salvage machete with all his might, he posed little threat to the overwhelming number of undead. She felt that both she and her father were destined to perish here. Confusion clouded her mind as she pondered why her father had not boarded the vehicle bound for the base. Yet she understood that every decision he made bore its own rationale. Being with her father brought her the utmost comfort. With bloodshot eyes, Zhou Mi fought against the trembling in her legs, fiercely swinging the blade at the zombies before her. Why was this happening? Having already been granted a second chance, why were they still unable to escape the clutches of death? He longed to harness his powers once more, but in his current state, he could not locate the time-laden screen without succumbing to slumber. Zhou Mi felt engulfed by despair. Dying on the operating table seemed a more favorable fate than being devoured by the undead. Wan, I'm sorry, it was my father's error in judgment. As the horde of zombies surged forward, Zhou Mi embraced his daughter tightly, shielding her with all his strength. Tremors coursed through his body. Yet the anticipated agony of being torn apart did not ensue. The surrounding zombies suddenly ceased their movements, retreating silently to welcome their king. Ji Chuan descended slowly from the sky, positioning himself before the father and daughter. Zhou Mi, sensing the abnormality around him, gradually lifted his gaze to meet Ji Chuan's crimson eyes. He could not fathom the situation unfolding before him. Glancing around, he noted that the once ferocious zombies were now eerily tranquil. You are safe now. Ji Chuan's deep voice resonated, becoming the most enchanting sound Zhou Mi had ever heard. In his understanding, zombies could not speak. Thus, the figure before him, albeit somewhat somber, was merely a powerful human endowed with extraordinary abilities. Thank you. Do you know the way to the Oligar Hotel? I have heard there is a stronghold there, and I wish to accompany my daughter to see if we can join. After abandoning the idea of heading to the base for those with special abilities, Zhou Mi found himself pondering their next destination. With their unique powers, survival seemed utterly unattainable. Their hopes were now pinned on a collective, as online sources indicated that a new stronghold existed in the Xinghe district, conveniently close to their location, prompting them to try their luck. In a city teeming with zombies, time for contemplation was scarce, and he could only proceed with the faint glimmer of hope. I am the leader of the stronghold. I can guide you there. Zhou Mi broke into tears, realizing that this opportunity had not been squandered. With a deeper understanding of energy perception, Ji Chuan excelled beyond Yuan San, who could merely sense the types of abilities. Ji Chuan, however, could directly perceive specific powers. Upon encountering Zhou and his daughter, he was eager for them to join the base, unaware that they were already in search of his stronghold. Though the activation conditions were somewhat stringent and might not be applicable in urgent situations, the ability was undeniably formidable. Suddenly, Ji Chuan found clarity regarding the peculiar sensations he had experienced throughout the day. Upon meeting Zhou, he understood that Zhou had likely activated his powers at least once, yet it appeared that others did not share this awareness. Why had he retained such an impression? The thought eluded Ji Chuan. As for Zhou Yuan's ability, Ji Chuan was baffled. It was a healing type, yet it was referred to as mermaid. What connection could there possibly be between mermaids and healing powers? While experiencing flight, Zhou Yuan gradually relaxed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed down beneath her. "Father, we are flying," Zhou Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Although this big brother feels a bit cold, he can actually fly. He's a superhero. Nuan, don't move around." Zhou, feeling a bit dizzy from the flight, had never experienced such an open airplane due to his fear of heights, and he struggled to maintain composure. His complexion pale. Fortunately, the journey was brief, and he soon found himself enveloped in the black mist above the hotel. Upon landing, he was surprised to discover that the hotel was unexpectedly tidy amidst the apocalypse. Ugh! Zhou could not hold back any longer the moment they touched down. He vomited, but with an empty stomach. It was merely a bit of acid. He felt embarrassed and repeatedly apologized to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan raised his hand, causing Zhou to close his eyes in fear, thinking Ji Chuan was about to strike him. Instead, a wave of warmth washed over him. A green glow emanated from Ji Chuan's hand, and the dizziness that had plagued him moments ago dissipated, leaving him feeling invigorated. Thank you, leader. It's mealtime now. You and your daughter should head to the restaurant." "All right, thank you, leader." There were no abilities to register, no phones to surrender. Although Zhou noticed two menacing zombies lurking in the courtyard, they seemed to harbor no ill will towards him. Recalling how all the zombies had ceased their attacks earlier, he surmised that the leader possessed formidable powers against them. Su Shan welcomed the newcomers promptly, and laughter filled the restaurant as everyone conversed cheerfully. Yet, Zhou remained tense, unable to relax. After Ji Chuan entrusted them to Su Shan, he departed, as he did not require a meal. Although Zhou felt quite hungry, he refrained from taking too much food and advised his daughter to do the same, fearing they might leave a poor impression. "Your daughter is still growing. How can she thrive on such meager portions?" Noticing Zhou's slight embarrassment, Su Shan directly assisted the father and daughter by procuring an abundance of food. "The supplies at the base are plentiful, so do not worry. Eat your fill. After the meal, I shall take you for a stroll." Zhou nodded gratefully, finding a corner to share the sumptuous meal with her daughter. It had been ages since she had savored such a lavish feast, her hands trembling slightly as she ate. From a distance, Xiao Xian noticed them and rushed over with great excitement. "This is for you." Observing the eager expressions on Xiao Xian's and her daughter's faces, Zhou nodded appreciatively. "Quickly thank your sister." Zhou Yuan instantly beamed with joy. She adored the doll. This was Xiao Xian's first encounter with a peer in the base, and she was thoroughly delighted. The innocence of childhood friendship blossomed as they eagerly planned to play together after their meal. "Xiao Xian, let your sister eat properly. Do not disturb her," Zhang Yin interjected as she approached. Smiling shyly at Zhou, Xiao Xian is quite excited to meet someone her age. "I apologize for the trouble." "Not at all, and it has not played with peers for quite some time." With that, Zhou savored the fresh food that tantalized her taste buds. Momentarily lost in thought, her daughter should be joyfully playing with children her age, basking in parental care, yet here she was, feeling utterly inadequate, having failed to save her own wife, leaving it in to face the world without her mother. The ordinary scene before her, a semblance of happiness seldom felt amidst the apocalypse, stirred a torrent of tears in Zhou's eyes. Was it joy from surviving calamity, or guilt for her daughter's loss? Chapter 53, The Fate of Song. Why has the entire rookie team led by Xia Yiqing perished? The whereabouts of Squad Song are unknown? Indeed, my leader, Squad Song was last seen in close proximity to Squad Xia prior to their disappearance, and it is feared they may have also met with misfortune. The scene bore signs of a struggle, albeit not particularly intense, yet the adversary struck with ruthless precision, resulting in the near-instant demise of the team members. The prospects for both Squad Xia and Squad Song appear grim. Li Jingru nearly faltered, on the verge of collapsing. Xia Yiqing is not only a principal force within the base, but he also possesses formidable abilities, ranking among the most powerful ability users detected to date. Moreover, he serves as an instructor at the base. often tasked with nurturing the potential of rookies endowed with potent combat abilities. How could such a formidable individual possibly fall victim to misfortune? The entire team eliminated in an instant? Song Xiai, a clandestine asset of the base, holds abilities on par with Xia Yiqing. Yet he possesses consumable items that correspond to his powers, some of which are exceedingly potent, perhaps even embodying humanity's hope. To think he could meet such an untimely fate. Is it within the Xinghe district? Li Jingru's eyes glazed over as a conjecture formed. Indeed, he picked up his phone only to set it down again. His expression wrought with conflict. Du Ling and Cui Zixuan had previously asserted that Unit 1 would not initiate aggression against humanity. Could it be that Xia Yiqing and his team were the aggressors this time? Yet, Su Wanzuan had also remarked that it was an entity of pure slaughter. Dispatch the nearby teams to investigate further, to ascertain if any surveillance exists, and to uncover the truth of the events that transpired. Understood. Squad Xia and Squad Song have made the ultimate sacrifice. What did you say? Such jesting is intolerable. I am not jesting. It is said that today, Team Xia ventured into the Xinghe district to collect the remains of mutated species, only to encounter number 1. All members perished. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not heed him. There was no sight of Team Xia's Captain Song's body at the scene, so we can only conclude that he is missing. How could such a formidable figure as Captain Song possibly meet his demise? I refuse to believe it. I was trained by Team Xia, and with such strength. It is inconceivable that he would be vanquished by a zombie. Merely missing, I would venture to say it is possible that Captain Song has eloped. Have you ever witnessed the way Captain Song and Team Xia act affectionately? Team Xia's face turned crimson to his very ears. What are you saying? Team Xia is mine. Enough, enough. You are remarkably carefree. I shall no longer venture into the Xinghe district. Although the whereabouts of Team Xia's Captain Song remain unknown, the others are indeed deceased. Fortunately, I am not responsible for the Xinghe district. I shall promptly inform my captain to decline any missions there. The cafeteria buzzed with noise as Su Wanchu slowly scooped her food, her attention solely captivated by the conversations around her. She overheard news about Ji Chuan. Learning that he could now annihilate a team led by a high-ranking ability user, a sense of unease settled within her, the last time. The zombie disguised as Yin Guang had regarded her with a deeply resentful glare. Though that particular zombie had perished, being an ordinary mutated type, Su Wanchu felt an undeniable connection to Ji Chuan. She could not mistake that gaze. Now, it seemed Ji Chuan's powers had once again surged, and thankfully. She had been assigned to the logistics department, sparing her from frequent excursions outside the base. However, what if Ji Chuan continued to grow stronger? What if he is stronger than everyone in this base? That day, Ji Chuan sat upon a chair fashioned from the corpses of the undead. An overwhelming sense of dread nearly suffocating him. Each time he dreamt of that scene, he awoke in terror. She often envisioned her parents pleading with her to refrain from taking action before their demise, dreamed of Lu Hao accusing her of being the cause, and recalled Wu Qian pressing a dagger against her throat. 1-1. 1-1. Su Wanwan jolted awake, her spoon clattering onto the table. Cui Zhan observed Su Wanwan's pallid complexion and felt compelled to express concern, inadvertently startling her in the process. Su Wanwan harbored little regard for Cui Zhan. Many within the base admired her, yet she had yet to find a worthy ally. Cui Zhan was merely a member of a reconnaissance team, not even a leader. His agility was but a fleeting ability. What future could lie ahead for someone who only ran swiftly? She would never agree to be with him. However, Cui Zhan proved to be quite useful. It was thanks to his presence that Wu Qian met his end so effortlessly. Otherwise, her solitary performance would have easily been exposed. It's nothing, Brother Zhan. I was just lost in thought. Wanwan, you must take care to eat well. It's your poor eating habits that have left you so thin. Cui Zhan attempted to affectionately ruffle Su Wanwan's hair, only to be deftly evaded by her. She did not wish to foster any misconceptions about her relationship with Cui Zhan. At this juncture, she needed to identify a powerful ally to serve as her support. And Cui Zhan clearly did not fit that role. Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhan. I appreciate it. There's no need for that, Brother Zhan. Your mission is perilous. And accumulating those points is not an easy task. I have matters to attend to this evening, so I won't trouble you further. Without waiting for Cui Zhan to plead her to stay, Su Wanwan stood up, took her tray, and departed with a gentle smile. Wanwan is truly a wonderful girl. Utterly unpretentious. Cui Zhan gazed at Su Wanwan's retreating figure, secretly lamenting, her slender waist igniting a stir within his heart. Have you heard of Song Huai in the base? Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai shook their heads. They had been tirelessly engaged on the front lines and had paid little attention to the newcomers at the base. Ah, Song, did he really go to Lanshan Villa to find you? Wu Qian exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't he the young man who sent their team on a mission? You. Ji Chuan did not expect that the one who understood the situation all along was right beside him, yet he had never inquired about Wu Qian, making it difficult for him to express his frustration. He was in the car that day? Yes. Only Wang Lao and he were left in the vehicle. In fact, during my previous investigation, I had speculated that he was looking for you, but he described his friend as 175 centimeters tall with a delicate appearance. So I never considered you. Ji Chuan understood. In Song Huai's memory, he still appeared as he did in his human form, a modest homebody. Now, standing at approximately 184 centimeters with a robust physique and defined facial features, no one would ever associate the delicate 175 centimeters visage with him. What has become of him? This was what Ji Chuan yearned to know the most. After we escaped that day, he intended to seek you out, but the base deemed it too perilous. Observing his agitation, they resorted to mental control. Wu Qian endeavored to speak more calmly, concerned about instigating a conflict between the two bases. Although he had already become a member of the new base, he was reluctant to witness the demise of innocent lives in warfare. Indeed, as he had surmised, Song Huai had fallen under control. Had it been him and old Wang in the vehicle that day, he had encountered old Wang, who merely possessed a power related to exploration, insufficient to qualify as a red crystal core. Thus, the red crystal core must belong to Song Huai. What is Song Huai's ability? I am uncertain. The base did not permit me to inquire, as it appears to be a classified power. Evidently, Song Huai's ability holds significant value for the ability base, and I wonder what his current condition is. Ji Chuan clenched his fists, resolutely determined to personally venture to the ability base to rescue Song Huai. Chapter 54. The Unfortunate Shui Zixuan. Dueling after adapting to life at the base for several days, Zhou realized how fortunate he was to be here. The luxurious accommodations, abundant resources, and the protection of numerous powerful individuals surrounded him. He refrained from disclosing his specific ability, merely stating vaguely that he could discern the exact time upon awakening. Ina generously showcased her bubble-blowing ability, and no one dismissed its usefulness. Instead, they praised the beauty of her bubbles. Zhou observed that there were also individuals at the base capable of executing planks with ease, and such ability users thrived in this environment. This base is indeed a warm and welcoming community. During these days, Xiaoxian and Unin have experienced immense joy, swiftly becoming inseparable friends. Are you accustomed to life at the base? Zhang Yun inquired gently, her voice embodying her inherently tender nature. While the two children frolicked together, their parents observed nearby. Zhou also grew more familiar with Zhang Yun. I feel as though I'm dreaming. I never anticipated living such a life amidst the apocalypse. Indeed, we are fortunate, came the reply. The two children have been reveling in their playtime, and Zhou found himself smiling, a sensation he realized he had not experienced in quite some time. Yes, it is all thanks to Unin's arrival. Xiaoxian had been rather lonely before, unable to play with the adults. Encountering Xiaoxian proved to be a stroke of luck for Unin, who typically struggled with social interactions due to her introverted nature. What are Xiaoyun and the others discussing? Zhou wondered, sensing perhaps a slight tension as Wu Qian positioned himself deliberately between Zhou and Zhang Yun. Everyone around him radiated kindness, save for Wu Qian, whose gaze seemed to harbor a hint of hostility. Talking about the children, seeing them enjoy themselves brings joy to this mother's heart, Zhang Yun remarked, her attention fixed on Xiaoxian. Even though she often played with Xiaoxian, the presence of peers amplified her happiness. The children were secure within the confines of the base. There was no need for constant vigilance. Cough, cough. Wu Gu, are you unwell again? Wu Qian's expression suddenly betrayed an unusual fatigue. Oh, I see. Zhou, please keep an eye on Xiaoxian while I assist Wu Gu upstairs. Zhou surprisingly detected a hint of triumph in Wu Qian's gaze. Zhang Yun is exceedingly naive and kind. Is he coughing due to dizziness? That seems deliberately feigned. Being new to the situation, Zhou refrained from commenting, simply wishing to cherish a peaceful existence with his daughter. Chief, the only surveillance is at a distant convenience store, and the footage is somewhat blurred and devoid of sound. Li Jingru received the tablet, where the video revealed Ji Chuan seemingly sensing something as he exited the factory, lingering beneath the eaves. The conversation between them remains a mystery. Yet Xia Yiqing initiated an assault, and Li Jingru witnessed the eaves shatter and successive explosions near Ji Chuan. Subsequently, Ji Chuan's actions plunged the entire area into darkness. Despite the obscurity, Li Jingru discerned that Ji Chuan carried both Xia Yiqing and Song Xi. However, the distance rendered their condition unclear. Could they still be alive? What purpose does number one have in taking them? The presence of Qi Guang in Yin Guang's team, possessing dark attribute abilities, raises the question of such a coincidence in this rare power. A chill crept over Li Jingru as he pondered the possibility that Ji Chuan's secret to growth involves consuming others. Yet why, amidst the carnage? Were the other members left with shattered bodies while those two captains were taken? Li Jingru narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he cannot immediately assimilate the abilities of a special grade? Or perhaps he is currently incapable of consuming such powers? A glimmer of hope sparked in Li Jingru's eyes. If that were the case, Xia Yiqing and Song Xi might still be alive. The base for abilities in Jianghua City still holds a glimmer of hope for a reversal. Notify Team 7 and join forces with Cui Zixuan to explore the whereabouts of Subject 1 in the Xinghe district. It is likely that Xia Yiqing and Song Xi are imprisoned by Subject 1. They are not dead. Upon receiving the mission, Cui Zixuan felt as if the sky had fallen. She had evaded all tasks in the Xinghe district. Fearing an accidental encounter with Ji Chuan, and worried that he might perceive her as harboring strange intentions towards their base. This mission, however, required her to lead the entire team to Ji Chuan's residence as guests. The usually non-smoking Du Ling lit a cigarette and arranged to meet Cui Zixuan in a small grove outside the base. Due to fears of encountering the ghost of Wu Qian, this place had become rather deserted. However, both Cui Zixuan and Du Ling had encountered the living Wu Qian, so they were not afraid. What shall we do? How should I know? You always ask me. Can't you come up with a solution yourself? Deliberately take the wrong path? As long as we appear in the Xinghe district near Aoligier, do you think he won't sense it? Will we even have a chance to explain ourselves? A single spike could obliterate you. Du Ling lamented, clutching his head in despair, already envisioning the scenario. What other options do we have? The team won't heed our advice. They cannot limit their exploration to just the periphery of the area. Even if we explore separately, if any team member steps into Aoligier, Ji Chuan will undoubtedly find a way to sense their connection. It is said that zombies have an acute sense of smell. Perhaps they can even detect their own scent on them. Currently, they are merely avoiding the Star River district to carry out their tasks. But Ji Chuan has discovered that someone from their team has disturbed him, which may pose problems for future missions. In their minds, Ji Chuan appears as an omnipotent specter, capable of materializing in their dreams to bring about their demise. Why not speak candidly and advise your captain instead? Cui Zixuan found herself at a loss for solutions. If only Du Ling were the captain of Team 7, how could one be forthright? Should they confess that they intentionally withheld information? Aware of all the details from that day, yet remaining silent, knowing the location of the opposing base, but failing to disclose it, and even having been personally interrogated by the leader, what distinguishes this from treachery? Du Ling, you truly are a genius. What do you mean? You suggest that we defect. After all, my captain is already there. Cui Zixuan, are you out of your mind? Chapter 55. Su Wanshan's chessboard. Su Wanshan meticulously arranged a chessboard, engaging in a game that exuded an air of seriousness. This marked her 8th match of the evening. The young woman displayed an exquisite taste, choosing to play chess alone. Upon hearing a male voice, Su Wanshan felt a surge of excitement within, though she feigned surprise. Appearing somewhat flustered, "My apologies, I did not mean to startle you. It's quite all right. I was so engrossed in the game that I didn't notice someone approaching." "Why play chess alone?" the man inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "My father taught me how to play chess when I was young, and I have always enjoyed matches with him as I grew older. He once told me that life is akin to a game of chess, where many sacrifices are made to achieve greater gains. Yet I shall never see him again. Today, I find myself missing him." Su Wanwan's expression bore a tinge of sorrow, as she wholeheartedly embraced the role of a daughter reminiscing about her beloved father. The man across from her was deeply moved, silently taking a seat opposite her. "My dear lady, might you indulge me in a game?" Su Wanwan's face shifted from melancholia to joy. "Really? Then I shall seek your guidance, sir." She meticulously selected a target from the upper echelons. Su Huaiji, the direct overseer of the base's combat team, aged 45, had lost his family to the jaws of zombies. He once possessed a cherished daughter, and he had devoted immense effort to her upbringing, mastering the arts of music, chess, and literature. Whenever he reminisced about her, he would make his way to the base's chess room in the dead of night to play alone, often speaking aloud of his longing for her, which once startled a guard who happened upon him. Thus, For several consecutive days, Su Wanwan immersed herself in chess within the room, where few ventured at night. At long last, she encountered Su Huaiji today. This was a game meticulously arranged by him. Though her understanding of chess was not profound, she comprehended the nature of men. "Thank you, sir, for playing with me. It has alleviated my yearning for my father." "You persist in calling me sir? Do you not know my name?" Su Huaiji was further touched, finding the young woman's experiences strikingly similar to his own. "My surname is Su." As they began to tidy up the chess pieces, Su Wanwan seized the moment, inadvertently allowing her hand to brush against Su Huaiji's. "Mr. Su, your hand is quite warm. My father's hand was similarly warm." Su Wanshan revealed a resolute smile as she tidied up the last chess piece, leaving with a face full of melancholy. Su Huaiji gazed absent-mindedly at her retreating figure. The following morning, Qi Feng set out for the Xinghe district with Team 7 and Cui Zixuan. Although Qi Feng had heard about the incident regarding No. 1 in the Xinghe district, he found himself without the authority to refuse. Team 7 possessed a robust self-preservation capability, albeit with relatively weaker combat skills. Thus, the leader must have considered this and assigned them the task of exploring number 1, pairing them with the teleportation-capable Cui Zixuan. Consequently, he could find no grounds for refusal and set off with a heavy heart. Given the peril associated with number 1, they could not act independently this time. Should danger arise, Zixuan would immediately utilize her teleportation ability. "Remember to hold hands or maintain contact. If you lose connection with me, I will be forced to flee alone. Number 1 is terrifying. I have encountered it up close." Today, Cui Zixuan seemed rather distracted. Her earlier statement was no mere jest. If genuine danger presented itself, she would not concern herself with others, especially those outside her team. "However, why are you carrying a cage of pigeons? If we encounter zombies, will feeding the pigeons spare us from being devoured?" Cui Zixuan inquired curiously of Su Kuan from Team 7. "My ability is that of a pigeon whisperer, allowing me to communicate with pigeons. Their navigational skills are exceptional and can assist us in our exploration. I am aware that today's mission is perilous. This cage of pigeons constitutes my entire fortune." "Excellent. Let us halt our advance. We shall let the pigeons lead the way." The capability of pigeons to discern is rather limited. They remain oblivious to the specifics of our objectives, only capable of vaguely surveying suspicious areas. Should they detect a questionable zone, they cannot ascertain whether the individual designated as 1 or the members of Team Xia are present. Such judgments rely solely on us. Cui Zixuan has once again succumbed to despondency, and the atmosphere surrounding Olivier is shrouded in darkness, rendering even a pigeon capable of perceiving that something is amiss. Ultimately, it will be they who venture forth to explore. Cui Zixuan's mind is plagued by thoughts of betrayal, and she fears approaching Ji Chuan to the extent that she cannot even muster the courage to speak before succumbing to despair. In Ji Chuan's presence, she has been interrupted twice before she could unleash her powers, left kneeling on the ground. This has conditioned her to instinctively associate thoughts of Ji Chuan with the need to kneel. A cage of pigeons has already taken flight. Cui Zixuan and Du Ling are relishing the final moments of tranquility before the torrential downpour. They silently pray that this flock of foolish pigeons remains oblivious to any unsettling truths. Although the Xinghe district is not insignificant in size, it will be swiftly surveyed under the vigilant patrol of a flock of flying pigeons. The pigeons will report any unusual occurrences to Su Kuan, such as areas densely populated with zombies or locations where numerous individuals are stationed. However, subtle nuances fall beyond the pigeons' observational capabilities. They cannot comprehend the anomalies at play. Thus, whether an individual is alive or the existence of a particular ability remains uncorroborated. The moment Team 7 steps into the Xinghe district, Ji Chuan can sense their presence. Recently, the influx of teams into the Xinghe district has dwindled, which brings Ji Chuan a measure of joy, as it signifies a decrease in the number of walnuts being seized by others. Yet, he wonders why this team has brought along a multitude of life forms devoid of crystal cores. And these life forms move so swiftly? Unable to quell his curiosity, Ji Chuan soared into the sky, directing his gaze towards the creatures. "Is that a bird?" "Ah, it is a pigeon." Through his possession of Ji Chuan, he beheld the members of the group, and to his astonishment, he spotted Cui Zixuan and Du Ling among them. Ji Chuan let out a cold chuckle, employing a subtle force of shadow to pierce the heart of the pigeon. Remarkably, the pigeon, upon landing, slowly took to the skies once more, its eyes a fierce crimson, its body drenched in blood. Ji Chuan gently gestured forward, and the pigeon flew back in the direction it had come. Chapter 56. Ji Chuan's dark amusement. A pigeon appeared exceedingly agitated, flapping its wings frantically as it approached Su Kuan. What are you doing? Su Kuan expressed a mix of exasperation and confusion towards the frantic bird, signaling it to calm down. Coo, 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 coo. What? There's a zombie of its kind behind you? What are you saying? Coo, coo, coo. It's coming right now? Su Kuan followed the direction indicated by the pigeon and indeed spotted another pigeon flying towards them. However, this one seemed gravely injured, its feathers stained crimson with blood, and its flight was rather stiff. What is that? The zombie pigeon drew ever closer, and when it finally entered the sight of the group, Ji Chuan felt a chill run down her spine. The bird bore a conspicuous bloodied hole in its chest, with grotesque growths sprouting around the wound. Its eyes a haunting red, moving in a mechanical fashion. Run, run. Ji Chuan sensed an ominous foreboding from this creature, believing it to be a warning from Ji Chuan. Surely, it was just a pigeon. Chi Feng, relieved to see that it was not a mutated zombie, raised his handgun and fired twice, causing the zombie pigeon to fall to the ground. Noticing that the pigeon lay still, Ji Chuan also exhaled in relief. However, she observed a distant zombie fixating on them. Despite its greater distance, this particular zombie was strikingly different from the others. Its unblinking gaze sent chills down her spine, as it was clearly not Ji Chuan. Yet the intensity of its stare was unsettling. That zombie is watching us. We should leave. Let's inform the leader to dispatch another team for exploration. We have found nothing today. Ji Chuan, what is troubling you today? Is the loss of Team Wu weighing so heavily on you? The tasks assigned to Team 2 are no less perilous. Look at that zombie. It's observing us, and it even seems to be smiling. The group turned to the direction Ji Chuan was pointing, indeed spotting a zombie facing them, though it merely stood there without any reaction. Ji Chuan was, in fact, smiling. He hadn't anticipated that Ji Chuan would be so timid. He had merely leaned in to see if Ji Chuan and Du Ling were contemplating some reckless decision, only to witness the scene before him. It appeared that they were compelled, as Ji Chuan had been persistently urging them to leave, without mentioning any information regarding the base's location. While the others sighed in resignation, waiting for the remaining pigeons, Ji Chuan waved at Ji Chuan. Ah, it waved at me. Ji Chuan screamed in fright. However, when the others looked at Ji Chuan, he pretended to be an ordinary zombie, mimicking the aimless wandering of the nearby undead, appearing indistinguishable from the rest. Chi Feng furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with his teammate. Du Ling was also gripped by fear, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After being reminded by Ji Chuan, Du Ling kept his peripheral vision on the zombie. When he gestured, he recognized it was Ji Chuan. His shaking became so severe that he slipped his hand into his pocket, feigning nonchalance. As the others averted their gaze, Ji Chuan made a gesture across his throat, accompanied by a sinister smile. Ah, Wu, it's not me. I didn't want to come. Don't blame me. I had no choice. I said nothing. Ji Chuan felt her legs give way beneath her, collapsing as tears streamed down her face. Chi Feng thought Ji Chuan had lost her sanity and resolved to report to the base upon the completion of their mission. As the only one capable of understanding her plight, Du Ling felt darkness closing in around him. I didn't want this either. The base ordered our team to undertake this mission. It was not my desire. We have no voice in this matter. Du Ling suddenly shouted. Chi Feng's eyes widened. Unable to comprehend the two individuals before him, Ji Chuan nearly burst into laughter. He found their predicament amusing. However, through their accounts, Ji Chuan had no intention of eliminating them. It was evident they were truly cornered. The reality of life and death rendered any semblance of pride utterly insignificant. Su Kuan examined the electronic map, continuously zooming in on a location. It should be the Oligier Hotel. Ah, not there. Ji Chuan sobbed even more bitterly. Ji Chuan could no longer find humor in the situation. This pigeon-raising individual was indeed a unique character, and it seemed his tranquil existence was about to be disrupted once more. Ji Chuan furiously pointed at Ji Chuan, while everyone else regarded her as deranged, ignoring her entirely. Captain, during the early days of the apocalypse, that hotel was transformed into a stronghold. There might truly be a problem, someone remarked. Indeed. It is said that Team Yan's last mission also took them in that direction. Du Ling Chui. Du Ling, what is your perspective? You were present last time, weren't you? Chi Feng dismissed Ji Chuan completely. Du Ling felt utterly despondent. His usually unreliable teammates seemed to be displaying surprising intelligence today. Whenever he found himself at a loss for answers, he would turn to Ji Chuan, but now she was at her wit's end. What could he possibly say? He caught a glimpse of the zombie, which was crossing its arms and gazing intently at him. Du Ling was 100% certain that it was Ji Chuan. He needed to remain calm and protect himself. Du Ling felt as if uttering a single incorrect word could result in a sharp pain, akin to a spike entering from one end and exiting through the other. His chest heaved violently, and his vision began to blur, accompanied by a sensation akin to low blood sugar. I believe it is not in that direction. On that day, we were actually heading northwest. When we encountered Du Ling, have you been secretly drinking? Chi Feng exclaimed, as he had been convinced that Du Ling had consumed an entire bottle of liquor, given his abnormal state. Captain, please do not report it that way. It could truly lead to danger. Du Ling contemplated surrendering, yet his affection for the team compelled him to persist. Ji Chuan lifted her gaze towards the zombie, only to discover that it had seamlessly blended into the horde, its movements unremarkable. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she took several deep breaths, gradually rising to her feet. However, just as she steadied herself, a familiar voice reached her ears. I hear you are looking for me? Ji Chuan hovered in the air, observing them with a tilted head and a bemused smile directed at Ji Chuan and Du Ling. Chapter 57. The summoning of heroic spirits. Undoubtedly, the creature before them, possessing the ability to speak, was number one. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the group, rendering them momentarily unable to think. Ji Chuan quickly, as anticipated. Everyone grasped each other's hands, though Ji Chuan was acutely aware of the futility of this gesture. Before Chi Feng could finish his words, the others followed Ji Chuan's lead and knelt upon the ground. What are you trying to achieve by holding hands? Playing in circles like children? Ji Chuan descended slowly from above, watching Chi Feng with keen interest. At that moment, the only thing of interest was the purple crystal core. Yet Ji Chuan was not particularly captivated. He merely wished to toy with them. In this instant, Chi Feng comprehended Ji Chuan's plight. Only when truly confronted with no one could one fully experience the paralyzing fear it invoked. Moreover, Ji Chuan had faced this terror not once, but twice. There would always be valiant souls who, unacquainted with the true strength of their adversary, would dare to resist, an admirable quality that humanity lauds as bravery. Among the 7th Squad, the sole member inclined towards offensive abilities, Zhang Ji believed at that moment that he alone had the chance to vanquish the monster before them, despite the numerous legends surrounding number 1 at the base. Upon meeting, the creature's appearance was strikingly similar to that of a human, lacking any severe visual shock. Though he knelt upon the ground, struggling even to lift his gaze, a purple radiance emanated from his being. Behind him stood a woman wielding a sword, yet she possessed no corporeal form, appearing instead as a specter. Ji Chuan had long been aware of his movements. However, his curiosity was piqued by the sight of necromantic abilities, eager to witness the effects of this summoned spirit technique. He allowed the sword spirit to launch its assault, the blade striking against Ji Chuan with a resounding clang, yet failing to breach even the hardened exterior of his body. Ji Chuan clicked his tongue, delivering a swift strike with his hand towards the sword spirit, only to find it akin to slicing through air. Raising an eyebrow, he found the encounter somewhat intriguing. In an instant, Zheng Ji, the summoner of the sword spirit, collapsed to the ground. None could fathom what had transpired. Ji Chuan trembled uncontrollably, having accrued the most substantial experience in facing Ji Chuan. He merely harnessed the power of shadows, condensing it into a slender shadow needle that pierced through the man's skull from beneath his chin. The sword spirit dissipated in an instant, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with unending dread. Although Team 7 possessed formidable self-preservation capabilities, the immense gravitational pressure rendered even the slightest movement of a finger an arduous task. The sounds of flesh shattering echoed, and though they could only observe with peripheral vision, they understood that Ji Chuan was eviscerating the fallen corpse. A chill penetrated their very pores. Permit me to mention, I favor obedience and do not initiate attacks against humanity. However, there exists an exception for those who strike me first. Should you fail to subdue me, the assailant shall surely perish. We shall never err again. We merely adhere to the directives of our superiors. Please forgive us. We shall not trespass into the Star River District again. I can offer you this opportunity, but there will be no second chance. With that, Ji Chuan vanished. He merely utilized the arcane powers of darkness to conceal himself within the shadows, without the immediate effects of long-range teleportation. This sudden disappearance rendered Ji Chuan enigmatic, and he relished the air of sophistication it bestowed upon him. As the gravitational effects dissipated, the others gradually rose to their feet. Du Ling, trembling, extracted a cigarette, yet his hands shook so violently that he struggled to ignite it after several attempts. Ji Chuan gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, finally grasping the essence of Ji Chuan's behavior. Her actions were far from madness, but rather a natural human response. He contemplated how to report this to the base. Ji Chuan sighed in relief. Previously, she had only Du Ling as her ally. But now the entire reconnaissance Team 7 was joining her, alleviating the burden of concocting implausible excuses alone. They decided to move to another location. Ji Chuan nodded and utilized the teleportation ability, allowing them to depart from the Star River district. Report the truth as it is. Are you certain? Ji Chuan could scarcely believe her ears. Ji Chuan was remarkably audacious. He nodded in affirmation. The leader has an interrogator by his side. I cannot utter falsehoods. You could simply relay some inconsequential truths. Ji Chuan remarked, recalling how she and Du Ling had navigated similar situations, surprised by Ji Chuan's lack of insight. Ji Chuan shook his head, deeming it futile. Even if we are privy to the truth and refrain from entering the Star River district, other teams will inevitably arrive, resulting in continued casualties. It is wiser to inform the leader of the actual circumstances and allow him to decide whether to cease sending personnel to the Star River district or to dispatch skilled operatives for subsequent actions. Ji Chuan was taken aback. If he dispatched others, would it not be said that a dead comrade is preferable to a dead Taoist? Ji Chuan, you old rascal. Are you incapable of any thought? You have secured your own safety while assigning the perilous tasks to the other experts at the base. Since he wishes to express it in such a manner, let it be so. As the captain of the 7th team, his authority surpasses mine. After all, it is not I who uttered those words, so Ji Chuan's ire should not be directed at me. Once the crowd had dispersed, Ji Chuan emerged from the shadows and soared towards the base. At this moment, if he were to be discovered, it would be quite awkward, causing his prestige to plummet. However, Ji Chuan remained untroubled, for he possessed formidable abilities in life perception and energy sensing, ensuring that no one could detect his journey. Without hesitation, he consumed the newly acquired purple crystal core. One intriguing aspect of this extraordinary power was that ordinary physical attacks appeared to have no effect on spiritual entities. Did this not imply that while the main body remained unharmed, the spiritual form could perpetually engage in combat? Upon returning to the base, Ji Chuan sought to unleash this newfound ability, eager to witness the form that the sword-wielding woman would take under his summoning. Dark energy overflowed from Ji Chuan's body, slowly coalescing into a spiritual entity. As the form gradually took shape, it transformed into a dog-headed creature. What is happening? The heroic spirit I summoned is a dog? Before Ji Chuan stood a beast man, roughly his height, with a canine head yet possessing human-like characteristics. Covered in fur and standing on 2 legs. I am not a dog. I am the magnificent werewolf clan. Bow before my rule, insignificant humans. For I am the greatest king of the werewolf tribe. The crimson light flickered in Ji Chuan's eyes as he raised his hand, delivering blow after blow to the werewolf before him. The Wolf King was reduced to a mere hound. What was this situation? Why could this individual suppress him? He carefully attuned himself to the presence of the person before him. The Wolf King's pupils quivered. He realized that this being was not human, but rather an undead creature. Suddenly, memories flooded back to him. He had been dead for so long that he had nearly forgotten the visage of his kin. The surrounding environment and unfamiliar aura made him feel as though he was no longer in his former world. Please, no more, the Wolf King thought, yearning to resist. Yet, he found that this person possessed an innate authority over him, and each strike made his handsome wolf visage swell. Xiaoxian, brimming with excitement, urged him to approach and touch him. The Wolf King felt a sense of despair as his swollen face became round. And while he did not comprehend what Xiaotian signified, he understood what dog meant. He bared his teeth at Xiaoxian, but the moment he opened his mouth, Ji Chuan's palm came crashing down. The Wolf King had no choice but to squint his eyes in a servile manner, curling his claws against his chest. He lay on the ground, exposing his belly, allowing the 2 little girls to explore him freely. That's not a place to touch. The Wolf King internally screamed, yet as he met Ji Chuan's icy gaze, he dared not utter a sound. Tears escaped from his squinted eyes. Was he truly in hell? Chapter 58. The Wolf King with dull eyes thus unfolded the situation. Leader, our squad can no longer venture into the Galaxy District. If we do, we will meet our demise. Chi Feng earnestly articulated his suggestion, uncertain of how Li Jingru would respond. However, regardless of the choices at hand, he wished to remain uninvolved, solely intent on preserving his team. Did you encounter number one? Who let you go? Did Zheng Ji perish due to his assault on number one? Chi Feng nodded, intending to convey the truth without embellishment. Li Jingru found himself ensnared in a dilemma. It appeared that when confronting number one, as long as one refrained from aggressive actions, survival was attainable. All those who had previously succumbed must have attempted to attack number one. Yet, Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai were in number one's grasp. If the situation were to extend until the day number one could absorb extraordinary abilities, it was not just Jianghua City that would be at risk, but potentially the entire world could fall under number one's dominion. Li Jingru had profound faith in his intuition. He believed that Ji Chuan's abduction of Xia Yiqing and Song Xiai was aimed at assimilating their cores. There must be certain constraints regarding absorption on site. He surmised that further delay was untenable. At last, he raised his phone and dialed the number annotated as the other shore. An unknown grade mutated zombie had been discovered in Jianghua City, suspected of possessing an ability to consume superhumans and grow incessantly, requesting assistance. Ji Chuan regarded the Wolf King before him with a hint of curiosity. Despite appearing as a spectral entity in the presence of Zheng Ji's spirit, its simplistic attacks lacked any tangible sensation. For reasons unknown, this ability manifested so differently within him. He felt no drain from the Wolf King upon himself. To better understand this phenomenon, he decided to keep it within the confines of the base. Xiaoxian and Anan were quite fond of this large canine. Children are invariably drawn to furry creatures. Each time the Wolf King bared its teeth, it would catch a glimpse of Ji Chuan's gaze fixed upon it, and it would respond with innocence, allowing the children to play to their heart's content. As the leader of the werewolf clan, I deserve a modicum of respect. The Wolf King approached Ji Chuan with a smile, wagging his tail in a manner that seemed to seek approval. Ah, my master, I was mistaken. Please, do not be angry. My belly is quite pleasing to the touch. Do feel it. The Wolf King was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Ji Chuan might bestow upon him further punishment. What is your strength? Ji Chuan inquired, curious about the prowess of the spirit he had summoned. I am the mightiest among the werewolves, yet in comparison to you, my master, I am but a mayfly, a blade of wild grass. Enough. Do you see that green zombie over there? That is Dazhuang. Compare yourself to him. Ji Chuan interjected, seeking a direct demonstration of the Wolf King's abilities. Dazhuang, upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, was exceptionally pleased, bounding into the courtyard like an excited gorilla, his gaze fixed eagerly on the Wolf King. Big doggy, Dazhuang exclaimed joyfully. However, as the Wolf King turned, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. I detest being called a dog. Unlike his submissive demeanor before Ji Chuan, the Wolf King bared his fangs and launched a sudden attack on Dazhuang, disregarding the disparity in their sizes. Dazhuang was remarkably swift, his fist, akin to the size of an oven, hurtling towards the Wolf King. Yet, upon contact, no sensation of impact was felt. The Wolf King's razor-sharp claws effortlessly severed Dazhuang's entire arm, exposing the bone within. This left Ji Chuan astounded, though fortunately, Dazhuang felt no pain. He quickly reinforced his other arm, the green skin hardening like steel, and swung with all his might towards the Wolf King once more. With a swift motion, the Wolf King defended himself with his claws, his powerful legs striking the ground with such force that 2 deep imprints were left behind. The enhanced strength of Dazhuang was formidable, and the flesh of his other arm was swiftly healing. However, the Wolf King did not grant Dazhuang the opportunity for complete recovery. He evaded the pressure exerted by Dazhuang, swiftly darting in the opposite direction, his body gracefully rotating midair as his sharp claws aimed for Dazhuang's head. Yet, he was thwarted by a wall of rock. Enough. The 2 combatants ceased their assault, kneeling on one knee, facing Ji Chuan. To Ji Chuan's surprise, the Wolf King proved to be quite formidable, effortlessly slicing through the robust Dazhuang, granting Ji Chuan an initial understanding of the Wolf King's prowess. Brother Ji Chuan, we want to play with the big dog, Xiaoxian and Anan exclaimed as they approached Ji Chuan's legs. The Wolf King displayed a look of resistance, his eyes pleading for assistance from Ji Chuan. Go play, but ensure the children remain unharmed. If they are injured, I shall strip you of your fur, Ji Chuan warned. The Wolf King trembled, lamenting the fate he had endured, summoned into this world only to serve a master as daunting as a living llama. Big dog, lie down. We want to play horsey, Anan declared, growing increasingly fond of this place. not only for the companions to play with, but also for the gentle creatures that resided here. Carefully, Anin climbed onto the back of the Wolf King, while Xiaoxian clutched his mane. Hold on to his fur like I do, so you won't fall off. Anin advised. Okay. Anin mimicked, grasping a handful of the Wolf King's fur, eagerly anticipating his movement. Giddy up. Big dog, run fast. Xiaoxian shouted. The Wolf King resembled a beast devoid of the will to live, his eyes bereft of all brilliance, as he slowly crawled through the courtyard with his head bowed. A once mighty Wolf King had been reduced to a mere instrument of child-rearing, and Ji Chuan had even bestowed upon him the name of Little Gray. It appeared that the illustrious lineage of Fenris was drawing to a close. Ji Chuan noticed that, of late, no new teams had ventured into the Star River district. It seemed that his previous words had finally resonated. Yet, he could distinctly sense the vitality of the entire city diminishing. Numerous other strongholds had emerged within the area, with the survivors of the apocalypse huddling together for warmth. Ji Chuan had no desire to interfere, thanks to his energy perception. He had become quite discerning in his selection of walnuts, eschewing any superpowers that held no utility for him, thus becoming somewhat finicky. He was now on a quest throughout the city for abilities related to concealed auras, seeking to prevent his discovery should he infiltrate a base again. Xia Yiqing found herself momentarily entranced by Yin Guang, who was harvesting vegetables in the kitchen. Xiao Xi, have we mistaken the person? She mused. Hey, Lao Yen. Song Xi called out to Yin Guang, who looked up, bewildered, at Xia Yiqing and Song Xi, pointing to himself in confusion. Excuse me. I seem to have mistaken you for someone else. Noticing Yin Guang's perplexed expression, Song Xi felt a twinge of curiosity. Why did this person bear such a striking resemblance to Yin Guang? Wu Qian pulled the two away. Upon hearing Wu Qian's words, Xia Yiqing experienced a pang of apprehension. She felt immensely fortunate to have retained her consciousness and survived. Otherwise, she might have found herself beside Yin Guang, harvesting vegetables together. And she had little praise for the name Ji Chuan had chosen. I believe I might encounter familiar faces again at the base. Song Xi took a hearty bite of the hamburger, and one could not help but remark that the cuisine here far surpassed that of the super ability base. Why is that? Do you possess precognitive abilities within your card enhancement projects as well? Are you not familiar with the individuals at the base? They all share your traits. Believing themselves invincible with a modicum of power, exhibiting a lack of caution. Xia Yiqing found herself at a loss for words in response to Song Xi's remarks. It is the nature of the strong to be arrogant until they encounter someone even more formidable. Chapter 59. Mobilization Conference of Jinglian City, number 111. Why are you crying? Su Huaizhi inquired, somewhat taken aback. In the days spent with Su Wanwan, he had perceived her as a pure and kind-hearted child. Yet, the Su Wanwan before him appeared profoundly sorrowful, tears streaming down her fair cheeks, tugging at his heartstrings. I am fine, Mr. Su. I simply miss my father too much. The recollection of her frail self, unable to assist her father in the face of a zombie attack, flooded her with guilt as she remembered how he was taken by the undead. In my time with you, Mr. Su, I have felt a striking resemblance between your demeanor and that of my father, and unconsciously, thoughts of him resurface. Mr. Su, though it may be a bit presumptuous, could you permit me to address you as father? Upon witnessing Su Wanwan's delicate and sorrowful visage, Su Huaizhi swallowed hard. It had been a long time since he experienced such emotions. After losing his family, his heart had become consumed by hatred towards the zombies, and he had wielded his formidable powers to eliminate countless of them. He felt as though he had become devoid of feelings, merely a machine driven by the instinct to kill. Yet, no amount of slaughter could assuage the profound yearning within him, as the ache for his family tormented his soul each passing day, until that fateful night when he encountered Su Wanshu, a being of such purity and kindness. Like him, she too longed for her loved ones, and from that day forth, her visage would often drift into his thoughts, though not entwined with the image of his daughter, a sentiment he found somewhat difficult to articulate. Confronted by the weeping girl before him, Su Huaizhi felt a stirring in his heart. Very well, he acquiesced, sensing that if he did not comply, the heart of this innocent and benevolent girl would shatter. He could not bear the sight of her sorrow. Daddy! Su Wanshu leaped into Su Huaizhi's embrace, her cheek pressed against his sturdy chest. The fragrance of her hair enveloped his senses, and he gradually raised his arms to encircle her slender waist. Her body was astonishingly soft, and without realizing it, Su Huaizhi tightened his hold, drawing Su Wanshu even closer. Yet, instead of weeping, she bowed her head and revealed a smile imbued with profound significance. Have you confirmed the choice? Are you saying reinforcements will be dispatched? Excellent, excellent. The ability user base in Jianghua City will certainly cooperate fully. Li Jingru finally received the anticipated response, alleviating the anxiety that had plagued him in recent days. He diligently compiled all pertinent information regarding subject number 1, ensuring it was a specimen unlike any other from cities in this post-apocalyptic world. Initially, his superiors had been skeptical of the zombie's capabilities, but after viewing several blurred images, they began to waver in their disbelief. The first video features Du Ling filming at Ziyubei, where she confronts a backpack zombie utilizing her fire-based abilities and metal manipulation skills to launch an attack. The second video depicts an individual driving away with the steel whip zombie. According to reports, an elite team of 10 encountered the first entity while searching for the steel whip zombie, resulting in the tragic loss of 7 members on the spot. It is noted that the first entity possesses advanced rock manipulation abilities. There is a significant likelihood that the steel whip zombie taken away by the first entity has already attained the power to eliminate an entire elite squad. The third video comprises surveillance footage from a convenience store near an abandoned factory, revealing that the first entity is not only capable of flight, but also employs dark attribute abilities, coupled with the condition of 2 special ability captains at that time. It raises suspicions of potential mental control abilities as well. The base for ability users in Jianghua City would not dare to fabricate such evidence. However, if such zombies indeed exist, they could represent the most perilous mutated species detected globally. The higher authorities continue to refer to the first entity by the alias number 1. Its rapid development within such a brief period poses an undeniable threat to humanity, akin to a ticking time bomb. Although the report mentions that number 1 can communicate and has promised not to harm humans proactively, such assurances from a zombie are inherently unreliable. It could merely be a tactic of delay, as speculated by Li Jingru, waiting for an opportunity to assimilate special abilities. Should such assimilation succeed, humanity could face imminent annihilation. Thus, it is imperative to dispatch powerful reinforcements to Jianghua City to neutralize number 1, ensuring that the future of humanity remains unthreatened. The captain of the combat team in Jianghua City seems rather inept. Ha ha ha, who could argue otherwise? Just observe the footage. 2 elite ability users were effortlessly carried away. Ha ha. The girl with the bun lay on the ground, pounding it in amusement, clearly entertained by the absurdity of the situation. The operations conference room at the Jinglian City ability user base was filled with a lively atmosphere, gathering the top 10 most formidable teams. As everyone scrutinized the video and analysis report regarding Jianghua City's number 1, they expressed disdain, even deeming Jianghua's response somewhat exaggerated. Silence. If their analysis is indeed accurate, then number 1 is not only growing stronger but also possesses an array of abilities amounting to 5 or 6. The group remained silent, though contemptuous smiles lingered on their faces. Jinglian City had awakened a plethora of elite ability users, achieving one of the nation's lowest casualty rates. While the city maintained order, and exceptional feat abilities are not merely about quantity, 100 lower-tier abilities cannot rival a single high-tier one. Indeed, Jianghua City even speculates that number 1 can drive. Isn't that ludicrous? Being able to speak is already absurd, but to drive as well. It seems Jianghua City has merely produced a powerful ability user who refuses to abide by base regulations. The footage shows just one individual, with no resemblance to a zombie whatsoever. This notion aligns with the judgment of most. The blurry video does not exhibit any characteristics of a zombie in the figure of Ji Chuan. Furthermore, no other cities have reported instances of zombies exhibiting growth, speech, or the ability to drive, leading them to question the mental state of the analyst from Jianghua City. Quietly, the leadership has confirmed the necessity of reinforcements for Jianghua City. If the report holds truth, subject number 1 could become a highly unstable element. Timely investigation and swift elimination are undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Who among you will go? I shall volunteer. Should the adversary indeed be a zombie, my presence would be the most prudent choice, declared a middle-aged man in a hood, his demeanor betraying a lack of vitality with sunken cheeks. The commander nodded. Who else besides Wang Lin? A girl with a bun eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, Me. She was exceedingly enthusiastic, as the zombies in Jinglian City posed no real challenge. Reports indicated that other cities were in dire straits. She, ever fond of thrills, could not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, she was keen to encounter the foolish creatures of Jianghua City. They were utterly amusing, and she had nearly laughed herself to tears moments ago. Chapter 60. The meeting before the offensive. Is everyone present? Su Wanshu, what brings you here? Li Jingru regarded Su Wanshu's entrance into the conference room with mild displeasure. Leader, I believe Su Wanshu possesses considerable capability and has first-hand experience with subject number 1. So I have reassigned her from the logistics department to serve as my assistant, Su Huaiji stated, basking in the appreciative and admiring gaze of Su Wanshu. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, knowing that Li Jingru would not interfere with his personnel decisions. Let us commence with today's agenda. I have reported the performance of Unit 1 in our city to Jinglian City. Considering that we have already lost 2 elite ability captains, Jinglian City has agreed to dispatch combat support. Today's agenda includes arranging assistance for the main combat team from Jinglian City and establishing our battle plan. Additionally, we request the logistics department to prepare for the reception and accommodation of Jinglian City's forces. Minister Jiang Jilan of the logistics department cast a glance at Su Wanshuan, and Su Huaiji suddenly took her away. Although the logistics department could manage without one person, it was striking that Su Wanshuan had not spoken a word to him prior to this. Leader, there are no issues with accommodation and reception. But what if the main forces wish to take a shower? Our water resources here must be conserved, especially with the increasing number of new members at the base. Jiang Jilan was being deliberately provocation. Even if one team needed to bathe, it would not pose a problem. Yet, Jiang Jilan was not entirely pleased. The logistics personnel could leave if the combat department wished to proceed, but Su Huaiji dared to speak to her this way for Su Wanshuan. Let the Human Resources Department investigate the newcomers. With so many people registering daily, how could we possibly overlook a water-type ability user? Li Jingru nodded in agreement. The captains from Jinglian City were undertaking considerable risks to come here, and we shall strive to meet all reasonable requests. Water-type ability users will be prioritized for assignment to the logistics department, so you need not worry about that. Jiang Jilan nodded, and Su Wanshuan sensed another glance directed at her from the woman. Therefore, the primary focus remains on determining the candidates for combat assistance. Does anyone have any suggestions? Li Jingru was indeed in a state of inner turmoil. He perceived the number 1 threat as exceedingly perilous and remained uncertain about the requisite troop deployment needed to secure victory. Should the individuals from Jinglian City possess the capability to triumph over the number 1 threat, they could send any number of personnel from their side. However, what if they lacked such strength? Deploying troops in that case would unequivocally lead to their demise. Jianghua City could not afford to lose any more of its primary combat forces. He sensed that the zombie situation in Jianghua City was rather abnormal. The continued evolution of the undead could potentially render the borrowing of personnel from other bases a commonplace occurrence. He was reluctant to act unilaterally in making decisions and felt the necessity to solicit the opinions of others. This way, even if the ultimate outcome was less than satisfactory, it would be a collective endeavor that everyone faced together when confronted with uncertain matters. Gathering additional support to share the burden of responsibility would provide him with greater peace of mind. This operation, primarily centered on the combat strength of Jinglian City, led him to believe that they should refrain from deploying overly individualistic personnel. Rather, they ought to send forth those with gentle dispositions who are amenable to following commands. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, Jinglian City would have a satisfactory explanation for their inquiries regarding their involvement. Su Huaiji had a profound understanding of the personalities of his subordinates, most of whom were rather self-important. As long as there was no substantial disparity in strength, individuals of equal rank seldom yielded to one another. While success would be commendable, what would happen in the face of failure? If Jinglian City conducted an investigation and discovered that they had scarcely contributed, leaving the fighting entirely to others, how would they justify the ensuing casualties? He believed it was imperative to deploy the main force. Jiang Jilan wished to counter Su Huaizi's assertions, yet her arguments held merit. Failing to deploy the main force in the event of defeat would merely result in the personnel from other bases being sacrificed on their behalf, complicating future requests for assistance. Their objective was to assist the main force of Jinglian City in achieving victory. What would be the purpose of deploying all their main forces? Their reckless actions yield no coordination and may even produce counterproductive effects. This indicates that Minister Su lacks the art of managing people, as his subordinates are ungovernable. Indeed, Minister Su is preoccupied with the newcomers, leaving him little energy to comprehend the dynamics of his old subordinates. A hint of sarcasm graced Jiang Jilan's smile. Enough, Huaiji. Can you please speak to the main captains and encourage them to heed the commands of the Jinglian troops? Li Jingru found Jiang Zilan's argument compelling. Should they fail without deploying their main forces, it would amount to sacrificing others from different cities, and how could they report such an outcome? Regardless, their representatives must present a credible account. Let the leaders in. I wish to inquire about their opinions. Very well, Dr. Xiao, how are the research results on your end? Currently, the crystal core can provide stable energy to the ability users. As of now, there is only one successful sample among the test subjects. But their emotions remain highly unstable and are still under observation. Thus, they cannot yet be deployed. Brother Wang Lin, could you kindly ask Xiao Yan and Lan Xing to maintain some distance from me? Their presence has become quite unbearable. The aircraft from the Jinglian City ability user base was en route to Jianghua City, carrying the support team dispatched by Jinglian City. The girl with the bun waved her hand near her nose, displaying a look of disdain. The hooded man remained silent, while the two individuals behind Shen Mengting quietly stood up and made their way to the rear of the cabin. Shen Mengting exhaled, although the odor persisted. It was considerably lighter than before. Thankfully, she and Wang Lin were not on the same team. Otherwise, conflicts would have arisen regularly. We should arrive by afternoon and, after resting for the night, set out early tomorrow. A man, eyes closed in contemplation, remarked, upon our arrival in the afternoon, we can launch an immediate offensive. Who knows the conditions at the Jianghua City base? The bed there surely cannot compare to the comfort of mine. Shen Mingting expressed her disdain, eager for a swift resolution. She longed to share the delights of Jianghua City with her teammates post-haste. Jianghua City will send personnel to assist us. We are to discuss tactics with them this afternoon and gain first-hand insights regarding our objectives. Discuss tactics? Huigu, do you truly expect those incompetent fools from Jianghua City to be of any assistance to us? If too many of them venture out, we might end up rescuing them from being carried off by zombies. The thought of the scene from the video made Shen Mingting want to laugh. She excelled in offense, but had little interest in rescuing others. The presence of inept individuals only served to hinder their progress. Xiaoting, do not be hasty. We must communicate with the people from Jianghua City. What if they turn out to be disobedient buffoons? They could cause us significant trouble. A college-aged young man turned to Shen Mingting, squinting with a smile, his face perpetually wearing that expression, seemingly oblivious to whether he had opened his eyes. Very well. As long as they follow orders. I sincerely hope they do not send any dimwits. I have little patience for foolishness. She mused. The minister is placing an inordinate amount of emphasis on this operation, dispatching 4 of us when I believe 2 would suffice. If the video truly depicts zombies, the minister's decision is certainly justified. The city of Jinglian has never encountered such mutated species. If the adversary is capable of growth, our objective is to eradicate it in its infancy. Now, dear brothers, do remember to indulge me. I shall take a brief respite. And do call for me when the time comes. The others gazed out of the window in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 61. Finding Song, Why Perseverance Bears Fruit. As Ji Chuan finally discovered the supernatural ability, he sought after a long search for walnuts. Breath holding. While holding one's breath, one can conceal their presence from detection. He need not breathe and can remain silent indefinitely. Subsequently, he could leverage the essence of darkness to conceal himself within the shadows of the base, evading the detection of ability users while he slowly sought out Song Hui. Master, take me with you. Xiao Hui exclaimed, energetically waving his hands below. Xiao Xian and then clung to his leg hair, and he was weary of babysitting at the stronghold. He felt as though much of his wolf fur had been pulled out over the past few days. Xiao Hui was particularly elated, performing a somersault and entering Ji Chuan's body. Master, I love to dwell within you. Is that so? Then perhaps you should remain inside. That's not what I meant. As long as it's not about babysitting, I'm more than willing to come out. What good are you without babysitting? Your appetite is still quite large. I should test whether your pelt will vanish if I skin you. It seems rather warm. Master, please don't. I shall eat less. The death of the spirit would indeed cause its fur to disappear, leading to a loss of energy for you. Master, please refrain from attempting it. Xiao Hui could not help but acknowledge the abundance of delectable offerings in this world. He had never encountered such a diverse array of cuisine. Although, as a heroic spirit, he did not require sustenance, the enticing aromas wafting from the restaurant proved too tempting to resist. Your meager energy holds no sway over me. Simply attend to Xiao Xian with care. As commanded, Ji Chuan soared towards the base of the supernatural beings, and through his energy perception, he discerned that Wang Lao's chamber had been relocated to the basement level, presumably to prevent any incursions by disguised zombies. Thus, from a considerable distance. Ji Chuan held his breath, allowing his form to meld into the shadows, gradually advancing into the base. This time, his true essence entered the realm of the supernatural. Although possessing a vessel posed no inherent risk, the absence of his own abilities rendered it impossible to glean any valuable information. His direct entry made a significant difference. Ji Chuan attuned himself to the energy of the red crystal core. While he had previously made contact with Song Huai's red crystal core during their encounter at Lanshan Villa, he had lacked the capacity for energy perception and was unaware of the specific nature of Song Huai's powers. The simplest approach would be to locate all 12 of these crystal cores and ascertain whether they belonged to Song Huai. Furthermore, based on his deductions, Song Huai's abilities did not pertain to combat, allowing him to exclude a portion of the 12 cores from consideration. Thus, the remaining options included Source of the Forest Spirit, Vision of the Stars, God of Space, and Queen Ant. Ji Chuan deemed these selections to be unrelated to combat, prioritizing the first three, while the mention of the Queen Ant suggested a feminine ability. This was the first time Ji Chuan experienced such a dense cluster of crystal cores, stirring within him a suppressed urge for destruction. Lacking the energy to appreciate each core individually, he directed his focus towards the first crimson target. The bearer of the forest spirit's essence was a woman, engaged in work verification with her subordinates. The helipad had been cleared, and it was anticipated that the Jinglian city team would arrive in 1 hour. The woman nodded, instructing them to prepare the highest standard of reception, reserving 4 of the most luxurious rooms, for they were coming to Jianghua City under the threat of peril to their lives. Ji Chuan caught a piece of information that surprised him. Others from different cities were coming to offer support. Was there a threat in Jianghua City that required external assistance apart from his own presence? He shook his head, contemplating that perhaps these individuals were coming specifically for him. An hour? Then he would take the opportunity to explore further. Ji Chuan decided to linger, noticing that the woman was merely reviewing the documents in her hand while searching for the next target. The second target resided on the 6th sublevel, which Ji Chuan recalled was primarily a living area for most. The person in question appeared rather ordinary, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of Ji Chuan's own life before. Confounded by the classification and designation of the ability Starry Vision, Ji Chuan observed that this individual was simply engrossed in a game within the confines of his room. An array of snacks cluttered the desk, suggesting that his accommodations were far superior to those of the majority at the base. After 20 minutes of observation yielded no remarkable insights, Ji Chuan's patience waned. He commenced the search for the third target, which intriguingly resided deep within the 10th sublevel. Ji Chuan was keenly observing the structure of the base. During his previous infiltration, he had gained a general understanding of the base's layout, but this time, his physical presence allowed him to truly grasp the vastness of the ability user's headquarters. Before him, the guards on the negative 10th floor were numerous, with teams continually transporting supplies. Captain, the task points for collecting supplies are becoming increasingly difficult to earn. Venturing too far for exploration poses significant risks. Could we request a few novice combat type ability users to join us? Having more people would only reduce the points we can share. Given that the area around the base has seen a considerable cleanup of zombies, we should seize the opportunity to earn points nearby. Only if we exhaust all options in the vicinity should we apply for distant exploration. Indeed, the captain is right. We can select our team members carefully then. Our city boasts a #1 talent, and currently, the novice combat type ability users are keen on supply collection and logistics. Even 2 elite ability captains struggle to persuade them, let alone the newcomers who are reluctant to face death. Exactly. Perhaps we might even recruit some advanced ability users. It's all thanks to you, Captain. Take a look. Old Zhang, please tally the results of Supply Collection Team 11. It appears that this level serves as the storage warehouse for supplies. Ji Chuan ceased observing the individuals at the entrance and ventured deeper into the base. The logistics members were categorizing the supplies collected by their team and transporting them to the appropriate rooms. Those items susceptible to damage or spoilage were continuously being moved further inside, coincidentally in the same direction as Ji Chuan. He blended into the shadows of the transport workers, who were heading toward the third holder of the red crystal core, God of Space. Fortunately, being metallic, Ji Chuan felt no concern. At the entrance of the final chamber stood 2 guardians endowed with extraordinary abilities. One bore the golden core of Fainting Scream, while the other was associated with Mire of Sludge, both appearing to be practitioners of restrictive powers. As the porter underwent iris verification, the last door finally creaked open. He utilized his abilities to transport the supplies into the room, causing a tumultuous surge of emotions in Ji Chuan's chest. At that moment, he yearned to reveal himself and envelop the figure before him in an embrace. It was none other than Song Hui. Chapter 62. Eavesdropping on the battle plans, Ji Chuan melded his form into the shadows of Song Hui. Song Hui methodically organized the supplies that had been delivered, suggesting he possessed exceptional spatial abilities. Observing the variety of goods brought in by the base staff, Ji Chuan deduced that Song Hui's spatial realm likely preserved the integrity of the supplies. He felt an overwhelming urge to manifest and lead an assault, yet reason prevailed. Currently, Song Hui was under mental control, and from Ji Chuan's experience, breaking such control would either necessitate inflicting harm upon Song Hui or identifying the individual wielding the controlling ability to resolve the situation. His healing powers were severely limited, and he wished to avoid causing Song Hui any injury. While escaping alone was a feasible option, extricating Song Hui and ensuring his safety presented a formidable challenge. Moreover, it seemed that reinforcements from Jinglian City were imminent, though Ji Chuan remained uncertain of their strength. Hui, endure a little longer. I shall surely rescue you, Ji Chuan vowed as he noted the location before departing from that level. He navigated through the throngs of personnel within the base, searching for the mental control practitioner. For the most effective means to facilitate Song Hui's escape lay in neutralizing the one who held him captive. The sheer number of over 5,000 samples proved to be an arduous task for Ji Chuan, who was already acutely aware of the 6 crimson cores rapidly approaching. 4 life forms and 2 zombies. This was Ji Chuan's first encounter with zombies coexisting so peacefully with humans at such close proximity. Remarkably, one of the red cores belonged to a necromancer. The aircraft from Jinglian City came to a halt at the helipad behind the base, and 6 individuals descended from the plane. Upon closer inspection, the last 2 members of the group were astonishingly covered in dark, mottled veins, resembling zombies. Li Jingru, Jiang Jilan, and Su Huaiji had arrived early to await their guests. Su Huaiji's gaze sharpened as he recognized the last 2 individuals, former captains of their base who had perished on a mission, now under Ji Chuan's control. I am the necromancer, Wang Lin. The hooded figure's countenance darkened, and the others gasped in surprise at Wang Lin's revelation. They had not anticipated such a formidable expert from Jinglian City. With such power, even amidst the ongoing loss of ability users, humanity could still retain its combat strength. In an instant, Li Jingru's confidence in future confrontations surged. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to eliminate Target 1. A smile graced his face as he welcomed the distant guests. I am Li Jingru, the head of the ability user base in Jianghua City. Rooms have been prepared for you, so please follow me. After a period of rest, we can discuss our battle plans. There is no plan to discuss. The plan is to follow our lead. Shin Mengting stretched languidly, scoffing at the notion of wasting time deliberating battle strategies with such foolish individuals. If it were not for Hui Gu and Tu Tu's intervention, she would have preferred to resolve her objective immediately. Xiao Ting, with her impulsive nature, should not be taken too seriously, yet she possesses considerable strength. We shall investigate the circumstances shortly. There is no need for concern. The young man squinted, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of kindness. The final man remained aloof, his silence palpable. Li Jingru chuckled awkwardly before leading his group into the base. Ji Chuan's mischievous tendencies resurfaced. He possessed the male zombie. Following the others inside, suddenly, Old Wang sensed the presence of zombies entering the base. Just as he was about to sound the alarm, he noticed Li Jingru, Jiang Jilan, Su Huaiji, and several unfamiliar formidable individuals surrounding the zombies, prompting him to investigate further. There was no need for alarm. These 2 zombies were brought by Captain Wang Lin from Jinglian City, under the control of his extraordinary abilities. Yet, Old Wang couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding as he scrutinized the 2 zombies, particularly the male one. He felt an unsettling spark in the male zombie's gaze, which seemed far from the vacant stare of an ordinary mindless creature. As Shun Mengting entered the room prepared for her, she involuntarily clicked her tongue. This was a far cry from the accommodations in Jinglian City, being much more rudimentary and confined, further fueling her desire to complete her mission and depart swiftly. This was already the most luxurious room in Jianghua City, and Li Jingru's quarters were scarcely better. Jiang Jilan, noticing Shun Mengting's reaction, felt a twinge of irritation but merely sighed. There was no need for rest. They should convene without delay. Ignoring the opinions of the other 3, Shin Mengting made her decision, and the others had no objections, as they were not particularly fatigued. They arrived at the conference room, confirming that the dispatch team members had been waiting there for quite some time. Su Huaiji had spent extensive efforts addressing their concerns. Fearing that any discord among them might spiral out of control, Shen Mingting walked directly to the front of the stage, unlike her delicate and youthful stature. She emanated an imposing presence on stage. It was confirmed that the base had encountered an ability user from the reconnaissance division who had come into close contact with Subject 1, and it was indeed ascertained that the entity was a zombie. However, very few members survived the confrontation with Subject 1. Based on video footage and testimonies from survivors, it was clear that Subject 1 possessed 5 to 6 distinct abilities. Shen Mingting nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Chuan listened with keen interest from the back. 5 to 6 abilities were nearly tantamount to 50 or 60. He had certainly engaged in extensive training, but many of his abilities remained unutilized and thus unexhibited. The next order of business was to inquire about their abilities. The team members straightened themselves, stating, "I am the strongest wood element ability user in Jianghua City, possessing the elite ability, God of Wood, capable of utilizing plants for both offense and defense." Another declared, "I am the holder of the elite ability, Spring, which allows me to employ area healing abilities along with certain wood and rock damage abilities." A third added, "My elite ability is Cursed Loot, which, when performed, inflicts 3 random powerful negative statuses on the target." Yet another proclaimed, "I wield the elite ability, Fire Goddess Hammer, which delivers hammer strikes infused with fire damage, capable of striking targets from a distance." Upon hearing their introductions, Shen Mingting merely let out a soft hum, initially contemplating their exclusion from participation. She reconsidered when reflecting on Wang Lin's ability, deeming their involvement to be advantageous. It was a rare occurrence in Jinglian City for elite ability users to meet their demise, which was why Wang Lin had only 2 followers. Perhaps this time, I can gather a few for him in Jianghua City. Regarding the third matter, on the battlefield, you need only to follow our commands. Do not complicate our efforts. What did you say? The burly man wielding the God of Fire's hammer was immediately incensed upon hearing this. In his view, they could manage the situation themselves. Yet to his surprise, the leader had summoned reinforcements and instructed them to comply with orders. Moreover, the attitude of the reinforcements was initially quite poor, as they seemed to believe that the original team would hinder their progress. They were, after all, exceptional abilities, a rarity even in a city with a population of millions. Do you not comprehend what I am saying? As Shen Mingtian finished speaking, the burly man suddenly collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. It appeared they had encountered a formidable adversary this time. Chapter 63, The Eve of Battle. Team Leader Shun, I implore you to exercise restraint. Su Huaiji, observing that the other captains were about to take action, preemptively released his imposing aura, which emanated a palpable sense of danger. Shen Mingtian showed no sign of fear. She merely smiled gently and continued to gaze at the crowd. The burly man, clutching his chest, rose from the ground, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and trepidation. Moments ago, he had been overwhelmed by excruciating pain, as if his entire chest were on the verge of bursting. Though he too was an exceptional ability user, he could not fathom the nature of Shen Mingtian's attack. Ji Chuan was attuned to the abilities and strengths of those around him. Although he was currently in a possessed state, his true self lingered in the shadows of the room. This chamber has nearly gathered 2/3 of the red crystal cores from the base. He harbored thoughts of launching a direct assault. However, many abilities cannot be discerned solely by their names or types. Currently, only he and Xiao Hui are prepared to act, and with the addition of 2 zombies, they total a mere 4 individuals. In contrast, there are 11 seasoned fighters among the red crystal core humans in the room, making an immediate attack decidedly unwise. Although he had previously triumphed over Xiao Yiqing, that victory was partly due to her underestimation of him, and he had already experienced the situation once before. Now, the adversary possesses a more detailed understanding of his capabilities, and facing 11 adept fighters simultaneously renders his chances of victory nearly non-existent. Unexpectedly, the one wielding the Ant Queen ability is none other than Li Jingru, the leader of this stronghold. He remains unaware of the effects that the Ant Queen ability may confer, pondering why a male would possess such an ability. I do not genuinely wish to engage. Minister Su, should I choose to strike, you would perish in an instant. Therefore, I advise you to temper your oppressive aura. My earlier display was merely to convey that obeying orders is not a matter for negotiation. Shen Mingting's expression bore a maturity beyond her years. I harbor a profound disdain for foolishness. Should uncontrollable factors arise during battle, I will not offer assistance. Indeed, I may preemptively eliminate the source of trouble itself. I hope you all comprehend this. Upon finishing her statement, Shen Mingting's hair seemed to defy the constraints of gravity, rising into the air, her bun unraveling like a tempestuous maiden amidst a storm. The overwhelming pressure she emanated caused everyone to tremble, as Su Huaiji realized that her oppressive force rivaled his own. In the city of Jinglian, a few individuals regarded the scene with indifference, merely observing in silence. Shen Mingting stood out as an exceptionally assertive captain. Anyone who dared to dismiss her as a mere girl would surely come to regret it. The girl's hair cascaded down, and a light, carefree smile graced her face. That will be all for today. We shall set off promptly at 9 tomorrow morning. Any earlier, and I simply cannot rise, she remarked. Feeling as though she had grown rather rank during their journey, I must take a bath. Next time, I shall not accompany Brother Lin on a mission. With that, she playfully stuck her tongue out at Wang Lin, embodying the essence of a youthful girl. Undoubtedly, the strength of these individuals was formidable. However, he remained uncertain about their chances of success the following day. With 8 elite superpowered individuals, failure seemed improbable, yet a sense of unease lingered within him, a unique instinct akin to that of insects. Ji Chuan sensed the abilities of the 4 from Jinglian. The one named Wang Lin posed no threat to him whatsoever. He had already discerned that his control over zombies surpassed Wang Lin's, indicating that the level of his crystal core must exceed that of a red crystal core. The base had stationed several reconnaissance-type superpowered individuals near the vicinity for protection. Even in their absence, Ji Chuan felt that his appearance would inevitably be detected by the sharp-eyed one. Initially, Ji Chuan had contemplated a surprise attack under the cover of night, but he deemed it too risky. At present, the most potent energy emanated from Shen Mingting. The surge of power within her was immense, suggesting a profound mastery of her abilities. As for the taciturn man, his powers bewildered Ji Chuan. What exactly did soul reshaping entail? It was decided that tomorrow, his primary focus would be on addressing Shen Mingting first and foremost. The courtyard of the oligarch was filled with all capable members poised for an offensive. In the afternoon, after Ji Chuan's admonition, no one dared to let their guard down. What if something happened to Ji Chuan? Lin Lulu could hardly contain herself, even contemplating rushing over to ascertain the situation. The master was unharmed. The master was approaching. As Ji Chuan landed, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. However, his expression was grave. A formidable battle awaited them the following day. Ji Chuan conveyed the events of the afternoon to the group, and both Xia Yiqing and Song Xi grasped the gravity of the situation. They were somewhat familiar with the main forces led by the 4 captains, whose strength was formidable. It was said that due to the prowess of the ability users, Jinglian City maintained a semblance of order, with zombies kept within a manageable scope. Reinforcements from such a place were likely to be more powerful than themselves. Thus, they would face at least 8 elite ability users the next day. Here, there were only Xia Yiqing and Song Xi as elite ability users. Ji Chuan deemed Wang Lin to be no threat, which did not contribute to their combat strength. He also had control over 2 red crystal core zombies, which meant he would have at least 4 red crystal core ability users aiding him. Xiaohui, due to its ability to resurrect continuously, could barely be counted as an elite ability user. Therefore, the opponents possessed 7 red crystal cores, while they had 5, along with Ji Chuan himself, giving them a fighting chance. Subsequently, Ji Chuan outlined the plan for the following day. While detailing the strategy, he suddenly heard a voice. "I know you can hear me. Tomorrow morning, the base has assigned me to oversee the teleportation. It is not my intention to come. After delivering, I will leave immediately. I beg you, do not make this difficult for me." "Excuse me, Captain Shen." Jiang Zhilan held several intricate devices in her hands. The room was enveloped in silence when the door swung open. Shen Mingting, with her back turned to the entrance, was meticulously styling her hair. "Captain Shen, this is the latest research achievement from Jianghua City. We have discovered that the crystal cores of the mutated species can provide energy to those with special abilities, alleviating the fatigue associated with extensive use of their powers. I don't need it. I'm not yet exhausted. Give mine to Zhuang too. His energy consumption is significant." Jiang Zhilan sighed softly. "Very well. Let us hope that Shen Mingting truly possesses the prowess she claims." Chapter 64. The multicolored domain. The group had long awaited in the hall, with Shen Mingting making her entrance at the last moment. While securing the final hair tie on her bun, she rubbed her eyes and stifled a yawn. "Everyone's here. Let us set off." The captains from Jianghua City exchanged glances with Shun Mingting, somewhat speechless yet refraining from comment. Su Huaiji advised them to follow the commands of the Jinglian team without hesitation, but emphasized that they should protect themselves when necessary. Jianghua City could not afford further sacrifices of elite ability users. Some captains felt that Su Huaiji's warnings were overly dramatic, believing that even without reinforcements from Jinglian City, their combined strength would suffice to handle Subject 1. Ji Chuan, lead your team forward, commanded Ji Chuan, who nodded in agreement. Praying that Ji Chuan had received her briefing from the previous day. Armed with the energy device developed by the base, she initiated a transfer for the group. With prior notice, she felt that her own danger was minimal. In an instant, they arrived before the Oligier Gate. Before anyone could inquire, Ji Chuan had vanished without a trace. What could have caused such fear? The ability users in Jianghua City exhibit a notable timidity. While they have learned to disregard Shenmingding's taunts, their primary focus now lies on the subjugation of Subject 1. What is this? According to the reconnaissance conducted by Team 7, it has become evident that Subject 1 is likely located within the Origier Hotel. They have even scrutinized online footage of the establishment. The information suggests that the Origier merely employs metallic abilities to reinforce its exterior walls, while an obscuring ability has been utilized to create confusion, a rather rudimentary tactic. Yet, at this moment, they find themselves unable to discern the hotel's precise location. Before them lies a vast area enveloped in a five-colored semicircle, resembling a colossal energy shield anchored to the ground. Zhuang Tu initiated an assault on the peculiar area, unleashing several beams of crimson light that gradually transformed into searing flames, scorching the region. Even from a considerable distance, the heat was palpable. However, the area remained utterly unchanged. Zhuang Tu then summoned blue light, and a tempest of snow accompanied by icy projectiles relentlessly bombarded the expanse, akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean without creating a single ripple. It is a domain. 5 distinct domains. Zhuang Tu was taken aback. He had never witnessed a mutated entity manifest a domain, having only seen powerful ability users employ such phenomena. He had never conceived that multiple domains could intertwine. Do not panic. It appears that to infiltrate their stronghold, one must enter the domain. Maintaining such a vast and intricate field, they are unlikely to have ample energy left for combat, Shen Mingting asserted confidently, yet the current predicament was indeed one she had never encountered. It seems that only one domain can genuinely lead to the stronghold. Shouting, "Let us split our actions," entering a singular domain together poses too great a risk. If one ventures into a realm that is excessively powerful, it becomes exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself without the permission of its master. The present domain might very well be a colossal trap. Shen Mingting nodded. I will choose the transparent area, while others may select at their discretion. Having spoken, she swiftly moved towards the transparent zone, sensing that it was not an actual domain. It is likely the sole breakthrough point to encounter number 1. If I can resolve number 1, the other domains will naturally crumble. Zhuang Tu also perceived the distinctiveness of the transparent area and, understanding Shen Mingting's penchant for swift resolutions, allowed her to proceed. In the video, number 1 utilized the dark domain, where the black area posed considerable danger. I shall venture into the black area, Zhuang Tu declared to the group. I will accompany you, Wang Lin replied, aware of Zhuang Tu's versatile abilities, albeit with moderate offensive strength. If he were to encounter number 1, he could swiftly control him, and Zhuang Tu's powers would provide adequate cover for both, complementing each other effectively. Su Hui remained silent, directly entering the nearest brown area. The 4 individuals from Jianghua City exchanged glances. They had initially wished to avoid being directed. Yet this circumstance afforded them an opportunity. With only the red and silver areas remaining, the 2 of them ventured inside. Is that little brat scared at the last moment? Choosing the transparent area is clearly the safest option, Lai complained, though he dared only to express his grievances where she could not see him. The memory of the pain inflicted by Shen Mingting lingered vividly in his mind, and he remained unaware of the technique she employed. Accompanying Lai was Ning Chufa, the bearer of spring, who firmly believed that number 1 would inevitably face consequences this time. The 2 individuals ventured into the Crimson Realm. For Lai had already sensed the fiery energy enveloping them. Indeed, it was a domain of flames, with temperatures soaring high. Upon entering, they discovered that fierce fires raged all around. Yet, Lai was filled with exhilaration, for his fire god hammer, under the influence of this fiery domain, would wield even greater power. Conversely, Ning Chuha felt somewhat uncomfortable, She fashioned a botanical attire around her body and mouth to shield herself from the surrounding heat. The expanse of the realm exceeded their expectations. Should the master of the domain possess sufficient capability, they could even conjure a realm the size of an entire city. As the duo advanced deeper, the atmosphere remained eerily silent, devoid of any foes. They quickened their pace, intent on traversing the domain to reach the stronghold. However, they soon caught the distant sound of footsteps. Ning Chuha did not sense the deathly energy typically emanating from zombies. Rather, this footfall belonged to a human. Lai raised his hand, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Yet, upon seeing the figure of the person, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. "Xia Yiqing, you're still alive. Brother Xia," Ning Chuha exclaimed with delight. Among the captains of the combat team, Xia Yiqing was quite handsome, and she harbored a fondness for him. Just as she was about to rush towards Xia Yiqing, an explosion erupted beside her leg. "Brother Xia, what are you doing?" The blast nearly harmed Ning Chuha, leaving Lai equally perplexed. "Xia Yiqing, have you betrayed us?" In truth, the leader had never actively harmed humans. On the contrary, he had saved many lives. His presence here being no different. Loyalty compelled Xia Yiqing to act entirely in accordance with Ji Chuan's interests. "The leader? Are you referring to number one?" Ning Chuha shook her head, unable to fathom the words of Xia Yiqing. A drop of luminous dew fell upon Xia Yiqing's head, refreshing his entire being. "Xia Ge, wake up." Ning Chuha believed that Xia Yiqing had fallen under mental control, and the extraordinary ability she had just employed was precisely the technique to unravel such an influence. However, the anticipated recognition between them did not materialize. Instead, she was met with Xia Yiqing's even colder gaze. "How could this be? He is not under mental control. He has simply betrayed us." Lai hesitated no longer. As his fist descended, a colossal hammer formed above Xia Yiqing's head, engulfed in raging flames. Under the enhancement of the fire domain, the hammer glowed a fiery red. Should this hammer strike, it would undoubtedly reduce its target to nothing more than a charred mass. In an instant, as if someone had given Xia Yiqing a push, he was propelled far away, with the surrounding flames dancing toward that direction. Few knew the exact nature of Xia Yiqing's abilities, and his evasion left Lai somewhat astonished. The hammer crashed to the ground, leaving behind a charred circular mark in the domain. However, in the aftermath of the explosion, Lai realized that his hands were already a gruesome mess. Chapter 65, The First Defeat of Su Hui. "Xia Yiqing, are you serious?" Lai grimaced in pain, yet he could still hear the explosions echoing around him. Ning Chuha unleashed a sphere of green light, enveloping Lai's hands and swiftly tending to his wounds. More and more injuries began to manifest on Lai's body, yet he found no opportunity to deliver a second strike. He was utterly bewildered by the nature of Xia Yiqing's assault. "Xia, do not overstep your bounds." Ning Chuha observed that the pace of her healing was not keeping up with Xia Yiqing's relentless assaults. With a swift gesture, she sent the rocks behind her hurtling towards Xia Yiqing. Influenced by the domain of fire, the stones ignited, their destructive power significantly amplified. Yet, before they could make contact with Xia Yiqing, the stones erupted mid-air, shattering into fragments that seemed to possess their own will, all flying away from Xia Yiqing. Without the enhancement of heightened speed or malicious perception, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to evade Xia Yiqing's onslaught. Had it not been for Ji Chuan, Xia Yiqing would indeed have had ample grounds to be audacious. The current 2-to-1 scenario did not place Xia Yiqing at a disadvantage. "Retreat. I have no desire to end your lives," he thought, his inherent kindness surfacing. Had he aimed for their vital points from the outset, both adversaries would have perished. Yet, Xia Yiqing merely wished to compel them to withdraw. Encountering him was fortuitous, but should they face their leader, the two would surely meet their demise in an instant. Observing their lingering hesitation, a fierce wind surged towards them, flames surrounding them flickering violently. The tempest carried waves of heat that rendered Ning Chuha's breathing labored, her entire being ablaze. "Let us depart, Lai. We stand no chance." She felt as though her hair might ignite at any moment. Although Lai possessed resistance to fire, he recognized that in this battle, victory was beyond their grasp. "All right, we shall leave. Cease the fighting." Upon hearing Lai's words, Xia Yiqing halted his movements. Lai, disregarding the questions swirling in his mind, felt the sting of countless cuts across his body, the recent heat wave making him acutely aware of the scent of roasted flesh. Ning Chuha hastily pulled Lai to flee in the opposite direction, only to unexpectedly encounter Xia Yiqing. Why would Xia Yiqing assist the zombies? Fortunately, it was him, and he clearly showed restraint. If number 1 could subdue Xia Yiqing, it would indicate that number 1 was even more formidable than he. Had they encountered number 1, they might have already met their demise. Who would chance upon number 1? Ning Chuha began to pray, hoping it would not be Xiao Su or Hua Ranqiu. Su Hui entered the nearest brown area, as he was indifferent to his choice. Each area held no distinction for him. His ability of soul reshaping was exceptionally potent. If the target was a zombie, he would bestow upon it the soul of a human, allowing the zombie to once again experience the despair and terror of its former life. Most souls would reject the notion of becoming a monster, often choosing to abandon life altogether. Occasionally, he would encounter souls with a strong will to survive. Yet due to the abruptness of the situation, they would perish at the hands of his battle-hardened self. Most individuals would be momentarily bewildered as to why they had transformed into a zombie. Conversely, if the opponent were human, the resolution would be far simpler. A person endowed with extraordinary abilities, after the reshaping of their soul, would effectively lose their memory and find themselves as ordinary as anyone else. As long as the creature had once possessed a soul, they could be easily dealt with. The realm before him resembled a barren expanse filled with sand and rocks. Su Hui recalled the report indicating that number 1 possessed the ability to manipulate rock. He felt a stirring intuition that perhaps he would be the one to encounter number 1. An exhilarating thrill surged within him at the prospect of completely transforming the soul and character of such a powerful target. In one fleeting moment, he remained composed and unperturbed. Yet in the next, he found himself in a state of sheer panic, pleading on his knees. He had witnessed numerous such scenarios, yet each occasion felt refreshingly novel. A series of rock spikes erupted beneath his feet, and Su Hui swiftly dodged them, only to be pursued by a barrage of rock plates, akin to a fly swatter in relentless pursuit. In the distance, he discerned a pale silhouette, confirming that he had indeed encountered the elusive number 1. Su Hui maintained his composure, a confident smile gracing his lips as he locked onto his target, reinvigorating his very essence. Giant blossoms of rock surged from beneath him, seeking to engulf him, while he struggled to evade them, his strength waning. Moments ago, he had unleashed his powers, yet there was no discernible impact. How could this be? With renewed determination, Su Hui directed his abilities towards the target. As he evaded and advanced, despair washed over him. What he beheld was neither a human nor a zombie, but a mere puppet. The puppet gazed at him with button-like eyes, and as its round arms lifted, yet another rock spike ascended, piercing through his right leg while he stood there, stunned and horrified. With a gasp of pain, Su Hui collapsed to the ground. Just as despair enveloped him, the puppet suddenly became limp, collapsing as its form began to dissipate, melting into the surrounding sand and stone like a tattered clump of cotton. Elation surged within him. He had survived. Yet, what manner of creature was this? He had never encountered a puppeteer capable of crafting such formidable dolls. Just as he prepared to rise, darkness enveloped his vision, and as he slowly lifted his gaze, he was confronted by the immense head of a dog. Where did this canine come from? Su Hui, unwilling to delay, unleashed his extraordinary abilities without a second thought. His powers could even affect animals. Yet, before him, the dog-headed creature exhibited no discernible change, its expression growing even more menacing. He despised being referred to as a dog. With a swift swipe of its claws, Su Hui felt a sudden lightness in his body, only to realize with horror that his head had been severed by the creature known as Xiao Hui. He could not comprehend what Xiao Hui truly was, nor why this talking dog-headed being remained impervious to his skills. He would never have imagined that Ji Chuan possessed the soul of Xiao Hui, rendering him unaffected by the prevailing conditions. This marked Su Hui's first defeat. He felt an overwhelming fatigue and closed his eyes. A surge of white light emanated from his head, ascending into the heavens, while neither Xiao Hui, who had turned away, nor Xiao Xian outside the realm took notice. Shen Mingting, showing no hesitation, stepped into the transparent zone, convinced that this was the most likely entrance to the stronghold. It was also the area where encountering number 1 would be most probable. Indeed, upon entering, she discovered the grand entrance of a hotel, which, astonishingly, swung open immediately after her arrival. From a distance, she spotted a pallid figure standing at the center of the courtyard. A smile graced Shen Mingting's lips. Her intuition had proven correct once again. Her judgments had never faltered. With unwavering confidence, she advanced, preempting any action from number 1 by employing her extraordinary abilities. She afforded her prey no chance for resistance, detesting those foolish enough to expose their vulnerabilities when opportunity lay before them. Her elite ability, known as reassembly, allowed her to dismantle her adversary's body at will, reconstructing blood with nails, reshaping the brain with tofu, reconstituting internal organs with poison, and reforming the body with sand. She possessed a profound understanding and mastery of her extraordinary abilities, believing that no one could defeat her. The entity known as Number One was no exception. With a bomb substituting for Number One's brain, a thunderous explosion ensued, and Number One collapsed. Shin Mingting observed as the surrounding realm transformed into transparency, ultimately vanishing entirely. Tu and Brother Hui approached her, their faces alight with smiles as they extolled her virtues. "You are truly remarkable, young and beautiful, with such formidable strength." Indeed, Number One's domain nearly tormented us into submission. They ridiculed the foolish pigs, lamenting that such a feeble target had summoned them, finding it utterly laughable. Chapter 66. Despair of Zhuang Tu. Surrounded by an endless abyss, even the sense of direction was lost. Zhuang Tu emitted a luminous orb before him, cautiously surveying his environment. It resembled a void, devoid of any living beings or objects. Behind him, Wang Lin accompanied the zombie Xiaoyan, while Lan Xing followed closely, both steadily advancing deeper into the darkness. Zhuang Tu felt assured that he was on the right path. Following this direction should lead him to the center of the realm, the closest point to the hotel. Initially brimming with confidence, he now experienced a twinge of trepidation. They were undeniably formidable in Jinglian City. It was Xiaoyan who had timely unleashed her domain, drawing the mutated entities within, effectively blocking the lethal abilities and granting everyone a moment of respite. He heightened his awareness of the surrounding environment, benefiting from the research findings at the Jianghua City base, which allowed him to wield his extraordinary powers without the concern of energy depletion. Although his offensive strength was not particularly formidable, the versatility of his abilities, combined with an inexhaustible supply of energy, positioned him as a formidable force within the team. Suddenly, Zhuang Tu halted his steps, and Wang Lin also turned his gaze forward. Despite the profound darkness enveloping them, the glow of the orbs seemed to be swallowed by the shadows, appearing feeble. Yet, they discerned a pair of eyes radiating a crimson light within the obscurity ahead. The opponent approached with steady and powerful strides, showing no sign of hesitation at their pause, unabashedly advancing towards them. It was Subject One. The deathly energy unique to zombies was palpable, and Zhuang Tu felt an overwhelming pressure. He quickly launched an attack against Subject One, sending forth a crimson beam into the distance. Yet the anticipated inferno and searing heat did not materialize. Was it the influence of the domain? Zhuang Tu sensed the situation was becoming precarious. Possessing a formidable ability did not guarantee domain control, as few possessors of extraordinary powers could master this skill. Xiaoyan, swiftly employ the ice domain. With Wang Lin's command, the zombie behind them let out a howl, and from beneath her feet, the dark ground crystallized into ice, rapidly enveloping the area from below. The world was illuminated anew, revealing a landscape adorned with mirror-like ice crystals. A pallid young man stood in the distance, gazing at them with a smile. They had succeeded. Indeed, Xiaoyan's domain was far superior to his, effortlessly breaking through his own domain. Wang Lin's heart surged with joy. The opponent had expended an immense amount of energy to create such a multitude of domains. However, their lack of intelligence was evident. The existence of multiple domains meant that each one was inevitably weakened. Furthermore, Xiaoyan's frozen domain not only enhanced her own abilities, but also fortified Zhuang Tu's ice-based powers. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuang Tu, though curious about the report as Subject Number One, understood that the formidable energy emanating from the adversary necessitated a gamble with his very life. Enveloped within the frozen domain, Zhuang Tu unleashed a torrent of azure light, sending countless ice spikes cascading towards Ji Chuan like a blizzard. Yet, before the ice spikes could reach Ji Chuan, they were completely absorbed. Zhuang Tu's eyes widened involuntarily. Such a phenomenon suggested protection from the domain. But how could the domain they had released shield Subject Number One? Wang Lin found himself ensnared within the embrace of Blue Star, who possessed the most elite martial abilities. Despite the protective barrier shielding him, Wang Lin, frail and emaciated, had no strength to resist. With a decisive exertion of Blue Star's fingers, Wang Lin's neck snapped with a sickening crack. His eyes brimmed with shock and terror. He could not fathom why Blue Star would turn against him. His body fell lifelessly to the ground. With a mere thought from Xiaoyan, the ice monument engulfed Zhuang Tu, transforming him into a frozen statue. Yet, in an instant, flames erupted, and Zhuang Tu broke free from the ice. He noted that Ji Chuan had remained inactive throughout, while Xiao Yin and Blue Star had ensnared him. Wang Lin's body slowly rose, his eyes ablaze with fury. Little did he expect that, even in death, he could still exert control over himself. Unlike ordinary zombies, Wang Lin's enunciation remained remarkably clear, akin to his living self. Had it not been for the peculiar angle at which his neck was contorted, one might find it difficult to discern that he was indeed a corpse. Wang Lin raised his hand, intending to unleash several waves of dark energy towards Ji Chuan, only to realize he could not lift his arm. Before he could fathom why Lan Xing was defying his control and attacking him, he discovered that he, too, was beyond his own command. You can actually control yourself. Can you? This was the first time he spoke after encountering Subject 1, and Zhuang Tu was taken aback by the fact that he could indeed articulate words. Under Zhuang Tu's astonished gaze, Wang Lin began to perform a tap dance, causing the icy surface to resonate with sharp claps. Is it you who accomplished this? Is it truly you? Wang Lin stared at Ji Chuan in horror, his tone laced with indignation. He had never learned to dance, and yet here he was, appearing utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Zhuang Tu was certain he had not fallen under mental control. Moreover, his subordinates were supposed to follow his commands. Yet they were currently aiding Subject 1. Is your ability one of plunder? Zhuang Tu surmised that Subject 1 had usurped Wang Lin's power. But the figure before him merely chuckled. Soon, you two shall assist me willingly. Zhuang Tu comprehended Ji Chuan's intent, his eyes widening in alarm as he struggled to resist. The two former captains before him were proving to be formidable opponents. To his astonishment, Wang Lin was also launching a dark attribute assault against him. While Subject 1 remained passive throughout, akin to a beast waiting for its prey to thrash in desperation, Blue Star persistently attempted to subdue him. While Xiao Yin relentlessly launched long-range assaults, Xiao Yin, possessing formidable abilities as a top-tier ice element attacker, found it exceedingly difficult to approach him under the cover provided by Blue Star and Wang Lin. Surrounding Zhuang Tu was a shimmering array of colors, yet predominantly, it was the green light that facilitated his healing. Stop struggling. Soon your corpse will be unpresentable. The taunts from number 1 not far away filled Zhuang Tu with profound despair. I will return shortly to retrieve you. My team requires my assistance right now. Upon witnessing number 1 vanish, Zhuang Tu did not feel a sense of relief. Confronted by 3 equally powerful ability users, mere survival demanded every ounce of his strength. Did he just mention his team? The thought that zombies could have accomplices was utterly shocking to Zhuang Tu's. If he had sensed the unique death energy emanating from the zombie, he would have easily mistaken it for a mere human. This perilous information must be conveyed. This zombie not only possesses extraordinary abilities, but also engages in coordinated combat. Yet, could he, in his current state, accomplish such a task? Chapter 67. More blood than Song Ci could spill Shao Ci. If you do not surrender, you will perish. Hua Ranqiu exclaimed anxiously, unable to comprehend why Song Ci had betrayed them. However, if this continued, the paralysis would render him immobile, and the potent poison could easily claim his life. I must protect the stronghold. I will not allow you to approach. A cough escaped Song Ci's lips, followed by a spurt of blood. Such a frail body losing that much blood seemed destined to succumb to shock. Song Ci, the ability user base is your stronghold. You must regain your senses. 3 luminous arrows hurtled toward Xiao Su's face, only to be effortlessly thwarted by a wall of twisting vines. The leaves surged forth like a swarm of rapidly spinning locusts. Aiming for Lin Dou, yet Song Ci leapt valiantly in front of her. Song Ci. Lin Dou could scarcely believe that the acerbic Song Ci would so selflessly protect her. His frail form was already drenched in blood. His legs had turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple, the potent poison relentlessly creeping toward his heart. Lin Dou and Gu Yunxi were also grievously injured. Having merely heard one of the captains perform a piece upon encountering them within the domain, a wave of intense discomfort washed over the trio. Gu Yunxi found herself blinded, her limbs feeling as though they had been encased in ice. Though she was aware that Lin Dou and Song Ci had been enduring relentless blows, she felt utterly powerless to assist, merely a target awaiting protection. Among the 3, Lin Dou experienced the mildest symptoms of discomfort, merely sensing the world spinning around her. Fortunately, after releasing her arrow, she commanded the luminous arrows to track their target without the need for precise aim, a skill honed thanks to Song Ci's guidance. Meanwhile, Song Ci, beset by venom, felt his body grow numb as he continued to suffer the insidious effects of the poison. He understood that this was the result of Hua Danyo's peculiar ability upon her hands dancing in the air. Targets within her range could suffer from various random negative states. One such state could alter the course of battle, and she was capable of inflicting 3. Although his own cards were formidable, they were consumables, and he was reluctant to employ them unless absolutely necessary. Many of the cards were enhancement cards, designed to permanently augment one's abilities. Devoid of any support from card consumption, one is merely endowed with physical prowess and heightened perception far surpassing that of the average human. However, when juxtaposed with peers possessing similar abilities, there exists no tangible advantage in combat. My role is akin to that of a clandestine weapon, and once all my trump cards are expended, it marks the day of my obsolescence. Their leader is formidable, despite being battered and bruised. It is not yet time to resort to cards. You have performed admirably. Now rest, resonates the leader's voice. Song Xi yearns to muster the strength to open his eyes. Yet he lacks even the vigor to do so, his entire body enveloped in numbness. Fortuitously, this paralysis dulls the pain from his recent wounds. Ji Chuan, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, conducts rudimentary healing. It is number 1. Hua Wanxiu, feeling the urgency, deftly plucks at her chest with delicate fingers. Although no instrument is visible, the ethereal sound of a zither fills the air. Several strands of dark gray light meld into Ji Chuan's form, yet he displays no sign of distress. The potent negative effects typically entail immense suffering. Yet Hua Wanxiu perceives that Ji Chuan remains entirely unaffected by her abilities. Has my power failed to take effect? Hua Wanxiu resumes her performance, but in an instant, several metallic blades slice through her fingers. Within this silvery metallic domain, thin sheets of metal lurked unnoticed, their approach imperceptible to her. Do not disturb me while I am healing, Ji Chuan instructs, as he continues to tend to Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi, temporarily preserving their lives. Xiao Su, drenched in cold sweat, is well aware of number 1's reputation and finds himself torn between the options of offense or retreat. Beside her, Hua Wanxiu is on the verge of fainting from excruciating pain. Gazing at the severed fingers on the ground, she knelt down, enduring the agony as she attempted to retrieve them with her palm, believing that Ning Chuhua would surely have a way to heal her. Number 1. Release Song Xi. Allow him to accompany us. Once assured that the 3 were free from mortal peril, Ji Chuan gradually rose to his feet, emanating an immense pressure that instinctively caused Xiao Su to step back. I am the one who treats and protects him. It was you who nearly ended his life. Why should he go with you? Upon hearing Ji Chuan's words, Xiao Su stood frozen, seemingly taken aback by number 1's bold declaration. Because you are a zombie, a monster. Humanity is destined to eradicate you. Ji Chuan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he was no longer human. Why did he strive for peaceful coexistence with humans? He was merely resisting, and had shown great mercy, yet humanity refused to abandon their quest to annihilate him. Xiao Su observed number 1's darkening expression, his hands poised to unleash his abilities. Yet, it was said that even Xia Yiqing had failed to defeat him. Could he truly succeed? A towering tree erupted from the ground, seemingly intent on ensnaring Ji Chuan within its boughs, to transform him into sustenance for the mighty tree. Toxic sap drenched Ji Chuan's entire being. However, under the exceptional immunity granted by the perfect body state, both the ailments inflicted by Hua Wanxiu's illness and the venomous divine tree left no mark upon him. Before the tree could fully flourish, several beams of cold light severed its trunk. You were the ones who sought to harm me first. I merely resisted. Why am I labeled a monster? I see you as the true monstrosities. Xiao Su was suddenly surrounded by a multitude of steel blades, swirling around him incessantly. The moment he made a move, his body would be pierced. No, let us go. We shall not return. Hua Wanxiu could only plead for mercy. Despite being the pinnacle of weakening abilities, her powers were futile against the entity known as number 1. Before him, she was merely an ordinary woman. Alas, it was too late. Since he harbored the resolve to eradicate me, should it not be fair for me to bring about his demise? The steel blades plunged mercilessly into Xiao Su's body. Although he attempted to summon trees with his abilities for protection, the density and proximity of the assault rendered any plant ineffectual. Blood pooled around him, far surpassing the amount that Song Xi had lost. Inflicting such suffering upon my members necessitates my atonement. A deep and cold voice echoed, leaving Hua Wanxiu's mind in a haze. Her face had turned pale from blood loss, and her entire body trembled violently. She gazed upon the steel blades forming before her, akin to those surrounding Xiao Su. gleaming brilliantly as the most exquisite mementos of this silvery metallic realm. No miracle occurred. The blades pierced her entire being. With Ji Chuan's departure, Xiao Su and Hua Ranchio's corpses slowly rose, their blood-soaked forms appearing grotesque and horrifying. He sensed the situation in another realm. The battle had ceased. Zhuang Tu stood beside the other 3 corpses, awaiting his command. A smile curved Ji Chuan's lips, eager to witness the prowess of the formidable Captain Shun. Chapter 68. The Realm of Illusion. As Shun Mingting stepped out of the hotel, she was taken aback to find that the crowd at the Jianghua City base seemed to have anticipated her arrival, all gathered at the entrance to greet her. They shouted in unison, "The beautiful girl Shin Mingting! The great hero Shin Mingting!" with her head held high. Shin Mingting refused to bask in the flattery of these foolish swine. It appeared that her fame was soon to spread throughout the entirety of Jianghua City, and perhaps other bases would be eager to contact the minister for her assistance. Who could truly comprehend the burdens borne by the strong? Although the people here were rather weak, they still possessed a keen sense of awareness. On the plain, Zhuang Tu sat beside her, his complexion slightly flushed. Today's university students truly wear their emotions on their sleeves. It was unexpected that someone who typically maintained a stoic expression would appear shy in her presence. Indeed, in this world, only the beautiful could wield such privilege. Shouting, "I believe you are the most beautiful and powerful individual in the base. May I ask for an opportunity?" "Tutu, are you serious?" She chuckled, finding it amusing that Zhuang Tu could be so forward, though he was not quite her type. Nonetheless, she decided to play along. After all, trying something different might prove interesting. Shouting, "I am serious. You are the most stunning person I have ever encountered." Shin Mingting's eyes narrowed into slits as she involuntarily laughed aloud on the plane. It seemed that her good mood transformed the otherwise tedious flight into a fleeting experience. Before long, they had arrived in Jinglian City. Indeed, the world revolved around her. The leader and the minister were awaiting them outside the aircraft, accompanied by all the captains of the base. It was unexpected for the formidable number 1 to perish at the hands of their own. And it was she who had achieved such remarkable feats. All gazes were fixed upon her with reverence. And Shin Mingting felt she should indeed be the leader of the base. "Mingting, you have toiled tirelessly. It is because of you that we have vanquished humanity's greatest foe. I wish to appoint you as the deputy leader of the base. Mingting, today the logistics department has prepared a sumptuous celebration banquet for you. Now, please go in and enjoy your meal." Suddenly, Shin Mingting recalled the unpleasant odor that had accompanied their journey. Yet it seemed there was no foul scent wafting through the air. She turned to glance behind her. Wang Lin, accompanied by Xiao Yan and Lan Xing, still stood there. But she found that the 2 zombies no longer emitted any stench. Could it be that her rhinitis was acting up? A young maiden must exude a delightful fragrance to truly shine. As Shin Mingting bathed and hummed a little tune, she was taken aback by the leader's decision to appoint her as deputy leader. Her efforts had all been worthwhile. She dried herself with a soft towel and unabashedly admired her reflection in the mirror. The unique firmness and softness of youth, a gift from this post-apocalyptic world, had bestowed upon her such extraordinary abilities. She selected the most elegant dress and proceeded toward the dining hall. Along her path, the members of the base marveled at her beauty, their eyes filled with admiration and enthusiasm. Upon reaching the dining hall, all eyes followed her, gradually converging upon the central stage. There stood a pyramid of wine glasses, and the leader gazed at her with a warm smile, awaiting the ceremonial proceedings to commence. The leader raised his hand, smiling as he announced to the crowd that Shin Mingting was the most formidable individual within the base. She had ventured to Jianghua City to confront the most perilous of mutated beings, and her exploits were well known throughout all bases. I hereby proclaim Shin Mingting as the vice leader of the Jinglian City ability user base. Applause erupted from the audience, and Shin Mingting received their accolades with a radiant smile. She noticed that several handsome men in the front row had gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty today. Their eyes shimmered with admiration, longing, confusion, and fear. Not only the men in the front row, but everyone in the audience regarded her with similar gazes, and the applause gradually ceased, leaving Shin Mingting on stage in a state of bewilderment. The leader beside her wore a look of astonishment, as if beholding a strange creature. Shin Mingting surveyed her surroundings, perplexed by the unfolding events. The pyramid-shaped goblet beside her reflected her image, revealing a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion. Startled, Shin Mingting hurriedly glanced at her own hands, which no longer bore the softness and youth of her girlhood. As if recalling something, she frantically dashed off the stage, her high heels feeling burdensome beneath her feet. She discarded her shoes, revealing feet that were thickened with calluses, and raced toward her room. Upon entering the bathroom, she closed her eyes and faced the mirror, fervently praying that when she opened them, the reflection would not reveal the familiar visage she dreaded. With bated breath, she finally opened her eyes, only to behold a weary middle-aged woman, styling her hair in a manner ill-suited for her age, clad in a whimsical dress that appeared utterly absurd in the mirror. Shen Mingting seized the toner at hand and forcefully hurled it towards the mirror. Despite its shattering, countless fragments reflected the disheveled visage of a middle-aged woman. How could this be? Why was there a restoration? Shen Mingting endeavored to unleash her extraordinary abilities upon herself, a most valued application of her discovered powers. Upon obtaining reconstruction, she explored a multitude of utilizations. As her proficiency grew, she could instantaneously vanquish her adversaries, and due to the varied nature of each reconstruction, no one could discern her true actions. In this apocalyptic world, she encountered a colleague from her former workplace, a recent graduate of merely 3 years. An alumna of a prestigious university possessing high emotional intelligence and exceptional work capabilities, the company had appointed this young woman to the position of vice president. Meanwhile, Shun Tsurong had toiled tirelessly, sacrificing her nights and days for the sake of a promotion. Shin Tsurong stormed into the manager's office, baffled as to why. Despite dedicating nearly all her time to the company, she found herself usurped by a mere youth. To her astonishment, the manager simply stated that the young woman was exceedingly competent and that the vice president often had to engage with clients, leading the company to favor a candidate with a more appealing image. Shun Tsurong realized that men are invariably drawn to the young and beautiful, rendering her sacrifices inconsequential. In this dystopian realm, she directed her abilities toward the young woman, exclaiming, "I wish you to be overweight. I wish you to age. I wish you to die in your ugliness." It was as though she was venting her inner resentment. In the end times, Shen Mingting finally acted upon her long-held desires. Unforeseen was her triumph. The girl before me, in a state of disarray yet exuding an undeniable grace, found her body expanding under the influence of her extraordinary abilities. Terror adorned her visage, the wrinkles and dark spots rendering her no longer a figure of sympathy. Her once lustrous black hair had turned brittle and ashen. Resembling an aging elder, hunched and with murky eyes filled with despair, left to languish in the neglected corners of the city. Shin Tzuerong was overwhelmed with excitement. Her powers could even reconfigure cellular structure. If she could induce aging in others, might she not also reverse it for herself? Chapter 69. The soul contract. With her heart racing, Shun Tsurong gazed into the mirror, preparing to undergo her own transformation. She envisioned youthful cells coursing through her being. Picturing a slender waist and a delicate visage, she aspired to be younger, thinner, and more beautiful than the girl who had usurped her place. The world inherently favored youth, and she now possessed the ability to thrive as a girl once more. As she beheld her youthful reflection, she recognized that the weary and weathered Shun Tsurong had perished, giving rise to the enchanting and vivacious Shun Mingting. She admired her taut cheeks and slender figure, smiling contentedly at her reflection. She began to mimic the demeanor of a young girl, deliberately adopting her gestures and inflections, even if it felt utterly unnatural. Yet, who could critique a beautiful maiden? Such is the inequity of the world. Now, she found herself as the favored one. Even amidst the apocalypse, she felt as though the world had never been more splendid. The formidable woman effortlessly ascended to the role of captain of the extraordinary combat team in Jinglian City, with all praising her commanding presence and maturity that transcended her years. Amusingly, she was merely feigning youthfulness. Maturity was her true essence. An ugly, failed, and enviously bitter middle-aged woman haunted her like a nightmare. Yet, for reasons unknown, her extraordinary abilities had waned. No. Shun Tsurong knelt on the ground, her heart wrenched as she cried out. She could not comprehend why her powers had faltered, nor why her reflection in the mirror appeared so grotesque. With sagging cheeks, dark spots at the corners of her eyes, and withered hair, her visage gradually aligned with that of the woman in her final moments. Shun Tsurong screamed and fled towards the room, afraid to approach the bathroom mirror any longer. The woman in the mirror glared with venomous eyes, forming the shape of a death sentence with her lips. Each time she uttered it, the corners of her mouth curled higher, revealing a mouth full of yellowed fangs. Shen Tzuerong, why did you kill me? What wrong did I commit? Does it feel exhilarating to murder me? I see you relishing it. The voice from her memories turned cruel and eerie. and Shin Suering felt it draw ever closer. A profound dread consumed her soul, and she beheld a grotesque, corpse-stained hand reaching out from the bathroom. I can save you. Restore your youth, and return your extraordinary powers. It was a whisper akin to that of a demon. Who are you? Please, save me. Shin Suerung huddled in the corner, trembling incessantly. The cost of your assistance is the surrender of your soul, which shall be wielded by me. Shin Suerung was taken aback. Could one truly exist without a soul? Was her counterpart a demon? The ashen hair was matted with blood and dust, and beneath it was a grotesquely swollen visage. The woman had crawled out from the bathroom, her murky eyes fixed upon Shin Suerung, a smile creeping across her face. You are here, you are here, you are here. As the malevolent spirit drew ever closer, Shin Suerung cried out, I am willing. I will do anything. With the cessation of Shin Suerung's screams, the specter began to dissipate slowly, her countenance a mask of rage and resentment. The surroundings continued to vanish, the entire world fading to a blinding white that rendered her unable to open her eyes. Shin Suerung shielded her vision with her delicate hands, and as the brilliance receded, she gradually lowered her slender arms. Shin Mingting opened her eyes to behold a man with pallid skin, chiseled features, and crimson eyes that seemed to harbor a hint of mirth. She recalled the devilish whisper she had just heard. Could he truly be the devil? Her chaotic thoughts began to crystallize. Number 1. Shin Mingting felt an overwhelming sense of danger and immediately sought to launch an attack on Ji Chuan, only to find herself spitting blood. In the realm of illusions, we have forged a pact. To harm the master invites retribution. Ji Chuan had not anticipated that the new recruit in Xia Yiqing's team possessed such formidable abilities, capable of probing into the depths of another's heart to conjure an illusion, luring them into a soul contract. The realm of illusions. The contract. Shin Mingting's pupils abruptly constricted. It had all been an illusion. Yet the contract forged within this mirage was undeniably real. Ever since she had entered this domain, she had fallen prey to the adversary's phantasm. Another spurt of blood erupted from her, this time incited by her own fury. Had he witnessed all the secrets concealed within the illusion? Ji Chuan nodded. What? I know precisely what you are thinking. I possess complete dominion over your soul. I hope you will exert yourself more for the sake of your stronghold. Then I can ensure your survival. Shin Suerung. Shin Mingting stood frozen, her mind rendered utterly incapacitated. She had believed she could effortlessly dispatch the first adversary here. How could it have come to this? What of the others? Surely, I am not the only one ensnared in this illusion. The rest must still have a chance. Are you referring to them? Zhuang Tu approached impassively from behind, while Wang Lin appeared reluctant, yet his body moved against his will. Xiao Yin and Lan Xing followed closely behind. Additionally, there were 2 captains from Jianghua City, though Shin Mingting had not bothered to recall their names. Brother Hui is not among them. He is still alive. That individual? His head is severed. He is of no use now. Despair engulfed Shin Mingting, for it meant that the entirety of the Jinglian contingent had perished, leaving only the 2 captains from Jianghua City to survive. As Shin Mingting's astonished gaze fell upon him, Ji Chuan began to crack open a walnut. No, please no. Wang Lin screamed in agony. Despite his demise, his consciousness lingered. Yet, no matter how desperately he cried out, his body knelt involuntarily. Lowering his head gently, he positioned himself to receive Ji Chuan's hand from the most advantageous angle. With a shattering of his skull, Wang Lin's cries abruptly ceased. Her entire body lay lifeless, akin to the corpse beside her. Shin Mingting trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, as she realized that without Ji Chuan's command, she was incapable of even kneeling. Just moments ago, she had laughed heartily at the report, incredulous that zombies could speak, drive, and possess various supernatural abilities. She had naively believed that she could easily vanquish him with a mere flick of her wrist, only to discover that she was confronted by such a monstrous being. Indeed, he was a devil. If you continue to perceive me as a monster, I shall extract your core. No, please don't. Master, spare my core. It was not that Ji Chuan wished to extract it. Rather, he found himself unexpectedly affluent, having acquired 6 red cores. The core of the individual slain by Xiao Hui remained unclaimed, bringing the total to 7. He was certain that he would inevitably succumb to slumber once more. The last time, he had slumbered for 3 days. This time, the duration was uncertain, thus necessitating a formidable guardian. Shin Mingting was exceptionally suited for this role, her abilities being among the most potent he had ever encountered. With a soul contract in place, he could rest assured that she would safeguard him. Upon awakening, he would contemplate whether to consume her core, for having uncovered her secret left him feeling somewhat repulsed. Chapter 70. Usurpation. What are you saying? Xia Yiqing is alive, yet has betrayed us. Li Jingru could scarcely believe his ears. Xia Yiqing was in league with number one. Indeed, my leader. I endeavored to liberate him from mental control, yet there was no response. It must be a spontaneous occurrence. Li Jingru could not fathom why Xia Yiqing would betray them. And what of Song Xia? If he were to awaken, he could undoubtedly escape with his cards. Yet why has there been no news? Could he still be in a stupor? Or worse, has he succumbed to death? Or is he perhaps in a state akin to Xia Yiqing? Li Jingru dared not entertain such a possibility. My leader. Neither of us can contend with Team Xia. He has warned us that should we approach again, he would eliminate us. Thus, our team can no longer undertake missions in the Xinghe district. Yinlai felt somewhat disheartened, although they were both classified as Class A. The disparity in their abilities and the extent of their development rendered a clear distinction in strength, with Xia Yiqing evidently surpassing him. What of the others? Li Jingru reflected, relieved that there were still 4 formidable experts in Jinglian City, and that his own comrades had not encountered life-threatening peril. He would place his hopes upon them. To his astonishment, number 1 could wield 5 distinct domains. In light of Xia Yiqing's betrayal, Li Jingru surmised that number 1 likely had other accomplices, as the domains were probably reliant on various individuals for their creation. After all, the likelihood of a single zombie possessing the ability to command 5 domains simultaneously is exceedingly low. Despite the disquiet in his heart, he understood that those 4 individuals in Jinglian City were immensely powerful and should not falter. Having discerned that Yinlai and Ning Chuyo were no longer privy to additional information, he instructed them to rest. For now, all that could be done was to await developments. Ji Chuan approached the final corpse, a prize still unattained. The members of the stronghold released their anxieties and emerged to assess the condition of the wounded. Their tranquil existence in the apocalyptic world is solely reliant on the protection of Ji Chuan, and none wish for this serenity to be disrupted. Strangely, from a distance, Ji Chuan observed that the crimson core of Su Hui's corpse had dimmed, an unprecedented occurrence. Above, a white orb of light merged seamlessly with the clear sky on this bright morning, unnoticed by anyone. The orb seemed to possess a life of its own, sweeping over the gathered individuals below, as if meticulously selecting something. It then locked onto its target and descended swiftly like a shooting star. In the courtyard, Tang Yu felt a surge in her head, her vision beginning to blur. She sensed as if she were dreaming. In this dream, she indiscriminately attacked her comrades at the base, who appeared strangely unaffected, merely becoming dazed. Their expressions resembled that of amnesia. "Anin, what is wrong with you?" Zhou Mi inquired, observing his daughter's perplexed demeanor. "Get away, uncle. Who are you?" Zhou Yuhan retorted fiercely, her tone far from that of a typical little girl. Her gaze towards Zhou Mi filled with disdain. A pang of heartache struck him as he sought to check on Anin. Yet the hand that had just settled on her shoulder was brushed aside by his daughter. The individuals within the base who had been attacked by Tang Yu appeared dazed, gazing at their surroundings in confusion, unable to comprehend their location. Tang Yu's eyes were filled with madness. Just as she raised her hand to unleash her powers against Zhou Mi, Ji Chuan had already restrained her with gravitational control. He then noticed that within Tang Yu's body were 2 crimson cores, while Su Hui's core had vanished entirely. Number 1. Did you ever imagine that my extraordinary ability could seize control? I am acutely aware that this body belongs to a class of superhuman. Several of your companions have already had their souls reshaped by me, and they shall experience the torment I bestow upon them. If you advance any further, I will shatter their souls. A triumphant smile graced Tang Yu's face, as she had not anticipated this zombie to have allies. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss as to whom to possess. After death, the duration of one's consciousness is fleeting, and yet number 1 emanated a dense, dark mist. Subconsciously, he believed that attempting possession of number 1 would be perilous. Failure would squander this singular opportunity. Thus, Su Hui chose Tang Yu. Recognizing her as another class of superhuman, radiating an abundance of energy, her entire being rife with vulnerabilities, devoid of any feasible resistance. After seizing control, Su Hui manipulated Tang Yu's body, swiftly reconstructing the souls of the base members within the courtyard, thereby securing leverage for negotiation. Despite Ji Chuan binding Tang Yu with gravitational force, a smug smile remained on her lips. Even with her hands restrained, she could still activate her consciousness, requiring only a brief adjustment to this new form. "Release me, and thus shall their lives be spared." The confused individuals in the courtyard seemed to sense an intense agony, clutching their heads and collapsing to their knees in suffering. Ji Chuan furrowed his brow at their display. With a cold snort, Tang Yu realized that threatening these individuals would indeed expose his weaknesses. She summoned her will and executed a soul reshaping on the imminent number one. For the most prudent course of action was undoubtedly to eliminate him. Tang Yu was convinced that her extraordinary ability had come into effect, yet before her stood Ji Chuan. Seemingly unaffected, a fissure appeared in the center of his forehead, and within it lay an eye. It was not merely a gap or a scar, but an actual eye. To Tang Yu's astonishment, Ji Chuan reached toward his own head, preparing to dissect his brain. Are you mad? Do you not care about them? Only I can save them. In the midst of Tang Yu's terror, Ji Chuan silenced her. A crystal core within Tang Yu's mind flickered briefly before vanishing. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Chuan sought to conduct an experiment to ascertain whether her death would leave behind the crystal core. Clearly, the outcome was negative. All he obtained was a soul-reconstructing crystal core. Zhou Mi, cradling the lifeless Inen, was engulfed in anguish, yet he understood he still had a chance. Gazing at the multitude of crystal cores in his hands, Ji Chuan let out a sigh. He addressed Zhou Mi, "Activate your ability." "Chief, you are aware of my powers?" It turned out that his leader knew everything. "Chief, my ability can only be used when I am asleep. I shall." With a swift gesture, Ji Chuan enveloped Zhou Mi in a violet mist, inducing him into slumber through a technique of collective sleep. The familiar time interface reappeared before Zhou Mi's eyes, yet he was oblivious to the nature of the recent crisis. No, he had to buy more time for his leader. He possessed memories and needed to clarify everything with Ji Chuan. Otherwise, Inen will perish, and many at the stronghold will meet the same fate. This stronghold is the sole sanctuary for him and his daughter in this apocalyptic world, and he cannot allow anyone to compromise its safety. Chapter 71. Unexpected fainting. Dad. You're bleeding, Inen exclaimed as she stood beside him. Zhou Mi's chest heaved violently, and the world around him spun uncontrollably. Accompanied by a piercing tinnitus akin to electronic signals, he lost his balance and fell, causing the tray to crash to the ground. Inen, Dad, what's wrong? Upon witnessing Zhou Mi's collapse, Zhang Yun hurried over, alarmed. Zhou Mi's complexion turned ashen, and blood flowed profusely from his nose. Quickly, find the leader. Hurry. Zhang Yun, frightened, recognized the seriousness of his condition. The base lacked a doctor. Only Ji Chuan possessed the healing abilities necessary to assist. This backward step had exacted a heavy toll on his body, far greater than he had anticipated. Inen began to weep beside him. Yet her tender age left her powerless to help. Zhou Mi urgently requested to see Ji Chuan, feeling the pressing need to convey all pertinent information, leaving the task of summoning the leader to others. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Ji Chuan recalled the situation. But why was he not affected this time? After Su Hui had possessed Tang Yu, he had indeed employed soul restructuring on himself. Could it be that his status as a zombie rendered him immune to its effects? Ji Chuan had divided his abilities among 5 domains to systematically eliminate them one by one. At that time, he had lacked confidence in countering Su Hui's soul restructuring. So as a precaution, he had deployed Xiao Xian's puppet alongside the ever-reborn Xiao Hui to confront him. Even if Xiao Hui is affected, it would merely be a matter of killing and being reborn. If Su Hui's abilities hold no sway over him, then he need not trouble anyone this time. Ji Chuan clenched his teeth. Had it not been for Su Hui, he would have consumed 7 cores and prepared for slumber, only to find himself back here once more. Upon returning to the base and witnessing the anxious search for him, Ji Chuan understood and made his way to Zhou Mi's room. The figure on the bed appeared pale and frail, and upon seeing Ji Chuan approach, Zhou Mi quickly sat up. "Chief, I must tell you. It's all right. I am already aware." Ji Chuan slowly raised his hand to heal Zhou Mi. "You know? Tomorrow, a crisis will arise." "Yes, I remember it all. This time, nothing will happen." Upon hearing Ji Chuan's affirmation, Zhou Mi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that the chief would doubt his words. However, recalling that Ji Chuan was aware of his abilities eased his mind, and he felt a heavy weariness, though Ji Chuan's healing brought him some comfort. Indeed, the chief knows everything. Zhou Mi nodded, now completely at ease. Since the chief remembered, he trusted Ji Chuan to resolve all imminent crises. Chen Yuru anxiously awaited by Zhou Mi's door, concerned for Tang Yu, who had not risen all day. Initially, she thought her daughter was simply indulging in sleep. But as mealtime approached without a sign of her, Chen Yuru hurried to Tang Yu's bedside, only to discover that she could not rouse her. Tang Yu lay in a coma, akin to a vegetative state. Spotting Ji Chuan emerging from Zhou Mi's room, Chen Yuru quickly grasped him, urging him to assess her daughter's condition. How could this be? Before even entering the room, Ji Chuan sensed something amiss. There was a life form within, yet it lacked a core. Upon opening the door, he found Tang Yu lying on the bed. Her core inexplicably vanished. Su Hui had usurped Tang Yu, killing her in the process, and it seemed that the disappearance of her core signified the activation of her rebirth. With a heavy heart, Ji Chuan shook his head at Chen Yuru, whose eyes instantly brimmed with tears. What has happened to Ye? She cannot be in danger, can she? I'm uncertain. But her vital signs are stable, and she is currently out of immediate peril. Ji Chuan struggled to convey the gravity of the situation to Chen Yuru. It appeared that the mystery surrounding Tang Yu's coma would require further investigation. Chen Yuru wept as she held Tang Yu close. The only family she had in this world had inexplicably fallen into a vegetative state. Ji Chuan continued to brief the others about the battle plan for the following day. This time, however, the preparations were more advanced. He would no longer need to infiltrate the base of the ability users, as all necessary information had been acquired. Tomorrow, Jinglian City would send 4 captains of combat teams to assist in Jianghua City, while the ability users base would also dispatch 4 captains, intent on eradicating me. Xiao Yiqing and Song Xi wore grave expressions. While others might not grasp the implications, they understood the caliber of these captains. The individuals from Jinglian City were undoubtedly formidable. And although they recognized Ji Chuan's strength, facing 8 elite ability users would likely prove to be a daunting challenge. The leaders among these captains possessed immense power, and it was highly probable that others entering the fray could face life-threatening risks. I shall assist tomorrow, Ji Chuan. We can join you. Ji Chuan merely shook his head, asserting that he would manage alone tomorrow, and that everyone else need not venture outside the confines of the room. Chief, Xia Yiqing attempted once more to dissuade him, as there were 8 extraordinary ability users at stake. However, upon witnessing Ji Chuan's resolute demeanor, he ceased his entreaties. Tomorrow, he could observe the battlefield and assess the situation. Should the chief encounter any peril, he could render assistance if necessary. Seemingly perceiving Xia Yiqing's thoughts, Ji Chuan addressed the group, declaring, "Without my command, no one is to leave the premises." The gravity of Ji Chuan's words prompted unanimous agreement among all present. Ji Chuan remained perplexed by the conditions surrounding Su Hui's possession. He desired to eliminate any opportunity for Su Hui until absolute safety was assured. Zhou Mi's activation of powers would impose a significant burden upon him, and he was uncertain how many more times Zhou Mi could summon such abilities. If, after dealing with everyone, Su Hui were to seize control once more, it would spell trouble. Thus, keeping them indoors was the safest course of action. With this thought, Ji Chuan conceived a strategy to prevent possession. Chapter 72. Not a traitor, indeed. A throbbing pain coursed through my head. It felt as though I had just awakened from an interminable dream. Memories surged forth, flooding my consciousness as if they were my own. The girl experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. Her memories were clear, devoid of any foreign recollections. Yet it felt as though she were living another's life. Additionally, a deep-seated sense of regret seemed to have taken root within her heart. Lazy girl. Why aren't you up yet? You'll be late for dance class. I know, Mom. I'm getting up now. It's just that my head hurts a bit. Despite her tender age, the child claims to experience headaches, prompting her mother to suspect mere laziness. The mother notices a subtle change in her daughter's tone, attributing it to her feigning illness, and playfully raises her hand to startle the girl. Promptly, the girl rises, dresses, and tends to her morning routine. Her breakfast consists solely of a bowl of milk. As her mother meticulously monitors her diet, refusing to allow even a slight weight gain. As they journey to the training school, the girl becomes lost in contemplation. Does she harbor any regrets deep within? At her age, how could regrets even exist? She wrestles with these thoughts, her imagination soaring in whimsical directions, even questioning whether this peculiar sensation is merely a figment of her own mind. An inner voice whispers to her, urging her to abandon the notion of being overly mature and to fiercely pursue her desires, living life for herself. Why does she feel this way? Is she akin to a character from an animated tale, endowed with some extraordinary ability? The girl perceives herself as distinctly unique, contemplating that perhaps following this inner voice is the right path. Cui Zixuan is scheduled to lead a group to a Ligier early the next morning. She feels compelled to notify Ji Chuan in advance, fearing that upon her arrival, he might indiscriminately eliminate her. She wishes to sever any ties with him. After the mission briefing concludes, Cui Zixuan exits the base and activates her powers, arriving near a Ligier. I know you can hear me, she calls out, only to discover Ji Chuan standing directly before her. Oh no. Startled, Ji Chuan retreated and sat down on the ground. Please don't kill me. I'm only here to inform you that I've been assigned to bring people over tomorrow. It's not my choice. Once I've completed this task, I'll leave. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Before she could finish her plea, she bumped into Ji Chuan. Would he believe her words? Or would he suspect her intentions were nefarious? I understand. Ji Chuan's voice cut through her thoughts, leaving her momentarily stunned. Did he just say he understood? Did he believe her? What a relief. Perhaps she wouldn't meet a grim fate after all. It seems number one is quite reasonable. Tomorrow, I may spare your life. Ji Chuan swallowed hard. Her life was indeed saved, but it was evident that his statement was incomplete. There would be a price to pay. Was he expecting her to offer her body in return? Gazing at number one's sturdy physique and handsome features, she pondered the unsettling thought. Perhaps it wasn't entirely out of the question. Whether it was due to overwhelming fear or some other reason, her mind was racing uncontrollably. She swallowed again. Ji Chuan noticed the peculiar look in Ji Chuan's eyes, but attributed it merely to her excessive terror. As long as you transfer them in 2 batches tomorrow, I won't harm you. Is it really that simple? Ji Chuan mused, realizing she might have overthought the situation. Transferring them in 2 groups was entirely feasible. After the first transfer, she could merely claim she had forgotten the core energy source. After all, her own energy was insufficient to support the transfer of 8 individuals simultaneously. Is that all? Ji Chuan concluded that number 1 was rather agreeable. Separate the individuals from your base and those from Jinglian City for transmission. He knows everything. Ji Chuan's fear of Ji Chuan deepened. They had just concluded a meeting at the base and assigned tasks. She had even utilized the transfer, yet he seemed to be aware of it all. Was it the same transferability? Or did his perceptive powers extend over such vast distances? If it were the latter, number 1 would be exceedingly formidable. Would they face calamity? Ji Chuan's arrangements instilled a profound sense of dread in Ji Chuan, as she sensed that her actions could be detrimental to the captains. I ask you, what is their purpose for coming? Are they merely here for leisure? Ji Chuan bowed her head. Their intent was undoubtedly to eliminate you. A truth she dared not voice, yet it appeared number 1 was fully apprised. Follow my instructions. You have no alternative. Ji Chuan vanished, leaving Ji Chuan with the uneasy sensation of negotiating with a devil, ensnared in her own inner turmoil. However, her emotional attachment to those few individuals was minimal, as the reconnaissance team primarily operated independently. The adage, if a friend perishes, it does not affect the hermit, resonated with her. In truth, Ji Chuan possessed the capability to eliminate them without Ji Chuan's assistance. Her involvement would merely enhance efficiency. Through their recent encounters, Ji Chuan recognized her timid nature and her instinct for self-preservation. If he were to apply mental control directly, the squint-eyed Zhuang Tu would undoubtedly sense it. And Ning Chuha possessed skills to dispel such control. Yet, to prevent Ji Chuan from divulging anything that could jeopardize his plans, Ji Chuan concealed himself within her shadow after his disappearance. This time, he intended to leave no one unscathed and would not allow anyone to interfere with his scheme. Previously, he assigned Xia Yiqing to oversee a particular domain, yet out of nostalgia, Xia Yiqing released 2 individuals. Ji Chuan held no desire to cast blame, for he remained fundamentally human. However, after experiencing the techniques of Ning Chuka within the domain, Ji Chuan was resolute in his determination to reclaim what he desired this time. With the power of spring, he could liberate Song Hui from his mental control, thus facilitating their escape. This would prove greatly advantageous for future endeavors. And with ample time at hand, revisiting the ability user's base seemed a delightful prospect. Upon returning to the base, Ji Chuan found herself in a quandary, yet dared not utter a word. She confined herself to her room, venturing nowhere. All afternoon, activities transpired within the confines of the base. She received her assignment and promptly departed, yet Ji Chuan was well aware of everything. Consequently, the base was under his surveillance. Ji Chuan was unwilling to wager her life, as she was not one to sacrifice herself for the greater good of humanity. Moreover, she was already tasked with escorting those individuals. The only difference lay in the division into 2 groups, which was inconsequential. Ji Chuan consoled herself thus. Knowing that the objective of those 8 individuals was to eliminate Ji Chuan, it was entirely reasonable for him to resist. While undertaking her mission posed a lethal risk, a slight alteration in the method of transfer would ensure her survival. Accepting this arrangement for the sake of her own life seemed entirely justifiable. She was merely valuing her existence, certainly not betraying anyone. As Ji Chuan observed her preparation for a bath and her subsequent undressing, he quietly exited the room. Being one who did not require sleep at night, he planned to wander the base. Chapter 73. Vision of the Stars. Intending to directly visit Song Hui on the 10th sublevel, Ji Chuan's curiosity was piqued by the movement of a red crystal core. In the stillness of the night, the base lay mostly dormant, rendering the already scarce red crystal cores particularly conspicuous. Ji Chuan distinctly sensed that one red crystal core was approaching another, specifically the socially awkward individual he had observed earlier, drawing near to Li Jingru. While Ji Chuan was aware that Li Jingru possessed the ability of the Queen Ant, he remained oblivious to the true nature of its power. As for the socially awkward individual, whose ability was the vision of the stars, Ji Chuan equally lacked understanding of its function. During the 20 minutes of observation in daylight, the young man had been engrossed in gaming, seemingly unburdened by any tasks within the base. And the abundance of food and beverages in his quarters only deepened Ji Chuan's curiosity regarding the role he played. Sensing that the socially awkward individual was now very close to Li Jingru, almost having entered his chamber, Ji Chuan followed suit. What could possibly compel someone to seek out a recluse in the middle of the night? Concealing himself in the shadows of Li Jingru's room, Ji Chuan overheard, "Leader, the success rate for exterminating zombies is merely 0.0002, while the likelihood of eliminating subject number 1 is a mere 0.03. The chance of acquiring 2 tons of beef stands at 35. How shall I wish?" Li Jingru sighed, taken aback by the dismally low probabilities for the first 2 options. Beef it is. With that, the socially awkward individual exited the room and made his way to the hall on the 6th sublevel. Despite the late hour, several guards were stationed at various entrances, and a logistics team stood ready nearby. In the grand hall, an electronic clock displayed the time as 23:58, heralding the imminent arrival of midnight. The recluse fixated on the wall-mounted timepiece, acutely aware of the fleeting moments. As the screen transitioned to 0000, he lowered his head, clasping his hands over his chest, seemingly engaged in silent supplication. To his astonishment, radiant stars began to materialize above the hall, and as they twinkled out, shadows of objects gradually emerged in the air, becoming increasingly distinct. With a resounding thud, a mountain of beef unexpectedly manifested in the hall. The nearby guard appeared utterly unfazed. The wish had been granted, prompting the transport team to spring into action. The awaiting crew commenced their task with meticulous precision, ferrying the beef away to its destination, Song Hui's chamber. Having seemingly fulfilled his purpose, the recluse turned and strode towards his own room. Ji Chuan felt a twinge of headache as he began to grasp the nature of this celestial wish phenomenon, realizing it was quite a troublesome ability that required a resolution. He surmised that this power could calculate the success rate of 3 wishes daily, with the opportunity to wish at midnight, influenced by the success rate, which could lead to either triumph or failure. The base of ability users had already designated his demise as a wish. Fortunately, the current success rate stood at a mere 0.03. However, what if this wish were made daily? Would there come a day when he might suddenly perish? Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to acquire those red crystal cores tomorrow. Once he absorbed them and gained confidence, he believed he could unleash a massacre upon the ability user base, at which point he would deal with the recluse. For now, it was prudent to maintain a low profile, as recklessness could lead to dire consequences. After visiting Song Hui, Ji Chuan departed from the base of the supernatural beings, preparing to arrange the battlefield from early morning. Shen Mingting, the last to arrive, yawned as the others had long awaited her presence in the hall. However, she exhibited no sense of urgency, continuing to tie up her hair. "Once everyone's here, we shall set forth," she declared. Ji Chuan, feeling a bit anxious, grasped the hands of Ning Chuha and her companions, swiftly leading them to the entrance of the hotel. Contrary to the images online, where a layer of black mist hovered over the hotel, they now found themselves enveloped in a silvery area, resembling a dome covering a fine dining plate. "What is this?" Before Yin Lai could fully assess the situation, the silvery region suddenly expanded, akin to an explosion, instantaneously engulfing the 4 of them. "My apologies. I forgot to bring the crystal core energy. My abilities cannot transport so many individuals at once. I will take a few over," Ji Chuan explained, bowing slightly to her companions from Jinglian City. Shen Mingting wore an expression of disdain, yet Shuang too regarded her with a serious demeanor. "You have been quite tense from the beginning. What is it that you are so anxious about? Zhuang Tu inquired. Ji Chuan inhaled sharply, surprised by the perceptiveness of those from Jinglian City. I have always been part of a reconnaissance team with a lower rank, and I have seldom encountered such formidable captains. I hold immense admiration for the combat team, which is why I feel somewhat nervous. My anxiety is also the reason I neglected to bring the crystal core energy. Ji Chuan explained, her gaze towards Zhuang Tu filled with embarrassment. Let it go, Tuesday. What high expectations can you have from a reconnaissance team's underperformer? Shin Mingting interjected, expressing her desire to waste no time. The sooner they departed, the sooner they could conclude their mission, for the accommodations in Jianghua City were far from the comfort of her own. Zhuang Tu nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent, while Ji Chuan led the group to the hotel entrance. Once they arrived, Ji Chuan vanished in an instant. With such audacity, did she truly believe she could join the combat team? She fled faster than anyone else, Shin Mingting scoffed. Was this hotel truly his stronghold? A mere zombie managed to keep it remarkably tidy. The rest of you can follow closely behind, relying on us from Jinglian City to take action shortly. Shin Mingting addressed the captains from Jianghua City behind her. The group nodded respectfully, and Shin Mingting felt a surge of satisfaction. In an instant, the hotel's grand entrance crumbled to sand, and Shin Mingting and her companion strode confidently inside. The hotel courtyard was vast and desolate, seemingly devoid of anything. Zhuang Tu heightened his awareness of the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Could it be that Subject 1 had anticipated our arrival and fled? Shin Mingting furrowed her brow. She excelled in combat, yet the game of cat and mouse was not her forte. We go. I will search the West Wing, she declared. I will investigate the hotel's rear courtyard. I will guard the main entrance, Su Hui added, somewhat surprised by how quickly they had organized themselves today. With only the main building remaining, he found it fortuitous. He strode directly toward the most prominent structure, believing that the likelihood of encountering Subject 1 there was the highest. His own abilities were formidable, and he harbored no doubts about his potential for success. Moreover, one must prepare for the worst, even in the event of personal defeat. The adversary would never anticipate that beyond death, there exists another opportunity for possession. However, Su Hui harbored little belief in the likelihood of utilizing such an opportunity. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he was astonished to find that, amidst the apocalypse, where it was said a zombie stronghold had been established, the lobby was impeccably pristine. Even more so than during the hotel's regular operations. He leisurely surveyed the floor, uncovering no useful clues, and thus resolved to ascend the stairs for further investigation. Unbeknownst to Su Hui, from each individual's perspective, others were also articulating various reasons for separation, each engaged in solitary exploration. Chapter 74. The Metallic Realm. It is a sleek and frigid world, where the ground is exceptionally hard. The metallic texture emits a dull thud with each step. Towering around him are metallic crystals, embodying the essence of metal in its natural state. These crystals vary in size and hue, all radiating a metallic sheen, resembling exquisite works of art. What is the meaning of this? Just moments ago, Lai and his companions were scrutinizing the hotel's exterior. Yet now they find themselves ensconced within, without even a trace of the hotel's presence. It is a domain. Xiao Su's expression darkened. The ability to simultaneously ensnare for extraordinary abilities within such a domain, coupled with the absence of visible boundaries, indicated the formidable power of the domain's master. Can zombies wield such domains? Or does he, in fact, have accomplices? Lai found it hard to believe Xiao Su's assessment. He was more inclined to suspect that this domain was the work of a human traitor engaging in sinister machinations. Do not panic, even in the realm of abilities. One is powerless in the face of absolute strength. Ning Chuha exuded confidence as she confronted four exceptional ability users. Regardless of whether they were human or zombie, she perceived no chance of victory for her adversaries. Let us proceed. Every domain possesses boundaries, and with our combined efforts, we should swiftly breach them. Huarancio had already moved forward when a frown suddenly crossed her brow, a warning of imminent danger to her life. Instinctively, she placed her hands before her chest, ready to unleash her powers at any moment. Thud, thud. The footsteps of a fifth individual resonated within the metallic domain, steady and leisurely, as if merely a spectator in this realm. Behind the metallic crystal, the four beheld the figure of a pallid young man emerging, were it not for his crimson eyes. He would appear to be an ordinary human. With a swift flick of her fingers, Huarancio unleashed an ear-piercing melody from her dark-hued instrument, directing it towards Ji Chuan's body in a flash of electric brilliance. The silence of the domain was shattered by a wailing akin to that of a desolate grave. Without any hesitation, Ji Chuan continued his unhurried advance, dismissing Hua Ranchio's assault with indifference. Yin Lai, his arms bulging with tension, prepared to strike, summoning a colossal flaming hammer above Ji Chuan's head. The metallic crystals reflected the searing light, and despite the vastness of the domain, a palpable rise in temperature enveloped them. Yet, to Yin Lai's astonishment, the flames of the hammer began to dissipate rapidly, the hammer itself shrinking continuously until it resembled a mere nail. Ji Chuan caught it deftly in his hand and tossed it lightly to the ground, transforming what had been a massive hammer into mere debris within the metallic domain. Several purple vines ensnared Ji Chuan's calves with an iron grip, resembling sentient beings, their thorny tendrils tightening incessantly like a constricting serpent intent on suffocating its prey. Yet, before the vines could ascend to Ji Chuan's knees, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes in a blazing inferno. The ground of the metallic realm abruptly sprouted a grand tree, as if completing millennia of growth in an instant, enveloping Ji Chuan within its embrace and releasing neurotoxins to transform him into the tree's sustenance. As the colossal tree ceased its growth and silence enveloped the scene, Xiao Su finally exhaled in relief, once absorbed into the tree. The potent toxins would render the target unconscious, leaving him utterly defenseless. Zhao's team had triumphed. It was all thanks to you. Hua Ranchio felt a surge of joy, but upon realizing that her powers had not affected Ji Chuan at all, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. Was it too early to celebrate? A low, somber voice resonated behind Xiao Su, and before he could turn to investigate, he felt a searing pain radiate from his chest and back. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his chest was pierced by a multitude of metallic spines, as though a metal sea urchin had taken root within his ribcage. Ning Chuha swiftly conjured sharp stones and bombarded Ji Chuan relentlessly. However, upon contact, the stones produced a clanging sound, akin to striking a metal wall. A cloud of dust enveloped Ji Chuan, and the scattered stones merely served to obscure the target's vision. "Your attack is so dirty," came Ji Chuan's disdainful voice. Amidst the astonished gaze of Ning Chuha, she witnessed the sharp stones in the sky dissipate entirely, despite her relentless assault. She soon discerned the cause of this phenomenon. An excruciating pain surged through her arm, with her brain momentarily withholding the overwhelming sensation in a bid to protect her. With two muffled thuds, Ning Chuha beheld her own arm fall to the ground, blood beginning to pool beneath her feet. Her eyes darted wildly, as she had never attempted to unleash her powers without the use of her hands. She yearned to scream, yet the searing agony rendered her voice hoarse and trembling. Mucus and saliva trickled from her, a testament to the fact that the current torment surpassed all her previous experiences of pain. From top to bottom, her body swayed erratically. It was then she realized that her head had been swiftly severed by a metallic blade that had appeared in midair. The world around her faded to darkness. "Do not resist. I shall grant you a swift end, lest your suffering prolong." Ji Chuan observed the two individuals before him, with Hua Ranchio paralyzed in fear upon the ground. Despite being a special grade ability holder and the captain of the ability user base's combat team, a position envied by countless others, she had merely awakened a special grade weakening ability, rendering her more of a high-intensity support than a true combatant. The assaults of Yin Lai were effortlessly neutralized by the zombies before them, and her weakening abilities seemed to bear no effect whatsoever. Hua Ranchio's despair magnified uncontrollably. She did not desire death. Before the apocalypse, she had merely been a clerk at a piano store, awakening her powers during the cataclysm in hopes of seeking fortune at the ability user base, only to discover that her powers were of a high caliber, ultimately becoming the captain of the combat team. She merely unleashed her powers at random each time, rendering her enemies utterly defenseless, effortlessly allowing her teammates to vanquish them. Many praised her, envied her, and revered her, and she was astonished to discover her own excellence. Yet, in that moment, she pondered why things had unfolded this way. Shouldn't every battle culminate in the agonizing struggles of her foes, followed by their inevitable demise? Given another chance, she would forsake the role of captain at the ability user's base. What significance did the accolades and adoration of others hold? Even if she were just an ordinary team member, she would be spared the dangers she faced today. She simply yearned to survive. The shadowy needle pierced her brain, and Hua Ranchio closed her eyes, her body collapsing. Yin Lai's robust frame trembled slightly, gazing into Ji Chuan's eyes. He realized that there was no hope for survival. The monster would perish. Yet, before he could finish his exclamation, the light of life faded from his eyes. Chapter 75. The Secret of Wang Lin. Freak. Haha. Where's this? Wang Lin surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was in school, a place he had dreamed of countless times. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued, resulting in yet another dream about school. Freak. Where's your hair? A sudden, intense pain surged through the back of his head as a male student's hand struck him. Ugh. Wang Lin cried out in pain, utterly astonished at the intensity. Was this not a dream? He looked around in terror. It was break time, and although he was tucked away in a corner of the classroom, that did not deter those ruffians from making a mockery of him. They formed a circle around him, and despite their long acquaintance, it felt as though they had never seen him before, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Naturally frail and devoid of hair, he had accumulated a myriad of nicknames since his school days: Freak, Bald, Voldemort, Egg. They seemed to expend all their creativity in mocking him, as if ridiculing him was the spice of their existence. The slaps, shoves, and the loathsome sounds they made were unbearable, a torment that dreams could not replicate. When the school bell rang, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. His anticipation for class was not rooted in a love for learning, but rather a desire to escape the throngs that encircled him during breaks. This was the most effective means of evading bullying. He wished he were a normal child, or that his family possessed wealth. Even if he remained hairless, a modicum of power would shield him from the torment inflicted by these devils masquerading as humans. Wang Lin harbored an equal disdain for everyone. In his adolescence, he had never developed an affection for anyone. Boys would bully him, while girls would scream at him, highlighting their own fragility and invoking pity. He longed to be ordinary, yet perpetually remained an outcast. His sole outlet for stress was to lure stray cats with food, capture them, and subject them to various tortures until they perished. It was astonishing how pleasurable it was to torment the weak. No wonder those brutes were so fixated on bullying him. This feeling was evidently addictive. Moreover, as those once vibrant lives ceased to move in his grasp, he found an unsettling fascination in their lifeless forms. Despite his commendable academic achievements and respectable university, no institution would employ him due to his appearance. He often favored donning hooded garments, which served to obscure his face to the greatest extent possible. However, no organization would permit him to wear a hood during interviews. Wang Lin applied for a position at a hospital, working in the morgue, where his responsibilities included overseeing the deceased and maintaining entry logs. Such a role is typically shunned by most, yet he found immense joy in it. He felt no regret over the perceived waste of his prestigious university education. He believed this was his ideal sanctuary. It is only in death that one can truly emanate allure. One day, a female corpse was brought into the morgue. It was said that the girl had succumbed to congenital heart disease shortly after an episode. Unlike other corpses, aged and bloodied, her expression was serene, as if she were merely slumbering. As night enveloped the room, Wang Lin sensed the girl calling out to him, expressing her discomfort and yearning for fresh air. He opened the drawer where she lay, and to his astonishment, she sat up, gazing at him tenderly before gently caressing his cheek. Though this was merely a figment of Wang Lin's imagination, he discovered a fervor within him that he had never felt during his adolescence, now intensifying. The corpse before him was inexplicably captivating. She exuded tranquility and would not disdain his appearance, nor would she hurl insults or physical blows. She awaited him in silence, as though she existed solely for his sake. When his hand brushed against hers, he felt no chill. Instead, he experienced what he believed to be the most exquisite night of his life. Yet their encounter was destined to be fleeting. The very next day, the girl's family proceeded with the cremation of her remains. A profound sense of desolation enveloped Wang Lin, for in the days that followed, he explored numerous cadavers. Yet none evoked the intensity of emotion that the girl had stirred within him. This time, he resolved to cherish their encounter, employing every conceivable means to retain her memory. During the intermission, he unhesitatingly concealed himself within the confines of a restroom stall, standing atop the toilet seat, awaiting the chime of the class bell, thus evading those ruffians. He was there. He was not using the restroom. In a moment of sheer terror, Wang Lin glanced up, only to meet a pair of eyes gleaming with mischief. A boy was perched atop the stall wall, scrutinizing him from above. As the boy hollered, Wang Lin was horrified to witness the restroom come alive with commotion. Excited male students surged in, relentlessly pounding against the stall door. The door slammed against the wall with a deafening thud, and fear etched itself upon Wang Lin's face. Those boys resembled malevolent spirits, grinning wickedly. Hiding, are we? Look at you. Trying to be clever, you freak. With each strike, their fists and feet collided with Wang Lin's body, as though he had committed some egregious crime, with them embodying the very essence of justice in their judgment of him. Wang Lin felt his mind begin to spin, and as the class bell rang, he found his release. The teacher, upon seeing him limping into the classroom, displayed no semblance of concern for his injuries. Instead, she reprimanded him to stand at the doorway for his tardiness. Gazing at the blackboard before him, he noted that only 3 days remained until the college entrance examination. Fortunately, only 3 days remain until this nightmare comes to an end. Even though the curious gazes of my peers in the university are palpable, none would dare to turn their hostility towards me. If I can just endure a little longer, it will all be over. By midday, a haze enveloped my vision, while that group of ruffians below relished in my discomfort. I resolved to memorize their faces, for I knew that in the apocalyptic future, I would become formidable, and I would ensure that these individuals would wish for death. At lunch, they mockingly balanced their trays on their heads, and the entire cafeteria greeted me with expressions of disdain and derision. I had grown numb. I must escape this city. Just 3 more days to endure. The following day, I noticed that the pain from my wounds had dulled somewhat. Although I arrived at the school gates early, I lingered outside until the last possible moment before entering. I loathed this place and everything within it. Yet, as I sat in class, confronted by the blackboard before me, I was bewildered to find yesterday's lesson still inscribed there, with the ominous countdown reading 3 days until the college entrance examination. Why was it still 3 days? It should be 2. In a fit of frustration, I stood amidst the astonished stares of my classmates and shouted. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and the teacher cast a disdainful glance in my direction before announcing the end of class and exiting. Freak! Freak! Ha ha! Everyone surrounded me, and a hand struck the back of my head. Why is this happening? Who will come to my rescue? Chapter 76. The boy under duress. Su Hui ascended the stairs with a calm demeanor, the silence enveloping him. However, the opulent decor of the lobby had not been sustained. This floor seemed to be showing signs of age. What a peculiar hotel this is, with all the renovation budget seemingly allocated to the lobby. Su Hui opened the door to each room, yet he couldn't even spot a cockroach, and his irritation began to mount. He was aware that this hotel was quite tall, and he pondered how long it would take to search through each floor. Where could room 1 possibly be hidden? Why was it so timid? With a slight huff, Su Hui continued his ascent. The stairwell was somewhat worn, with fragments of peeling paint scattered on the floor. A subtle frown crossed his face as he felt an inkling of familiarity with some of the objects around him. He pushed open a door, which creaked ominously, despite its outward appearance of being relatively new. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a wooden door from his memories. Much of the paint had chipped away, revealing a childish drawing affixed to its center. Why was his gaze drawn to the middle of the door? Su Hui was astonished to find that he had become shorter. Raising his hand revealed a pair of still youthful fingers. He hadn't shrunk. He had merely reverted to a smaller form. This wooden door unmistakably belonged to the room in his orphanage. Where have you gone, brother? The director is looking for you. A fair-skinned girl gazed at him, her large eyes sparkling like brilliant stars. Xiaotong. Su Hui rushed into the room, enveloping the girl in his embrace, his eyes reddening. The child who had grown up alongside him in the orphanage felt like a sister to him. She was the person he cherished most, though it had been ages since they last met. Brother? It's all right. Everything will be fine. Xiaotong's voice remained gentle as Su Hui greedily savored the warmth enveloping him. It is indeed a relief. Brother, what are you saying? Isn't it real now? Xiaotong gazed curiously at Su Hui, her tender hand brushing away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Brother, what is the matter with you today? You seem so strange. Xiaotong placed her hand on Su Hui's forehead, then broke into a radiant smile. Brother, you're not even running a fever. Are you just teasing me again? With that, she pouted her cherry lips. Su Hui affectionately ruffled her hair, responding, No, dear sister. I simply miss you too much. You claim there's no teasing, yet you've only been apart for an afternoon and already long for me. Xiaotong indignantly turned her back. Su Hui, filled with remorse, began to soothe her, but Xiaotong grasped his hand. Brother, you've forgotten something important. The dean is looking for you. As they traversed the modest corridor, Su Hui felt a sense of disorientation. Could dreams truly manifest in such a tangible manner? The Xiaotong before him was identical to the one etched in his memories, even carrying the same milky fragrance. Su Hui, you finally arrived, said Dean Zhang, a kind-hearted elder woman, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she looked at him. Xiaotong is here too, just in time. I have wonderful news to share with you both. What news is that, Dean? Zhang inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Yet, a flicker of dread stirred within Su Hui. As familiar memories began to resurface, haven't you both always wished to be adopted together? At last, the Dean has found a family willing to adopt you both simultaneously. Is that true? How wonderful. Thank you, Dean Zhang. Brother, did you hear that? We are going to be adopted by the same family. Xiaodong danced with joy, her delight reminiscent of a jubilant little rabbit. Su Hui felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The woman who haunted his memories, once a source of joy like Xiaotong, had transformed into a figure of terror upon his adoption. Lady Hua appeared sophisticated and graceful, exuding an air of affluence. Yet beneath her faade lay a devilish nature. Initially, she treated him and Xiaotong with kindness, but her true colors soon emerged. Any minor transgression would provoke her wrath upon the siblings. Despite her perpetual smile, it sent chills down their spines, as it was laced with a sinister coldness. Within less than 2 months of their adoption, Xiaotong mysteriously vanished. Driven to madness, Su Hui searched frantically, yet Lady Hua remained indifferent. When he reported the disappearance to the police, she dismissed it as mere childish mischief, asserting that her daughter was not lost. Xiao Hui, your sister is simply playful. There's no need for alarm. Impossible. Xiaotong would never stay out all night playing. Where have you hidden her? Su Hui demanded in a frenzy. Xiao Hui, be a good boy and take a bath. Your mother will tell you once you're done. Clinging to hope, he hurriedly bathed. He entered Lady Hua's room, which was ajar, only to have the door slammed shut behind him. The corpulent woman, still wearing her smile, now bore a predatory glint in her eyes. Look how much you've grown. Xiao Hui, she said, seizing his hand and tossing him onto the bed. What do you want? Let me go. He cried, but Lady Hua's strength was overpowering, far beyond what his frail body could withstand. Her greasy lips descended upon him, the foul odor filling his nostrils, prompting him to bite down hard on her lip in desperation. As a paw akin to that of a bear descended upon him, he felt his head spin. Xiao Hui, let mother love you well, or it will hurt you, he thought. His gaze was vacant, and Mrs. Hua's perspiration filled him with revulsion. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to resist. Such nights were destined to unfold. Brother? Brother, why are you not happy? Xiaotong observed Su Hui lost in thought. Her brow furrowed in confusion. I see that your brother is overly jubilant. Our parents will arrive shortly. You both should wait here for a while. Brother? What are you doing? Su Hui's strength far exceeded that of Xiaotong, causing her discomfort. Few families were willing to adopt 2 children, and their ages were no longer tender. Such opportunities, once lost, might never return. Xiaotong burst into tears, prompting Su Hui to cease his actions immediately. Xiaotong, I'm sorry. Let us not be adopted this time, shall we? Su Hui, what foolishness are you speaking? Such opportunities are scarce. Don't you think of Xiaotong? Just as the director was about to reprimand Su Hui, he noticed the prospective adoptive parents had already entered. Mrs. Hua, welcome. This is Xiao Hui and Xiaotong. They share a strong bond and are quite intelligent. The familiar smile graced Mrs. Hua's face, an image Su Hui could never banish from his memory. The overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, inducing a visceral urge to retch. Xiaotong, ever obedient, stepped forward to greet Mrs. Hua, who nodded with a smile. Director Zhang, I am quite fond of these 2 children. Let us proceed with the paperwork. No, 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 no. Su Hui owned a scream. Yet he was appalled to realize that no sound escaped his lips. Like a marionette, I found myself seated in Madame Hoff's carriage, as I had in the past. Despite my yearning for change and my desperate attempts to resist, everything unfolded as before, and I felt like a specter adrift in the ether, observing a story that had already been played out. Xiaotong had been sold to the mountains by Madame Hoff, and I would never see her again. Madame Hoff tore at my garments, her corpulent hands exploring me repeatedly. Su Hui felt the air leave his lungs. Why? Why must this repeat? Who could rescue me? Chapter 77. A lavish feast. Shin Mengting lowered her delicate arms, and the blinding light before her faded away. To her astonishment, she realized she was still in the hotel courtyard. There was no award ceremony, no gala, and none of the malevolent spirits from the bathroom. Before her stood a handsome young man, his crimson eyes fixed upon her. Behind him were Wang Lin, Su Hui, and the bloody Zhuang Tuesday. As her chaotic thoughts gradually crystallized, she recognized the figure before her as number 1. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Mingting launched an attack against Ji Chuan, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. The soul contract within the illusory realm was indeed genuine. Attacking the master would result in a backlash. Ji Chuan had initially intended to resolve the situation with all four of them within the illusory realm, but unexpectedly, Zhuang too awoke midway. Thanks to his formidable perception, he discerned that this was a meticulously crafted illusion. Consequently, Ji Chuan had no choice but to transform him into a zombie, a process that proved to be rather uncomplicated. As long as Shen Mingting remained unconscious, the other three would not pose a threat. This illusory realm was primarily tailored for her. However, this time, he sought to control Su Hui, for he understood that a direct assassination would provoke Su's instinct to seize control. Yet, after the soul contract was forged, such a threat would dissipate, as every action from the other party would require his consent. Under Shen Mingting's terrified gaze, he extracted the crystal cores from the three individuals beside him, one by one. Despite their desperate pleas for mercy, their loyalty bound by the soul contract rendered them incapable of betrayal. Still, he plunged his hand into their brains. Shen Mingting trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. "Master, please do not kill me. I will obey and will not betray you." She realized that she was so overwhelmed that even kneeling was beyond her. Ji Chuan had an absolute control over her, a despair she had never known before. Unexpectedly, Ji Chuan nodded, instructing her to protect the stronghold while he was in slumber. "At your command, Master. I shall guard the stronghold diligently and allow no one to enter." Steadying herself, she transitioned from a slumped position to kneeling. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of her former comrades, she was still engulfed by fear. Ji Chuan flew into the hotel, hastening to Tang Yu's room to assess her condition. The future had shifted. Could there still be a chance for Tang Yu to awaken? Yet, Tang Yu lay there peacefully, devoid of any crystal cores, resembling a girl lost in slumber. Since he did not require sleep, he rarely entered this room, but it remained impeccably tidy, thanks to Su Qi's diligent care. Ji Chuan entrusted Lin Lulu with the task, informing Gu Yunxi that he would likely enter a state of slumber himself, and instructed them to relay the message to others to safeguard the stronghold. Shen Mingting was now part of the stronghold, and she would act when danger approached. As he gazed out at the liberated expanse beyond the window, an air of tranquility enveloped Zhou Mi, for no unforeseen events had transpired. With palpable excitement, he lifted Inan into his arms. Their leader had succeeded in saving everyone this time, with the exception of Tang Yu. Despite a tinge of regret, the fact that Inan was safe was more than sufficient for him. Before Ji Chuan lay an impressive collection of 9 crimson cores, a feast of unparalleled luxury the child had never experienced. His hands trembled slightly with anticipation, fearful that consuming the first core might plunge him into a deep slumber. He resolved to absorb all 9 simultaneously, cradling them in his hands as he prepared to swallow them whole. These cores represented the sole primal desire he retained after his transformation into a zombie. All his thirst for bloodshed stemmed from a yearning to savor these delectable gems. Without lingering and hesitation, Ji Chuan consumed the cores. In mere moments, a fiery sensation enveloped his entire being. His once frigid form now burned with an extraordinary heat. Dark vapors visibly erupted from his body, rapidly spreading through the room like a wraith. Meanwhile, Li Jingru anxiously awaited news from the battlefield at the base. An entire morning had elapsed without any updates. In desperation, reconnaissance teams ascended to the rooftops of skyscrapers surrounding the Xinghe district, employing military-grade binoculars for observation. Yet, the only tidings they received were that the hotel remained shrouded in ominous black mist, reminiscent of the early days of an apocalypse. The situation in Aeligir was no different than before. Not even a trace of conflict was evident, as though no one had ever set foot there. Why is it like this? Even if their strength is lacking, that hotel should be rendered unrecognizable, not to mention the people of Jinglian City, who have chosen to keep their abilities confidential. Even with Justine Lai, a single strike could create a gaping hole in the building. Yet, why is there not a single sound? Li Jingru hesitated to send anyone to Xinghe District, as it lay within the domain of Number 1, until Number 1 is eliminated. Sending anyone there could lead to their demise. Could it be that these individuals have pursued Number 1 to another location? Li Jingru deemed this the most plausible scenario. Upon seeing 8 individuals approach, Number 1 must have abandoned his stronghold, leading the 8 to follow him elsewhere, thus leaving the situation in Aeligir unchanged compared to before. The phone buzzed. "Jingru, what is the status of the battle? Has the situation been resolved?" It was the leader of Jinglian City. Li Jingru had already informed him that their group departed at 9 o'clock. Now it was noon, and he had yet to receive any news from Captain Jiang of Jianghua City. Meng Haonian had similarly not heard from the captain of Jinglian City. All of them were completely uncontactable, which was highly irregular. Li Jingru was well aware of Shun Mingting's prowess. No zombie had ever survived under her hand, nor had any human. There had been no reports from them, and the reconnaissance team observed the hotel from a distance, finding it remarkably tranquil, devoid of any signs of conflict. Thus, I deduced that number 1 might have fled, while the others pursued him. Currently, their whereabouts remain unknown. Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, Meng Haonian was somewhat astonished. Could there truly be a zombie that could escape from those individuals? If Li Jingru's speculation were incorrect, did that mean they had all perished? Meng Haonian shook his head, acknowledging that the likelihood of those 4 succumbing without resistance was much lower than the chance of escaping successfully before their eyes. Moreover, Jiang Huashi had also dispatched 4 exceptional individuals, each possessing unique strengths that could effectively counterbalance the disadvantages on the battlefield. This configuration of forces was perhaps the most extravagant expedition in history. Inform me at the earliest opportunity when news arises. Li Jingru hung up the phone. An overwhelming sense of unease coursing through him, leaving him devoid of any appetite. Chief, the reconnaissance team has new intelligence to report. Speak. The reconnaissance team discovered a peculiar black pillar rising from the hotel, reaching toward the heavens, while ominous clouds gathered in the vicinity. The black pillar was exceedingly tall, visible even from the base. Li Jingru swiftly exited his room, hastening to the elevator and descending to the ground floor. As he stepped outside the base, he beheld the anomaly in the distance. The visibility of such a phenomenon from afar was due to the black pillars soaring skyward, seemingly endless. The clouds above continued to amass. Had they not obscured his view, Li Jingru would have suspected that the black pillar extended into the cosmos. This peculiar occurrence signaled to Li Jingru that the battle had truly commenced. Unfamiliar with the abilities of the individuals from Jinglian City, he found this scene not overly surprising. Chapter 78. The possibility of retreat. Lin Lilu, Gu Yunxi, and Zhang Yun struggled to grasp the doorframe and the heavy objects on the ground. Others, sensing the anomaly, rushed to the top floor to investigate, only to be loudly deterred by the trio. The entire being of Ji Chuan emanated an immense energy. The black aura no longer serene as it had been before, nor gentle as it once seemed. Previously, while Ji Chuan lay in slumber, the black energy surrounding him resembled a mist, imperceptible to Lin Lulu and Gu Yunxi upon contact. Yet now, the energy surged forth accompanied by flashes of lightning, akin to a magnetic storm, shattering the glass of the room and violently propelling various objects into the air. Shin Mingting, tasked with guarding the courtyard, found her attention diverted by the unusual spectacle behind her. The rich black energy shattered the hotel windows, reaching skyward and darkening the heavens with dense clouds. Shin Mingting stood in stunned disbelief. A powerful ability user could exert pressure or intent through the release of energy, instilling a palpable sense of oppression in those nearby. She had never witnessed anyone with a reservoir of energy surpassing her own. When she exuded her aura, it generated airflow, a feat impossible without sufficient energy. The greater the energy, the more formidable the airflow produced. During meetings, her aura had always eclipsed that of Xia Huaiji. But what was this torrent of energy erupting from above? In comparison, her own aura felt like a mere gentle breeze. Facing such energy directly could result in being cleaved apart by its current, akin to a hurricane's fury. How foolish she had been to journey to the lair of this monster, harboring the delusion of overpowering Ji Chuan. This was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of her life. Shin Mingting remained oblivious to the reasons behind Ji Chuan's reaction, attributing it merely to some unfortunate soul who had provoked his ire. Theoretically, such an immense surge of energy would only last for a fleeting moment. However, Shin Mingting has been observing for approximately 10 minutes, and the energy shows no sign of waning. She now feels rather fortunate to have forged a soul pact with Ji Chuan. Should Ji Chuan choose to oppose humanity, this level of intensity would spell doom for anyone who encounters it. Uncertain if her allegiance has come too late, Shin Mingting resolves to demonstrate her worth in the future. Although she is unsure how a captivating young woman should comport herself, she is confident in her ability to perform adequately as a capable assistant. Perhaps she could even aspire to the position of deputy director of this stronghold. A new development has arisen. A black energy pillar has emerged from the Oligier, reaching an estimated height of 12 meters, soaring into the clouds. The sky is gathering ominously, indicating that the latest battle has commenced. The video footage has already been dispatched to you. Meng Haonian gazes at the screen before him, witnessing an unprecedented display of supernatural phenomena. Such an exhibition is not characteristic of the few individuals from Jinglian City. Could it be the work of those from Jianghua City? If it were indeed the techniques of Jianghua City, is Li Jingru attempting to flaunt their prowess? To make him aware that Jianghua City is not to be underestimated? Meng Haonian shakes his head. If they possess such strength, they would not need to borrow personnel from him. Li Jingru is not that sort of individual. Is this anomaly the result of your people? Is it not attributable to those from Jinglian City? Li Jingru is thoroughly panicked. If this outpouring of energy is not a result of their combined efforts, then the only remaining cause for this phenomenon is number 1. I need to convene an emergency meeting. Please compile all collected data and the latest information from today for me. All right. Li Jingru, having set aside his phone, began to feel a sense of unease. He, too, needed to convene an urgent meeting, but it was to be restricted to the upper echelons. If this energy emanated from Entity 1, it was highly probable that no ability user would stand a chance against him. Thus, if there was any hope for survival, it would be to vacate Jianghua City. However, with nearly 6,000 people at the current base, a complete evacuation was unfeasible. If a relocation were to occur, it could only involve the core personnel. Before long, Li Jingru gathered all the high-ranking officials of the base, even employing isolation abilities to seal off the entire conference room. It had now been 4 hours since the expeditionary force of Entity 1 had departed, yet we had received no communication from them. Everyone had likely witnessed that ominous black energy pillar. I have already communicated with Jinglian City, and it is clear that this phenomenon was not caused by their personnel. Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, a chill swept through the crowd, as it was evident that the pillar was not the work of the captains from Jianghua City either. Therefore, it is highly probable that such a catastrophic release of energy, capable of invoking celestial phenomena, originated from Entity 1. I invite you to share your thoughts. Li Jingru's brow furrowed, yearning for an analysis that might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, silence enveloped the room, as everyone pondered other possibilities. Time was of the essence. If the adversary remained engaged in combat, this would likely incite Entity 1's wrath. Should he possess such formidable energy, it was conceivable that no one could stand against him. I am aware of this, which is precisely why I have assembled you for this meeting. Is there any possibility that this energy does not originate from Entity 1? Li Jingru was on the verge of collapse, pondering why Jianghua City had to endure such calamity. In another city, he might not even rank as a secondary figure. There might be secrets surrounding Aeligier, and the source of this energy could stem from some extraordinary artifact. With people awakening their supernatural abilities, nothing seemed implausible. Alternatively, it could merely be a natural phenomenon akin to a blood moon, coincidentally manifesting in Aeligier. Jiang Zhilan consoled him, suggesting these were the only 2 plausible scenarios. Ideally, it would be so. However, if this energy originated from the first entity, we might face only 2 choices. The first option involves the covert relocation of key personnel. The base currently possesses 2 small aircraft, capable of evacuating a maximum of around 30 individuals. The second option entails shutting down the base from today onward, fortifying it entirely with supernatural powers, and I would seek approval from higher authorities for a nuclear strike. Yet, this would mean living underground for decades to come, ensuring the survival of the star vision and the holder of the god of time and space. Regardless of the choice made, it would yield a significant number of sacrifices. The first option would leave the survivors of the city and those at the base to fend for themselves, while the second would preserve those at the base but lead to the demise of the other survivors in Jianghua City. Damn it! Can we not fight back one more time? This time, I will lead the charge. Su Huaiji slammed his fist on the table, unwilling to cower like a turtle. Among the base's elite supernatural beings, none surpassed Shen Mengting. If she had failed, how could anyone else succeed? Li Jingru also felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet the pressing situation compelled him to make a decision. Jiang Zhilan was truly infuriated. She was merely the head of logistics and had no business meddling in offensive matters. However, the current predicament was deeply intertwined with the decision-makers. Minister Jiang, you were present at the meeting when the decision to borrow personnel from Jinglian City for the first offensive was made. None of those present voiced any objections at the time. Li Jingru was on the verge of an outburst. Yet Jiang Zhilan's latter remark held merit. Sending someone to communicate could be worth a try. Allowing others to make mistakes incurs no significant loss. Nonetheless, your subsequent suggestion was also commendable. Dispatching someone to give it a shot was indeed a last resort. Yet the question remained, who should be sent? Ji Chuan sneezed within her room, having isolated herself there for days, as the outside world felt perilously treacherous. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Ji Chuan. The leader requests your presence for an urgent meeting. Chapter 79. Reluctance to negotiate. Ji Chuan felt as though she might weep in despair. The moment she was summoned to the conference room, an ominous premonition washed over her. Upon hearing Li Jingru's words, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. You have faced the first unit multiple times and survived, amassing the most extensive experience in communicating with it, while also mastering the ability to relocate. The base deems you the most suitable candidate for this negotiation. It is of utmost urgency, so you must go at once. At that moment, Ji Chuan was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. They had warned against provoking the creature, yet her warnings had fallen on deaf ears, inciting the monster to a state of fury. Now, they were contemplating peaceful coexistence. The leader, the senior officials, and the captain all shunned the negotiation, leaving a mere subordinate like herself to confront this perilous task. Did they truly believe she was unaware of the grave risks involved in such an endeavor? With each step taken outside the conference room, Ji Chuan proceeded with great reluctance. She had already caught sight of the towering black column in the distance. Alajar had likely transformed into a hellscape. Would she be immediately swept away by the chaos of the battlefield, meeting her demise in an instant? Even if the leader could hear her, would the 8 captains lend her an ear? Particularly that Shin Mingting, who had the audacity to declare herself a failure before her. The thought of her listening to her was preposterous. Ji Chuan contemplated fleeing altogether, yet there was nowhere to escape to. She began to lament the unfortunate nature of her awakened powers, wishing instead for a more mundane ability, one that would allow her to remain at the base and await rescue. After several deep breaths, she moved to a location further from the hotel. Esteemed handsome leader, can you hear me? I harbor no ill intentions. If the base intends to withdraw, might you grant me a chance? Summoning her courage, Ji Chuan edged closer. Deciding that if no one responded to her pleas amidst the turmoil of the battlefield, she would retreat and leave her words unspoken. The scene before her was surprisingly tranquil, devoid of any signs of combat, save for the ominous black energy that surged skyward, an astonishing sight at such close proximity. Handsome one, can you hear me? Before she could finish her call, the sound of rapid footsteps reached her ears. A figure moved swiftly, effortlessly leaping down from the entrance. It was none other than Shin Mingting. She had time to come and see her. Did this suggest that the base of the ability users had the upper hand in the battle? Captain Shun, do not come any closer. I am tasked with guarding the stronghold. Anyone who approaches shall face death. What? Guarding a stronghold? What stronghold is there? Isn't this Alajar? Ji Chuan found herself somewhat bewildered. Captain Shin, I have been entrusted by the leader to negotiate with number 1. The leader wishes for a ceasefire. How are matters on your end? Everyone can withdraw now. Shin Mingting seethed with barely contained fury. Was it possible that the base of supernatural beings in Jianghua City was truly flawed? They even borrowed personnel from Jinglian, and now that most were dead, it seemed they were only now contemplating negotiation. No need for that. The great leader has triumphed. Everyone but me has perished. Ji Chuan was further perplexed. If everyone else was dead, how could the great leader have emerged victorious? Shin Mingting, with her arrogant disposition, dared to refer to Li Jingru as the great leader? If she was not addressing Li Jingru, then who was she speaking of? Captain Shin, are you referring to number 1? Shin Mingting nodded. From now on, I shall only heed the commands of the leader. As for the ceasefire, I will await the leader's instructions. I cannot say for certain. However, during this period, I will not hesitate to eliminate anyone attempting to breach our stronghold. Yet how had number 1 managed to win over someone with Shin Mingting's abrasive nature? Such thoughts were no longer her concern. Meanwhile, Li Jingru and his group anxiously awaited the outcome in the conference room, hoping that Ji Chuan could provide a closer look at the battlefield situation. Quick, let her in. Ji Chuan lowered her head, contemplating how to convey the news she bore. I was near Oligier, preparing to communicate when I encountered Captain Shin. Captain Shin informed me that everyone, save for her, had perished, and she had already sought refuge at the stronghold of number 1. I proposed a withdrawal and a ceasefire. However, Captain Shin asserted that it depended on number 1's stance. Her sole responsibility was to safeguard the stronghold, and she would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who approached. What did you say? The assembly was engulfed in disbelief at the revelation. 7 out of 8 elite supernatural beings had succumbed. The strongest among them had betrayed us. Betrayal is a fate worse than death. Li Jingru's furious outcry startled Ji Chuan, causing her to instinctively retreat. Are you certain Shen Minging articulated that? I am certain. Yet I cannot discern Captain Shun's mental state. The third option appears to be unviable. A pall of sorrow enveloped everyone. A mix of mourning for the deceased and concern for the current predicament. The prowess of number one is indeed unfathomable. Even Shen Mingting chose betrayal, leaving no one formidable enough to launch an offensive from within the base. Even if number one refrains from intervening, a single Shen Mingting suffices to contend with them. Has Shen Mingting fallen victim to mental manipulation? The base no longer harbors powerful decontrol abilities. Ning Chuha is already deceased. Our only choices seem to be to abandon Jianghua City or to request the deployment of nuclear weapons. No, there is still one option left. Suddenly, Li Jingru's eyes sparkled with realization. You may leave now. Ji Chuan finally heard what she longed for and swiftly exited the room. There remains a glimmer of opportunity. I hope everyone can deliberate on the most optimal course of action. All eyes turned to Li Jingru, and the despondent atmosphere rekindled with hope. Gu Yunxi, Lin Lulu, and Zhang Yun, with the assistance of others, managed to escape from the rooftop. Despite the unusual nature of Ji Chuan's current unconsciousness, the three of them found themselves powerless. Approaching him had become perilous, as the overwhelming energy could even graze their skin. Are you all right? Su Shun inquired, carefully examining the various abrasions on their bodies. We are fine, but we are uncertain about Ji Chuan. Lin Lulu expressed a hint of guilt, recognizing that in the present circumstances, they were unable to contribute in any meaningful way. Although the energy had surged ferociously moments ago, Gu Yunxi had remained vigilant regarding Ji Chuan's condition, fearing for his well-being. The last time Ji Chuan was unconscious, he had suffered greatly. However, this time, Gu Yunxi noted a serene expression on his face. Even a hint of happiness, an emotion she had never witnessed on Ji Chuan before. Chapter 80, Recollection Dad. Chuan has a fever. His forehead is burning hot. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Ji Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Mom, Dad, hurry, we need to go to the hospital. Chuan is out of it. Mom, I'm fine. Ji Chuan embraced his mother, tears streaming down his face due to the long-standing longing, though his mother, Xu Ning, remained unaware of his emotional turmoil. At the doorway, Ji Mingzhou was hastily donning a coat before rushing into the room to take Ji Chuan to the car. Dad. Ji Chuan turned to embrace his father, feeling the warmth of parental affection that he had not experienced in a long time. Chuan? Ji Mingzhou felt a surge of joy, realizing that it had been quite some time since his son had held him like this. It is truly sweltering. Ji Mingzhou felt the warmth radiating from Ji Chuan and promptly exerted himself to lift him. However, Ji Chuan stopped him, astonished at the newfound strength of his son. Dad, I'm fine. Despite feeling somewhat feverish, Ji Chuan did not perceive any discomfort. He merely wished to quietly remain by their side. Chuan, I will arrange for your leave. You need not go to work. Yes, Mom, I no longer wish to go. Xu Ning and Ji Mingzhou exchanged glances, then smiled and nodded at Ji Chuan. All right. Then Chuan can spend more time at home with his mother. Ji Chuan felt a warm glow in his heart. No matter the decisions he made, his parents always supported him unconditionally, never allowing him to feel even a hint of grievance. Mom, don't you want to know the reason? It must be their fault. My Chuan is so exceptional. Your departure is their loss. Mom, why are you so good to me? Although he had heard it once before, Ji Chuan felt deeply moved. Your father and I have only you, our precious treasure. If we don't treat you well, whom shall we treat well? Even if you never work a day in your life, your father and I can support you, so do not worry. Xu Ning gently patted Ji Chuan's back, prompting him to cry once more, as if all his past suffering were merely a long, distressing dream. Son, you must go to the hospital. We cannot risk you overheating. Xu Ning spoke with a tenderness that suggested Ji Chuan was still a child. It's all right, Mom, truly. Look at me. I'm full of energy. I'm merely hungry for Dad's cooking. All right, I will go prepare a meal right away. Ji Mingzhou walked happily towards the kitchen. His son had expressed a craving for his culinary skills, and today he was determined to showcase his talent. Ji Chuan felt an intense hunger. It had been ages since he savored his father's cooking, to the point where it seemed he hadn't eaten in a long while. Yet, that was implausible. One cannot survive without sustenance. Could it be that he had fallen ill, exhausting his strength? However, he felt perfectly fine at that moment. There was no discomfort whatsoever. It seemed that any ailment vanished upon the sight of one's parents. Suddenly, Ji Chuan perceived a faint voice, tinged with urgency. Their home was a standalone villa, typically serene, making it improbable for the sound to originate from neighbors. Where could that voice be coming from? Perhaps he had merely misheard. Descending the stairs, he observed his father bustling about in the kitchen, a wave of warmth enveloping him. It had been a long time since he experienced such comfort, and today he felt oddly different. "What's wrong, Chuan Chuan? Is it not to your taste?" Ji Mingzhou inquired, noticing his son lost in thought at the table. Anxious, he wondered if his latest culinary experiment had failed. Ji Chuan shook his head and smiled. "This is the most delicious dish I have ever tasted. Everything my dad makes is simply exquisite." "Ha ha ha, my son truly knows how to lift my spirits." Laughter filled the air. Yet within Ji Chuan's heart lingered an inexplicable sense of melancholy. "Chuan Chuan, if you're feeling better, your father and I are scheduled to visit a project this afternoon." Xu Ning's expression bore an apologetic tone. They had initially arranged to meet the other party in the morning, but upon observing Ji Chuan's unusual state, they had cancelled. Yet now, they had no choice but to proceed. "It's all right, Mom and Dad. Your important matters take precedence." Ji Chuan understands that his parents are often preoccupied, tirelessly seeking out promising projects and engaging in numerous social gatherings. Yet, whenever he falls ill or feels unwell, they are always by his side. Throughout his schooling, at every graduation performance, representative speech, and sports event, during every significant moment, his parents have been there, capturing it all like enthusiastic reporters wielding a camera. No parents could be more exaggerated in their support. It's as if their son were a celebrity. As they prepared to leave, Ji Chuan embraced them. Xu Ning felt her son growing increasingly endearing. Despite having graduated from university, his round face still bore the cherubic innocence of a high school student. "Mom, I'm grown up. Stop pinching my cheeks." "I can't help it. My darling is just too adorable." Xu Ning laughed joyfully as she took her seat in the passenger side. After waving goodbye to Ji Chuan, they drove away. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was Song Huai. On the other end, Song Huai sounded quite irate. For the most effective way to reach Ji Chuan was still through a phone call. This homebody was so engrossed in his games that he hardly glanced at his phone. "Oh, why?" Normally, Ji Chuan would respond with his usual nonchalance, but hearing Song Huai's voice left him momentarily disoriented. "Ji Chuan, what's wrong?" Song Huai detected the unusual tone in Ji Chuan's voice, wondering if he had spoken too harshly. "It's nothing. Where are you?" "I'll come find you." "Huh? I'm at the Guamao Center. Are you coming?" "Yes, wait for me." It felt as if ages had passed since he last conversed with Song Huai. He surprisingly longed for their interaction, prompting Ji Chuan to press the accelerator deeply. Upon arriving at the International Trade Center, Ji Chuan found the designated spot where Song Huai stood, gazing at the stage in the center of the first floor of the mall. Song Huai paused momentarily, then playfully pushed Ji Chuan aside, teasing, "What are you doing? Have you been pining for me after being single for so long? You still resemble that comical figure from my memories." "I just happen to miss you a bit," Ji Chuan replied. Song Huai dramatically covered his posterior, exclaiming, "No wonder Ji Chuan always plays tricks on me. What are you doing at the trade center?" Ji Chuan ignored Song Huai's exaggerated antics, feeling somewhat embarrassed amidst the bustling crowd, and quickly changed the topic. "You really don't check your phone, do you? The PS7 has been released, and I stood in line for ages to snag one for you. Am I not the best dad ever?" Song Huai chuckled as he ruffled Ji Chuan's hair. Standing at 186 centimeters, he could easily reach the crown of Ji Chuan's head, who stood at 175 centimeters. There was no resistance as expected. Ji Chuan was exceptionally well-behaved today. Naturally, Ji Chuan took the gaming console from Song Huai's hands. "Thank you, my dear son. Indeed, such obedience must be a ruse. Come, let me treat you to afternoon tea." "Not a chance. Summer Yida will be arriving shortly to promote her film. Soon, there won't be such a good spot available." Song Huai pointed towards the stage below. Only then did Ji Chuan notice that the number of people around them was steadily increasing, filling the central area across several floors. Summer Yida is coming to Jianghua City for promotion. Ji Chuan's pupils dilated sharply as he recalled the significance of this day. When the A-list star Summer Yida would grace Jianghua City, something that could easily be found online. The reason why this day left such a profound impression on me was that I received a call from the hospital that night, informing me of my parents' tragic demise in a car accident. Chapter 81, The Car Accident. "Where are you going, Ji Chuan? There are so many people. I can't hold this spot." Ji Chuan merely stated that he had matters to attend to and left with a grave expression. Song Huai allowed him to go, as opportunities to admire Xia Yida from such proximity were rare. Ji Chuan dialed his parents' numbers repeatedly, yet there was no answer. An unsettling anxiety churned within him, a restlessness that threatened to suffocate him. The table offered no relevant information. It was at that moment Ji Chuan realized how little attention he had paid to his parents. He had grown up in carefree oblivion. His parents had shouldered all burdens, their work being tedious and fraught with risk, requiring meticulous analysis and scrutiny of investment projects. While he had remained blissfully unaware, Ji Chuan's gaze shifted to the safe. On his first attempt, using his birthday as the combination, the safe opened. Inside lay a substantial archive of project documents, meticulously organized by his parents. At the very top were the recent projects. He hurriedly took them in hand to read quickly. The proposal for the Chening vaccine project by Binda Biotech Company, Limited. The introduction to cell activation technology by Taipu Technology Development Company, Limited. Ji Chuan noticed that the two projects at the top were strikingly similar, indicating they were his parents' primary focus. However, the companies were located in vastly different directions. He pondered where he should go. He swiftly collected the two files and headed to his car, intending to visit the nearer one first. The protagonist's parents are renowned investors, and should they visit, the receptionists at these two companies would undoubtedly remember them. In Jianghua City, the traffic becomes increasingly congested the more anxious one feels. Despite the gridlock, Ji Chuan persistently attempts to make phone calls, yet no one answers. He recalls that the devastating news from the hospital arrived in the evening, and he believes he can still make it in time. Upon finally arriving at the first company, Ji Chuan scans the parking lot in search of his parents' vehicle, but to no avail. He contemplates approaching the front desk to inquire if Ji Mingzhou has arrived today, only to discover that Su Wanswan is at the reception. At this moment, she does not recognize him. Ji Chuan knows she works in administration at a company and often complains about her demanding job, which prompted him to encourage her to resign, though he remains unaware of her workplace. Suppressing his inner frustration, Ji Chuan inquires whether Ji Mingzhou is listed among the afternoon visitors, stating that he is a family member with urgent matters and has been unable to reach him. Upon seeing the striking resemblance between Ji Chuan and Ji Mingzhou, Su Wanswan deduces their relationship. With utmost seriousness and kindness, she assists Ji Chuan in searching through the visitor records, yet that name does not appear. Su Wanswan once entered Ji Chuan's life with such a gentle demeanor, and his naivety prevented him from perceiving the depth of her character. She suggests leaving a phone number, mentioning that it's possible she overlooked someone while attending to her needs in the restroom, and she could inquire with her colleagues. If she discovers anything, she will contact Ji Chuan, though she is entirely certain that Ji Mingzhou has not arrived. Her current intention is merely to obtain the contact information of the son of a distinguished investor. Ji Chuan, suppressing his feelings of resentment and disgust, refused to linger any longer. He hastened towards another company. As he traveled, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was his mother, he quickly pressed the Bluetooth button in his car to answer. What's wrong, Chuan Chuan? They wouldn't allow phones into the project site. Mom, where are you? At the project company, Taipu Technology, in Lianjiang District. By the way, Chuan Chuan, your father and I have a dinner to attend, so be sure to eat well on your own. Mom, please tell Dad not to drink tonight. Wait for me. I will come to pick you both up. Oh dear. With the traffic at this hour, it's all right if you can't make it. Your father will find a designated driver, so don't worry. I have a meeting here as well, and I want to be able to use my phone. If you do come, just wait for us in the lobby. This child, so considerate, reminding you to refrain from drinking in the evening. As Xu Ning ended the call, she turned to Ji Mingzhou, who felt that Ji Chuan had grown more responsible, yet he did not take her advice to heart. Ji Chuan felt uneasy, but was well aware of his parents' trust in his judgment. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to fetch them himself. Navigating through the city's clamor, the sun gradually descended, and Ji Chuan finally arrived at Taipu Technology. He quickly entered the lobby and informed the receptionist that he was waiting for someone. The receptionist paid him little heed and allowed him to sit. However, as time passed, Ji Chuan's anxiety mounted. Where are Ji Mingzhou and Xu Ning? Why haven't they come out? I need to go upstairs to find them. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ji Chuan inquired of the receptionist. Mr. Ji, Miss Xu left a long time ago, before you arrived. What? Are you certain? The sight of Ji Chuan startled the receptionist. Indeed, although only a glimpse of his back was caught, it was evident that they had driven away, presumably leaving. Since he was assured that his parents were present, Ji Chuan had not bothered to check the parking lot, thus neglecting to ascertain whether their car was still there. After several futile attempts to reach them by phone, he felt a rising anxiety. Why had no one answered, especially since he had arrived so early? Could you assist me in contacting their host to confirm their whereabouts? He implored, his eyes reddened with worry. The receptionist, sensing his distress, hesitated but ultimately made the call. Is Mr. Ji and Mr. Shu still upstairs? Oh, I see. Thank you for the information. They had indeed departed. Why had his parents not answered his calls? And why had they left without informing him? They had explicitly agreed that he would come to pick them up. In a flurry, Ji Chuan rushed to his car, his inner turmoil intensifying as he pondered where to go. The memory of the accident's location surfaced in his mind, a tragic event that had already made headlines, during which he had instantly recognized his parents' vehicle. Now, he fervently hoped for their safety, yet inexplicably found himself steering towards that very intersection. The roads became increasingly congested, filled with the impatient honking of horns. What is happening up ahead? A driver inquired, rolling down his window. It seems there has been an accident. Ji Chuan overheard their conversation, a chill running through him. Ignoring the gridlock, he vacated his vehicle in a daze. Rushing swiftly towards the intersection, the cacophony of honking horns, murmurs, and the wailing of ambulances echoed like the buzzing of flies, failing to penetrate Ji Chuan's ears. The entire world seemed to fall silent as he caught sight of the flickering flames at the intersection, struggling to breathe as the world spun around him. He witnessed two charred figures, their bodies grotesquely contorted, being lifted into the ambulance. Such injuries were undoubtedly fatal, yet the paramedics continued to fulfill their duty. Someone picked up a phone from the ground, scrolling through the contacts and pressing dial. Ji Chuan's chest heaved violently as he gazed at the scene before him, offering a final prayer, when suddenly his own phone began to ring. Chapter 82. The Monochrome Crystal Core. Hello, your parents have been in a car accident. Please come to Lianjiang First People's Hospital. Hello? Hello? Ji Chuan's expression turned grave as he hung up the phone, feeling utterly drained by the chaotic scene around him. I can save your parents. A voice, somewhat familiar yet eerily low, resonated. Ji Chuan remained expressionless. I can save your parents, if you are willing to offer your... Get lost. Do you think I am unaware that this is the realm of illusion? What? He appeared perfectly composed, as if it were his natural state. Yet he claimed to know this was the realm of illusion. When had he discovered such a truth? As the world before Ji Chuan began to slowly fade away, he initially believed he was merely dreaming. However, the tangible sensations and vivid memories were too real. So real that Ji Chuan had no desire to awaken, instead yearning to mend the regrets that weighed heavily in his heart. Subconsciously, one perceives the realm of illusions as an ability unique to oneself, oblivious to the lurking monster within. Should this dreamscape be sufficiently enchanting, Ji Chuan yearns to savor this long-lost warmth, even while fully aware that it is but a mirage. He still wishes to prevent the demise of his parents. Yet, the events of the past are immutable. All his anxiety and efforts amount to nothing more than a naive longing. The once chaotic street, after the blinding light fades, transforms into an arid wasteland, with Xiao Hui supporting Ji Chuan's form. Master, you have awoken. The warmth of animal fur envelopes him as he lies in Xiao Hui's embrace. Behind him, Xiao Hui appears somewhat disheveled, bearing numerous wounds, one eye barely opened due to injury. In that moment, Ji Chuan recollects. Gently, he strokes Xiao Hui's wolfish head, and miraculously, all of Xiao Hui's wounds heal completely. Once more, we meet. The terrifying zombie appears momentarily taken aback. Ji Chuan, who previously trembled in fear, now exudes an aura of dominance. Are you not afraid of me? The zombie lunges towards Ji Chuan, its sharp fangs dripping with putrid blood. The proximity revealing the festering sores within its mouth, teeming with insect-like eggs. Its murky eyes fixate intently on Ji Chuan. Seemingly attempting to unveil the facade of calm he strives to maintain. Why should I fear you? Ji Chuan glances at his hands and body. Recognizing his own appearance as that of a zombie, he begins to engage in conversation with the creature before him, appearing utterly nonchalant. I have also wielded the illusory realm. When confronted by formidable individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, I conduct a brief assessment. If I perceive a threat from them, I delve into their secrets and conjure an illusory realm to assist me in extricating myself from the predicament at hand. However, when faced with those devoid of menace, I prefer the most direct approach of forceful suppression, as it proves to be far more efficient. So, why have you employed the illusory realm against me? In the astonished gaze of the zombie, Ji Chuan's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. His physique grew increasingly robust and larger, and what was once a downward glance now necessitated an upward gaze. A myriad of faces manifested upon Ji Chuan's form, each bearing a distinct expression, all eerily terrifying. These visages fixated on the zombie before them. His hands sprouted elongated claws, akin to steel blades capable of slicing through bone, while his mouth stretched down to his chin, exhaling misty vapor with each movement. Emulating the previous stance of the zombie, Ji Chuan lowered his head and seized it in his grasp. The once mighty creature now resembled a mere guinea pig caught in his hold. He positioned the zombie before him, mirroring its earlier demeanor. "So, why should I fear you?" The murky eyes of the zombie began to tremble. This was not right. Normally, having invaded his consciousness during a moment of unconsciousness, I should have instilled a subconscious fear within Ji Chuan. Why does he display no fear whatsoever? What manner of creature is this, more terrifying than itself? Was Ji Chuan not once human? The zombie struggled desperately, yet found itself unable to break free from Ji Chuan's grasp. "This is impossible. This cannot be. You cannot inflict harm upon me." As Ji Chuan exerted force with his hands, the zombie surprisingly felt a long-lost sensation of pain. "Why does it hurt? Have you lost your mind? If you kill me, your powers will be significantly diminished. What exactly are you? And why do you invade my mind every time I lose consciousness?" The colossal Ji Chuan's every utterance trembled the earth, his voice deep and oppressive. "I am your primordial crystal core. The monochromatic crystal core awakens its consciousness as the host grows stronger. I do not wish to be manipulated by you. So I aim to use your absorbed abilities to control you. Release me. If you kill me, all your advanced resistance will vanish." Ji Chuan understood. It was no wonder that every time he absorbed a crystal core and fell unconscious, he encountered strange phenomena. It seemed this core had been orchestrating everything, laying the groundwork to seize control over him. However, it had not anticipated that this time, the absorption of a significant number of cores would enhance his perceptive abilities, allowing him to detect all anomalies. When he utilized the illusionary realm, Ji Chuan could further ascertain that this unusual situation posed little threat to him. If it truly could endanger him, it would have simply resorted to brute force. After all, they were merely resistances. He was indifferent to them. Ji Chuan tightened his grip. Feeling his transformation begin to shatter, an unfamiliar sensation of pain inducing an unexpected fear within him. The tone and actions of Ji Chuan made it clear that he was not merely speaking lightly. He genuinely did not care for its survival. "Do not kill me. You have already sensed my existence, so I have no chance left. I have laid many foundations in hopes of instilling fear in you. My condition for control is fear. But I am aware that you shall no longer fear me. Henceforth, I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to you." As the final words fell, Ji Chuan's form resembled a deflated balloon, swiftly diminishing in size. The hands that had previously struggled to break free now hung limply by Ji Chuan's side. Gone were the grotesque visage and the gaping maw. Ji Chuan appeared as his true self. Before him, the dark crystal core no longer bore the terrifying guise of a zombie, but revealed its true nature, a diminutive, one-eyed imp. Such an appearance, however, evoked no fear, prompting it to transform into a horrifying form based on its observations. Noticing the changes in Ji Chuan and his surroundings, the black crystal core finally awakened to the realization. Was it merely an illusion? This little crystal is rather astute, yet the transaction has been established. This host has managed to completely master me with the same trick? It seems I am the most dismal of monochromatic crystals. Chapter 83. Alternatives for wishes. We now have a choice before us, and I hope everyone can deliberate on the three most suitable plans. Li Jingru's words instilled new hope among the group, as they awaited further elaboration in the conference room. We still possess the stellar vision. Its extraordinary abilities were not fully disclosed earlier due to their overwhelming power, capable of achieving nearly any desire. However, every endeavor carries a corresponding probability of success, with more arduous tasks yielding lower odds. Take for instance the previously mentioned wish to eliminate subject number 1, which has a mere 0.03 chance of success, an almost insurmountable feat each day. One is permitted to validate the success probability of merely 3 endeavors, and wishes may only be granted at midnight. In light of the current circumstances, what 3 aspirations do you believe we should pursue? Our opportunities for trial and error are dwindling. The group was taken aback. They had initially presumed that the stellar vision merely served to assist the base in gathering supplementary resources. Little did they know this extraordinary ability wielded such formidable power. However, one could only wish once per day, and the probability of vanquishing target 1 stood at a mere 0.03, rendering it almost negligible. What about wishing to relocate all survivors from Jianghua City? Li Jingru shook his head. Based on previous experiences, the likelihood of success for such a considerable alteration is quite low. I implore everyone to propose more easily attainable wishes, preferably those with a limited scope and fewer subjects, as their success rates may be higher. Yet, this is solely based on experience. For the advancement of the base, wishes have primarily been utilized for procuring fresh supplies. And given that the deity of space alleviates any concerns regarding storage, wishes that could alter the global landscape face a near-zero success rate. What if we wished for Target 1 to suffer amnesia? In that case, he would remain unaware of our previous confrontations, allowing for amicable discourse. Nevertheless, this notion sparked a line of thought. Conceiving a wish with a modest target, yet significant impact, could potentially aid them in overcoming the immediate crisis. How about wishing for the emergence of an invincible human hero? I believe the probability of success is exceedingly low, and even if such a wish were fulfilled, how could one ascertain that this being of absolute power would not become the next Target 1? Su Huaiji secretly yearned to wish for himself to become that invincible force, to eradicate Target 1, yet he hesitated to voice this desire. Upon observing the individuals in Jinglian City, he realized that although he was considered a formidable force in Jianghua City, there existed numerous individuals outside who surpassed his capabilities. A premonition struck him. In the not-so-distant future, power would dictate the order of this world. An idea blossomed in his mind, one that was easily achievable and could alleviate the current crisis. It involved the Minister of Human Resources, Chenong, and all gazes turned towards him. Despite being merely a senior student, he possessed the remarkable purple ability of memory, enabling him to selectively store specific information. Thus, he was adept at retaining information about the abilities of the base's practitioners. Translocation abilities were exceedingly rare, yet Cui Zixuan, who wielded the ability of stealthy translocation, was also limited to a purple capability. Therefore, aspiring for a singular translocation ability seemed a reasonable ambition. We could wish to relocate Subject 1. Currently, Subject 1 had not detected any long-distance translocation abilities, thus relocating him would be feasible. The likelihood of success appeared promising, simultaneously resolving the crisis threatening the entire city. Li Jingru's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it was an excellent proposition, showcasing the ingenuity of youthful minds. Certainly, let this be an option. With the absence of the original crystal core's interference, Ji Chuan felt a serene absorption process this time. Xiao Hui, residing within him, could communicate with him even in the realm of unconsciousness. During his recent entrapment in the illusionary realm, Xiao Hui had even risked his life to provide warnings, demonstrating unexpected loyalty. However, due to the excessive absorption of crystal cores, the power of the original crystal core was intensifying, rendering Xiao Hui in the realm of consciousness unable to contend with the black crystal core. How long must this continue? Xiao He, do you know? Ji Chuan casually named the black crystal core once more, as was his wont. What, you may ask, is the monochrome crystal core? Each hue of the monochrome crystal core exists in singularity. As the host's strength burgeons, it awakens a self-awareness akin to that of humanity. Yet our consciousness and character diverge entirely. Mine yearns to remain unshackled by the host's will. How many such crystal cores exist, like yours? I am uncertain, for I possessed no memories prior to awakening. Ji Chuan understood. Devoid of the nightmares conjured by the little black entity, this time felt particularly protracted. Craft for me once more a dream akin to those of your. Though let it be one where I play games at home. The little black entity sighed, taken aback that its host could make such a request. Sister Yunxi, the excess energy has dissipated. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunxi hurried upstairs to investigate. Ji Chuan lay calmly in bed, appearing merely to be asleep. Yet the room bore witness to a transformation wrought by his energy. Su Qi arrived to tidy the space. With the aid of her powers, the room was instantly restored to order, save for the shattered windows, which could only await Ji Chuan's awakening for repair through his abilities. Though he could only mend them with metal, fortunately, Ji Chuan had little desire for vistas or sunlight. Gu Yunxi settled by the bedside, her gaze gently fixed upon the slumbering Ji Chuan. Unconsciously, her hand brushed against his cheek, startling her when she realized what she had done. Sister Yunxi, is that you? Lin Dulu observed Gu Yunxi's peculiar action with curiosity, noticing her flushed cheeks. I noticed his hair was disheveled, so I thought to tidy it, Gu Yunxi replied. Lin Dulu leaned in, teasingly questioning, really? I find that hard to believe. With a mischievous grin, she leaned closer to Ji Chuan's ear and teased, Ji Chuan. You sleep like a dead pig. Can't you hear me? Haha. Subsequently, she playfully flicked his forehead. Lulu, that's too much. Sister Yunqi. You don't actually like Ji Chuan, do you? Lulu. Yunqi's face flushed even deeper. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan, who was simply engrossed in his game at home, quietly paused the game, attentively listening to the faint sounds drifting in from outside. It resembled the distant call of Xiao Hui. Though faint, it was still discernible. He had already devised a plan on how to teach Lin Lulu a lesson once he woke up. A smile crept onto his lips before he resumed his game. Chapter 84. Wish fulfilled. Su Wanswan nestled her head against Su Huaiji's sturdy chest, while he embraced her, gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. Godfather, from now on, Wanswan belongs to you. Each time I hold you like this, it brings me a sense of peace. Feeling the tightening of his embrace around her, Su Wanswan's lips curved into a smile. Wanswan, the results will be out in a couple of days. If the plan fails, I will secure a transfer for you. Su Huaiji believed he still held some sway in this matter, and given that Su Wanswan possessed water-based abilities, though not particularly exceptional among the water ability users at the base, taking her along would not be a waste. Godfather, you are too kind to Wanswan. I will not let you down. Su Wanswan traced gentle circles on Su Huaiji's chest with her fingers, gazing at his face with longing in her eyes. Despite his middle age, Su Huaiji, owing to his long-standing habit of exercise, exudes a certain charm akin to that of a distinguished gentleman. When Jiang Jilan first encountered him, she felt an immediate fondness, though Su Huaiji harbored no romantic notions towards her. His gaze upon Su Wanswan was fervent, and he seized the moment to kiss her. From their very first meeting, he was captivated by this gentle and innocent girl, even though she regarded him as a paternal figure. Yet, the warmth of that long-lost touch and the stirrings of his heart compelled him to confront his true feelings. The world had descended into chaos, and there was no shame in boldly pursuing one's desires. Furthermore, such proactive gestures should not fall upon a girl as delicate and naive as Su Wanswan. Meanwhile, Li Jingru anxiously awaited the outcome within the confines of the room. For days had elapsed, and calculations indicated that the probability of successfully relocating Subject 1 to another city stood at 23. Among various options, it appeared to be the most promising solution to the pressing crisis in Jianghua City. The ominous black energy column had vanished, and Li Jingru sensed that Subject 1 was on the verge of action. Time was of the essence. He believed that they could afford at most 2 more days, after which, if failure continued, they would have to relocate the core members. Requesting a nuclear strike was a formidable challenge, as the higher authorities would weigh the survival of the city's populace. The existing data was insufficient to substantiate the claim that Subject 1 posed a threat to all humanity, and a nuclear strike would reduce Jianghua City to ruin. They themselves were relegated to a subterranean existence, perpetually on guard to protect their base from nuclear fallout. A situation not dissimilar to imprisonment. Thus, relocation emerges as the most prudent course of action. As for the others in Jinglian City, they must resign themselves to fate. Confronted with such formidable adversaries, he cannot save everyone. He lacks the capacity for such heroism. It is human nature to prioritize one's own preservation. This sentiment encapsulates Li Jingru's guilt regarding Jinglian City. However, he refrains from pondering excessively on the plight of those in the Jianghua City base. Once they have relocated, a new order will inevitably arise, along with the emergence of new leaders, a matter that need not occupy his thoughts. Upon hearing the news of Shen Mingting's betrayal and the demise of others, Meng Haonian was engulfed in turmoil, unable to fathom the terror that number 1 represented. A force so overwhelming that even the most elite warriors were rendered powerless. Yet, lacking concrete intelligence about the conflict, Meng Haonian dared not dispatch anyone. Other bases shared this sentiment, adopting a stance of cautious observation. With the cautionary tale of Jinglian City as a backdrop, no one was inclined to expose their personnel to such peril. In this apocalyptic landscape, where survival itself is a struggle, there is little room to concern oneself with the suffering of other cities. Li Jingru, well aware of these sentiments, remained tight-lipped about the plan to relocate number 1. Should the relocation succeed, the enigma that is number 1 would remain inscrutable, leaving others to devise their own means of addressing this formidable challenge. As midnight approached, Li Jingru lit a cigarette, overwhelmed with anxiety. Should this attempt fail, only tomorrow would remain as the final opportunity. Despite having prepared extensively over the past few days for a seamless relocation, he still felt a profound sense of attachment to this familiar base. Facing the clock striking midnight, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This marked the first time he had wished for the same thing for 4 consecutive days, a desire that held the fate of all survivors in Jianghua City. Although he was aware that his extraordinary abilities could secure him favorable treatment anywhere, the conditions in Jianghua City were undeniably the most advantageous. Transferring Subject 1 was his optimal choice. However, he was deeply concerned. A mere 23% success rate seemed exceedingly low. What would happen if Subject 1 launched an attack in the coming days? On the very first day he learned the truth, he had contemplated fleeing the city. But the bases for the extraordinary were interconnected. Where could he escape to on his own? With only one wish granted to him each day. Survival in the face of danger would be nearly impossible without the protection of such an organization. He prayed fervently, his hands clasped together, more devoutly than ever before. May Subject 1 depart from this city swiftly, and may the distance of the transfer be as great as possible. Starlight gathered in the hall, flickering intermittently, its brilliance pulsating. Though it lasted but a moment, he perceived it as an eternity. Unlike the dimness of previous days, the starlight erupted into an astonishing radiance within the hall, and he elated, realized his wish had been granted. Meanwhile, a few individuals at the base took turns keeping watch, anxious that Ji Chuan might exhibit any unusual signs during his unconsciousness, allowing for immediate detection. Qiu Xin and Fan Jihua volunteered that night, having contributed little since their arrival at the base, and being naturally inclined to endure long hours, they accepted this responsibility. Yet, just moments ago, a dazzling flash illuminated the room, and Ji Chuan, lying on the bed, vanished into thin air. No, it had been so quiet. What was that burst of white light? Alas, have we found ourselves in a predicament? How shall we explain this to everyone? I am at a loss. Let us hasten to inform them. What is that sound? An earthquake, perhaps? To our astonishment, Da Zhuang had scaled the hotel wall, and upon entering the vacant room, he appeared as forlorn as a child. My master has abandoned me. Where has he gone? Da Zhuang sensed the absence of his master. He leapt down, causing the entire hotel to tremble beneath him. In a frenzy, he bolted out into the courtyard, desperately searching for Ji Chuan, while Xiaomei had also vanished into the night. Da Zhuang's erratic behavior roused many from their slumber, and Qiu Xinshi and his companion called out in the corridor, urgently inquiring about Ji Chuan's mysterious disappearance. Upon learning of the situation, Su Shen first assessed the loyalty levels of the two. They remained remarkably high, indicating they were not deceiving him. Yet, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Had their leader truly abandoned them for another place, as Da Zhuang lamented? Did a flash of white light precede Ji Chuan's disappearance? Qiu Xinshi nodded, recounting how, in the blink of an eye, Ji Chuan had vanished from the bed amidst that blinding light. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone wore grave expressions. Bewildered by the unfolding events, suddenly acutely aware of the pressure surrounding them, Su Qi endeavored to soothe the group. However, what was the matter with Da Zhuang and Xiaomei? I recall they possessed the ability to sense Ji Chuan from afar, yet their current demeanor suggested otherwise. It was as if Ji Chuan had left the city entirely. But Song Ci refrained from elaborating further. Chapter 85. The reclusive starlit Jinshu City, Jinlu Terrace, one of the most expensive residential developments in the nation. In this apocalyptic world, the density of zombies within this community is significantly lower than in other areas, primarily due to its inherently sparse population. Each stairwell serves a single household, and most of the spacious residences span several hundred square meters, typically accommodating no more than a family of 3. Many of the homeowners here are frequently away, leaving numerous empty units. Consequently, as long as supplies remain ample, the safety index of this neighborhood is considerably high. Xia Yida is one of the fortunate residents. As a frontline celebrity, she seldom dines out to avoid being photographed and lacks the time for such indulgences. Her meals consist of just a few bites. She has acclimated to hunger, which notably enhances her overall state and reduces the likelihood of water retention. Prior to the apocalypse, she fortuitously curated an array of nutritious meals based on her nutritionist recommendations and stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. On days when she is at home, preparing her meals merely requires a simple reheating of those ingredients. The usage of sugar, salt, or other seasonings is minimal. She primarily consumes fresh ingredients cooked to perfection, thereby minimizing all condiments and additives to maintain her beauty. For someone like her, who only requires a few bites per meal, there is currently no pressure to forage for food. Each day, she rises punctually, engages in exercise, practices yoga, and immerses herself in reading. In her perception, the authorities will undoubtedly resolve the prevailing challenges. After all, It is merely an unusual virus, and isolation is not an unfamiliar phenomenon. Gazing out at the community below, she observes no signs of the gruesome scenes depicted online. Instead, only a few scattered zombies wander about, resembling elderly neighbors taking a leisurely stroll, which does not evoke any sense of terror within her. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she is determined to demonstrate her self-discipline amidst the crisis. A cultured idol must always shine brightly, instilling pride in her fans. Even without the assistance of a team, she begins to document her daily life in this desolate world, honing her skills in video editing and experimenting with different filming angles. Xia Yida maintains her professional demeanor, yet she is frustrated by the lack of communication from her assistant. Is it merely a viral outbreak that warrants such a halt? Xia Yida feels a twinge of dissatisfaction, contemplating a stern conversation once the pandemic subsides. Were it not for the assistant's keen ability to capture her beauty, she would have considered replacing her already. Despite the apocalypse, many affluent individuals continue to lead comfortable lives. Xia Yida's family is financially secure, owning a lavish estate in Kang City. In comparison to her wealth, her mixed-race beauty is merely an embellishment. She remains unaware of the world beyond Jinlu Terrace, often dismissing the occasionally gruesome news that flashes before her eyes. Yuqing, I wish to have bird's nest from Yongjing Pavilion. Could you please purchase it for me? Xia Yida compensates her assistant handsomely, yet her expectations are equally exacting, which she perceives as entirely reasonable demands. Typically, she refrains from making phone calls, as they are prone to recording, and the life of a celebrity can be fraught with complications. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Xia Yida angrily sets her phone down. It is hardly late for it to be turned off. The prolonged consumption of nutritional meals has rendered her somewhat irritable. The delectable and nutritious low-calorie foods constantly stirred her imagination, especially in the late hours of the night, when such cravings became particularly intense. Throughout her life, whatever she desired was instantly within her grasp, yet now she found herself unaccustomed to this sudden shift. The doorbell chimed unexpectedly, and Xia Yida was taken aback. Few were privy to this address, and she merely resided here by chance, possessing other properties as well. It was rather late. Who could it be? Approaching the LCD screen by the door, she beheld a figure clad in security attire, brandishing a knife. Miss Xia, I know you are home. There are zombies roaming this floor. It is quite unsafe. Please open the door. As she remained silent, the security guard rapped insistently on the door. He had harbored feelings for Xia Yida since the release of her first film, falling deeply in love with her. Meticulously, he scrutinized each video and photograph from her various social media platforms, analyzing every frame and detail in pursuit of clues. At last, he pinpointed the Jinlu Terrace community and applied for the position of security guard, all for her sake. Though she occasionally appeared without makeup, donning sunglasses and a mask, he could always recognize her at a glance. By monitoring the footage, he confirmed her building number and deduced her apartment from the lights that illuminated her floor upon her return at night. Each time she passed by, he greeted her warmly, and in order to dispel any suspicions, he extended his friendliness to every resident, garnering their goodwill. He always considered everything for her, believing that his love was noble and selfless, that no one in the world loved her more than he did, nor had anyone sacrificed as much for her. One day, as she stepped outside, a gust of wind blew her mask to the ground, landing just before the guard station. However, she did not pick it up. Instead, she walked straight out of the community and got into her car, leaving the mask behind intentionally. After she left, the security guard picked up the mask, greedily inhaling deeply as he held it to his nose. This was the essence of a mutual pursuit of happiness. Living alone in such apocalyptic times must have instilled an immense fear within her, for she was a fragile woman, certainly yearning for protection. In this dire world, he should have shattered the barrier between them long ago. His prior silence stemmed from a fear of hindering her career. He always placed himself in her shoes, believing that loving her surpassed self-love. Now, as order teetered on the brink of collapse, she need not concern herself with her career. What she required was him. It was time for him to step out from behind her and allow her to feel the depth of his devotion, to make her the happiest woman, nourished by love. Yida, do not be afraid. It is I. Open the door. I am here to protect you. Suddenly, Xia Yida felt a surge of fear as she saw the guard glaring with bloodshot eyes, pressing against the peephole, pounding on the door while attempting to glimpse the situation inside. Losing patience, the guard raised the knife in his hand, striking it repeatedly against the smart lock. As the LCD screen flickered and went dark, Xia Yida began to panic. The frail figure exerted considerable effort to move the sofa to the door, yet it was evidently futile. With a penchant for minimalist decor, her home was remarkably sparse, leaving no place to conceal herself. She flitted about her abode like a headless fly, hastening to the kitchen to fetch a knife, fully aware that she was no match for the man outside. A flash of white light startled her. "Ah," she exclaimed. "Ida, I heard you. You're at home. Don't be afraid. Quickly open the door." The smart lock was being struck repeatedly, its endurance seemingly waning. Chapter 86. The goddess of fortune. Ji Chuan perceived an unfamiliar scream, noting that there were several female members within the base. Yet, the vague cry that had just echoed belonged to whom? The cacophony persisted, accompanied by an unfamiliar male voice. Furrowing his brow, Ji Chuan listened intently within the illusion, pondering the possibility of an intrusion at the stronghold. With Shun Mengting and Xia Yiqing present, could anyone truly breach their defenses? Meanwhile, Xia Yida, anxiously searching for a place to hide, caught sight of a white flash, revealing a man sprawled on the corridor floor. Was he an obsessive fan or an accomplice? Xia Yida found herself puzzled. The outer door had yet to be breached, so how had he gained entry? He appeared as if in slumber, motionless on the ground, his skin a strikingly pale hue that Xia Yida envied, prompting her to consider inquiring about his skincare secrets. This man, more appealing than many male celebrities, led Xia Yida to believe he could not possibly be an obsessive fan. Such is the nature of the world. Even when one finds themselves in the presence of an intruder, extraordinary beauty can often elicit forgiveness. Summoning her courage, she cautiously approached and gently kicked the man's sturdy leg. Why was he so cold? Xia Yida gathered her resolve and crouched down, carefully reaching her hand towards Ji Chuan's nose. There was no breath. She pressed herself against Ji Chuan's chest, which was solid yet frigid, devoid of a heartbeat. "Oh!" Xia Yida quickly retreated, covering her mouth in shock. The handsome man before her was, astonishingly, a corpse. How could a dead man appear in her home? Behind her, the door reverberated with powerful banging. Paralyzed on the ground, Xia Yida began to tremble, fear finally taking hold of her. With a clang, the door lock fell to the floor, and a hand reached in, swinging the door wide open. The security guard effortlessly pushed aside the sofa blocking the way and, upon seeing Xia Yida sitting on the floor with a knife aimed at him, did not seem afraid. A smile crept across his face. "Yida, why didn't you open the door for me? Now we can finally be together." He advanced forward, causing Xia Yida's hands, which held the knife, to start shaking. "Stay back. Don't come any closer." The guard continued his approach, but the smile faded from his face as he noticed a man lying in the corridor. "Who is he? Why is he in your home?" The guard, filled with rage, suddenly exerted his strength, swinging his knife forcefully against Xia Yida's, easily knocking it from her grasp. He seized Xia Yida by her hair with one hand, exclaiming, "You wretched girl! How dare you hide a man from me?" Xia Yida cried out, her hands instinctively protecting her hair, but a brutal kick from the man struck her abdomen. She was akin to a mere paper figure. And after receiving that violent kick, she immediately began to retch, the overwhelming pain nearly causing her to faint. Having consumed little, she could only expel some gastric fluid. Witnessing the agony on Xia Yida's face, the security guard's expression shifted to one of compassion. He relinquished the knife in his hand and grasped her chin with his other hand. "I love you so dearly and have sacrificed so much for you. Why would you betray me?" Xia Yida yearned to cry out for help, but after that brutal kick, all she could do was kneel on the ground, resigned to the humiliation inflicted by the security guard before her. He dragged her into a room, disregarding her desperate struggles in his presence. Her strength felt as feeble as that of a child. "Please, let me go," Xia Yida pleaded, her tears streaming down in great, heavy drops. She had never been adept at performing emotional scenes, yet at that moment, she was engulfed in an abyss of despair, her tears flowing uncontrollably. "Are you merely playing hard to get? You have indeed exerted considerable effort to win my favor." The guard's demeanor revealed a hint of madness as he forcefully pinned Xia Yida's hands to the bed, the proximity allowing him to admire her exquisite beauty. Even amidst her suffering, he felt grateful for this apocalyptic world, as it had finally liberated his emotions. The once celebrated star, Xia Yida, was now beneath him. While she pleaded for mercy, he perceived it merely as a playful ruse to heighten the tension. Having read numerous novels, he knew that women often favored domineering men. Once he truly possessed her, she would be unable to escape his grasp. "Help! Help him!" Once again, a resounding slap struck her face. and Xia Yida felt stars bursting in her vision. She had never been treated with such unrefined brutality, and fear gripped her heart. The once haughty young lady, who looked down upon the world with disdain, now appeared to be the most pitiful mortal on earth. The man's voice resonated with fury and warning, leaving Xia Yida too terrified to utter a sound. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the bed linens beneath her. Despair clouded her eyes, and she even found herself wishing for a swift end to her suffering. However, that despair morphed into sheer terror. As the security guard noticed the shift in her expression, a confident smirk appeared on his face. Have you ever encountered such a situation? Just endure it a little longer. But in the next moment, a shadowy spike shot forth from his forehead, and the guard collapsed, stark naked. Xia Yida's instinct was to scream, yet her voice came out hoarse. The cold body now loomed before her, eyes glowing a sinister crimson, resembling a vampire. Ji Chuan surveyed the peculiar scene before him, bewildered as to why he was here. Upon awakening, this was the sight that greeted him. Where am I? His deep voice reverberated through the air. Xia Yida was momentarily taken aback. The fact that he could speak left her bewildered. Was he a ghost? Could zombies converse? Cautiously, she regarded Ji Chuan while attempting to tidy her disheveled attire. This is my home. As she sat up and discerned his features, Ji Chuan was taken aback. Isn't this the goddess of Song Huai, Xia Yida? You are Xia Yida? Hearing his words, Xia Yida felt a jolt of surprise. If he recognized her, he must indeed be a person of significance. She nodded, wiping away the tears on her face, always striving to present her most beautiful self before her fans. What city is this? What day? Nuzha City, December 28th. Ji Chuan was astonished. Why had he found himself in such a distant place after this bout of unconsciousness? Moreover, for days had already passed since he had collapsed, earlier than he had anticipated. The door of the room swung open, and the earlier violent struggles and screams had attracted the attention of the zombies. She saw several of them entering. Yet, the man before her seemed unfazed. With a mere wave of his hand, those zombies inexplicably retreated, even closing the unlocked door behind them. How had he accomplished that? Ji Chuan stared at Xia Yida, somewhat entranced, not solely because of her beauty, but rather due to the crystalline core within her mind, a hue he had never before encountered. A pink crystal core, labeled Goddess of Fortune. Chapter 87. Development strategy. A full night had passed without any news regarding Ji Chuan. He remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the situation at the base, which provided a sense of security for all members. As long as Ji Chuan was present, every troublesome issue could be resolved effortlessly. However, his current absence was likely not a mere case of stepping out. Xiao Mei and De Zhuang had also vanished, seemingly embarking on their own quests to find Ji Chuan. The members of the base were compelled to formulate their future strategies. Should they also seek Ji Chuan or swiftly adapt to a state of independent development? We must prepare a survival plan for the prolonged absence of our leader. Based on De Zhuang and Xiao Mei's behavior, it seemed that the leader was no longer in Zhonghua City. Su Xin calmly analyzed the situation as everyone wore a serious expression. It is imperative that we hasten our search for supplies. Previously, many of the provisions lacked expiration dates due to the leader's temporal stasis ability, which only the leader could access. Upon hearing Song Si's reminder, everyone inhaled sharply, in order to preserve resources to the greatest extent possible. Numerous supplies had been stored in that realm. This is also why Ji Chuan could not be away for too long, as he was constantly attentive to the needs of the outpost members, successfully meeting nearly all of them. However, with Ji Chuan's disappearance, how shall we address the issue of supplies? Chen Yuru, worn thin by Tang Yu's unconsciousness, was unable to eat much each day. Su Xin nodded. Relieved that we have these freezers, along with the hotel's modest cold storage, our resource management can proceed as usual. Nonetheless, supplies are becoming increasingly precious, and we must promptly establish a resource search team, for with each passing day, the difficulty of locating supplies escalates. Many areas have already experienced water and power outages. Even though large supermarkets are stocked, many perishable items are prone to spoilage without refrigeration. Each day spent gathering supplies is a race against time. I possess spatial abilities. I wish to join the resource collection team, Zhu Zhu declared, raising her hand. This was one of the few ways she could assist the outpost. Aside from the leader, others are vulnerable to zombie attacks and require the protection of those with formidable abilities. Let me take part. Xia Yiqing willingly assumed the role of captain for the supply collection team. I can contribute as well. I have grown quite strong. Then count me in. Should any emergencies arise, my cards can aid in safeguarding everyone. Song Si raised his hand, feeling uncertain about the others. Gu Yunqi's excessive gentleness and lack of judgment on the battlefield made him doubt her ability to respond correctly in times of peril. The team was now complete, but adding one more person made the vehicle a bit cramped, and using abilities in the middle of the back row was rather inconvenient. Zhu, can you drive? Zhu nodded. I possess decent driving skills. At work, when others are reluctant to take on field duties, I am usually the one sent out, often running errands for others. My driving is quite satisfactory. Su's thoughts were clear, having already organized the division of labor for gathering supplies. Next, they needed to determine the acting leader of the stronghold. Before Su could finish, Shin Mingting abruptly interrupted him. Upon learning of Ji Chuan's disappearance, Shin Mingting felt a surge of excitement, as if she had regained her freedom. Thus, she attempted to leave the stronghold last night. However, after venturing less than 20 meters, she found herself unable to proceed. She realized that Ji Chuan's orders were still in effect and that he had not perished. She was bound to fulfill her duty of safeguarding the stronghold and could not venture far. Yet, even if she couldn't leave, becoming a leader in this stronghold was well within her grasp. Who could rival her in combat? Promotion was Shin Mingting's unwavering ambition, whether in her workplace or within the stronghold amidst the apocalypse. I believe the acting leader should be the strongest individual. Allow me to recommend myself. I should be the most formidable here. Shin Mingting proudly lifted her chin, her stature barely reaching the chins of the other adults, yet exuding an imposing aura. Others looked on with expressions of reluctance, unaware that she was, in fact, a middle-aged woman. Lin Lulu wore a cold smile. The acting leader required a person with a clear mind. If you assumed the role of leader, we might inadvertently assist our adversaries. What did you say? Shin Mingting felt an urge to explode. No one had ever dared to mock her to her face, directly exposing her vulnerabilities. She had approached with confidence, only to be subdued as a guard for the stronghold. Facing the formidable Shin Mingting, Lin Lulu remained unafraid. For Ji Chuan had already instructed her that Shin Mingting would protect the stronghold and would not harm its members. I say you are unfit to be a leader. Even if you wish to employ force against the members of the stronghold, you would fail. Qiu Xinshi, come here. Suddenly called upon, Qiu Xinshi appeared fearful. Lulu, why did you call me? Why should I call you sister? You are older than I am. Do you believe she could defeat even you? Although Lin Lulu directed her words at Qiu Xinshi, her gaze remained fixed on Shin Mingting, whose eyes betrayed a hint of insecurity. Evidently, Ji Chuan had briefed them beforehand. Sister Lulu, I do not wish to perish. My ability can at most allow her to turn her back to me. Who could I possibly defeat? Enough. Whoever wishes to lead may do so. Shin Mingting, infuriated, turned to walk away. She had initially aimed to assume the role of leader, but now found herself relegated to the position of a mere security guard for the stronghold. Any actions that harmed the members of the stronghold would contravene Ji Chuan's orders, and to do so would invite repercussions, painful ones, at that. During this time, we can discuss and resolve all significant issues, determining the optimal plan based on everyone's thoughts, Su Shin concluded, and the group generally agreed. Besides gathering supplies, we must also continue to monitor the security situation of the stronghold. In the monitoring room, 2 individuals are assigned to each shift, diligently overseeing the stronghold around the clock. In the face of perilous situations, it is imperative to promptly inform everyone, striving to address any unstable factors in advance to prevent damage to the stronghold's outer walls, especially in the absence of the leader when no one is available for repairs. Prior to any expedition by the supply team, it is essential to notify all members, as this marks the time when the stronghold is at its most vulnerable. Thus, we must fortify our defenses. Although no leader has been appointed for the stronghold, Su Shan, being an executive of the hotel, has demonstrated remarkable aptitude in personnel allocation, and all attentively heed his directives. On the first morning following Ji Chuan's disappearance, the framework for the stronghold's ongoing development strategy began to take shape. Chapter 88, Alas. A new pervert last night was the most restful night Li Jingru had experienced in a long while. All unexpected factors in Jianghua City stemmed from entity number 1, which has now been effectively neutralized. He remains uncertain of its current location, yet Jianghua City has reverted to a state of dominance by the supernatural forces. When Hele reported the successful transfer to him last night, his excitement surpassed that of a parent receiving their child's university acceptance letter. While the manifestation of the starry vision is quite evident, he still feels compelled to conduct further assessments to ensure absolute security. He considers allowing those with self-preservation abilities to explore the periphery of the Xinghe district. He would prefer to send Ji Chuan, given her exceptional ability to remain concealed and safe. However, it has been said that she is unwell and in poor spirits, so we shall excuse her this time. In the conference room, Li Jingru rarely wore a smile. Last night, the celestial vision was successfully activated, and we have finally relocated Subject 1. Shanong, your suggestion was commendable. A smile of gratitude illuminated Chun Ang's youthful face, as this is beneficial for the entire populace of Jianghua City, thanks to He Lei's extraordinary abilities. Li Jingru nodded in acknowledgement, but his expression turned serious. Although Subject 1 has been moved, we must still proceed to Alajar to investigate the stances of Shin Mingting, Xia Yiqing, and Song Xiai. It is possible that they may have fallen under a higher level of mental control. Minister Chen, please keep a vigilant eye on the information pertaining to members with decontrol abilities. Moreover, although I have reiterated this point several times, it bears repeating. We are unaware of the precise location to which Subject 1 has been transferred. We must remain tight-lipped about the functions of the celestial vision in the relocation plan for Subject 1. I trust that everyone comprehends the significance of this matter. They are all astute individuals, and only a select few are privy to this information from the outset. If details of the Subject 1 relocation plan were to leak to other cities, discontent among the other cities towards the Jianghua City base of abilities would undoubtedly arise, complicating future requests for assistance. Furthermore, the new city harboring Subject 1 may, due to Jianghua City's experience with Subject 1, require continuous inquiries regarding its information, which would not only prevent dissatisfaction but also create a debt of gratitude towards Jianghua City. We simply need to maintain that we are unaware of the reasons behind Subject 1's relocation to their city. Should the functions of the celestial vision become known, there is a high likelihood that higher authorities will seek to commandeer it. Li Jingru is reluctant to relinquish this trump card. Such abilities are irreplaceable in any context, and He Lei's information must remain absolutely confidential. During the meeting, Li Jingru orchestrated an exploratory approach that transitioned from the periphery to the core, gradually ensuring the safety of entry into the galaxy region. Everyone acknowledged this method. Exercising caution is never a folly. Although Number 1 exhibited no signs of long-distance mobility abilities, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that he possesses similar powers. The base for ability users in Jianghua City is thriving. Yet only the former team members mourn the loss of the 4 captains. The dynamics of the combat team are set to undergo transformation, with those members likely to regroup anew. I sensed a faint essence of the crystal core within the other party, indicating that they might not be as fully awakened as I am. It was the voice of Xiaohong. Ji Chuan scrutinized the sole holder of a monochromatic crystal core he had encountered thus far, the pink core goddess, Zaida. A frontline star, her ethnic appearance exudes exotic charm. Her features striking and commanding on screen, and she is undeniably beautiful. However, Ji Chuan was taken aback by her slender frame. In reality, she appeared almost as a wisp of paper, yet her contours were distinctively full where it mattered. Despite the disheveled look on Zaida's face, her star-like beauty was so surreal it rivaled the impeccable modeling often seen in video games. How do you utilize your abilities? Ji Chuan inquired, intrigued by the concept of a goddess of fortune. Just moments ago, a security guard with a power-oriented green crystal core easily subdued her, suggesting her abilities may not lend themselves to offensive maneuvers. Abilities? What abilities? Zaida questioned, having encountered online discussions about powers. She had merely assumed it was a fictional trope from a film or television series, never taking it seriously. She merely led an ordinary life. Having enjoyed favorable economic circumstances since childhood, she found it difficult to comprehend many things and remained indifferent to them. Concepts such as Crazy Thursday, ride-sharing, and certain online shopping platforms were foreign to her existence, and thus, she felt no obligation to understand them. Therefore, when she encountered news about supernatural abilities, it seemed to her just another irrelevant topic, not something she needed to grasp. Ji Chuan felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared she had not paid attention to her own powers, likely because they were not as overtly manifested as Gu Yunxi's. Nonetheless, Ji Chuan had a vague suspicion that her transfer here was somehow linked to Xia Yida. Had she not arrived, Xia Yida might very well have fallen victim to the security guard. In this perilous situation, her salvation felt akin to the blessing of fortune. However, Ji Chuan was intrigued to discover the extent of the other S abilities. I wish to conduct an experiment. Ji Chuan's voice emerged, cold and somber. which instilled a sense of foreboding in Xiaoyida. "What do you intend to do?" she exclaimed, fear evident in her gaze. As Ji Chuan pulled her onto the balcony, the security guard had exhibited considerable strength, but Ji Chuan felt like a crane, her force surpassing human limits. "Let us see how fortunate you truly are." Before Xiaoyida could fully process the situation, Ji Chuan had flung her over the railing. They were on the 28th floor, perilously close to the top. Falling from such a height would undoubtedly lead to death. Yet, to her astonishment, Ji Chuan remained by her side, seemingly plummeting alongside her. How could this person be descending at such a speed as well? However, why does he maintain such a calm expression and a perfectly straight posture? Xiaoyida felt a sense of despair. It seemed that this handsome young man was equally deranged. The security guard desired her, and now this young man wished to die alongside her. It appeared he was yet another ardent admirer who loved her to the core. Indeed, beauty can be a curse, inciting one to commit crimes. At that moment, Xiaoyida regretted her striking appearance, wishing only for wealth in her next life. Xiaoyida thought she had fallen to the ground, as a sensation arose from behind her, but it was not the piercing pain she anticipated. She was about to land on the first floor when the family's awning unexpectedly sprang open. The first floor boasted a spacious courtyard, and the homeowner had installed a large awning to provide shade during summer. It had been neatly folded just moments before, yet it deployed just as Xiaoyida was about to touch down. The owners here were affluent, having opted for a material that was not only durable but aesthetically pleasing. It was remarkably thin, soft, and elastic, resembling a giant air cushion. Xiaoyida felt as if her body had sunk into the awning before being gently rebounded. After falling from the 28th floor, she sustained only minor abrasions. Even without the awning, Ji Chuan could have pulled her up before she hit the ground. Ji Chuan narrowed his eyes. Was this the ability of the monochromatic crystal core? To be fortunate enough to such an extent? Had she inadvertently gained the power of immortality? Chapter 89. Keen perception. Before Xiaoyida could fully comprehend the situation, she was soaring towards the 28th floor. A cold sensation enveloped her arms. This man was indeed carrying her as they flew. What was happening? Did this man possess the extraordinary ability of flight? Upon returning to her room, Xiaoyida gasped for breath, her face etched with terror as she stared at Ji Chuan, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The experience of soaring through the air with Ji Chuan was far more exhilarating than any amusement ride. She had never dared to bungee jump, let alone leap from a building. Yet astonishingly, after plummeting from the 28th floor, she had only sustained minor injuries. Fatigue washed over her, likely exacerbated by the late hour and the overwhelming stimuli she had just endured. "Your power is luck. My presence here saved you. Your survival after that leap is a testament to your ability at work," Ji Chuan mused, sensing the diminishing energy radiating from Xiaoyida. It appeared that evading death required considerable energy. Yet, should she acquire the crystal core energy, she might transform into an extraordinarily resilient adversary. Ji Chuan contemplated whether to eliminate her outright, but at that moment, Little Black interjected with a warning. "Master, do not proceed. I sense a potential threat from her. Your actions may provoke unforeseen circumstances, such as attracting even more formidable beings to her rescue or inadvertently causing harm to yourself through some twist of fate." Ji Chuan recalled Song Huai's infatuated gaze upon Xiaoyida and sighed. Since his awakening, Ji Chuan had acutely felt the shift within himself. He had grown increasingly indifferent. For the sake of experimentation, he had carelessly cast Xiaoyida from the building, and upon realizing her formidable nature, contemplated her elimination. Previously, he had never harbored intentions of harming the innocent. Perhaps it was humanity's relentless provocations, the pressure exerted by others while he sought peaceful coexistence, that had led to this moral inversion, ultimately directing blame toward himself after injuring his own kind. In the realm of metal, the human captain pondered to himself that, as a zombie, he was destined to be a monster, regardless of his actions. Humanity was fated to extinguish itself. It was they who inflicted harm upon their companions, and it was they who sought to end his existence. Should they not be the true monsters? Upon awakening this time, Ji Chuan found that the remnants of his humanity felt even more scarce. It was not a pity for Xiaoyida's plight that stirred him, but rather the adherence to Xiaohei's counsel to attempt to eliminate the individual before him, a course of action that could lead to peril. There was no need to take such a risk. Thus Ji Chuan abandoned his plan to sample the singular crystal core before him. "Rest now, it is quite late," he said. Xiaoyida was utterly bewildered by Ji Chuan's concern. What manner of being was he? She had initially perceived him as a benevolent figure when he saved her. Yet he spoke of experiments and then discarded her from a height. Nevertheless, she had survived. Could it be true, as he claimed, that she possessed extraordinary abilities? Having grown up in a life of privilege, blessed with beauty and success, it seemed she could easily acquire anything she desired. She had believed her achievements were a result of her discipline and hard work, yet now someone suggested that it was merely luck. Yet even if she were to attempt sleep, who would dare to do so? In the bedroom lay a naked corpse, once the pandemic subsided. She vowed to sell this house and never return. I will not harm you. In fact, I can ensure your safety. Since killing was not an option, she resolved to keep the singular crystal core close by, as its threat was immense and it could very well become a powerhouse like himself. Ji Chuan sought to cultivate a rapport with Xia Yida. In the terrified gaze of Xia Yida, the naked security guard rose to his feet, prompting her to scream and dash towards the balcony. However, Ji Chuan merely gestured, and the guard exited her home. Reflecting on the previous behavior of the zombies, Xia Yida realized that these creatures seemed to obey the commands of the man before her. What exactly are you? No breath, no heartbeat. Body cold yet capable of speech, zombies that heed his orders. What manner of being is this? I am a zombie who retains my consciousness. If you do not betray me, I shall not harm you, Ji Chuan declared as he approached the front door. The door, once battered and broken, transformed into an exceptionally sturdy barrier under Ji Chuan's restoration, exhibiting a unique metallic texture with an artistic flair. A conscious zombie? What an abstract notion. Betrayal? What connection do they share? If it weren't for his appealing appearance, such words would indeed sound perverse. He claimed to have the ability to ensure her safety, and he indeed possessed the means to protect himself. With those zombies seemingly under his command, perhaps she should consider making him her assistant. After all, she could afford a generous salary. The fatigue of filming for 24 hours without rest weighed heavily on her. She lacked even the strength to freshen up and simply collapsed onto her bed, feeling utterly drained. In the darkness of night, Ji Chuan soared above the city, discovering that his life perception now encompassed the entire metropolis, and his processing speed had significantly increased. As if his brain had undergone an upgrade, he sensed the presence of the unique crystal core, contemplating whether to subjugate or eliminate it. Determined not to leave any potential threats behind, he had absorbed 9 red crystal cores, and now he felt that the ability users with red crystal cores posed no threat to him. However, upon careful observation, he discovered that in the entire city, only Xia Yida possessed a singular crystal core. Singular crystal cores appeared to be exceptionally rare, which relieved Ji Chuan. This was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Otherwise, he would be anxious about the sudden emergence of a formidable adversary akin to himself, launching an offensive from within the ranks of humanity. Yet, his flying speed was not sufficiently swift. It would likely take him 2 or 3 days to reach his destination. Moreover, long-distance flights for humans were already a source of headache for Ji Chuan, let alone a journey spanning 2 or 3 days. Additionally, he was reluctant to let Xia Yida fall into the hands of others. He intended to keep this singular crystal core close to prevent future troubles. Carrying Xia Yida along for 2 or 3 days would likely leave her utterly exhausted. At that moment, he needed to find someone adept at piloting an aircraft to facilitate their departure together with Xia Yida. Xia Yida exuded an air of extravagance. Although Ji Chuan's parents were renowned investors, in comparison to a family like hers, he could only be considered an ordinary individual. Such celebrities likely owned private jets, and there should be leads on pilots as well. Having made this decision, Ji Chuan meticulously sensed the situation in Nuzhe City, looking for any unexpected opportunities. He extended his perception, akin to a signal tower, rapidly broadcasting his awareness to every corner of the city. The addition of the 9 red crystal cores within him made his energy feel like an unfathomable black hole. A considerable number of high-level crystal cores were congregated underground. And as Ji Chuan had anticipated, this city also housed a base for ability users. They remained oblivious to his arrival. At the other end of the city, Ji Chuan encountered a particularly unique zombie. Despite not being within the creature's perceptive range, it remained acutely aware of his presence, pausing to gaze intently in his direction when Ji Chuan's aura reached nearby. Chapter 90. Stalking. Ji Chuan was intrigued by this perceptive zombie. Through his ability to possess, he discovered its remarkable nature. Its skin was smooth and intact, much like his own, and were it not for the pair of black wings and a black tail, it could easily be mistaken for a human. Surrounding it was a throng of zombies, their vitality dimmed by its presence. Some corpses were even slowly rising from the ground, indicating that the slaughter of these individuals had only recently occurred. Ji Chuan noted another anomaly. Unlike typical zombies that regarded humans merely as sustenance, the bodies before him remained remarkably intact. A faint smile graced the zombie's face, as if it derived pure pleasure from the act of killing. Its gaze was gentle as it fixed its eyes on the direction from which Ji Chuan's aura emanated. Were it not for the bloodstains on its face and body, it might resemble an elegant youth swaying in the wind. The smile grew more pronounced as its black wings began to tremble, and it took to the air. Ji Chuan's curiosity about this zombie intensified, and he continued to monitor its movements. Meanwhile, Ji Chuan, disregarding the fatigue from the extensive consumption of his abilities, ran tirelessly towards the base. His power, feigning death, had rendered him uninteresting to the zombies, which constituted his sole value to the base. In this apocalyptic world, resources were as precious as gold, and they tirelessly transported them in a self-organized manner, time and again. The distribution of resources at the base for ability users in Shinza City is meticulously regulated, apportioned according to each individual's labor contribution. If they managed to relocate the supplies from this warehouse, their team would be spared from venturing out for nearly a month. They are, after all, members with rather inconsequential abilities, undertaking perilous tasks merely to secure a place where they can sleep soundly amidst the apocalypse. With a concerted effort, it is challenging to find such an intact warehouse. If they do not finish today, it is likely that others will discover it by tomorrow. Indeed, it is fortunate that our team has a dog's nose among us. Hurry up, we must move quickly before darkness envelopes us completely, obscuring the location of the zombies. What are you afraid of? The Combat Team 9 reported that this area was recently cleared. I see no immediate dangers around. That may be true, but we cannot. Cannot what? Old Lu, why do you leave your thoughts unfinished? Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a box of supplies fell to the ground. The man stood in shock, watching as his teammate collapsed into a pool of blood, a young man with wings smiling at him. Had it not been for the blood dripping from his hands, one might have mistaken him for a benign passerby. What are you? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the smiling youth had already appeared beside him. In a moment of disbelief, the clawed hand extracted his heart, and darkness descended completely. Ji Chuan sensed the imminent danger and swiftly activated his abilities. Given that there were no zombies within the warehouse, he had been on the periphery, safeguarding his teammates. However, he was uncertain when this winged man had appeared. Detecting the threat, he hastily employed his powers, feigning movements akin to those of a zombie. He distanced himself from the scene, indifferent to the anguished cries of his comrades. Even if he were to rush back, it would merely be a futile sacrifice. Once assured that he was sufficiently far away, Ji Chuan sprinted towards the base with reckless abandon. His abilities could not sustain unceasing use, and he was acutely aware of the fatigue creeping into his body. He could only activate his powers when the undead were perilously close. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. This was the closest he had ever been to death. He felt no guilt for his teammates, who were merely temporary allies forged in the crucible of the apocalypse. The guards hurried to assist him. On Kuntong Street, there is a monster. Our squad has been slaughtered. Take a moment to breathe and speak slowly. The guards did not perceive the gravity of the situation. Death had become a commonplace occurrence at the base, and they had grown desensitized. The supply collection team was merely a group of laborers, and their lives held little significance. The claim of encountering a monster was merely an encounter with a variant species. These inept individuals were incapable of overcoming any mutated creature. What they perceived as monsters were merely livestock in the eyes of combat-oriented abilities. The creature had a pair of black wings and a black tail. It was a demon. Yet, the base guards interpreted Ji Chuan's demeanor as a typical battlefield stress reaction, glancing at him before preparing to escort him to the infirmary. How could there be a zombie with wings and a tail? Such a precedent for a variant species has never existed. Is this truly your stronghold? As a few individuals were about to enter the base, a melodious male voice resonated from the sky. He descended slowly, a warm smile gracing his face. It was him, the very monster. Ji Chuan screamed in terror, bewildered at how this creature could appear here after he had fled for an entire night. Could it be that he had deliberately allowed him to escape, merely to ascertain the location of the base? As this thought emerged, a chilling sensation enveloped Ji Chuan. The coldness stemmed from the excessive use of his abilities, which had utterly drained his energy. Furthermore, his heart had been pierced, causing his blood to cease its circulation. With a look of pure horror, Ji Chuan collapsed to the ground. This is a punishment for your sluggish escape. You have kept me waiting for far too long. The young man casually flicked the blood from his hands, as if it were merely a smudge of dirt. The guards, not daring to hesitate, hastily launched an attack against the youth, but before they could even raise their hands, they fell lifelessly to the ground. The alarms of the base blared ominously. In the midst of slumber, Fu Qingyu sprang to his feet. The alarms of the new city ability user base had never sounded before, indicating that the base was in grave peril. Leader, the base is under attack. 3 individuals are already deceased, and the combat units are assembling swiftly. How many are they? Fu Qingyu questioned, perplexed. Who would dare to assault an ability user base in this apocalyptic world? Did they seek to seize it? One individual, possessing wings and a tail, appears to be human. No, it's a zombie. The guards who had fallen moments ago had already turned into zombies. Upon hearing the security department's description of the surveillance footage, Fu Qingyu's pupils dilated in shock, his mind rapidly awakening from its slumber. To the naked eye, it appeared to be a human, adorned with wings and a tail. With such wings, one would assume it could soar through the skies. Could it be that Jianghua City harbors a flying zombie? Perhaps it is number 1? Is that even conceivable? The 2 cities are separated by such a vast distance. Could it be that a creature akin to number 1 has also manifested in Xinzi City? Fu Qingyu dared not dwell on these thoughts, hastily donning a coat. He hurried towards the monitoring room. Chapter 91. The Overlooked Warning. Team 15, secure. Team 9, secure. Team 21, secure. Team 17, secure. All received. Continue advancing towards Aoligier. Ku Fan gripped the walkie-talkie with a hint of anxiety, despite Li Jingru assuring him that number 1 was no longer in Jianghua City. He could not shake off his unease. The havoc wrought by number 1 in Xinghe District had become a widely circulated tale, resulting in the demise of nearly an entire elite squad, along with 7 captains of special abilities. No one dared to tread into Xinghe District. Yet, under orders from Li Jingru, as the leader of the reconnaissance team, he was compelled to lead several squads in scouting Aoligier. Orders from superiors are not to be refused. And thus, with a heavy heart, Ku Fan proceeded. It was said that entering Xinghe District would alert number 1, so they cautiously approached from the 4 peripheral directions. Fortunately, no abnormalities had been detected thus far. He longed to borrow Cui Ji Chuan, yet she appeared utterly haggard, her dark circles evident, trembling as if she were on the brink of madness. It was rumored she had begun taking antidepressants. With no other choice, Ku Fan selected 4 teams that possessed some self-defense capabilities but were ultimately expendable. Should danger arise, it could very well mean death. He was reluctant to select those elite teams, fearing that it would severely damage his reconnaissance unit. The combat team had already suffered significant losses, and the reconnaissance group was already depleted of talent. Losing any promising individual would be a heart-wrenching blow. Although it may seem unfair to the chosen teams, Ku Fan had deliberated extensively before arriving at this decision, as the current circumstances left little room for fairness. Team leader. Team 21 has spotted the target vehicle departing in an off-road car. Should we pursue? Ensure we are not detected before following, with particular attention to whether number 1, Xia Yiqing, and Song Ci are inside. Understood. With Ji Chuan's assistance no longer available, Xia Yiqing took on the primary responsibility of clearing the path. Zhu Zhu did not accelerate the vehicle too much, as a relentless horde of zombies surged towards them. To prevent the road from being obstructed by the undead, Xia Yiqing would slice through them, ensuring that the remnants were blown away. Lin Lulu and Song Ci felt somewhat superfluous. Their abilities were of little use in such conditions. Their objective was clear: those locations where zombies congregated in large numbers, such as shopping malls and supermarkets. Remote convenience stores had long been picked clean by survivors, while areas teeming with zombies were seldom approached for exploration. Song Ci furrowed his brow, sensing that they were being watched. He had utilized all the ability-enhancing cards on himself, granting him strength, perception, and speed far beyond that of an average person. However, he dismissed the feeling of being observed, noting that Xia Yiqing's impressive maneuvers, combined with their convoy, would undoubtedly attract attention. It was likely just the gaze of survivors peering from behind the windows of nearby buildings. Team leader. We have spotted Xia Yiqing. She is in the vehicle, which appears to contain 4 individuals. The rear window remains closed, preventing us from discerning the identities of the others. They are heading towards Taishihui. We shall continue to follow. Ku Fan recalled that number 1 had previously utilized flight to abduct team leader Xia and team leader Song. Since they are traveling by car, it is likely that number 1 is not on board, suggesting that he may indeed have been relocated. The direction in which the vehicle is heading does not align with the base's location. Captain, we are just a few blocks away. Should we report? Do not report. Remain on standby and allow the other teams to proceed first. Upon hearing their captain's words, the members of Team 15 understood immediately. Though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey the superior's orders. Despite the captain's earnest efforts, team leader Ku did not acquiesce. At that moment, the first team approaching Oliger was undoubtedly in the most perilous position. Fortunately, their captain did not blindly adhere to duty. The team remained quietly, awaiting communication from the other units. Team leader, Team 9 is 1 kilometer from the target and has encountered no anomalies. Should we advance? Proceed, but retreat immediately if danger arises. Upon hearing the exchange over the radio, Team 15 felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, the other teams were not as cautious. If genuine danger were to present itself, retreat would be a fool's errand. 7 elite ability users perished there, and the strongest captain surrendered. Who do they think they are? Suggesting they could retreat unscathed? No one capable of a safe escape would engage in such perilous reconnaissance tasks. Receiving the affirmative response, the captain of Team 9 exchanged glances with his teammates and continued to advance. The towering metallic gate loomed before them, and not far away. The structure of Aeligier resembled a medieval fortress, shrouded in mystery and imposing an overwhelming sense of oppression. He activated the intercom, ensuring that any perilous situations could be communicated to others without delay. It appeared that Aeligier had recently witnessed a massacre. As the streets were lined with dismembered flesh and corpses, the stench of decay mingled with the heavy scent of blood, casting a horrifying pall over the daylight atmosphere. The members of Team 9 encouraged one another as they pressed forward, reassured by their superior's assertion that the first unit had already departed and that the stronghold was likely an empty shell devoid of danger. They consoled themselves with this belief. Yet ironically, the team stationed farthest from Aeligier was the first to arrive. It seemed their path had been the most favorable, while the other teams had likely encountered unforeseen troubles. As a few of them approached the hotel, contemplating their method of entry, they spotted a figure crouched at the entrance. It was a petite girl with her hair styled in a bun. Her small stature and crouched position rendered her inconspicuous. She was staring at them, her emotions unreadable. "Child, what are you doing here? I should have warned the base personnel to steer clear of this place. Blame that woman for not informing you." Before the captain of Team 9 could fully comprehend the meaning behind the girl's words, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, and his scream was short-lived as all members collapsed. Countless steel needles had sprouted from their bodies, leading to a gruesome demise. The intercom fell to the ground, producing a sharp, clear sound. The members of Team 15, hearing the noise from the intercom, felt a chill of dread run down their spines. Retreat. Upon receiving the task, Captain of Team 15 felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Although he had no authority to decline, it did not imply that he must maintain a standard level of efficiency. Given that 4 teams had been selected, what harm was there in his own team proceeding at a more leisurely pace? Taking additional risks only escalated the chances of death. It was wiser to allow others to take the gamble with their lives. As Kufan listened to the harrowing conversations and anguished screams, he was rendered completely speechless. While he understood that this line of work was fraught with danger, he never anticipated witnessing the demise of an entire team. Hadn't Team 1 already been relocated? Who was it that attacked them? A child? The voice of a girl? Had there been warnings issued? Kufan's mind was in turmoil. His superiors had not instructed him to steer clear of Oliger, nor had anyone mentioned any warnings. Was this a deliberate ploy to send them to their doom under the guise of reconnaissance? Gritting his teeth, Kufan commanded the other teams to retreat. Chapter 92. Feigning madness. Ji Chuan stood before the mirror in her room, meticulously applying makeup around her eyes, intent on crafting a carefully curated look of exhaustion. She had come to realize that her extraordinary ability felt more like a curse. Dangerous tasks seemed to gravitate towards her, with every team in need of personnel seeking her out. Having faced Ji Chuan multiple times was already terrifying enough, and the last encounter with that madwoman, Shin Mingting, was particularly harrowing. The latter had threatened to kill anyone who approached Oliger, and Ji Chuan believed her wholeheartedly, having reported the matter truthfully to her superiors. While the decisions of her superiors were beyond her control, her foremost desire was to preserve her own life. It appeared that showing weakness would not be effective. Thus Ji Chuan contemplated the notion of feigning insanity. She adorned herself with heavy dark circles under her eyes, startling others as she walked through the base. leading them to believe that, like before, a zombie had infiltrated their sanctuary. She too feigned shock and terror, exhibiting an exaggerated display of fearfulness. Those who encountered Ji Chuan perceived her as having suffered severe trauma, which aligned perfectly with her intentions. Indeed, the perilous assignments had recently evaded her, and she had discovered the secret to surviving peacefully within the confines of the base. A triumphant smile graced Ji Chuan's reflection in the mirror, as she reveled in her own brilliance. Gazing at her dramatically haggard visage, she marveled at her exceptional makeup skills. She practiced a variety of expressions, simulating madness and folly, preparing to cultivate further sympathy from those around her through diligent training. Mission accomplished. Each day spent in pretense banished her worries. Oh ho 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 ho. As mealtime approached, Ji Chuan took a deep breath to steady herself before heading to the dining hall. Though she often concealed herself within her quarters, sustenance was still a necessity. A girl nudged her companion and whispered, "Did you hear? She has been traumatized on several missions in a row. She has completely lost it." Upon seeing Ji Chuan, whispers of gossip circulated among the patrons of the dining hall. Ji Chuan kept her head bowed, cautiously glancing sideways while eating, as if on high alert. She sat alone, others wary of her potential insanity harming them. A figure settled across from her, Sun Tao. He kept his head down while eating, but murmured softly, "Ji Chuan, you're being a bit over the top, aren't you? You're acting like a simpleton." Ji Chuan didn't lift her gaze, biting down on her molars, replying, "What do you know? I'm merely channeling a lunatic from my elementary school days. Are you certain this is truly beneficial? How will you survive moving forward?" Ji Chuan is remarkably audacious, yet Sun Tao merely finds her entertaining, indifferent to the gazes of others. "I must first ensure my own survival, with Team 9 completely obliterated. If I do not maintain my sanity, it will be my demise during missions. Indeed, you are the wisest among us, in your madness. There is no need to concern yourself with others, for I am the one you require." With a clang, Sun Tao's words struck a chord deep within Ji Chuan, causing the steel spoon in her hand to clatter onto the table. "Ah, no, don't come any closer." Ji Chuan seized upon this moment to theatrically perform in the cafeteria, resembling a startled creature. All eyes turned disdainfully towards her, while sympathetic glances were cast at Sun Tao. The former captain has perished, and the teammates have descended into madness. How distressing this must be. Although Sun Tao harbors feelings for Ji Chuan, her brazen antics leave him feeling quite awkward. He lowered his head, face flushed, hastily shoveling food into his mouth in an attempt to escape this tumultuous scene. Xiao Dushing observed Ji Chuan from the corner, his thoughts inscrutable. He set down his plate and approached the door of the leader's private room in the cafeteria. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter." Li Jingru, who was in the midst of his meal, gestured for Xiao Dushing to take a seat. "What is it, Dr. Xiao? I wish to request a person from you." "Who?" Li Jingru raised an eyebrow in curiosity. If the research center was short-staffed, one could directly approach Chenong for suitable candidates, and for resources or equipment, one could coordinate with Jiang Jilan. What could he possibly need from him at this moment? Ji Chuan. She has gone quite mad, and is likely incapable of undertaking missions now. Li Jingru gently furrowed his brow. Is it truly that insane? You may witness it now. Li Jingru followed Xiao Dushing's gaze to the window of the private room, observing Ji Chuan in the cafeteria performing peculiar movements, as if she had encountered something terrifying. All eyes were fixed upon her, causing some timid girls to flee in fright. Her complexion was equally alarming, resembling that of a zombie who had undergone transformation for a week, devoid of any hint of color. Li Jingru sighed, comprehending Xiao Dushing's intentions, and nodded. Such an individual could neither undertake missions nor be allowed to pose a threat to others in a state of madness. Although her abilities were somewhat regrettable, a person driven to insanity was effectively rendered powerless. Thus, there was no alternative but to handle the situation this way. "Thank you, leader. I shall not disturb your meal any longer." Xiao Dushing exited the private room, casting a sinister smile at Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan found this zombie to be exceedingly reckless and, driven by curiosity, followed its every move. He soon realized it had trailed to the ability user base in Shinza City, where it commenced a massacre. With his ability to sense life, Ji Chuan discerned that the base contained a considerable number of red crystal cores, and since it was the dead of night, most team members were present. Although the assault caught the base off guard, the arrival of reinforcements was merely a matter of time. Observing keenly, he soared towards the base. intrigued by the unique nature of this zombie, determined to uncover its true intentions. The few individuals who had been slain earlier gradually rose, their gazes vacant as they stood motionless. As the alarm blared incessantly, a multitude of armed personnel surged forth from the base, illuminating the battlefield with a sudden brilliance that dispelled the night. Various supernatural abilities were unleashed upon the airborne zombies, yet the young zombie maintained an air of calm, issuing commands to the undead at his feet while launching attacks against humanity. His strikes were ruthless and lethal, akin to a bullet on an automatic trajectory, weaving through the crowd in a relentless slaughter. The number of corpses dwindled as they gradually rose to become zombie puppets. Do not allow ordinary team members to venture out to their demise, Fu Qingyu urgently ordered as he observed the surveillance footage. The regular fighters posed no threat to this zombie. Continued engagement would only result in the formation of a formidable horde at the base's entrance, rendering any sortie problematic. It appeared to be a speed-oriented variant capable of flight, possessing considerable strength, capable of piercing through human bodies with its swift movements. Shikai, Zhang Tai, engage quickly. Yi Yue, stand by for support. The captain prepared the team at the base entrance, determined to prevent any zombies from breaching their defenses, while Qi Lin efficiently cleared away the fallen bodies. Those without relevance above the third underground level were swiftly directed to the fourth level. Fu Qingyu deftly orchestrated the actions of the team, realizing through the footage that this might be the most formidable mutant they had encountered, one endowed with intelligence. Aware that this was their stronghold, what could this zombie's true intentions be, attempting to annihilate the entire base single-handedly? Despite the presence of numerous elite superhumans within the base, Fu Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of peril, an ominous premonition spreading within him. Chapter 93, The Smile of the Strong. Damn it. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, chaos ensues. I'm utterly fed up. Shikai furiously sprang from his bed, rushing towards the ground without even donning his clothes. A speed-type mutant dares to provoke the base of the supernatural beings. Such audacity is indeed rare across the nation. The entrance to the supernatural base is rather concealed, surrounded by barriers that obscure scent and sound, making it exceedingly rare for zombies to locate this place. Even if a zombie were to approach, it would be swiftly eradicated by the guards. Yet, the means by which this mutant found its way here is of little concern to Shikai. If it were a speed or strength type, it would hardly stand a chance against him. Hey, Captain Shir. Upon seeing Shikai enter the elevator bare-chested, Yi Yue shyly averted her gaze. The situation is dire. So I didn't have time to dress. Soon, we shall be in battle. It's all right. I'll provide my utmost support shortly. A single speed-type mutant causing such a commotion. The leader is perhaps overreacting. Shikai, ever blunt and straightforward, noted the leader's reaction without expecting a reply from Yi Yue. As they exited the base, the scene before them was utterly horrifying. Many former comrades stood expressionless, having transformed into obedient zombies. The base's members awaited Qi Lin's clearance of the battlefield, she being the most formidable fire-type supernatural being, capable of granting eternal peace to those familiar faces. A fierce battle raged in the sky, and upon witnessing it, Shikai immediately prepared to join the fray. His body unexpectedly manifested a sleek mech suit. Moments ago, he had been bare-chested, yet now he resembled a formidable automaton. A powerful force erupted from beneath his feet, propelling Shikai swiftly towards the aerial battlefield. Evading Shirkai's laser barrage, the zombie's lips curled into a sinister smile. It dashed forward, its claws poised to strike Shirkai's chest, but met with a resounding clash as the mech absorbed the impact. Hastily, Shikai raised his hand to fire a laser, only to realize the zombie had already soared to a distance behind him. Such speed. Shikai was taken aback. The prior attack and evasion seemed to transpire in a mere heartbeat. Be cautious. This creature is not easily subdued, swift and ruthless. In the sky, a waterman concealed himself. Unless one looked closely, it would be challenging to discern his presence against the night backdrop. Zhang Tai, in his aqueous form, blended seamlessly with the dark sky. Witnessing this mutant's method of assault, Fu Qingyu dispatched Shikai and Zhang Tai as the primary forces specifically to counter it, as both possessed aerial combat capabilities. Shirkai's extraordinary ability, Battle Mech, enveloped him in an exceptionally resilient armor, capable of withstanding the majority of physical attacks. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai's mystic water allowed him to transform into a liquid state, rendering physical assaults virtually ineffective against him. Yet, regardless of their ferocity, they posed no harm to us. Kai took aim at the zombie, relentlessly unleashing lasers and bullets. Yet the adversary's agility was remarkable, sustaining no injuries whatsoever. This zombie possessed an undeniable advantage in speed. Although both he and Zhang Tai could ascend into the air, their aerial mobility paled in comparison to that of the zombie before them. Zhang Tai raised his hand, and countless droplets of water coalesced in the air, hurtling toward the zombie. Although they appeared to lack any significant power, upon collision, they produced a sound akin to an explosion. However, the zombie's movements surpassed Zhang Tai's aim, as if he were a sovereign of the skies, effortlessly shifting positions before the two with unparalleled reflexes and agility. He smiled, mimicking Kai's words, declaring that no matter the attack, it would not reach him. It seemed he had realized his claws could not harm the two. The zombie extended its palm at its side. What was it doing? Kai stared at the zombie, yet it made no motion. In its hand, Zhang Tai discerned a clue. A spherical object was gathering in the zombie's grasp, slowly enlarging. Due to the object's deep hue, it was challenging to observe in the darkness. The reason for the sphere's expansion stemmed from the blood of the zombies on the ground. It was drawing upon the blood of the fallen. Zhang Tai witnessed a continuous stream of blood droplets ascending from the ground, converging in the zombie's hand. Though he could not fathom its intent, an ominous premonition washed over him. The blood sphere's growth accelerated, just as Ji Lin prepared to clear the battlefield. She noticed that the zombies seemed to have significantly reduced vitality, their movements sluggish. Their blood surged from their wounds toward the sky, their bodies visibly withering. Kai and Zhang Tai dared not cease their assault, yet the zombie before them was like a specter, making it exceedingly difficult to even catch a glimpse of its afterimage. The warm-up was coming to an end. As the clear male voice resonated, the blood sphere erupted instantaneously. Blood surged towards the two individuals like a swarm of frenzied insects. Kai raised his arms to shield himself, and despite being drenched in blood, he felt no pain as he had anticipated. Is this it? Are you merely splashing water? Kai found his earlier anxiety somewhat ludicrous, having not expected this technique to bear any real potency. However, Zhang Tai appeared alarmed as he realized that his aqueous form was melding with the blood. A sense of unease washed over him. Based on his experiences, only electrical, ice, and spatial abilities could affect him after he had transformed into water. He had yet to encounter any other abilities that could inflict harm upon him. Yet, the zombie's recent maneuver evidently posed a threat. He pondered the nature of its impact. A searing pain coursed through Zhang Tai, his mind descending into chaos as his watery state became increasingly unstable. His limbs began to take on a solid form, and he plummeted from the sky. Kai swiftly reached out to Zhang Tai, who could no longer sustain aerial combat. Yue, filled with urgency, rushed over to administer healing, yet Zhang Tai's expression remained unchanged. Why is this happening? Why does my healing seem ineffective? Before Yue could dwell on her confusion, Kai too sensed something amiss. Why was there a metallic taste of blood in his mouth? Captain Shi, why is the blood on you moving towards your head? Yue gazed in horror at the scene before her, as the darkened blood appeared almost sentient, seeking an entry point into Kai's body. His exosuit enveloped him entirely, leaving only his mouth and nose exposed, while even his eyes were shielded beneath a curved, reflective surface. Blood has already seeped into Kai's mouth. Yue initially intended to continue her treatment, but a tremendous force tugged at her arm. Hurry! It was Ji Lin. She had recognized the urgency of the situation. This bizarre attack was exceedingly difficult to defend against. The zombies in the sky merely watched them with cold, unwavering gazes, their faces adorned with a disconcertingly warm smile. That smile instilled a sense of dread in Ji Lin, for it was the smile of an absolute powerhouse facing the weak. He refrained from pursuing them in their moment of vulnerability, indicating his belief that these two were as good as dead. The zombie that had been hovering in the air now stood directly before them. Chapter 94. The handsome one's tail flicks. A chill rose within Ji Lin, yet she hesitated not for a moment as she unleashed her flames upon the advancing zombie. Unlike low-level fire elementals, Ji Lin required no incantation to channel her powers. The flames could be summoned directly by her will. However, the blood orb in the zombie's hand instantly transformed into a wall of blood, as if it had foreseen her attack and effortlessly countered it. Behind her, Kai and Zhang Tai were moaning in agony, their blood continuously splattering towards them. Hearing their wails of despair, Yue covered her mouth and wept. It was unimaginable that such formidable beings had met their demise this night. Ji Chuan was astonished by the performance of this particular zombie. It was the strongest he had encountered thus far. Faced with 3 red crystal core and 1 golden crystal core elementalists, it exhibited no signs of weakness. In fact, it seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. As the number of fallen increased, Ji Chuan observed that the energy radiating from this zombie became increasingly formidable. Could it be connected to the blood he had collected? Such extraordinary abilities and speed are undoubtedly the nightmares of many. Through surveillance, Fu Qingyu has discerned the intricate predicament. Do not send reinforcements, secure the gates. Under Yi Yuwei's desperate gaze, there were no signs of assistance from the base. She witnessed her own blood swirling in the air, resembling a rain of roses in the night. Leader, shall we proceed with the activation? Fu Qingyu nodded affirmatively, with the leader's confirmation. The elder behind him radiated a luminous intensity. His white beard began to rise, exuding an immense aura. Esoteric symbols gradually emerged around him, as if a sacred ritual were unfolding. Ji Chuan detected the energy fluctuations within the base, emanating from a crimson, annihilation, crystal core, exuding an exceedingly perilous aura. No longer concealing himself, he materialized from the shadows. My king, I did not anticipate meeting you so soon. The previously smiling zombie now bore an expression of astonishment. Kneeling on one knee in reverence towards Ji Chuan. There is no time to waste. You must leave this place swiftly. The zombie was momentarily taken aback, yet offered no resistance, hastily departing into the distance. Ji Chuan raised his hand, and the darkness of the night transformed into ghostly hands, swiftly extracting the crystal cores from the brains of 4 corpses and transferring them into his grasp. Subsequently, Ji Chuan vanished, merging into the boundless night. In the monitoring room, the ethereal symbols gradually faded, and the light in the elder's eyes dimmed. Cough. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood, having suffered the backlash from halting the activation of annihilation. Leader, I have seen it. Let Fu Qing retire to rest. Fu Qingyu's complexion darkened ominously. Who was that person just now, and why did the zombie show him such deference, even addressing him as king? What kind of king was that? Perhaps he had misheard. Why had the creature retreated, as if it were aware of their intent to unleash the annihilation? Annihilation could only be activated thrice, targeting a singular entity within its range, accumulating supernatural power to ensure the target's demise. However, the user would also meet their own end after 3 uses. Qin Ruishu was well aware of the consequences. Having aged considerably, he deemed it worthwhile to trade his life for his granddaughter's safety in this apocalyptic world. The tightly shut doors likely awaited the activation of Elder Qin's abilities. The hall was devoid of surveillance footage, and the exterior of the base was eerily tranquil, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of their imagination. Although they had never witnessed what annihilation looked like, such a potent maneuver should not have been so eerily silent. With the target vanished, from this night forward, the number of guards in the hall would increase, and unnecessary outings would be curtailed, with the base's doors remaining securely locked. Upon hearing Fu Qingyu's orders, everyone felt a sense of bewilderment. Had the target truly vanished so easily? How had such a monstrous being emerged in Shinza City? Yet, behind the closed doors of the base, they remained oblivious to the even more terrifying presence that was Ji Chuan. The individuals in the hall sensed an overwhelming pressure, with such creatures lurking in Shinza City. Would venturing outside henceforth pose a threat to their lives? However, aside from the leaders of the combat teams who understood the gravity of the situation that night, the rest were unaware. They had merely heard the base alarm, and with the crisis seemingly averted, they believed that the dangers of the night had been resolved by the base, thinking it was time to rest peacefully. Fu Qingyu ordered a complete blockade of the information. Citing the necessity to avert unnecessary panic, tonight's events should merely be regarded as an assault by a typical mutated species. Revealing the details of the battle to the public might dissuade all teams from venturing out, which would severely compromise the New Jersey base's reliance on resources acquired through foraging. He must resolve this predicament swiftly. The surveillance footage from tonight must be backed up, and a meeting should be convened tomorrow with the combat team leaders and all captains. Indeed, such extraordinary abilities have never been witnessed before. A strategic discussion is imperative. If no other options present themselves, they will have to resort to utilizing Qin Ruishu's abilities to confront this creature. However, was the retreat of tonight's monster merely coincidental? Did it possess some awareness of the powers of extinction? Thus, a method to delay time must be devised, allowing for entanglement with the creature until the powers of extinction can be successfully unleashed, thereby resolving this issue. Ji Chuan surveyed the zombie before him. When it knelt and proclaimed him as its king, Ji Chuan understood that another wayward subordinate had emerged. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, even possessing a certain handsomeness. You are indeed Xiao Shuai. I am grateful for the name bestowed by the king. To his astonishment, Xiao Shuai's tail began to wag vigorously. Why do you attack the base of the ability users? This was a question Ji Chuan was eager to elucidate. Upon awakening my self-awareness, I understood that I was born to become your power. The great king aims to eradicate all humanity. Thus I shall serve as the vanguard of your dominion over the world. Tonight, my subordinate discovered the human base and intended to commence from here. However, I shall obey your command to retreat, for I trust the king has your considerations. Ji Chuan felt a bit bewildered. When had he ever contemplated the annihilation of humanity or the dominion over the world? Cough, cough, master, it is I. The voice of Xiaohong emerged, tinged with embarrassment. Those thoughts were mine. They all originated from the black crystal core. As you grow stronger, the black crystal core can conjure formidable subordinates. I initially believed I could adeptly manipulate you, but I have failed. My notions can be set aside. You may command them at your discretion. So that was the case. These loyal subordinates were indeed prepared by Xiaohong to rule the world. Such an exaggerated notion seemed to Ji Chuan to harbor a semblance of feasibility. However, the complete extermination of humanity was unnecessary. As long as Su Shun was present, those who allied with him would pose no threat, rendering such drastic measures redundant. There exists a remarkably powerful esper in that base. I sensed a looming threat of death just now. Had you delayed your departure any longer, you might have met your demise. Xiao Shuai's tail, which had been swaying, now stood upright. It turned out Wang's earlier command was intended to safeguard him. Despite sensing the energy fluctuations, he had failed to gauge the potency of the opponent's abilities. He had not anticipated Wang's keen perception. Moreover, his king was willing to slow the march towards world domination for the sake of an ordinary subordinate. The king he followed regarded him with such significance. It was his own inadequacy that hindered the king's conquest of the world. Ji Chuan sighed. From now on, act upon my commands. Some human abilities can indeed be perilous. Understood. Wang did not blame him, but instead continued to express concern for his well-being. The tail of the little beauty swayed incessantly, producing a sound of air friction that echoed through the stillness of the night. Chapter 95. Did New Jersey strike gold? The leader reported that Recon Team 9 was entirely annihilated upon approaching the stronghold of Aeligier. It was presumably the work of a girl who claimed to have warned anyone venturing too close would meet their demise at her hands. Observations indicated that Xia Yiqing was spotted in an off-road vehicle departing from the stronghold, accompanied by 3 others, though their identities remained unclear. Ku Fan felt a surge of indignation. If a warning had been issued, why had he not been informed? Was this a deliberate act to send their reconnaissance team to their doom? Yet, Ku Fan refrained from voicing his grievances any further, acknowledging the limits of his discourse. All right, I understand, he conceded. Li Jingru offered no explanation, for those in power seldom concerned themselves with trivial matters. It appeared that the Xinghe district was open for exploration, provided they maintained a safe distance from Aeligier. It seemed that Subject 1 had indeed been relocated. However, what surprised him was the revelation that Subject 1 was not in Jianghua City. Xia Yiqing and Shen Mingding had yet to change their stance. Were they acting of their own volition, or would they remain in this state as long as Subject 1 lived? Should those two join forces with Song Ci, it was likely that the Jianghua City base of supernatural beings would still fall short in power. Yet, as long as Subject 1 was absent, everything seemed manageable. After all, they had once fought for humanity, and they did not appear overly formidable. After grasping the situation, Li Jingru disseminated the news of Subject 1's suspected departure from Jianghua City within the alliance of supernatural bases. Thus, Jianghua City had fulfilled its obligations. There was no need to wait for other cities to suffer before seeking accountability. The leaders of all bases began to take this matter seriously and revisited the dossier on Subject 1. Initially, they were indifferent, for it bore no relevance to their own city. Each day was consumed by the affairs of their own locale, and the existence of a monster in another city seemed utterly inconsequential. However, news from Jianghua City has erupted like a ticking time bomb among the populace. A zombie, having effortlessly dispatched 7 out of 8 elite superpowered individuals and subdued the mightiest among them, has now vanished without a trace. As inquiries multiplied, Li Jingru decided to publicly disclose the details regarding Entity 1. He now felt unburdened and patiently addressed the concerns of others. As long as the threat did not loom over him, he was as amiable as one could be. Upon receiving the news, Fu Qingyu felt a heaviness in his heart. Indeed, Entity 1 was no longer in Jianghua City. It was rumored that this Entity 1 possessed the ability to fly and could evolve, leading him to ponder whether it might sprout wings. The video footage lacked close-up shots, rendering Entity 1's appearance unclear. Yet it bore a resemblance to the figure that had appeared the previous night. Fu Qingyu was filled with trepidation. If the second individual was indeed Entity 1, then what was the first zombie? Had Shinza City drawn the short straw? Two creatures of such caliber arriving in succession? Trembling, he sent a message in the group. Entity 1 is suspected to be in Shinza City, which is now facing formidable mutated entities. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Qingyu shared the surveillance footage from the previous night. This is not Entity 1, Li Jingru remarked with a hint of disappointment as he observed the zombie in the video. Despite its remarkable capacity for destruction, it was still far inferior to Entity 1. He announced the news in hopes of drawing attention from other cities. Only upon the complete discovery of the target, designated as Subject 1, and its subsequent reporting, could he be entirely certain of the success of its relocation. Wait, this is Subject 1. Li Jingru was astonished to see the silhouette of Subject 1 appear in the final seconds of the video. This was precisely what Li Jingru yearned to witness. And a radiant smile illuminated his face. Had he known that waiting just one more night would yield such desired information, he would not have sent a reconnaissance team to face peril. However, the cost of a mere reconnaissance squad was negligible in comparison to the exhilarating news he had just received. The threat in Jianghua City was neutralized, and the target had been transferred to Shinza City. He promptly informed the senior officials of this development, advising that all operations should proceed as normal, but to refrain from approaching the Oligar for the time being. Yes, Song Ci realized that they were indeed being watched. Logically, after moving such a distance, they should no longer feel that gaze. Yet, Song Ci discerned that the watchful eyes had remained fixed on one individual, unchanged despite the distance. Someone is tracking us. Song Ci cautioned the group. It must be someone from the ability user base. Who else would possess such intent? Xia Yiqing dismissed these individuals, believing that few from the Jianghua City ability user base could pose a challenge to him. Moreover, he had not exerted much effort during their usual sparring sessions. An attack while we are in the vehicle would be perilous. I cannot ascertain the nature of their abilities. Can you determine their direction? Yes. Approximately at the 7 o'clock position, maintaining a distance of about 800 meters from us. Xia Yiqing nodded. I will leave Xiao Ci in your care for now. I shall go and meet them. Be cautious. Rest assured, came the reply. Zhu Zhu halted the vehicle, and Xia Yiqing swiftly dashed out, her figure resembling a gust of wind, seemingly leaving only an afterimage behind. They have parked. What are they doing here? There is nothing in this vicinity. Did someone just disembark? One of the team members, endowed with the ability of distant observation akin to possessing a built-in telescope, found it of limited utility, serving solely in reconnaissance. Stop. They have halted. Do not approach. It was peculiar. The vehicle sat idle, devoid of any movement. What were they planning? Are you members of the reconnaissance team? Why are you tailing us? A familiar and handsome face emerged into view. Xia, Captain Xia. Xia Yiqing pointed at them, and the members of Team 21 instantly felt a surge of fear. It was rumored that Xia Yiqing possessed the ability to cause instant explosions. Captain Xia, we merely received orders from above to investigate your whereabouts along with Captain Song. We mean no harm. We shall take our leave. Indeed, Captain Xia. We can do nothing but scout. We truly harbor no ill intentions. We will depart immediately. Xia Yiqing sighed. Very well. Begone and do not disturb me again. We shall also take the Oshan supermarket at Taishui. Should anyone attempt to seize it, I would not hesitate to confront them. Understood, Captain Xia. We shall convey your message. The group breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate to have encountered Xia Yiqing. They recalled how Team 9, led by Shin Mingting, had been completely annihilated at that moment. They had been grateful for not tailing the off-road vehicle to Ligier, thus avoiding peril, yet now they had been discovered. However, how were they discovered? Always remaining at a distance? There has been no indication that Xia Yiqing possesses a strong sense of perception. Otherwise, he would not have paired with Yuan San, who has the ability to sense energy in his previous team. It is likely that Song Ci is also in the vehicle. His perceptive capabilities and ability to detect concealed auras are formidable. Although the captain of Team May 21st lack extraordinary powers, his analytical skills are commendable. He resolved to report this speculation back to the base, though their team would no longer monitor Xia's squad. Well done, you foolish Xia. How clever you are. Xia Yiqing unexpectedly moved from the front passenger seat to the back, preparing to pinch Song Si's cheek. Yet, Song Si wore a broad smile. Lin Lulu furrowed her brows as she observed the two, while Zhu Zhu's face flushed red, lost in her thoughts. Unable to contain herself, Lin Lulu noted how raucous the vehicle had become due to their antics. Upon hearing Lin Lulu's remark, both individuals instantly blushed, and the atmosphere grew silent. Flirting? What a peculiar choice of words. Yet how could one refute it? The vehicle fell into silence, the only sounds being the explosions of nearby zombies. All right, let's make several trips in the coming days. There are few places in the stronghold that can accommodate fresh produce, so we should aim to procure canned goods. The group nodded, preparing to clear out the ocean within a few days. Chapter 96. Could you be my assistant? Are you awake? That deep voice resonated, jolting Xia Yida's mind into action. Exhausted from the previous night, she had dreamt no dreams and, despite it nearing noon, felt her rest was insufficient. The zombies before her undoubtedly served as evidence that everything from last night was indeed real. Yet, beside this zombie stood another figure. Was it a demon? Before her stood a being that resembled a human, yet bore wings and a tail. Despite the smile gracing its lips, an aura of malevolence lingered. This was Xiao Shuai, my subordinate. Observing the terror etched on Xia Yida's face as she gazed at Xiao Shuai, Ji Chuan offered a brief introduction. Greetings, beautiful lady. In the absence of the king, I shall ensure your safety in accordance with his commands. To her astonishment, this creature could articulate words and appeared to possess a considerable emotional intelligence. A zombie, nonetheless, had been dispatched to safeguard her. Are you a zombie as well? Xiao Shuai bore little resemblance to the undead. His appearance was that of a handsome young man, and his attire was suitable for a role in a production as a demon or vampire, thus saving considerable time on costumes and props. How shall I address you? Xia Yida turned her gaze towards the zombie from the previous night, the one who had hurled her from the 28th floor, yet had also rescued her from the clutches of security. Ji Chuan. The name was surprisingly human-like. Xia Yida had anticipated something more convoluted. Could you be my assistant? I could offer you a substantial salary. Audacious. To have the esteemed king serve as your assistant. You wretched bipedal sheep. Xia Yida was momentarily taken aback. The very Xiao Shuai who had just praised her beauty now exhibited a menacing demeanor, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes radiating terror, and his incisors appearing exceptionally sharp. Am I, a leading actress, truly to be referred to as a lowly bipedal sheep? Xia Yida was utterly stunned. Even draped in rags, her brilliance shone through. She was nothing short of extraordinary. How could she be demeaned as a lowly bipedal sheep? Before she could gather her thoughts, Xiao Shuai's claws lunged towards her face, for no one was permitted to insult his magnificent king. With a mere lift of a finger, Ji Chuan intercepted the sharp claws of the young man, the sound reminiscent of metal clashing. His gaze upon Xia Yida was laden with indifference. Xia Yida, it seems you are oblivious to the nature of our relationship. My act of saving you is solely due to the potential I perceive in your abilities. Should you fail to demonstrate your worth to me, I shall discard you, or even eliminate you altogether. You must have sensed the exhaustion that accompanies your powers. They may save you once, but cannot be summoned repeatedly. Our relationship is one of hierarchy, and I am your unequivocal superior. Do you comprehend? Ji Chuan's words elucidated Xia Yida's predicament. Though proud, she was not foolish. It was merely a matter of shifting her perspective. Previously, the world had revolved around her. Yet now, a new dawn had emerged. How can I prove my worth? She pondered, a sense of dread creeping in at the thought of any unspoken rules that could be proposed, despite their commonplace nature in the entertainment industry. However, such matters were typically reserved for those lacking resources or connections. For someone of her formidable background and innate star power, any attempt to broach such topics would likely spell doom for the perpetrator. All she desired was for others to appreciate her beauty, to bask in their admiration, and to derive emotional value beyond mere financial gain. I have it, parked at the airport. The driver. I shall call him and inquire. Since Ji Chuan had transformed into a zombie, he had forsaken the habit of playing with his phone. The members of the base had not remembered any numbers. Had they recalled even one phone number, they could have established contact by now. Xia Yida dialed the driver's number, reaching out only when travel was necessary. But it had been quite some time since they last communicated. Hello? Where are you now? Xia, you're not planning to fly away at this moment, are you? The streets are teeming with zombies. No, I have a few questions for you. Where are you? Can we meet? I'm at the ability user base. Currently, The base is under lockdown. No one is permitted to leave without a mission. I've heard that formidable mutated creatures have attacked the base. Xia Yida glanced at the two zombies in her peripheral vision, wondering if these fearsome, mutated creatures referred to them. All right, I understand. This is my pilot. Although one person can operate the aircraft, we had a co-pilot for compliance with the Civil Aviation Administration inspections, which is no longer necessary. However, he has already sought refuge at the ability user base and seems to find it difficult to leave. What is his name? What are his distinguishing features? Wang Wei, around 170 centimeters tall, with a buzz cut and a mole at the corner of his eye. Ji Chuan nodded and moved towards the balcony. Is there something you desire? What? You can help me obtain what I want? I will do my utmost. Before introducing Xia Yida to Su Shen, who bestowed loyalty, Ji Chuan wished to avoid a complete reign of terror. Only a rule accompanied by benevolence could enable total control over another. Noticing Ji Chuan's apparent seriousness, Xia Yida gathered her courage. The bird's nest from Yongjing Pavilion. I have longed to taste it for quite some time. Ji Chuan felt as though she were on holiday. The sheer bliss of indulging in food without a care in the world was simply delightful. Despite having engaged in numerous perilous tasks previously, she had ultimately secured no rights for herself, only encountering more danger. Thus, why should one continue to strive relentlessly? She believed that the weaker individuals at the Jianghua City ability base were the happiest, merely awaiting the base's aid. However, she was unaware that the treatment of the weak by the base was far from what it appeared on the surface. Her feelings of injustice stemmed from her ignorance of the trials some of the weaker individuals had faced. Xiao Dixing gazed contentedly at his creation. This was a case that succeeded after nearly 500 trials. Upon discovering that both abilities and mutated organisms possessed crystal nuclei, he conceived a hypothesis. If the crystal nuclei provided the power of abilities, could a single individual potentially possess multiple nuclei? Should he succeed in mastering the technique of embedding these nuclei, humanity could artificially produce formidable ability users. At that point, mutated organisms would pose little threat. The successful specimen before him was an elderly man with a single eye, named Zhou Jianping. Upon reviewing his profile, it indicated that he had superior hearing. However, only after the successful trial did Xiao Dixing summon the base's ability appraisers to evaluate his powers. Astonishingly, his ability was of the spatial type. His acute hearing could be understood as an ability to place his ears anywhere within a 50-meter radius. After embedding him with a crystal nucleus of the same spatial type, he surprisingly survived, albeit appearing somewhat pained. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a success. Within the confines of the base, samples of space-type abilities are exceedingly rare. The occasional space-type ability user contributes invaluable worth to the establishment. However, Ji Chuan is an anomaly. She is a precious space-type ability user, yet she has succumbed to madness. She has now become the most exceptional experimental specimen available. Chapter 97. Defection. Knock, knock, knock. Ji Chuan jolted awake, sitting upright in her bed. Ever since she feigned insanity, the door to her room had remained silent for an extended period. Every knock heralded unfortunate tidings. Yet, it was not mealtime, and she had not adorned herself with makeup. At present, she possessed the beauty of waking naturally each day. Knock, knock, knock. Ji Chuan dared not make excessive noise. Hastily, she seized her makeup brush. Dark circles were still a necessity. After what seemed an eternity of waiting, voices of confusion drifted from outside her door. She's not in her room? What a fortunate fate. Let us search elsewhere. Just as Ji Chuan prepared to open the door, she overheard this peculiar exchange. What did they mean by fortunate fate? It was evident that no good could come of this. Yet, in her current state of madness, could they truly assign her hazardous tasks? Why else would they speak of fortune? A sense of foreboding surged within her. Rather than immediately opening the door, she listened intently to the footsteps receding and employed her abilities, trailing behind the two individuals. They first meandered about the floor, failing to locate her, before proceeding to the cafeteria. Ultimately, they ventured to the leisure area, yet still, Ji Chuan remained undetected. The madwoman could be anywhere, one guard mused, puzzled. He picked up the phone. Dr. Xiao, Ji Chuan is not in her room. We searched both the cafeteria and the leisure area, but she is absent. Understood. We shall head to the monitoring room immediately. Dr. Xiao? What could he possibly want from me, even going so far as to monitor my movements? Yet, if he were to review the footage, wouldn't he uncover the fact that I had been following him all along? Can I continue feigning ignorance in such a predicament? Should I confess now, while there is still time? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Ji Chuan resolved to seek out Dr. Xiao to unburden herself, thus circumventing the potential embarrassment of being exposed after the surveillance was reviewed. In her haste, she utilized her abilities to arrive at the research center. The gazes directed at her were laden with suspicion. How did you arrive here unaccompanied? Where are the guards? Who allowed this lunatic to wander in unmonitored? And why hasn't she been fitted with a power restraining device? The staff regarded Ji Chuan with furrowed brows. I'm here to speak with Dr. Xiao, she replied. Oh, we've been expecting you. Please, follow me. Just as Ji Chuan prepared to accompany the staff member to meet Dr. Xiao, she noticed words materializing on the back of his lab coat, stained with crimson, an ominous word, flee. What could this possibly signify? Her unease intensified, as if fearing discovery. The word appeared to blur under the newly added blood, reminiscent of a wound concealed beneath the fabric. Suddenly, 2 guards hurried toward them, their expressions perplexed. One of them had his hands clasped behind his back. Ji Chuan instinctively felt a surge of wariness as the guards approached. Without warning, the guard with his hands behind him revealed an energy restraining device. Was this an intentional ploy to evade her notice? A heightened instinct for self-preservation surged within Ji Chuan. With no time to probe further, she swiftly utilized her abilities to teleport away. Are you out of your mind? Why did you let the power restraining device slip out so far? I didn't intend to. It felt as though someone had yanked me back, pulling my hand free. Why is there such a large bloodstain on your back? Did that madden harm you? No, it's likely just a result of the surgery, perhaps some blood splattered accidentally. My sixth sense regarding death has always been remarkably accurate. Before I could fully grasp the situation, my body had already reacted. Ji Chuan had relocated to the city, feeling that everything that had transpired was rather unusual. She was losing her mind, while the guards continued their relentless search for her, urging her to meet Dr. Xiao, yet they had prepared a power restraining device. This was clearly a precaution against her potential escape using her abilities. But what was she truly facing? Why would she need to flee? Moreover, the individual who inscribed that word escape seemed to possess inside knowledge, clearly alerting her to something significant. Where could she possibly go? In that moment, Ji Chuan's thoughts instinctively turned to Oliver, for Wu Qian was still there. However, how could she confront Shen Mingting? How could she survive? She remembered the whereabouts of Ji Chuan. Li Jingru had announced to all the high-ranking officials that No. 1 was on its way to New Jersey, and this news had already spread throughout the base. Yet, those at Oliver were likely still unaware, right? Perhaps she could use this information to pledge her allegiance, and her abilities were not insignificant. As long as she could meet Wu Qian, there was hope for her survival. With this thought, Ji Chuan made her way near Oliver, yet she dared not approach too closely. No one from the base was willing to come near this area anymore. So even if she shouted now, no one from the base would hear her. The vicinity of Alajar resembles a hellish realm, teeming with shattered remnants of the undead. This unprecedented scenario is starkly different from the past, where the zombies in Alajar acted like vigilant sentinels of a hotel, rarely engaging in any aggressive actions. I possess knowledge of Ji Chuan's whereabouts. I seek refuge in your stronghold, shouted Ji Chuan thrice with fervor. Suddenly, a figure, resembling a rabbit, leapt forth from the hotel, none other than Song Ci. Captain Song, Ji Chuan exclaimed with palpable excitement, relieved that the emerging figure was not Shen Mingting, which gave her hope for survival. Is what you say truly genuine? She inquired. Ji Chuan nodded vigorously in affirmation. Surely you haven't been ensnared by some heart-devouring curse, infiltrating us as a spy. Your dark circles are quite pronounced, Song Ci remarked, raising a hand to sense the atmosphere, yet he detected no anomalies. In a hurry, Ji Chuan wiped at her dark circles, only to smudge the black makeup across her face, prompting Song Ci to realize it was merely her own artistry. Within the hotel conference room, Su Shun regarded Ji Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze. If you wish to align yourself with our stronghold, I shall bestow upon you a state of loyalty. Do not resist. Ji Chuan hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately nodded. She had no avenue of retreat. Once loyalty was conferred, Su Shin commenced his inquiries. Are you asserting that the leader has ventured to Xinjia City? Indeed, the various bases of ability users across cities are interconnected. Jianghua City has already received confirmation from higher authorities that the entity number 1 has appeared in Xinjia City, likely in response to intelligence from the Xinjia City base. Then why do you seek to join us? Ji Chuan recounted her recent endeavors and the peculiar behavior exhibited by the base towards her today. Su Shin nodded. Confident that in a state of loyalty, Ji Chuan would not utter falsehoods. Ji Chuan was a commendable individual, and her abilities were immensely valuable. She should be welcomed into their ranks. Wu Qian began to chime in from the side, pleasantly surprised at the prospect of once again fighting alongside his former comrade. Such a feeling was truly delightful. Moreover, Wu Qian recognized that if Sun Tao were to learn of Ji Chuan's whereabouts, he would likely come as well. As for Wang Lao, the possibility of him betraying the base of ability users seemed slim. That old fellow was quite set in his ways. I possess the ability to teleport. I can assist up to 6 individuals in a simultaneous long-distance transfer, which is exceedingly convenient. If the numbers are fewer, I can operate over greater distances and with increased frequency. With Ji Chuan's involvement, the resource team could be streamlined to just 3 members, eliminating the need for a vehicle. Zhu Zhu would gather provisions, Xiao Yiqing would provide protection, and Ji Chuan would facilitate swift travel. This arrangement would enable them to swiftly accomplish their resource collection tasks with assured success. Following the consensus of the group, Ji Chuan was successfully integrated into their ranks. Her abilities destined to be in high demand at any outpost. Chapter 98. The pitch-black conference room. Ji Chuan leaped down from the upper floor, despite it being daytime. He sought to scout the ability user base. He aimed to locate the pilot mentioned by Xia Yida. Individuals capable of flying an aircraft were indeed rare. Compared to Zhonghua City, the base in Xinjia City was not as populated, indicating a scarcity of stable ability users to provide resources. The base had not implemented a policy for accepting survivors. The entire city was engulfed in slaughter and conflict, with abandoned vehicles strewn across the roads and thick smoke billowing from various locations throughout the urban landscape. The vicinity of the supernatural beings base remains relatively tranquil. However, a multitude of zombie corpses lies before its gates. Following the battle last night, the entrance to the base remains securely shut, and the bodies have yet to be cleared away. The supernatural beings base in Xinjia City is urgently deliberating strategies. For a monstrous entity has already manifested within the city, and the gate's opening poses a constant threat of invasion. Nonetheless, routine searches for supplies and the recruitment of capable supernatural beings must proceed. Otherwise, the sustainable development of Xinjia City will be gravely jeopardized. Although there is an abundance of elite supernatural beings, including the formidable weapon known as Desolation, they find it relatively effortless to eliminate ordinary zombies. However, when confronted with last night's mutated species, they appear somewhat at a loss. If only the base were to harbor a supernatural being capable of rapidly fostering the growth of flora and fauna, it could remain indefinitely sealed until detailed information regarding the mutation is acquired. Regrettably, such is not the case. The reality is stark. To vanquish the blood demon, it seems that only Desolation possesses the means, for its speed is unparalleled, rendering it exceedingly difficult for your ability